Chapter 291 Plant Planet Release Crisis. Wang Wei did not expect that the aliens would retreat quickly after knowing their methods. But he did not expect the retreat speed to be so fast. Should we continue to chase? The three-eyed Star King was very excited, as if they could completely catch all the aliens today. But Wang Wei stopped him at this time, because they did not need to chase them at all. If they knew that the other party wanted to escape immediately, they would chase them into space, which would undoubtedly make them lose the original favorable situation. The three-eyed Star King did not understand why Wang Wei did not order to continue the pursuit. If we let them escape like this, wouldn't it give them a chance to come back? Wang Wei shook his head. There is a saying on our Earth that you should not chase the desperate enemy if they are really forced into a desperate situation. We don't know what these aliens can do. According to Wang Wei idea, they do not have a sufficient reserve of weapons now. So even if the aliens suddenly retreat next, they must not take it lightly. What should be done is to prepare sufficient weapons and help the plant planet escape the control of alien creatures without anyone noticing. Wang Wei brought the three-eyed Star King to his laboratory and began to discuss the plan to rescue the plant planet with him. At present, the fact that the plant planet has been occupied by alien creatures is basically a foregone conclusion. The plant Star King has also sent messages many times, hoping that Wang Wei and his team can go to help the plant planet as soon as possible. It's just that the subspace planet was also under threat before, so they didn't go there immediately. However, after Wang Wei experienced this fight with alien creatures, he suddenly had a new idea. Since we have alien creature spaceships, why don't we use the alien creature spaceships to successfully sneak into the plant planet? The three-eyed Star King immediately understood what he meant. And then Wang Wei said, "You mean we can drive the alien creature spaceships, and then use the weapons you developed to solve all the alien creatures on the plant planet?" Wang Wei nodded. "If we drive our spaceship over there openly, the aliens will most likely notice our real purpose at the first moment. And I always suspect that there is some kind of communication between the aliens. They may have known that they have invaded the plant planet and have been discovered, so they will definitely be on high alert. So if we can lower their alert and solve all the aliens that invaded the plant planet in a way that no one knows, then the plant planet can be liberated in an instant, without the crisis of the plant planet being invaded by aliens. The threat of aliens to them will become very small." The King of the Three-Eyed Star also agreed with Wang Wei's point of view, so he decided to arrange it immediately. It's just that no one can drive the alien spaceship, and only Wang Wei has experience in driving an alien spaceship. This means that this trip to the plant planet may require Wang Wei to lead the team personally. For this question raised by the King of the Three-Eyed Star, Wang Wei did not have any opinion at the time. "I will lead the team myself, and the situation on the subspace planet is up to you. All plans can be carried out according to our previous discussions without any changes. And I suspect that after suffering a blow, the alien creatures will not be able to attack us again in a short period of time. They will definitely find ways to establish contact with their kind on the subspace planet, hoping that their kind will disintegrate our relationship from within, so as to cause civil strife on the subspace planet and facilitate the attack of the alien creatures." The three-eyed Star King felt that if they did not control this situation, it was very likely that the alien creatures would find that they had completely controlled their kind trapped on the subspace planet. Wang Wei felt that the three-eyed Star King concerns were reasonable, so he asked the three-eyed Star King to send scientific research experts from the Bayan race and the Interstellar Federation base to study how to communicate with crews outside the subspace planet. As for the content of the contact, it was actually easy to understand. They only need to pretend to be alien creatures and tell crews and others who are forced outside the subspace planet that this group of alien creatures trapped in the subspace planet will control and delay time as much as possible, and then report all the specific information of all creatures on this subspace planet to crews. In this way, crews will wait for a while to find out the specific abilities and strengths of all creatures on the subspace planet, as long as they can liberate the plant planet for them, and by a certain amount of time. Then Wang Wei can successfully liberate the plant planet. The King of the Three-Eyed Star understood Wang Wei's true meaning and immediately began to prepare nervously. Wang Wei also used the Nanchaman teleportation device to directly teleport the Interstellar Federation warriors and the alien spaceships to the plant planet. Although there is no other end of the Nanchaman teleportation device on the plant planet, the Nanchaman teleportation device can actually work without the other end of the teleportation device. It's just that the specific location of the teleportation will become relatively more unfixed. This is also a good thing for Wang Wei and his team. After being teleported to the plant planet, They started to drive the spaceship again, pretending that they suddenly approached from outside the plant planet. But they did not tell the Plant Star King about this plan in advance. So when the ministers in the palace reported to the Plant Star King that another alien spaceship had docked on the plant planet, the Plant Star King was completely panicked. He began to discuss with the ministers in the palace whether to transfer all of their peers, who they could be sure had not been devoured by alien creatures, to a safe place. After all, the Plant Star King still has the scepter, and they can control some of the people on the Plant Star who have not been devoured. However, the ministers all rejected the suggestion made by the Plant Star King. First of all, they don't know the situation outside at all. Even if they rashly take people out of the palace, it is very likely that their people will be buried in the mouths of alien creatures. The most important thing is that if they all leave the palace, the safety of the Plant Star King will not be guaranteed. They really want to survive safely, but in their minds, the safety of the Plant Star King is equally important. At this time point, when they have no way to deal with the insults of aliens, the Plant Star King has to watch another alien spaceship approaching. It really made him feel extremely panicked. At this time, Wang Wei contacted the Plant Star King through the communicator. The moment Wang Wei's voice came from the communicator, the Plant Star King began to tremble with excitement. What is the situation on the subspace planet? When he heard this, Wang Wei knew that the Plant Star King should not have a good life during this period. Don't worry. There is no big threat in the subspace at present. This time I personally brought people to the plant planet, and I should be able to help your plant planet solve the crisis of alien invasion as soon as possible. The Plant Star King never thought that Wang Wei would bring people to the plant planet. He immediately urged Wang Wei to leave quickly. How can you bring people to the plant planet? Don't you know that the plant planet is basically occupied by alien creatures now? If it weren't for the power of life and the scepter, I'm afraid the palace would have been occupied by alien creatures now. Wang Wei told the Plant Star King not to worry. It is not the large force of alien creatures that invaded the plant planet. Their large force is currently outside the subspace planet and is attacking us. It should be only a small team of alien creatures that invaded the plant planet. They intend to devour all the people on the plant planet and occupy your planet through their ability to devour creatures. But I have developed a weapon to deal with them. Don't worry. They will be safely dealt with soon. For some reason, the Plant Star King believed Wang Wei's words very much. He felt that Wang Wei would not lie about this matter. But at the same time, he was also very worried about Wang Wei's safety. Even if everything was as Wang Wei said, were the alien creatures really as weak as Wang Wei described? Wang Wei was preparing to deal with the approaching alien creatures. So he did not continue to communicate with the Plant Star King, but asked the Plant Star King to stay calm in the palace. After hanging up the communicator, Wang Wei realized that it was not alien creatures approaching them, but the people of the plant planet. The moment he saw Wang Wei, the guard officer of the plant planet suddenly had red eyes. The palace has been surrounded by a large number of alien creatures. Now we must protect the king of the plant planet as soon as possible. Wang Wei told them not to worry and go to their spaceship to rest first, and leave other things to them. After leaving some people to protect the spaceship and the safety of the people of the plant planet inside the spaceship, Wang Wei led a team of about 100 people and set off immediately. The weapons and ammunition they carried were very sufficient. If they encountered any unidentified alien creatures along the way, they would directly solve them, never leaving any alive, and would not give them the opportunity to send signals. After a long journey of a day and a night, they finally arrived outside the palace of the plant planet. Seeing the densely packed alien creatures surrounding the palace of the plant planet, Wang Wei also felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. I thought that the team sent by the alien creatures to the plant planet should not be large in number, but now it does look scary. But this time, they came to solve the problem, not to be on tenterhooks. So after letting the soldiers take a brief rest, Wang Wei immediately launched a charge. Wang Wei rushed to the front of the team wearing Xiantian armor, and the gun in his hand kept firing bullets at the approaching alien creatures. The alien creatures that were hit still did not notice any abnormality in themselves. After a brief moment of stunned, they continued to rush towards Wang Wei and his team. However, as they ran, they found that their bodies began to dissolve, and they dissolved very quickly. Often, they lost their ability to move before running a few steps. The king of the plant star kept looking out anxiously in the palace. When he saw that the alien creatures surrounding the palace were constantly decreasing, his hanging heart finally let go. He knew that since the alien creatures had a decreasing trend, it proved that Wang Wei must have brought people to this area. It also proved that Wang Wei did not lie to him. And Wang Wei's ability could indeed deal with the alien creatures that came to the plant planet. However, the Plant Star King did not completely relax his vigilance. He knew that this kind of alien creature seemed to have no brains. But since they knew to besiege the palace, it meant that they had planned in advance. So the Plant Star King asked everyone in the palace to stay calm and make preparations. Don't let any alien creatures break into the palace and devour the people of the plant planet in the palace at this time. About half a day later, Wang Wei and his companion stood breathlessly at the door of the palace, looking at the pools of yellow-green juice on the ground. And everyone was so tired that they sat on the ground. At this moment, the door of the Plant Planet Palace slowly opened, and the Plant Star King immediately rushed to Wang Wei and excitedly hugged Wang Wei in his arms. I'm sorry. I didn't believe you before. Even after Soros died, I never thought of investigating whether there were traitors inside the Plant Planet. If I had been more cautious, this wouldn't have happened. The Plant Star King was very grateful to Wang Wei, because he knew clearly that if Wang Wei hadn't arrived with people in time, it wouldn't take long for them to be able to hold on in the palace even if they were safe. After all, the palace was surrounded by people, and they didn't even have the opportunity to go out to find food and water. And Wang Wei's appearance completely solved the dilemma they faced. Wang Wei waved at the Plant Star King. You don't have to take this to heart. The reason why we came to the Plant Planet is not entirely because the Plant Planet needs to be rescued. We are more because we don't want any of these alien creatures to survive, which will give them a chance to make a comeback. The Plant Star King certainly understood that Wang Wei's words proved that Wang Wei was still angry. Before taking the crown from Soros, Wang Wei had reminded Cha that the person behind Soros might have a more secret, so he must be careful. At that time, he thought he had the scepter in his hand, and the people of the Plant Planet would never be traitors, and it was even more impossible for them to be controlled again. So he did nothing. Facts have proved that Wang Wei's idea is correct. However, it was only after meeting the king of the Plant Star that Wang Wei suddenly remembered. When Soros was controlled before, he once wanted to get the scepter of the Plant Planet. Although Wang Wei did not understand what role the scepter of the Plant Planet had for alien creatures, they must have some unknown secrets. Wang Wei did not stay on the Plant Planet for long. He drove the spaceship from the other end of the subspace star back to the Interstellar Federation base. At the Interstellar Federation base, the king of the three-eyed star had been anxiously waiting for Wang Wei and his men to send back news. But he did not expect that he would wait for Wang Wei to return instead of waiting for the news. What's the situation on the Plant Planet? Wang Wei explained to the three-eyed star king that the people on the Plant Planet were just a small force of alien creatures. Those people did not have strong combat power, nor did they have more advanced weapons. They believed that the people on the Plant Planet posed no threat to them. So they wanted to control the entire Plant Planet in a way that no one knew about. They had already eliminated most of the alien creatures on the Plant Planet with their weapons, and the remaining small number of hidden alien creatures were left to the Plant Star King to deal with. He handed over some of the new weapons he developed to the Plant Star King and taught them how to use them. For Wang Wei, the most difficult thing at present is the pressure space planet. They have seen the technological level of alien creatures. So after the first defeat due to underestimation, Wang Wei believes that the alien creatures will definitely be extremely fierce in their next attack. This is also what the three-eyed Star King is worried about. From the results of our disguise and communication with the alien creatures, they are indeed as you expected, trying to let some of their kind who are controlled by us staying in the subspace planet to disintegrate us from the inside. Wang Wei smiled at him. I know that the alien creatures will definitely use this method to effortlessly solve the threat of all people on the subspace planet to the alien creatures. How did you respond to them? Wang Wei took off his Xietian armor and looked at the three-eyed Star King. I told him that we will definitely try our best. But the other creatures on the large space planet are keeping a tight watch on us, so it may take some time to achieve this. At the same time, I reminded them that if the alien spaceship formation can be transferred to the distance compression space as much as possible, the farther away from the planet may make the creatures on the subspace planet lower their guard, giving them better room to play. Wang Wei looked at the report sent by the people below, which showed that the alien spaceship had withdrawn to a farther distance, and he knew that the plan of the three-eyed Star King had taken effect. However, Wang Wei did not completely relax his guard, but mentioned the matter of the Plant Planet scepter to the three-eyed Star King. Now it is basically certain that the person who controlled Soros before was a member of this alien race. But what Wang Wei is really curious about is why these alien creatures attach so much importance to the scepter of the Plant Planet. After all, The three-eyed planet also has an identical scepter. If the three-eyed Star King answers this question, it may be more valuable for reference. The three-eyed alien king was also confused. How can you be sure that the person who controlled Soros before is the alien creature we are dealing with now? Chapter 292, Provoking Aliens. Wang Wei rolled his eyes helplessly, looking at the three-eyed Star King with a strange look. If you think about it carefully, the special abilities of aliens, you will understand why I am sure that the person who controlled Soros before is the alien we are currently in contact with. The three-eyed Star King thought about it carefully, and found that the ability used by the person who controlled Soros was indeed very similar to the alien they were currently in contact with. But there was an essential difference. If I remember correctly, you once said that you saw corpse spots on Soros' body, and thought that the other party controlled Soros' body through some ability. But according to the clues we have learned so far, the alien creature we are in contact with has the ability to devour the other party, and create a similar replica. This replica can obey the command of the alien creature, but it has life, and will not have corpse spots. After hearing the explanation of the three-eyed Star King, Wang Wei was also shocked. According to the three-eyed Star King, the person behind Soros they saw before, and who is controlling him might not be the alien creature they were dealing with at the moment. That is to say, in addition to the alien creatures they were about to face, they also had to face an unknown threat. Wang Wei and the three-eyed Star King suddenly fell silent. They both understood that if the alien creatures they were currently facing were not the same group as the alien creatures that controlled Soros, then they would immediately look for another existence that controlled Soros' body after they had just dealt with the invasion of alien creatures. The two sighed at the same time. Let's ignore these and focus on dealing with the invasion of alien creatures. Wang Wei nodded. At present, they are stepping up the production of weapons. As long as the weapons are in place, the Interstellar Federation and the Insectoid Army will be able to successfully solve the invasion of alien creatures. On this issue, the only difficulty is how to get the alien creatures back under their control. The three-eyed Star King thought Wang Wei was there. What are you worried about? After hearing Wang Wei's explanation, he laughed a little wildly. So you are worried about this? In fact, as long as they never give up the idea of invading the subspace planet, or regard those of us who know their true face as thorns in their eyes, they will never give up attacking us. Wang Wei felt that what the three-eyed Star King said made sense. But they still needed a certain amount of time. They must let them know clearly during this period that the people on the subspace planet are a threat to them. In this way, they will not give up the idea of attacking the subspace planet. So Wang Wei made a bold decision. I plan to let Goso seduce them and anger them, so that they can always regard us as the most important enemy. The three-eyed Star King was a little surprised, but it seemed that there was no other way to use except what Wang Wei said. I just don't know if Goso will hate you after hearing your plan. Wang Wei shrugged indifferently. He felt that Goso was not such a stingy person, and this matter should be very tempting to Goso. So he believed that Goso should be willing to do it. Although the people of the Interstellar Federation are not as warlike as the Zerg army, but the aliens wanted to invade the subspace planets after all, and even thought about invading the Earth before. But he stopped them. Under such circumstances, he believed that Goso would definitely not let these aliens go. The three-eyed king saw that Wang Wei insisted and didn't say anything more. He nodded and turned to help Wang Wei call Goso over. Goso was a little excited after seeing Wang Wei, and always felt that Wang Wei might launch an attack on the aliens. Unexpectedly, he became more excited after hearing what Wang Wei said. Are you serious? Are you really going to give me a chance to provoke those alien creatures? Wang Wei nodded. Do I look like I'm lying to you? Gosuo shook his head. He has never seen Wang Wei lie. This matter is up to you. You must bring as few people as possible, and ensure the safety of our soldiers. You must not go too far. Just make them hate us. Gosuo nodded excitedly and patted his chest to assure Wang Wei, don't worry. If it weren't for your request, I might not even bring myself for the time being. It would be enough to make them hate us to the core. Wang Wei did not show too much thought on this matter, but let Gosuo play. When Gosuo was happily preparing to harass the alien creatures, the three-eyed Star King cast a worried look at Wang Wei. I always feel that it is not a good idea for you to find Gosuo this time. His appearance always makes people feel that he may be in danger. After Wang Wei pondered for a moment, he finally sighed, forget it. I just follow quietly. In fact, he didn't have anything else to do now. The question of the scepter could not be answered for the time being, and the matter of processing weapons had been handed over to the Bayan race. So what he had to do now was to wait for the opportunity to launch the final attack on the alien creatures. Wang Wei changed into the Xiantian armor, turned on the stealth mode, and always followed behind Gasuo. This time Gasuo lived up to everyone's expectations, and didn't notice Wang Wei tracking at all. It was not until they got on the spaceship that Gasuo felt that the space inside the spaceship was inexplicably crowded. Because they were going to provoke the alien creatures this time. They did not drive a large spaceship, but a light and fast small spaceship. He looked back and found that he was the only one in the spaceship he was driving that seemed crowded. And it seemed to be his illusion. Wang Wei looked at Gasuo, frequently turning his head to look in his direction, and felt a little puzzled. Could it be that Gasuo could really detect his position? But since Gasuo didn't take the initiative to find him, he didn't intend to expose himself. Soon, Gasuo drove the spaceship out of the atmosphere of the subspace planet, and saw the spaceship formation of alien creatures hiding not far away and watching the situation of the subspace planet. The spaceship formation was beaten and bruised before, and now it is undergoing intensive repair work. Wang Wei was very curious about what kind of state Cruz would be at this moment. But in fact, Cruz was not as nervous as Wang Wei imagined. Or afraid. He sat near the main control platform of the spaceship, thinking about everything that had happened recently. He didn't know who leaked the rumors of their race. Obviously, they had never seen Wang Wei before. But Wang Wei seemed to know everything about them. Maybe they didn't expect that what they did would be regarded as rumors, and widely circulated among the stars. Cruz was thinking that after they repaired the spaceship, they would use the technology mastered by their race to give all the creatures on the subspace planet a fatal blow. But what he didn't expect was that this idea just came to his mind. And he didn't even have time to implement it. The people from the space planet dared to come to their door and provoke them. When the people below reported to him that the people from the subspace planet were driving small spaceships to attack their spaceship formation, Cruz was so angry that he wanted to destroy all the life forms on the entire subspace planet. But he knew that their race still had a great demand for the subspace planet. If there was no such planet for their people to live on, it would really cause them a lot of trouble. At the same time, they had already coveted the triangular crystal on the subspace planet for a long time. In addition to occupying the entire subspace planet, their main purpose this time was to get the triangular crystal on the subspace planet. However, not long after, the people below came to report to Cruz that the small spaceship formation of the subspace planet quickly fled back to the subspace planet in a very short time. Moreover, after the small spaceship formation of the subspace planet appeared this time, they did not have a direct confrontation with them. It can even be said that they did not even see their faces and hurriedly fled back. Cruz heard such a report, and the result was that he did not believe it at all. He could not believe that this group of people suddenly appeared without posing any threat to them. If this is really the case, then what is the real purpose of the small spaceship formation? So after thinking for a while, Cruz immediately gave an order to let their people immediately start to check every spaceship in the spaceship formation to ensure that the spaceship was not damaged. On the other side, Gasuo led. The soldiers of the Interstellar Federation base drove the small spaceship back to the subspace planet. As soon as they commented on landing on the ground, they looked at each other and burst into laughter. Wang Wei had been following Gasuo, so he witnessed the whole process. Gasuo did harass the spaceship formation of alien creatures as he said, but his harassment method was a bit strange. At first, Wang Wei thought that Gasuo would definitely target the weaker or damaged ships in the fleet. But he didn't expect Gasuo to take a different approach. He led the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation base to target the engines of some ships that were relatively far back, and destroyed all the engines of all the ships. Although the destruction of the engine does not necessarily cause the ship to directly separate from the fleet, it will indeed cause the ship to move in an uncontrollable direction. This will be a fatal blow to the alien creatures that currently have no place to land. After Wang Wei saw that Gasuo destroyed the engines of 3 ships, he learned that the alien creatures had sent people to attack them, and quickly fled back to the subspace planet without any lingering feelings. At this moment, Wang Wei suddenly felt that there was no problem in giving this task to Gasuo. Even if Gasuo harassed them a few more times, the alien creatures might not be able to control themselves and take the lead in attacking the subspace planet. So they did not want the alien creatures to take the initiative to attack them on the subspace planet. But this would be the most effective way to make the alien creatures angry. As long as they were stimulated by this matter, they would no longer be calm. Whether it was the deployment of the combat plan or the grasp of the attack rhythm, there would be serious problems. This was a great thing for everyone on the subspace planet. So when the spacecraft docked, Wang Wei immediately used the stealth function of the Xiantian armor to quickly return to his laboratory. The king of the three-eyed star in the laboratory was already waiting impatiently. The moment he saw Wang Wei appear, he wished that Wang Wei would tell him what happened immediately. But before Wang Wei could speak, Goso had already found him. I tell you, today's situation is so exciting. You didn't see that after we destroyed the engines of the 3 alien spaceships. They immediately launched a fierce attack on us, as if they were stimulated. The three-eyed king looked at Wang Wei in shock. Wang Wei did not respond, but waited for Goso to finish what he wanted to say. Goso chattered about their mental journey at that time. For example, they did want to harass the alien spaceship formation at the beginning, and cause them minor damage. But Goso changed his mind and thought that they had come once anyway. And if they really wanted to cause them damage, minor damage would not be enough to affect the aliens' pace of attacking the space planet. Fortunately, he changed his strategic approach. He notified all the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation base he brought with him to identify the 3 spaceships at the end of the alien spaceship formation. Destroy the engines of the 3 spaceships as quickly as possible. And then they left immediately. The aliens discovered their actions quickly. But compared to their actions, it seemed too late to make up for the loss. Just when the aliens discovered them and organized people to stop them, they had successfully destroyed the engines of 3 spacecraft. So Goso immediately issued an order to let all the soldiers return to the subspace planet as quickly as possible. He told the soldiers at that time, as long as you run fast enough, the aliens will definitely not catch up with us. His words instantly received a strong response from the soldiers. After all, although everyone was provoking the aliens according to Wang Wei's request, no one was willing to sacrifice their lives here. This also led to the aliens being left far behind before they saw them. The key point was that the aliens did not dare to approach the subspace planet at this time for fear of being severely counterattacked. So they could only return empty-handed. Goso looked at Wang Wei and the three-eyed star king laughing so hard that he fell backwards. You said that the old man of the alien creatures, if he knew that their 3 spaceship engines were destroyed by us, would he be furious? Wang Wei and the three-eyed star king looked at each other and felt helpless at a glance. From a moral perspective, destroying the engines of 3 spaceships is indeed a bit excessive. But the purpose of these alien creatures approaching the subspace planet is not pure. So even if it is immoral and destroying their spaceship engines, Goso and the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation have no psychological burden. Wang Wei nodded to Goso and said that Goso did a very good job this time. After this trouble is solved, he will definitely inform everyone that Goso has bought them a lot of time this time and made great contributions. Goso smiled and said that if there is such a mission next time, Wang Wei must send him to perform the mission. Wang Wei knew that Goso was addicted to playing, but he did not discourage Goso's enthusiasm. If there is still a chance, I will definitely let you go. Goso left happily, leaving Wang Wei and the three-eyed star king looking at each other. The three-eyed star king sighed helplessly. This kind of person can only play a role in your eyes. If he is placed in our three-eyed star king team, I will definitely feel overwhelmed. Wang Wei was very satisfied with Goso's performance. You feel overwhelmed when you put it in the team of 3 young people, because you haven't discovered its true purpose yet. For example, this time, if there was no Goso, then the people who really felt overwhelmed might be us. But you see that he used his destructive ability in the right place, which can produce unexpected results. Although what Wang Wei said made a lot of sense, the king of the three-eyed star still felt that only Wang Wei could think of such a thing. If it were him, he would definitely not be able to achieve such an effect. It seems that I still need to learn more from you in the future. Otherwise, if I encounter similar things in the future, I am afraid that my response methods will be very ineffective. Wang Wei did not have any opinions, and he did not think that the king of the three-eyed star or the three-eyed planet would encounter any problems that he could not solve. Soon, good news came from Lasher. At present, the ghost mines that Wang Wei handed over have basically been used up, and the reserves of weapons and ammunition can also cope with a large-scale war. Lasher will soon send someone to deliver the weapons to the Interstellar Federation base and ask Wang Wei when he plans to fight the alien creatures. After hearing what Lasher said, Wang Wei was also very excited. For him, the sooner this war is resolved, the better. After all, they will have to deal with the whereabouts of the person on the plant planet who may be hiding in it and can also control Soros. They must find out the mastermind behind this incident. If they fail to do so, They may be in serious trouble. After Wang Wei received the weapons and ammunition, they began to discuss the battle plan. Wang Wei stood up and said to the three-eyed king and his party, "Before we start discussing the battle plan, I will tell you the main goals of our battle this time. Based on these main goals, you should think about what methods you will use to complete my requirements." Others listened to Wang Wei's words carefully, fearing that they would miss a sentence and never understand it again. Wang Wei directly listed his requirements in different categories. Chapter 293, Aliens Trapped. First and foremost, we must completely capture all the aliens and not give them any chance to escape. Wang Wei looked at them to make sure that they had no objections, and then continued, "I think everyone should know why I asked for this. That's because these aliens have occupied countless planets and plundered many planets' resources. They have never thought of giving us, who came to the subspace planet or other planets earlier than them, a chance to survive. So if we show mercy to them, the result will only be that they will come back in the future and take even more terrible revenge on us." Everyone present agreed with Wang Wei's words and urged Wang Wei to continue to express his next move or action opinion. The second point is that we don't have enough manpower, so it's not particularly beneficial for us to launch this battle in space. The reason why Wang Wei said this is because the Zerg army is actually not adapted to fighting in space. The soldiers in the army don't even know how to use spacecraft. Knowing how to use weapons is also the result of training in a short period of time. Before this, they won the battles with the Bayan race by relying on physical functions and strength, never because they knew tactics or could use more advanced weapons. As for the Bayan race, Wang Wei had no intention of letting them participate in the battle this time. They only needed to be responsible for logistics work in the rear, and Wang Wei was already satisfied. So this time, they must ensure that the biggest goal is achieved with the least casualties. After hearing Wang Wei's explanation, Orwell felt a little dissatisfied. What if they immediately escape when they see that the situation is not right? What should we do? Are we going to let them go like this? Of course, Wang Wei never thought of letting them go. So he took out another magic weapon to win. This is a new defensive weapon developed based on the protective shield recorded in ancient civilizations. Although it cannot protect the entire subspace planet on a large scale, if it can lead the alien spacecraft formation to a designated location, then it can use the energy shield to cover the designated location, leaving the alien creatures no chance to escape. However, this energy shield does not work for long. It requires a lot of energy support. At present, they have not mined the triangular crystal, so the energy shield can only work for a short time. They must fight quickly. Based on what I said, do you have any questions? If you don't understand, you can ask now. I will explain it to you one by one. But if you wait until the war really starts, I am afraid that no one will answer these questions for you. The questions raised by Orwell have been answered, so everyone has no questions at present, just waiting for Wang Wei to give orders for them to complete what they should do step by step. This time Wang Wei decided to try a risky way and let Goso go to provoke the alien spaceship formation. Wang Wei believed that if Goso went to challenge the alien spaceship formation, then the alien leader crews would be very angry. He must not accept that people like humans, who seem to have no lethality, challenged his bottom line again and again. Rochelle and Orwell looked at Goso with worry. They did think that if Goso was asked to do this, there would still be a lot of uncertainty. After all, Goso was not as strong as the Bayan race and the Zerg army. But if it was someone else, the outcome might be different. Wang Wei told them what happened the last time he sent Goso to harass the alien spaceship formation outside the large space planet. When Lasher heard that Goso was so decisive, he was also very surprised. He never thought that Goso seemed to have the same decisiveness as Wang Wei. Goso was a little embarrassed by Wang Wei's praise and scratched his head. Actually, I'm not as good as you say. I just did what I should do. Wang Wei shrugged helplessly and explained to everyone that he believed that only this method could successfully introduce the group of alien creatures to the designated location. At the same time, complete their plan. Since Wang Wei has made a decision, it is not easy for others to say anything more. So they simply agreed to Wang Wei's request. But what surprised them was whether the weapons could destroy the alien spacecraft. Wang Wei handed this matter over to the Zerg army. The last time you attacked the alien spaceship formation, I saw with my own eyes that you destroyed the alien spaceship. So this time your people need to be divided into two parts. One part is mainly responsible for destroying the alien spaceship formation, and the other part is responsible for destroying and stopping your aliens. Wang Wei only needs to give Orwell some advice on this matter, and Orwell can arrange the rest by himself. After all, Orwell led the Zerg army before, but it caused a lot of trouble to the Bian race. Otherwise, the two races would not have been in a mode of getting along with each other like enemies meeting and being particularly jealous. After all the plans were discussed, they decided to start this plan tomorrow night. As for why it was at night, it can only be said that Wang Wei bad taste. Wang Wei explained to everyone a word from Xia country on Earth. The reason why we chose to act at night corresponds to an old saying in my country. This saying is on a dark and windy night. It is the time to kill and set fire. Although most people did not understand what Wang Wei meant by this sentence, they could roughly guess that it was probably to take advantage of the light to make it easier for them to act. The next night, after Wang Wei had a good rest and was refreshed, he got up early and started to prepare. At this moment, the Zerg army and the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation base were also fully prepared, waiting for Wang Wei's order to launch an attack on the alien spacecraft at any time. Goso was the main character this time, so he had already prepared early and was checking his small spacecraft. Wang Wei walked to Goso and patted his shoulder, seemingly chatting with Goso. You need to complete such an important task this time. I wonder if you are a little nervous. If you feel nervous, I can help you. After all, I don't need to do anything this time. The reason why Wang Wei did not participate in the battle against alien creatures was to see whether the Bian race and the Zerg army could reach a consensus on the invasion of alien creatures. If they can really live in peace in the future, it will be a good thing for the environment on the subspace planet. But what Wang Wei did not expect was that Goso did not think this matter was so terrible at all, and even wanted to try it. No one has ever dared to pluck the hair from the tiger's tail before. This time, I want to be the first person to try it. Wang Wei knew that for Goso, this matter might not be considered an important matter. But what Goso was going to do next was still very favorable for their spaceship formation to attack alien creatures this time. At the moment when the warriors of the subspace planet led by Goso set off, Wang Wei's heart was completely hanging. It's not that he doesn't trust Goso, but because this operation is bound to be difficult. Cruz had been fooled once before, and he obviously thought that Wang Wei and his men didn't have so many means to completely wipe out their race. So when he saw Goso calling for a small spaceship to destroy their spaceship engine again, Cruz had only one idea in his mind. That is, to capture Goso and cut him into pieces. It seemed that only in this way could he really stop hating what Goso had done before. It was just that the situation he didn't expect happened again. And this time Arthur ran more happily than before. When he noticed that the alien creatures were moving, he immediately rushed to the designated location according to Wang Wei's instructions. The alien creature spaceship formation led by Cruz naturally noticed Goso movements. But this time Cruz was determined not to give Goso a chance to escape again. He looked at the people around him and ordered seriously, "Don't let him escape easily. Even if you have to pay a very heavy price, you must keep him alive." Originally, the alien creatures also felt that invading the large space planet at this moment was actually of no benefit to them, because they had seen the means of a space planet before. Now they still have one spaceship whose engine has not been completely repaired. At this time, they will easily lose the upper hand when fighting with the people of the subspace planet. Of course, Cruz is now furious. He doesn't want to know what the final result of chasing Goso will be, but he absolutely cannot tolerate Goso provoking them in front of him again and again. In this way, Wang Wei took a group of people to hide in a hidden place near the designated location, watching Goso and the alien spaceship formation approaching their location. In fact, the civilization and technology of the alien creatures are also very advanced. When they approached Goso location, their biological detectors had already reminded them that there were unknown creatures around. However, Cruz did not think so much. After all, this is a subspace planet, and the existence of any life form is not a strange thing. Just like that, when their spaceship formation surrounded Goso, a huge energy shield rose instantly, covering all objects in this area. The alien creatures were completely panicked at this moment. No one, including Cruz, knew what the seemingly translucent energy shield was. But he had a vague feeling in his heart that he must have been trapped by the people on the subspace planet. When Cruz came out of the spaceship formation, the army of alien creatures behind him stared at Goso with a covetous look. Goso was not afraid at all, and even leaned on the small spaceship with his legs crossed, staring at Cruz with a smile on his face. Cruz's expression was very ferocious, which made people feel a little scary. But almost at the same time, countless winged insect soldiers appeared behind Goso. They all held weapons that could melt alien creatures instantly. Cruz realized that Wang Wei had set a trap for them, deliberately making them feel angry and chased after him. His tone was very angry. And he asked Goso, "Where is Wang Wei?" "He planned all this, right?" Goso smiled and nodded, and gave Cruz a thumbs up. "I didn't expect you to be so smart. You saw that this plan was designed by Wang Wei at once. It's just that although you are a little smart, it's not enough. Although this plan was designed by Wang Wei, didn't you take the initiative to get in?" When he heard this, Cruz's mood instantly fell to the bottom. Just like what the human in front of him said. He knew that the creatures on the subspace planet were not as kind as those on other planets. But didn't he still fall into the other party's trap? Let Wang Wei come out. Doesn't he want us to give up the idea of invading the subspace planet and the plant planet? I agree to your conditions. The premise is that you must let us leave safely. Goso listened to Cruz's words and shook his head. It's not impossible to let Wang Wei come out. But if you want to negotiate with Wang Wei and let him let you go, I advise you not to dream. After saying that, Goso ignored Cruz's reaction, waved behind him, and shouted loudly, "Wang Wei, Cruz wants to see you. Don't you come out to see him?" Wang Wei showed up next to Goso. In fact, he has always been invisible and followed Goso, in order to ensure Goso's safety. But the moment he appeared, he still scared Goso. "When did you come to me? Why is there no sound?" Wang Wei ignored Goso's complaint and looked at Cruz on the opposite side. "Before this, weren't you very tough and wanted to teach us a lesson? Letting us know that even if we don't want to, as long as you want to invade our planet, you can easily do it?" When Cruz heard this, the expression on his face became even uglier. "You can think about it. Now we can agree to your request and no longer invade and attack the subspace planet and the plant planet. But the premise is that you must open the energy protection shield to let us leave safely." After Cruz finished speaking, Wang Wei held his chin and pondered for a long time. "You mean now that you have noticed the crisis? So you want to compromise and no longer plan to invade the subspace planet and the plant planet. But you need me to let you leave the subspace planet safely and no longer attack you, right?" Cruz thought Wang Wei agreed with his proposal and nodded to Wang Wei. "You are right. As long as you can let us go, we can guarantee that we will never appear near the subspace planet and the plant planet, and we will not invade the Earth again." Wang Wei nodded, and his action made Cruz relieved. But the next second, what Wang Wei said almost made Cruz angry to death. "But your kind who want to invade the Earth has been imprisoned by me. Even if you still want to invade the Earth, I am afraid you don't have this opportunity. You can also try to contact your kind who want to invade the plant planet and see if there is any response." After hearing Wang Wei's words, Cruz immediately had a bad premonition. He was almost sure that whether they were planning to invade the Earth or the kind who invaded the plant planet, they had been completely dealt with by Wang Wei. Cruz's expression began to become ferocious, and he wished he could tear Wang Wei to pieces right now. "So you have made all the preparations in advance. So you led us here and wanted to catch us all in one fell swoop. Is that right?" When he heard this, Wang Wei nodded. "You are right. Because we never thought of letting you go. This alien race has a completely different mentality from other alien races. So Wang Wei never intended to let them go from the beginning. If he let the alien race go this time, then the alien creatures will still come back next time. And they will invade other planets even more fiercely. And no one can stop them. Then you are deliberately playing tricks on us." Cruz was almost on the verge of collapse. They have never failed in invading other planets. But they only failed with Wang Wei. But no one could imagine that they have no power to fight back now. In fact, you are not without a chance. I proposed at the beginning that if you are willing, as long as you can do it, and stop invading other planets, I can indeed let you go. But you have never thought about this issue from beginning to end. Even just now, you still think that as long as you can promise us now that you will not invade other planets again, you will still have a chance. This sentence made Cruz feel that all his secrets were seen through. But he had no way to refute Wang Wei, because he just thought so. Now it seems that they have indeed fallen into the hands of Wang Wei epidemic people. But as long as he is given a chance, he can make a comeback. Let Wang Wei and his companions understand that their race will never be manipulated by anyone. However, now Wang Wei has laid out all his thoughts on the surface, and Cruz cannot accept it. At this moment, a subordinate beside Cruz took the initiative to step forward and said angrily, "Why should we be afraid of these tiny creatures directly attacking them? The entire subspace planet will become our territory." Chapter 294, A Great Victory. Cruz also felt that what his men said made sense. Even if they took the initiative to ask for peace now, or even showed weakness in front of Wang Wei and his men, Wang Wei would never be soft on them. Since this was the situation, they might as well give it a try. If they could win through weapons and numbers, then this time would be a life or death struggle for them. Cruz ignored Wang Wei on the opposite side, and immediately ordered the warriors of their race to prepare for battle. Goso smiled beside Wang Wei. They still think they have a fighting chance against us. Who gave them the courage? Wang Wei shrugged. Maybe it was Fish Liang. Goso had never heard of this name, and curiously asked, who is Fish Liang? Is she famous? Why can she give courage to alien creatures? But why does the name sound like someone from Earth? Wang Wei was helpless, and could only let Goso concentrate on dealing with the attack of alien creatures. Although they still don't know why the aliens think that counterattack now can hurt them. But Wang Wei knows that they can invade multiple planets, and successfully turn those planets into colonies. Which means that the ability of this alien race is not weak. At least it is definitely not as weak as it looks. Goso didn't ask any more questions. After all, the most important thing for them now is to deal with the aliens. After the aliens terminate the contract, he will ask Wang Wei who the person named Liang Jingru is. Then, both sides began to get ready, and a war to defend the subspace planet will be triggered. The alien spaceship formation began to change under Cruz's command, and a group of small spaceships were released from the spaceship formation. These small spaceships are equipped with various weapons, which look very novel, but it is unknown how lethal they are. Wang Wei insect army is ready. They hold weapons that Wang Wei has researched and can destroy biological genes. And they are also ready with sufficient ammunition. Just when both sides thought that the other side might give orders directly, they also gave orders to attack at the same time. The insect swarm army rushed to the alien spaceship formation first, using their hard and strong good and evil to make the alien spaceships full of wounds. At the same time, the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation drove small spaceships and used the gene destruction weapons developed by Wang Wei. Attack all the alien creatures that approached. The situation was basically no different from the last time they fought. Under the firepower coverage of the group of people on the subspace planet, basically no alien creatures could get close to their base camp. At the same time, because of the energy shield, even if the gene destruction equipment was used, it did not cause any impact on all the creatures outside the energy shield. In addition, the soldiers on the side of the Interstellar Federation were basically gods, who hit the target every time. And the shooters never hurt innocent people. Cruz watched their soldiers, and soon lost a large number of people. He was furious and anxious at the same time, because the current battle situation was almost one-sided. Their soldiers were always at a disadvantage. Cruz didn't know when Wang Wei developed this weapon that had mass destruction to their kind. But he also understood that if they could not solve this kind of weapon, they would have absolutely no chance of winning in this fight. At this moment, Cruz exerted his ability, and wanted to use his ability to control Wang Wei. That's right. Cruz's ability is stronger than that of ordinary people of alien creatures. He can control other people's thoughts through his own ability. It's just that this control ability lasts for a short time. But for the current battle situation, Cruz believes that even if he controls Wang Wei for a short time, it can affect the deployment of the army on the subspace planet, giving them an opportunity. But he didn't expect that the biological interference radio waves he sent out would have no effect on Wang Wei at all. Wang Wei frowned as he watched Cruz constantly exerting force on him. He immediately ordered Orwell and the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation base to try to keep Chris alive when dealing with alien creatures in the future. He still had some questions to figure out. Orwell thought Wang Wei was a bit long-winded, but he agreed with Wang Wei's idea in his heart. He immediately told all the soldiers of the Zerd Tide Army through the Zerd Tide Army's unique communication method not to hurt the alien leader Cruz. The battle was almost over soon. Those alien creatures were basically destroyed by genes, and their weapons turned into pools of yellow-green liquid. The alien creature's spaceship formation was also torn apart by the Zerd Tide Army's soldiers, turning into a pile of scrap copper and iron. Cruz watched as the surroundings gradually became empty, and he completely lost the idea of resistance. But he never thought that they, who had always been mainly aimed at invading other planets and plundering other planets' resources, would actually be defeated by this group of joint teams that seemed to have no combat power. When Cruz was brought to Wang Wei, Cruz began to question Wang Wei. Why do you know our plan and can develop such a powerful weapon? Wang Wei didn't know how to answer Cruz's question. In fact, I had already started to develop this weapon before you appeared. But at that time I just wanted to give us a guarantee, and never thought of using this weapon against any alien race. It can only be said that you appeared at the wrong time. If you could have appeared earlier, everything might have changed completely. Everyone present knew that Wang Wei was right, because before that they were all deeply affected by the parasites, such as meat stripes, including the combat effectiveness of the Interstellar Federation base, which also plummeted. If the alien creatures appeared when the combat effectiveness of the Interstellar Federation was not enough to deal with them, then the situation would be completely different from now. Cruz suddenly laughed. I never thought that one day I would actually lose to you guys. Wang Wei felt that Cruz's idea was wrong, and he casually said, it's not that you will lose to us one day, but if you continue to think that you are very powerful and look down on creatures on other planets, you will eventually fail one day. In fact, Wang Wei felt that the alien creatures should be thankful that they attacked the subspace planet this time. If they dared to attack on Earth, he could guarantee that the alien creatures would have a worse fate. Cruz didn't understand why Wang Wei wanted to leave him alive, because according to his understanding, Wang Wei should have wiped out their race. Why did you leave me? Why don't you just use your weapons to turn me into a pool of yellow-green liquid? Wang Wei walked up and patted Cruz on the shoulder. I know that for you. Being able to survive now may be a shameful thing, but you don't have to worry. I just have some things I want to clarify with you. When I figure out what I want to know, I will personally send you on your way. Cruz didn't expect to get such an answer, and the expression on his face was a little strange. Wang Wei knew that there was no one in this world who was not afraid of death. They said they were afraid of death, but when death came, fear would still shroud them. It's just that some people can face this fear directly, but some people can't bear the torture brought by this fear. It's obvious that Cruz is the latter. Wang Wei took Cruz back to the laboratory, and other things were left to the insect army, the Bian race, and the warriors of the Interstellar Federation. After he came to the laboratory, he untied Cruz. In fact, the reason why I left your life this time is because I want to find out whether there are any alien races that like to plunder other planets among the alien races you know. Besides you. Cruz shook his head at Wang Wei. If you want to ask this question, then I really have nothing to say, because the other alien races we have encountered have become the food of our people. No one can really survive and complete the invasion and occupation of other planets. Wang Wei guessed that there would be such an answer, but he was not surprised. Anyway, he kept Cruz to find out this matter. He had never forgotten that the Prophet Soros on the plant planet had been controlled by someone. If they could successfully solve the problem of alien creatures wanting to invade the subspace planet this time, then they should find out who wanted to take away the scepter of the plant planet. And this kind of scepter is not only on the plant planet. There is also a scepter with a similar appearance and similar ability on the three-eyed planet. He always felt that there might be some connection between the scepters of these two planets, which made the mastermind behind the scenes so persistent in wanting to get the scepter. Wang Wei had no questions to ask, and just when he was about to ask someone to take Cruz away and solve it, Cruz suddenly spoke. I have a question to ask you. Can you answer my question before I die? Wang Wei did not act too arrogant, but nodded and waved to stop the warrior who was about to take Cruz away. You can ask. Cruz thought about it and asked the doubts in his heart. I have the ability to control you in a short time. Why is this ability useless to you? The ability to control him in a short time? Wang Wei was silent for a while before digesting Cruz's words. You mean you can control my behavior in a short time if you want? Cruz nodded. It was with this ability that he led his tribe to invade other planets again and again, and finally occupied those planets, and remained invincible. However, this time his ability failed on Wang Wei. When thinking of this, Cruz still felt incredible. Wang Wei carefully thought about Cruz's question, and finally he set his sights on himself. If you have used the ability you described on me, but it didn't work, I think it should be the Xiantian armor on my body that played a role. Xiantian armor? Cruz looked at the seemingly ordinary armor on Wang Wei and fell into deep thought. He had never thought that the armor on Wang Wei had such an ability before. This time he no longer had any doubts, and willingly followed the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation base out of Wang Wei laboratory. The three-eyed Star King walked into the laboratory at this time, and saw Wang Wei frowning. He didn't know what he was thinking, and felt a little curious. We have successfully annihilated the alien creatures, and prevented their invasion of the subspace planet this time. Why do you seem unhappy? Wang Wei shook his head at the three-eyed Star King. I'm not unhappy. But there are some issues that have not been clarified. I guess you also know that we have been looking for who controls Soros, and why he wants to get the scepter of the plant planet. Wang Wei had already mentioned the three-eyed Star King nod to her. And she and Wang Wei were very curious why the other party's main purpose was not to control and occupy the plant planet, but to get the scepter of the plant planet. The most important point is that the three-eyed planet also has such a scepter. If the other party wants to get the scepter of the plant planet, does it prove that the three-eyed planet may also be deprived of the scepter? But Wang Wei was fine. Why did he suddenly mention this matter? Have you discovered anything? The three-eyed Star King looked at Wang Wei anxiously. This matter is of vital importance to both the three-eyed planet and the plant planet. So the three-eyed Star King cannot be careless at all. Wang Wei thought about it carefully and decided to tell the three-eyed Star King what he just heard from Cruz. Just now I asked Cruz if he knew that there was a creature in the nearby star field that could control the other's body through other means. Cruz said he had never heard of such a creature. But he said he had used an ability on me that could control me for a short period of time. But this ability did not work on me. The three-eyed Star King eyes widened instantly. Isn't the ability he said the same as the ability to control Soros? Wang Wei nodded. It does not seem to be much different. But there are some differences in essence. I believe you have also noticed that Cruz can only control me for a short period of time, and cannot really control me completely. That is to say, if Cruz has this ability, then the person who controls Soros will not be him, but someone who is more capable than him. Suddenly, Wang Wei and the three-eyed Star King looked at each other, and the two rushed out of the laboratory tacitly. They stopped the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation before they executed Cruz. Wait! Fortunately, they arrived in time and Cruz had not been executed yet. Cruz saw Wang Wei and the three-eyed Star King appear at the same time, and he did not react. He knew that since he failed in Wang Wei's hands this time, he had become an existence that could be disposed of by Wang Wei, and there was no chance to fight back at all. But he was still a little curious in his heart. Why Wang Wei suddenly appeared? Wang Wei asked people to take Cruz back to his laboratory now, and he still had some questions to figure out. Although the soldiers did not understand why Wang Wei wanted to keep Cruz's life, they never thought of going against Wang Wei's decision and personally sending Cruz back to Wang Wei's laboratory. In the laboratory, Wang Wei and the three-eyed Star King surrounded Cruz and stared at him for a long time. Finally, Wang Wei took the lead and spoke. If we remember correctly, you said before that you have the ability to control me for a short period of time. But this ability does not work on me. Is that right? Cruz nodded at Wang Wei, not quite understanding why Wang Wei asked the same question again. I mean, do you know that there are other alien races that have the same abilities as you? Cruz was stunned. He didn't understand why Wang Wei asked this question. But Wang Wei's question did remind him of something that happened a long time ago. So long that even he himself began to forget it. In fact, Cruz and the alien race he led were not the same species. They just looked very similar in appearance. And there was actually no connection at all. However, not many people knew this, because Cruz was the one who really led this race to become stronger. So Cruz naturally became the leader of this race. But in fact, the planet where Cruz was born was in a galaxy far away from here, and people there would awaken a kind of ability after they became adults. The ability that Cruz awakened was the least favored ability. That was to control the actions of others. This ability was not worth mentioning in their race, because people of the same race would not be controlled by this ability at all. And other people in their race, who had strong abilities, did not need to use this ability to complete the invasion of other planets. That's right. The idea of invading other planets and plundering their resources is not unique to him or the race he leads, but something he has learned from his surroundings. This behavior pattern is what his race always does. So he doesn't think there is anything wrong with doing such things. But he never thought of changing this situation, because after starting to invade other planets and plunder their resources, the race he led did grow stronger. Otherwise, his ambition would not gradually expand, and he would even want to expand on a large scale in the end. Which led to Wang Wei taking advantage of the loophole and causing the race he led to be completely destroyed. Looking at Wang Wei and the three-eyed Star King, Cruz decided to tell them everything he knew, since his dream has been shattered. He wants to see if Wang Wei can win like this time if he encounters the people of their Cthulhu tribe. Chapter 295 Understanding of the Crush Clan. After Cruz's description, Wang Wei and the King of the Three-Eyed Star finally realized that Cruz and the alien creatures they destroyed did not belong to the same race. Cruz came from a more distant star field, in which everyone in their Crush Clan would awaken a special ability after adulthood. The people of the Crush Clan all respected special abilities with stronger combat power. Which means that Cruz, who had awakened the ability of mind control, was not welcomed. It was for this reason that Cruz, who was ostracized on their crushed planet, left his home planet and came to other planets to seek opportunities to survive and grow. He did not think about returning to crushed planet, because he knew that no matter how well he developed, he would never be a match for his own people. So, he never thought about going back for revenge, but only wanted to create his own kingdom. When he discovered that the alien creatures he controlled, that is, the alien creatures destroyed by Wang Wei and his people, also had the ability to devour and copy puppets, he began his plan. He was determined to control this race and find a larger planet with richer resources, more remote, more suitable for them to live in, and not discovered by the Crusoe. However, his plan was destroyed by Wang Wei just a little bit. Hearing this, Wang Wei was not interested in Crusoe's plan. He asked Crusoe if he could control the corpse with his mental control ability. Corpse? Crusoe was confused. Yes, it's a corpse. At this point, Wang Wei no longer intends to hide it from Cruz. We once saw a person who became unlike himself, which aroused our suspicion. According to our observation, this person should be dead, and there are corpse spots on his body. But because of some circumstances, his corpse spots can be covered up. So I want to know, if it is your Crusoe clan, can you awaken and have the ability to control corpses? Cruz was silent for a long time, and finally he nodded to Wang Wei. If you are talking about the Crusoe clan, there is indeed a possibility that someone may awaken. But compared to Wang Wei worries, Cruz's real concern is what exactly is the reason that can prevent the corpse of a dead person from decaying. They each have their own thoughts. And Cruz was not executed immediately, but was imprisoned. Although he has the ability to control other people's thoughts in a short period of time, with Wang Wei around, he can't make any waves at all. After instructing the people below not to approach Cruz casually, Wang Wei and the Three-Eyed Star King returned to the laboratory. The Three-Eyed Star King looked at Wang Wei. Do you suspect that the Crusoe tribe has invaded the plant planet and coveted the scepter owned by the plant planet? Wang Wei nodded to the Three-Eyed Star King. Yes, that's what I think. Although we don't know why the Crusoe tribe needs the scepter of the plant planet, we can be sure that this matter is definitely not as simple as we think. Wang Wei believes that the Crusoe tribe already has the characteristics of awakening special abilities. According to common sense, they don't need to rely on any external forces to fulfill their ambitions. If everything is related to the Crusoe tribe, then the purpose of their needing the scepter is likely to prove that the scepter can bring them more powerful energy or benefits. Although Wang Wei doesn't care about this kind of thing, he knows that the Plant Star King is definitely unwilling to hand over the scepter. He once said that the scepter must never leave the plant planet. Thinking of this, Wang Wei suddenly had a headache. He looked at the Three-Eyed Star King. Have you heard of such a saying? The Three-Eyed Star King nodded. Yes. There is indeed such a saying on our planet. Just like the plant planet, it is almost passed down from generation to generation by successive kings. But we don't know the reason. In addition to the ability of the scepter, we don't know what kind of impact the scepter will have on our planet. This answer surprised Wang Wei. If only the sharp-blade kings of each planet know the significance of the existence of the scepter and the impact it will have on the planet, then, how can they solve this mystery? Do they have to find the Crusoe clan and ask clearly? Wang Wei felt that this idea was even more unreliable than the result they got by guessing. It's not that he was afraid, but according to Crusoe's description, the Crusoe clan must be very powerful, and their people are more inclined to awaken stronger combat capabilities. People like Crusoe who have awakened mental control abilities will not be able to stay in the clan because they are excluded. It is hard to imagine how strong this race that can awaken special abilities is among all interstellar races. If one day they really have to fight with the Crusoe clan, Wang Wei also hopes that it will be after he has made sufficient preparations. The King of the Three-Eyed Star saw Wang Wei extremely entangled look, and sighed, I think it is better for us not to entangle this matter now. At present, the plant planet is the most affected. We should help them recover to their previous state. Wang Wei nodded. Since he had no clue, he should follow the King of the Three-Eyed Star and not consider this matter for the time being. For the next period of time, Wang Wei basically did not leave the Interstellar Federation base. The task of helping the plant planet restore basic productivity fell on the head of the King of the Three-Eyed Star. The King of the Three-Eyed Star led the people of the Interstellar Federation to the plant planet to help, while Wang Wei stayed in the Interstellar Federation base to do experimental research. He would occasionally go to Crusoe to talk about the Crusoe clan. Crusoe's attitude towards Wang Wei was not as hateful as before. But he would not give him a good face when he saw Wang Wei appear. Wang Wei is used to this. I came here this time to talk about your views on the Earth. Why did you choose a relatively small planet in the Milky Way among so many planets? After arriving in outer space, Wang Wei realized how small the Earth is compared to other interstellar celestial bodies. But Wang Wei is still very satisfied with the ecological environment of the Earth. And he also finds it incredible. Because on a planet like the Earth, which is not particularly outstanding in size, there are so many humans and so many races living there. And although wars may break out between races, at least it looks peaceful on the surface. Cruz said that the reason why he knew about the Earth and wanted to invade the Earth was entirely because of a sacred object with prophetic power that he brought from the Crusoe people. Holy object? After hearing what Cruz said, Wang Wei felt more and more that the Crusoe people must have more mysterious civilization and technology. Cruz explained to Wang Wei the specific abilities of the so-called sacred object. The basic ability of this sacred object is prophetic ability. The prophetic power of the holy relic can predict what will happen in a short period of time, allowing Cruz to solve the events that threaten him and the alien creatures he leads in advance. Before Cruz decided which planet to invade next, he used the prophetic power of this holy relic to predict the events and people that might threaten the alien creatures. In the prophecy given by the prophetic power of this holy relic, the biggest threat to the alien creatures he leads is on the Earth in the Milky Way. At this moment, Wang Wei felt a little embarrassed. And Cruz seemed to suddenly understand something and immediately looked up at Wang Wei. I know. The person who is the biggest threat to the alien creatures mentioned by the holy relic is you. Wang Wei was embarrassed. Although the prophecy given by the prophetic power of the holy relic did not directly state his identity and name, and even made Cruz not know that he would pose a threat to the alien creatures led by Cruz. But according to the results, the prophecy of the holy relic was not wrong. You can't blame me for this. If you have never thought of invading the planets inhabited by other creatures, occupying the resources there, or even using the special abilities of alien creatures to devour all the creatures on the planet, I will never attack you. This time Wang Wei was telling the truth. If the alien creatures led by Cruz would not pose any threat to the Earth, the subspace planets, or even the plant planets, he really didn't need to wipe out the alien creatures led by Cruz. Just thinking that the prophetic power of the holy object had predicted the result. But he still lost miserably to Wang Wei. Cruz still felt unwilling in his heart. Why can you, a creature from a tiny planet in a distant galaxy, defeat me? Wang Wei shrugged helplessly. If he could defeat the alien creatures led by Cruz, the biggest reliance might be Cruz's rival in love. Because in Cruz's mind, he and the large army he led were not taken seriously at all. Even though the alien race led by Cruz suffered a setback at their hands at the beginning, Cruz still believed that it was because they were too careless and did not have time to fight back. So even though Cruz led the alien race's fleet of spaceships to leave the subspace planet, they did not leave too far. Their plan was to wait until the spaceships were repaired before launching a large-scale attack on the subspace planet. This gave Wang Wei and his team enough time to prepare, and also allowed Wang Wei to use the weapons of mass destruction that he had obtained from previous research. Wang Wei felt that Cruz might not be very lucky. If Cruz really appeared before they could solve the problem of the parasitism of the meatworm, and the troubles it brought to all creatures on the subspace planet, as the king of the three-eyed alien said, then the outcome of this time would be difficult to determine. Cruz also knew that he was the only one left, and he had no chance to make a comeback. So he simply stopped worrying about it. However, after talking with Wang Wei several times, Cruz found that Wang Wei and his team seemed to be very interested in the Crusoe people. The thing you asked me before. Is it because you also want to attack the Crusoe people? Wang Wei thought seriously, and nodded to Cruz. If you want to hear the truth, then I can tell you that I do intend to launch an attack on the Crusoe tribe. The reason is not very complicated. It's just that they may have touched my reverse scale. Wang Wei didn't know whether it was a reverse scale or not. He couldn't bear to see powerful alien creatures relying on their own abilities, causing serious harm to weak alien creatures. Although he had no reason to ask the very powerful alien creatures to protect those with weaker strength, he at least had a conscience. He knew that even if he was very strong, he would never do things like occupying the planets where other creatures lived without reason, and plundering the resources of other planets. After all, it was just resources, as long as they could exchange what they had with the other party, and the other party was willing. Then it was a matter of mutual consent, and there was no need to make a big fuss. As for invading other people's planets, although there were also considerable hidden dangers on Earth, it was very likely that the Earth would become unsuitable for biological survival in a few years. But Wang Wei believed that as long as they could remain rational, they could also find a planet suitable for humans on Earth to live. Moreover, Wang Wei always felt that even if there might be other creatures on the planet they were about to migrate to in the future, they would try their best to be friendly with other alien creatures. The development of human civilization taught Wang Wei that he must follow rules and principles in everything he did, and he could not arbitrarily plunder everything that others had. But for alien creatures, there was absolutely no reason to follow this rule. So Wang Wei never got angry because alien creatures did not handle things according to the thinking of Earthlings. He just felt that if everyone could sit down and talk calmly and solve the needs of both parties in a peaceful way, the outcome would definitely be more acceptable than a fight between the two sides. Cruz saw that Wang Wei was silent for a long time and felt a little curious. In Cruz's mind, although Wang Wei looked very weak, he had extremely powerful abilities, and they even had weapons with super lethality. He didn't understand why Wang Wei, who was so powerful, would still have something to worry about as long as he didn't meet the Crusoe tribe. I think there is no need for planets or races to fight as soon as they meet. Any problems can be solved calmly. For example, the alien creatures led by you need a suitable place to live, or some resources, so everyone can exchange with each other. As for my real worry, I am worried that if the Crusoe tribe is carrying out some unknown plan for the plant planet or other planets without our knowledge, it will put us in a very passive situation. This time it was Cruz's turn to remain silent. If the Crusoe tribe had any plans for the planets mentioned by Wang Wei, he also believed that Wang Wei had no ability to stop the Crusoe tribe. Although I am also a Crusoe tribe, if you need it, I can provide you with help, provided that you must give me freedom. Wang Wei never thought of letting Cruz go. After all, Cruz had a grudge against them, and his ability was not weak. But when he heard that Cruz was willing to help them deal with the Crusoe clan, Wang Wei was still a little surprised. On second thought, Wang Wei could understand Cruz's idea. For Cruz, he should have lived happily on the planet where the Crusoe people had lived for generations. But now, he had left his hometown and led a group of creatures of different races to look for a planet suitable for them to live. If he hadn't failed, Cruz might never have thought of the Crusoe clan. After all, he didn't have the ability to retaliate against the Crusoe clan. But now the situation is exactly the opposite. The appearance of Wang Wei has made Cruz's army defeated. If it were him, he would definitely think of the people who drove him out of Crusoe. The difference is that even if he encountered difficulties and couldn't deal with them, Wang Wei never thought of helping alien creatures that were hostile to his home planet to deal with the people he hated. Revenge is something that needs to be done by yourself. If anyone else replaces you, the original meaning of revenge will be lost. It is absolutely impossible for us to let you go after this matter. If you hate us because of this matter, and want to use this opportunity to make a comeback. Wang Wei deliberately didn't finish his words, to give Crusoe some face. I don't have anything else to ask. You should rest early. After that, Wang Wei left the place where Crusoe was imprisoned. Wang Wei had no idea how to deal with Crusoe's group next. But good news came from the plant planet. According to the report of the Three-Eyed Star King, the reconstruction of the plant planet is not troublesome, because the real destroyed part is not much. The alien creatures appeared on the plant planet, and the biggest damage to the plant planet was that they devoured many of the people of the plant planet. But the Interstellar Federation base can help them rebuild their homes. But there is no way to help them reproduce. So this matter can only rely on the people of the plant planet to work hard and restore the plant planet to its strongest state as soon as possible. But Wang Wei didn't expect that when the Three-Eyed Star King came back. He actually brought the Plant Star King back with him. When he saw the Plant Star King, Wang Wei was a little puzzled. Obviously, the plant planet is now at an important moment of reconstruction and recovery. How can the new plant have time to come to their Interstellar Federation as a guest? Wang Wei stared at the Three-Eyed Star King carefully, and waited for the Three-Eyed Star King to answer. Unexpectedly, the Three-Eyed Star King did not give his answer, and the matter was preempted by the Plant Star King. The Plant Star King looked at Wang Wei. I asked them to bring me here. Chapter 296 Return to Earth. This made Wang Wei even more puzzled. The reconstruction of the plant planet still needs you to take charge. If you suddenly come here, won't the people on the plant planet panic? Although they did not stay on the plant planet for too long. Wang Wei also knew how much impact this alien invasion had on the people of the plant planet through contact with a few people. The Plant Star King shook his head. I believe the Three-Eyed Star King has explained to you that the destruction of the plant planet is not serious. For us, the real disaster is the harm caused by alien creatures to my people. Wang Wei understood what the Plant Star King meant. But they really couldn't change anything about this matter. They couldn't let all the creatures on the subspace planet run to help the people of the plant planet complete the task of reproduction. Before Wang Wei opened his mouth, the Plant Star King said to Wang Wei, "I came here this time because I actually have something very important to tell you. I want to say sorry to you." Wang Wei was stunned and asked the Three-Eyed Star King what was going on with his eyes. It would be fine if they brought the people back without saying anything. But why did the Plant Star King apologize to him right away? And how should he respond to this? Accept or not? The Plant Star King noticed Wang Wei's attitude and showed a self-deprecating smile to Wang Wei. "I know you must be wondering. I was so strong before. Why would I take the initiative to apologize to you now? In fact, the reason why I apologize to you is because I have realized how wrong I was. I always feel that there are secrets about the plant planet. And as a king, I should keep them well and never let anyone know. And there is no threat. But during this period of time, I have learned more about you from the Three-Eyed Star King. And I realize that you have a friendly heart towards any planet, including any race. It can be said that for you, there are only two kinds of people in this world. One is the one who can make friends, and the other is the one who can't be friends and can only fight. I am very glad that I don't have any hostility towards you." Hearing this, Wang Wei roughly understood why the Plant Star King followed the Three-Eyed Star King and others to the federal base. It was probably because of what happened on the Plant Star this time that made the Plant Star King realize it. However, this realization was of no use to him. He didn't want to preach to anyone. How to decide was what he should do as the Plant Star King. In fact, you don't have to have such a big psychological burden. If you think that the reason why the plant planet was invaded by alien creatures this time is because you didn't listen to my advice, then I can only tell you that you are really wrong. The Plant Star King looked at Wang Wei with surprise. He really didn't think that this time the plant planet was invaded by alien creatures. And it had nothing to do with Soros, who was controlled before. Wang Wei saw the curious look on the Plant Star King face, and didn't think about explaining the whole thing to him, but took the Plant Star King directly to see Cruz. When he saw Cruz's tall figure, the Plant Star King was dumbfounded. Although they are all alien creatures, the Plant Star King looks obviously closer to humans in appearance, and his height is no different from that of humans. But the color of his skin is different. But Cruz is different. Cruz is very tall, about 10 meters. In order to imprison him, Wang Wei built a separate space for him and blocked the transmission of all signals. As a result, Cruz's ability has no effect at all. That's why he dared to bring the Plant Star King to Cruz. Let him tell you why their people invaded the plant planet. Wang Wei and others had never asked about this before. After all, it was useless to ask. Even if they knew why the alien creatures invaded the plant planet, could they still stop the invasion of the alien creatures and let the people on the plant planet live again? As for now, he did this just to prevent the Plant Star King from blaming himself too much. In Cruz's description, their fleet of spaceships left the last occupied planet, took all the resources plundered from that planet, and began to look for the next place to settle. They happened to come to the vicinity of the plant planet, and saw a planet filled with green. Their first reaction was to immediately occupy this planet, and all the resources on this planet. According to the report of Cruz's men at the time, all the creatures on this planet did not seem to have such a strong killing power, which means that they could invade and occupy this planet relatively easily. Therefore, Cruz didn't care much about this planet at that time. He only left an alien creature on the spaceship and led the spaceship formation to leave. Because they used the holy object with prophetic power to figure out that there was a person and planet in the distant galaxy that would threaten their future lives. When they heard this, everyone's eyes fell on Wang Wei at the same time. Wang Wei held his forehead and said, "You guessed right. The planet and the person he said are the Earth and me." Wang Wei didn't expect that he would be framed by Cruz even though he had captured Cruz alive. He didn't have any aversion to this matter. After all, Cruz stated the facts. But from Cruz's mouth, this matter seemed to become that the reason why the plant planet was invaded by alien creatures was because of him. Such a result was what he didn't want to see. Aliens invaded other planets just because they wanted to plunder resources, and they had no essential connection with him at all. Cruz snorted coldly and asked Wang Wei if they had anything else to ask. If not, he would prepare to rest. Wang Wei was helpless. It was obvious that Cruz was a prisoner held in the Interstellar Federation base. But the prisoner lived a carefree life. Let's go! After so many days of contact, Wang Wei had basically figured out Cruz's personality. Whatever he wanted to say, he would say it as long as you asked. If it was something he didn't want to say, no matter how others asked, he would never say a word. The Plant King was taken to the guest room of the Interstellar Federation base by Wang Wei. The Three-Eyed King saw Wang Wei was about to leave, and hurriedly pulled Wang Wei. There is actually another reason for letting the Plant King come this time. I don't know as much about the scepter as he does, so I think his ideas may be of greater help to you. Hearing this, Wang Wei still stopped. Do you have anything to say? The Plant King closed the door and began to talk to Wang Wei and the Three-Eyed King. During the conversation, the Plant King told Wang Wei and the Three-Eyed King the secrets that the previous kings had taught him. In fact, the most important function of the scepter is not to control the people on our planet, but to put the three scepters together at the same time, which will make the three planets become one. 3? According to what Wang Wei and the Three-Eyed King know, they currently know of only 2 planets. So where is the third planet? The Three-Eyed King also looked at the Plant King in confusion. Are you sure what you know is true? The Plant King also showed a puzzled expression because of the Three-Eyed King questioning. Wang Wei did not dwell on the matter of the third planet. He was more curious that if, according to the Plant King's statement, the 3 planets should be one, and they were just split for some unknown reason. But since they were originally one, why did they suddenly separate? Could it be that the planet that originally had a whole scepter also suffered some kind of disaster, so they had to separate the 3 planets? What changes will happen after the 3 planets merge? They don't know all this. However, it is basically certain now that if the Crusoe family really wants to get the scepter of the Plant Planet, it means that they are very likely to know about this, and are also working hard to gather the 3 scepters and restore the original scepter. In other words, they should be trying to restore the original huge planet. As for why they do this, Wang Wei and others don't understand. Seeing their worried faces, Wang Wei smiled and said, "You don't need to worry so much. Not to mention that they didn't get the scepter. Now even you don't know where the third planet is, which means that their plan can't succeed easily." However, the King of the Three-Eyed Star and the King of the Plant Star were not as optimistic as Wang Wei, because if this matter was not resolved one day, it meant that they could not deal with what happened next with peace of mind. However, they all understood that what Wang Wei said made sense, now that the third planet had not been found, and no one from the Crusoe tribe had appeared. Their worries were completely unnecessary. Although Wang Wei said so, he also knew that if the Crusoe tribe appeared, it would not only threaten these planets, but also the Earth. Although he could not have the ability to fight against the Crusoe tribe for the time being, he still had to take precautions as soon as possible. This matter was only known between the King of the Plant Star and the King of the Three-Eyed Star, and others did not know the reason. After Lasher had organized the buy-in race, he came to the Interstellar Federation base. Before entering the Interstellar Federation base, he met Orwell, who was also looking for Wang Wei. The two of them started to show bad faces when they saw each other. Even when Wang Wei appeared, they did not give Wang Wei face, and they still looked at each other with a very unpleasant attitude. "What are you two doing here?" After hearing Wang Wei words, Lasher spoke first. "I don't know if you still remember that before you returned to Earth, we decided to hold a negotiation on the mining of triangular crystals on the subspace planet. This time, the invasion of alien creatures also made us understand that this matter must be put on the agenda. So, we came here just to talk to you about this matter. I don't know what you think about this matter." Hearing this, Wang Wei frowned. "Although I can understand your feelings, after your reminder, I did think of a more important thing. So wait for me to come back." After that, Wang Wei rushed out of the room in front of Lasher and Orwell and went straight to the Nanchaman transmission device. As he walked, he put on his Shantian armor, and the Three-Eyed Star King who passed by him was curious. "Where are you going?" Hearing his words, Wang Wei stopped. "I plan to go back to Earth." "Back to Earth? Did something happen on Earth again?" The Three-Eyed Star King was also a little nervous. If something really happened on Earth, they were located in the subspace planet and might not be able to go over to help. "Nothing big happened. I just thought that the problem over there had not been completely solved before I left, so I wanted to go back and take a look." With Wang Wei words, the Three-Eyed Star King relaxed a lot. However, when Wang Wei thought about how long he would be gone, The three-eyed Star King immediately thought of what Wang Wei had said before he left last time. Didn't you say before that you would negotiate with the Bayan race and the insect army to discuss the mining of the triangular crystal? Now you are leaving again. They won't come to trouble us. Right? Wang Wei hadn't thought about this. So he simply handed the matter over to the three-eyed Star King to take full responsibility, and told the three-eyed Star King that if the insect army and the Bayan race had any questions, they could wait for him to come back, and he would solve them personally. The three-eyed Star King thought it was funny, but he didn't stop Wang Wei. Based on his understanding of Wang Wei, it must not be a simple matter to make Wang Wei so anxious. I know. You can just go and deal with the things on Earth with confidence. Leave this to me. Wang Wei nodded to the three-eyed Star King, his face full of gratitude. Through the Nanchaman transmission device, Wang Wei appeared on Earth after a brief blindness. After the staff in charge of the Nanchaman device noticed the abnormal energy fluctuations, they saw Wang Wei and were very surprised by Wang Wei's appearance. Mr. Wang, how could you be here? Wang Wei did not have time to explain to them the purpose of his return this time, but asked where the official person in charge of Xia country was now, and he had something important to communicate with him. The staff immediately contacted the official person in charge and handed the phone to Wang Wei. Wang Wei did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. It's me, Wang Wei. I'm back from the subspace planet. Are you free? I want to talk to you. The official person in charge also knew that if it was Wang Wei who came back, it must be something important. So he did not dare to delay and found Wang Wei as soon as possible to ask what Wang Wei was about. Wang Wei got straight to the point this time and said to the other party, I have two purposes for coming back this time. The first is to find out the current situation of Eagle Sauce Country and help Xia Country get rid of Eagle Sauce Country's harassment as much as possible. The second, and the main purpose of my return this time. You should remember that alien creatures have come to Earth. I also encountered similar alien races on the subspace planet. However, unlike what we imagined, the way they invaded the planet is different. I am worried that they have left some of the alien races on Earth. So, I must make sure that the Earth is safe before returning to the Interstellar Federation base on the subspace planet. Wang Wei did not tell the official person in charge that his return this time would prevent Eagle Sauce Country from affecting Xia Country in the next 50 years. Otherwise, he would not be able to return to the Interstellar Federation base with peace of mind. Do you need our help? Although they hated alien creatures and hated Eagle Sauce Country, which wanted to help alien creatures for the sake of profit, they also understood that this matter was not only about Eagle Sauce Country, but also about the safety of all human beings on Earth. Not for now. I will contact you if I need any help. The official nodded and gave Wang Wei his personal contact information, so that Wang Wei could contact him at any time if he had any questions. In this case, Wang Wei immediately set out to find Lao Wang and Lao Zheng. These two people were the two scientists he trusted most on Earth, so he still needed their help. When they saw Wang Wei, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were as surprised as everyone else, and they didn't understand why Wang Wei suddenly appeared. Did something big happen again? Could it be that you didn't stop the aliens at all? Lao Wang looked at Wang Wei with a surprised look on his face, and even began to imagine that the Earth was about to become a colony of aliens. His reaction gave Wang Wei a headache. Am I so weak in your eyes? Old Wang was a little embarrassed and waved at Wang Wei. Don't get me wrong. That's not what I meant. I just want to say that if you encounter any trouble, you can actually ask us for help. Although we may not be as smart as you, and we don't have more advanced technology than you, we will definitely do our best. Old Zheng added. Don't worry. I came to you this time not because I failed to stop alien creatures from invading the subspace planet or the Earth, but because I have something that needs your help. Wang Wei immediately explained his purpose to the two. As the country that poses the greatest threat to Xia country at present, I think we need to give them a little bit of a blow so that they can no longer threaten Xia country in a short time. Old Wang and Old Zheng didn't understand Wang Wei's words. After all, from the current situation, Eagle country is the country with the strongest technology and the fastest research speed on the Earth. Although they have been working hard, and even have the help of Wang Wei, it doesn't sound like an easy task to give Eagle country a little blow in a short time. Wang Wei told them to be patient, and just find a way to find out what the Eagle country is currently researching, and leave the rest to him. Chapter 297 Unidentified Person. Seeing Wang Wei's attitude, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were somewhat excited, because they all understood that if Wang Wei wanted to help Xiagua would definitely gain a huge benefit. Perhaps, The projects they were studying could also benefit from it. Driven by this purpose, the two immediately used all their connections to investigate the research projects that had not produced any research results in the past 10 years in Xinjiang country, and were still ongoing. Looking at the busy figures of the two of them, Wang Wei suddenly thought of Ouyang Jifeng and his teacher and students. Have you heard about Wu Jigang recently? Lao Wang and Lao Jing looked up from their busy work. I haven't heard about it. But it seems that Wu Jigang has disappeared since Xinjiang country could not prove that they did not collude with alien creatures. Disappeared? Wang Wei felt that Wu Jigang was not someone who would disappear. After all, people like Wu Jigang would never stop before realizing his ideal. As for when he could realize his ideal, Wang Wei would not give him any chance. It seems that it is time to bring our people back from the Eagle country. When Lao Jing heard Wang Wei's words, he was nervous. You are right. If Wu Jigang continues to stay in the Eagle country, he will definitely take a detour. It is better to come back. I don't think the official person in charge intends to make public the results of their treatment. They don't have to worry about this at all. Wang Wei did not expect such a change. But he was a little curious about what Ouyang Jifeng was doing recently. Ouyang Jifeng has now returned to school for research. But his research may be secretly monitored for a while in the future. Wang Wei felt that this was all very normal. If Ouyang Jifeng did such a thing, and was still not monitored, it would make him feel a little worried. After all, ordinary people can't figure out Ouyang Jifeng's ability and his ideas. I go see him. You guys go ahead. Driving, Wang Wei came to the University Research Institute where Ouyang Jifeng was. When he saw Ouyang Jifeng, Wang Wei found that there were not many people here. So he simply got off the car to say hello to Ouyang Jifeng. When Ouyang Jifeng saw him, his reaction was very consistent with that of Lao Wang and Lao Jing. They all showed great surprise, which made Wang Wei feel strange. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you surprised that I would appear on Earth? Ouyang Jifeng nodded directly. I thought that after you returned to the subspace, you would not come back in a short time. After all, judging from your reaction, the situation over there should be more tense. Wang Wei had to admire Ouyang Jifeng's insight. So he smiled. The alien creatures that once agreed to cooperate with you have basically been completely annihilated by us. So I came back this time mainly to help Xiaogui gain a foothold. And I will not return to Earth in a short time. Ouyang Jifeng could understand Wang Wei's statement. After all, Wang Wei's main purpose of staying there was not to stay on this subspace planet. According to Ouyang Jifeng's understanding of Wang Wei, being able to appreciate the civilization and technology on various planets is what Wang Wei wants to do, and is working hard for. As you can see, I have resumed my research. And there is no threat to you or Xia country. Wang Wei felt that Ouyang Jifeng was a little too paranoid. He came to Ouyang Jifeng this time not because of this matter at all. Don't worry. How to deal with you is something that the authorities should consider. I will not intervene. Unless. Ouyang Jifeng laughed awkwardly. He knew what Wang Wei meant by unless. As long as their existence threatens Xia country. Even if the authorities do not take action, or it is not convenient to take action, Wang Wei will solve the problem in his own way. Did your teacher contact you during this period? Wang Wei sat on the flower bed by the roadside and chatted with Ouyang Jifeng. No. Didn't he become the confidant of the president of Eagle Sauce country? Ouyang Jifeng looked at Wang Wei in confusion. Since he learned that Eagle Sauce country was attacked by various countries on the earth, he no longer asked about these things. Nor did he care. As for what kind of end his teacher would end up with, that was the teacher's own business and had nothing to do with him. There is no news about your teacher now. After saying that, Wang Wei turned to look at Ouyang Jifeng without waiting for his response. I don't know what your feelings are towards Xinjiang country and Xia country, but I am very optimistic about your ability. If you are willing, I have something that you may be able to help with. And maybe you can make up for your mistakes. Making up for your mistakes is one of the few news that Ouyang Jifeng has heard that can cheer him up. Are you planning to let me find the whereabouts of my teacher? Wang Wei shook his head. He would not let Ouyang Jifeng do anything related to the Eagle country. Now, in the eyes of the Eagle country, Ouyang Jifeng is already a corpse. If the president of the Eagle country knows that Ouyang Jifeng is still alive, he will definitely take action against him. I now need people to help investigate the scientific research projects that the Eagle country has been carrying out and has not obtained research results in the past 10 years. It would be best to investigate the scientific research projects that the Eagle country will carry out in the future at the same time. I originally gave this matter to Lao Wang and Lao Jing, but their main expertise is not in this area, so it is a bit troublesome to investigate. Ouyang Jifeng didn't quite understand why Wang Wei would find him. Obviously, if he went to the official for this matter, the result might be better and faster. And there would be no need to worry about Wang Wei's plan being destroyed and leaked. The reason I came to you is that I have my plan. You just need to tell me whether you are willing to agree, and I will help you solve the rest. After hearing this, Ouyang Jifeng pondered for a moment, and finally agreed to Wang Wei's proposal. I do. Wang Wei stood up and patted Ouyang Jifeng's shoulder with satisfaction. That's right. If you do something wrong once, no one will deny you forever. So what you have to do is to prove to everyone that you have the intention to repent. After saying that, Wang Wei got into the car and left without caring about Ouyang Jifeng's reaction. Ouyang Jifeng looked at Wang Wei back and felt emotional. He found that Wang Wei was really a very cool person. It seemed that no matter what happened, as long as it happened to Wang Wei, it was nothing at all. I don't know if he has the chance to become a person like Wang Wei. Back at the institute, Wang Wei observed the progress of Lao Wang and Lao Zheng's investigation. Just as he expected, because Lao Wang and Lao Deng's majors were not in this area. Even if they worked together, the progress would feel very slow. While eating, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng began to complain to Wang Wei. This matter can obviously be done by the government. Why do we have to do it ourselves? Lao Zheng thought about it, and guessed Wang Wei's thoughts. Wang Wei certainly does not want the government to know. So he did this. After all, this is also a certain risk for Xiaogua. If the Eagle Sauce country really knew that their research results were stolen, do you think they would be angry? Lao Wang did not take the Eagle Sauce country seriously at all. If they are angry, they can be angry. Can they still rob them? Besides, if they fail to produce research results, it means that they are not capable enough. What does it have to do with us? Lao Zheng felt that he seemed to be unable to communicate with Lao Wang. So he turned around and asked Wang Wei. Wang Wei's answer was actually not much different from Lao Zheng's guess. After all, in terms of external attitude, Xiaogua has always maintained a neutral and friendly attitude. Xiaogua never takes the initiative to provoke anyone. But if someone dares to provoke Xiaogua, they will definitely not let the other party have an easy time. Although Xia has always been developing Xia, as long as Xia military strength is there, no one will really attack Xia. Thinking of this, Lao Zheng suddenly began to understand Wang Wei's meaning. If Wang Wei privately researched these research results and handed them over to the country, then even if the Eagle country held the country responsible, Xia could say that all of this was researched by Wang Wei and handed over to the country. And it had nothing to do with the official Xia country. And they never thought of targeting the Eagle country. At that time, the Eagle country might still be very angry. But what can they do? By that time, Wang Wei must have already gone to the subspace planet. Even if the Eagle country really wanted to make trouble for Wang Wei, could they still have the ability to research a transmission device and accurately locate Wang Wei's location? Since he couldn't be sure at all, there was no way to pursue this responsibility. The official Xia country, of course, was just talking. And it was even more impossible to hold Wang Wei, who brought so many scientific research results to Xia, accountable. Wang Wei's plan can be said to kill two birds with one stone. After dinner, on the way back, Wang Wei introduced their new companions to Lao Wang and Lao Zheng. When they heard that Ouyang Jifeng was also going to join them, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng still felt a little bit unbelievable. After all, if it was Wang Wei should hate Ouyang Jifeng very much. Even if Wang Wei didn't want Ouyang Jifeng to do anything, it would be absolutely impossible for him to join their plan. Who made Ouyang Jifeng betray Xia country and the relevant research data on the subspace planets and the Interstellar Federation? So, when Wang Wei said this plan, he had already made foolproof preparations. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng looked at each other and didn't say much. Did he really complete this investigation? Old Wang and Old Zheng still expressed a little disbelief. But they both felt that if it was something Wang Wei had promised, there would definitely be no problem. He has already agreed. If he fails to complete this mission, you three can wait for me to hold you accountable. Wang Wei left after saying that. The next morning, when Old Wang and Old Zheng came, they had already found that Ouyang Jifeng had appeared in their laboratory and had already started the investigation. Old Wang and Old Zheng were surprised, but thinking that they would soon cooperate with Ouyang Jifeng, they planned to go over and say hello. But before they finished their words, they found that there were several folders on the desk next to Ouyang Jifeng. They curiously opened them and found that Ouyang Jifeng had investigated more than half of the research projects that were being carried out in the Eagle Sauce country and had no research results in the past 10 years. This time, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were really a little uncomfortable. After all, they had been investigating for so long without any definite results. Now Ouyang Jifeng had completed the relevant investigation so quickly, and he didn't even need their help. At this time, Ouyang Jifeng also found the two of them, two seniors. You came just in time. You can help me proofread and see if I have missed any projects. Ouyang Jifeng's investigation method was different from theirs. Their investigation method was to start screening one by one, while Ouyang Jifeng investigated all the projects that Eagle Sauce Country had tried in the past 10 years, and then decided where to start to draw the boundaries. The boundary is whether there are research results or not. In this way, it is actually very fast to screen the project list based on data. But what they thought at the time was a little more complicated and more prone to mistakes. Lao Wang didn't have as much thought as Lao Zheng. Seeing that Ouyang Jifeng was quite fast in this matter, he started to help proofread almost instantly. When Wang Wei came to the laboratory, he saw that the three of them were busy, especially Ouyang Jifeng, who sat farther away from Lao Wang and Lao Zheng, and seemed not to want to join in the fun. But Wang Wei just hoped that Ouyang Jifeng could understand that there was no need to have so many probabilities to cooperate with scientists from his own country. So, he took out a letter. You three should pause for a moment and look at this letter. When the three of them came, Wang Wei put the envelope directly in front of them. The three looked at each other, not understanding why Wang Wei put an unsigned envelope in front of them. The three hesitated for a moment, and just when Lao Zheng was about to pick up the envelope to see what was going on, Wang Wei suddenly looked at Ouyang Jifeng. Ouyang Jifeng also reacted immediately. Is this letter sent to me by my teacher? Ouyang Jifeng guessed that it should be like this, but he didn't understand why the letter sent to him fell into Wang Wei's hands. Wang Wei told him what happened when he talked with Wu Jigang in order to completely break the relationship between Ouyang Jifeng and the Eagle Sauce Country. After hearing this, Ouyang Jifeng guessed the purpose of the letter. The teacher thinks that although I have returned to Xia Country, Xia Country has not disclosed its method of dealing with me. So he thinks that I have taken advantage of this matter, and now he sends this letter to deliberately destroy me. This shocked Lao Wang and Lao Zheng. They didn't understand where Ouyang Jifeng came to such a conclusion. Why do you say that? Lao Wang and Lao Zheng looked at Ouyang Jifeng. Ouyang Jifeng smiled bitterly. Because the teacher thinks I betrayed him. And I almost reached a consensus with the alien creatures, and almost learned about their advanced technology. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng didn't know this, and looked at Ouyang Jifeng in surprise. He is right. Wang Wei nodded, and asked the three people to open the envelope, and see what was inside. However, what they didn't expect was that the content in the envelope had nothing to do with Ouyang Jifeng. But Wu Jigang wrote down all the information he knew about the Eagle Sauce Country in this way. Ouyang Jifeng felt that something was wrong, and did not express his opinion. However, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng thought that with this letter, it would be very convenient. At this time, a group of people suddenly broke into their laboratory. All of them were in uniforms, with very serious expressions on their faces. As soon as they came in, they were eager to find Ouyang Jifeng. Ouyang Jifeng stood up and asked what the purpose of this group of people looking for him was. The group of people in uniforms did not answer Ouyang Jifeng's question, but just asked Ouyang Jifeng to follow them. Ouyang Jifeng did not refuse. Just when he was about to leave with the group of uniformed people, he was suddenly stopped by Wang Wei. I think you are here for this letter. But if you want to take him away, let me make a phone call first. Okay. Wang Wei's way of speaking can be said to be very polite. But he still did not get respect, no matter who you are or what your identity is. The things we want to investigate are inevitable. So please don't interfere with our official duties. Wang Wei couldn't help but frown. He always felt that the origin of this group of people seemed strange. No matter who you are, let him go now. Otherwise don't blame my men for being merciless. Hearing Wang Wei's words, others also frowned. Just before Wang Wei was about to take action, the phone was connected. The person who answered the phone was the official person in charge of Xia State. Wang Wei pressed the hands-free button so that everyone could hear the person in charge's voice. Now a group of people in uniform suddenly came and said they wanted to take away Ouyang Jifeng, who came to help me. I want to know why they want to take him away. The official person in charge was also stunned after hearing this. At this moment, the people who were originally going to take Ouyang Jifeng away suddenly fled. After taking a look at the direction of their escape, Wang Wei activated the Xiantian armor and told Lao Wang and Lao Zheng to keep an eye on the laboratory and protect Ouyang Jifeng. He would be back soon. The next second, Wang Wei back quickly disappeared. When the three were confused, Wang Wei brought back all the people in uniforms, who had just appeared one by one in the blink of an eye. The most important thing is that Wang Wei also told them to tie up the people, and never let down their guard. From the reaction of the official person in charge just now, Wang Wei realized that the identities of this group of people must have nothing to do with the Xia country officials. So he decided to take action. In just 10 minutes, the people who had originally fled were all caught by Wang Wei. And Wang Wei called the official person in charge again. This time, Wang Wei directly opened the video and asked the official person in charge to identify the uniforms on these people. Excuse me, are these uniforms real? And are these people's identities really correct? Wang Wei's letter was intercepted by him through information retrieval, so it never fell into Ouyang Jifeng's hands. When this group of people suddenly appeared, he realized something was wrong. Chapter 298 Bring Wu Jigang back to Xia country. The official leader only took a glance, and was sure that the uniform on the other party did not belong to them at all. I have never sent anyone to find you. What happened? The official leader asked solemnly. Nowadays, Wang Wei is very important to the entire Xia country. Although the technological development of Xia country cannot rely entirely on Wang Wei can speed up the development of Xia country's technology. So he will naturally be valued by the official leader. I intercepted a letter this morning. If nothing goes wrong, this letter should be sent by Wu Jigang to Ouyang Jifeng. When I took the letter to the laboratory and prepared to give it to Ouyang Jifeng for review, this group of people suddenly broke in and took Ouyang Jifeng away without saying a word. Wang Wei paused and continued, I felt that something was wrong. So I told them that I wanted to call you to communicate. After hearing your voice, they immediately fled. Fortunately, my actions were faster, and I didn't let them escape too far. I found them in time. At this moment, the official person in charge's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. No matter what the identity of this group of people is, they are too rampant. They dared to do such a thing in the territory of Xia country, and under his nose. I saw the uniforms on them. So I wanted to inform you first to see if these people have any connection with the authorities. The official person in charge gave a positive answer directly. No. I have never asked anyone to disturb you. And it is absolutely impossible for anyone to know your address and come to harass you directly. Now the matter is basically clear. The group of people who suddenly appeared are not official people at all. But they are wearing official uniforms. That means someone is trying to pretend to be an official of Xia country to attack Ouyang Jifeng. The official person in charge expression is much more solemn than before. He looks at Wang Wei with a firm look. You can rest assured that I will give you an investigation result on this matter. We must not let our Xia country's scientific researchers be threatened in their own territory. Wang Wei certainly believes what the official person in charge said. But it is not appropriate to make too much noise about this matter. Leave this matter to me. They have more important things to do. And the authorities are not suitable to react too strongly on this matter. Wang Wei's idea is that if the authorities really make this matter public, then the official face will also be affected. After all, this is Xia territory. Even if people from other countries have ideas, it is impossible for them to make too much noise on Xia territory. If this matter is really spread, it is very likely that someone will say that Xia is incompetent and can't even protect its own people. This will have a negative effect on the stability and unity of Xia. After hearing this, the official person in charge immediately understood and was very grateful for Wang Wei's openness. In this case, if you need me in any way, you can just ask. Wang Wei nodded to express his gratitude, and also told the official person in charge that he didn't need any help now. And if he did, he would never hide it. In this way, Wang Wei and the official person in charge came to an end. Soon the official person in charge sent someone to take the people away. But before that, Wang Wei still carefully asked about the real purpose of this group of people. But there was not much difference from what he expected. This group of people didn't tell him the truth at all. No matter what you ask, we won't go home. If you want to know our true identity, just go and investigate it yourself. Those people looked arrogant, as if Wang Wei couldn't find out their true identity at all. Wang Wei recalled their performance with a sneer. Maybe you think that with our means, we can't find out your true identity at all. But I hope you don't forget that this is a technological society. As long as you exist in this world, you will definitely leave clues. You can't appear out of thin air. And you can't influence the technology of our Xia country. Those people panicked at this moment, because they also understand that with the current technology, As long as you are active in this world, I will definitely leave clues. And it is impossible to leave no evidence. What's more, it was mentioned in the above explanation that Wang Wei is a very scary person. If you meet Wang Wei, you can complete the task if you can, and retreat immediately if you can't complete it. This is also why they tried to complete the task assigned to them after seeing Wang Wei, and prepared to escape immediately after determining that the task could not be completed. They finally began to worry about this situation. Seeing that they were silent, Wang Wei knew that the conversation just now had made them understand that even if they wanted to hide their identities now, it was impossible. However, Wang Wei did not intend to get any useful information from them. He began to search these people and find the communication tools on them. Through the communication tools on them, Wang Wei began to investigate who these people had contacted recently. But as this group of people said, there were not many traces left on them. Even if they wanted to find them, it would take some time. At this time, Ouyang Jifeng walked to Wang Wei and took a look at the communication tool in Wang Wei's hand. Leave this to me. I think I should be able to find out who sent them. Wang Wei glanced at Ouyang Jifeng, hesitated for a while, and nodded in agreement. He did not agree to Ouyang Jifeng's request because he completely believed in Ouyang Jifeng, but because Ouyang Jifeng had actually shown amazing talent in this regard. And Ouyang Jifeng knew his teacher very well. If Ouyang Jifeng was asked to do this, the effect would probably be better than theirs. So Wang Wei handed this matter over to Ouyang Jifeng. At the same time, he would also cover for Ouyang Jifeng. If Ouyang Jifeng could not complete this matter, then he could investigate the mastermind behind the scenes. Old Wang and Old Zheng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when they saw Wang Wei and Ouyang Jifeng getting along so harmoniously. They had been worried that Wang Wei would have a grudge against Ouyang Jifeng because of what Ouyang Jifeng and his teacher had done before. But now it seems that they were completely worrying. However, this situation is also a good thing for Ouyang Jifeng. At least Ouyang Jifeng will never affect his career because of Wang Wei's suspicion or other people's suspicion. This matter seems to have come to an end. But in fact Wang Wei knows better than anyone that this matter has just begun. Eagle Sauce Country. After Wu Jigang was trapped by the president of Eagle Sauce Country, he was forced to write a letter by hand and handed it to the president of Eagle Sauce Country. Even if your letter was from Xia Country, there would be no accidents, and Ouyang Jifeng would never be taken away by you. That's right. The president of Eagle Sauce Country has found out that Ouyang Jifeng is not dead. So they plan to trick Ouyang Jifeng back to Eagle Sauce Country through Wu Jigang to control him in their hands. At present, the whole world has no good feelings towards Eagle Sauce Country. So the president of Eagle Sauce Country is very anxious, worried that the secrets held by Ouyang Jifeng will be known by Xia Country, thus posing a threat to Eagle Sauce Country. He originally planned to use Wu Jigang, but after realizing that Wu Jigang also played a bad role in this matter, the president of Eagle Sauce Country immediately controlled him and asked Wu Jigang to use his teacher-student relationship with Ouyang Jifeng to trick Ouyang Jifeng back to Eagle Sauce Country. Wu Jigang certainly disagreed at first. He was not sure whether Wang Wei was in Xiagua or not. If Wang Wei knew about this, then Wang Wei would be able to deal with him without anyone noticing, so that he and the president of Eagle Sauce would never have the opportunity to threaten Xiagua. But even if he disagreed, the president of Eagle Sauce would have a way to force him to nod. After all, although no one knew when Wang Wei would come, the president of Eagle Sauce was right in front of him. As long as the president of Eagle Sauce wanted, he could kill him immediately. Wu Jigang was helpless about this situation. He could only write a letter to the president of Eagle Sauce, as the president of Eagle Sauce said. But this letter didn't seem to have any effect. So let's not talk about it. The people sent by the president of Eagle Sauce also said that after seeing Wang Wei and the others, they quickly cut off contact with the president of Eagle Sauce. Later, no matter how hard the president of Eagle Sauce tried to contact this group of people, there was no news. At this time, Wu Jigang already knew that the group of people sent to Xiagua by the president of Eagle Sauce were in great danger. But the president of Eagle Country still didn't believe it. He thought that with such a large population in Xia Country, it was impossible for the officials of Xia Country to focus on a few people who seemed to pose no threat to Xia Country. Wu Jigang kindly reminded them, but was angrily rebuked by the president of Eagle Country. Do you think that our Eagle Country is no match for Xia Country? I tell you, if we want, Xia Country will definitely be defeated by Eagle Country. Wu Jigang didn't know where the president of Eagle Country got the courage from. But he still thought it would be better not to conflict with the president of Eagle Country now. After all, everyone has self-esteem. And as a president, his self-esteem may be stronger. Wu Jigang didn't say anything. But the president of the Eagle Sauce Country was still very dissatisfied with Wu Jigang and vented all his resentment on him. When Wu Jigang was tortured to death, he suddenly felt that what he had done before might be a bit too outrageous. If he had never had those bold ideas before, he might be looked down upon now. But at least he could still do the research he liked. And his life would never be threatened. But Wu Jigang also understood that there is no regret medicine in this world. Everything now is done by him alone. So he must bear the corresponding consequences. When Ouyang Jifeng investigated the identities of these people, he also provided Wang Wei with an important piece of news. He believed that these people were most likely sent by the Eagle Sauce Country, and his teacher should be in a dangerous situation now. He looked at Wang Wei and asked Wang Wei if he wanted to rescue his teacher. Wang Wei was very curious. Why did Ouyang Jifeng ask this? Didn't you say before that you actually hated your teacher very much? Why do you want to save him now? Wang Wei's words made Ouyang Jifeng stun for a moment. Yes. Just like you said. I should hate my teacher. After all, if it weren't for him, I could do research openly now, without having to bear such great pressure in my heart. But it is undeniable that the teacher is still better to me. I think if the teacher has to pay the price for his momentary impulsiveness, then the price he has paid now is enough. Wang Wei can understand Ouyang Jifeng's thoughts. So after Ouyang Jifeng finished speaking, he patted Ouyang Jifeng on the shoulder. You can rest assured that with me by your teacher, there shouldn't be any big problems. Dangerous, but now he may have to suffer a little. Ouyang Jifeng was surprised by Wang Wei's calmness and analysis, and looked at Wang Wei in confusion. How can you be sure that Wu Jigang is absolutely not in any danger? You think Wu Jigang is in danger because you believe that after Xia Country abandoned Wu Jigang, Yingjiang Country will not take Wu Jigang seriously. But have you ever thought that Wu Jigang is still a Xia countryman? Once Xia Country knows that Wu Jigang has problems in the hands of Yingjiang Country, then Yingjiang Country is likely to find an excuse for Xia Country and launch a denunciation. This is what Yingjiang Country is most reluctant to see. So even if they have a grudge against Wu Jigang, they will not choose to threaten Wu Jigang's life and give Xia Country any opportunity to take advantage of it. Ouyang Jifeng looked at Wang Wei in surprise, and found that he could not keep up with Wang Wei's pace. For example, in this matter, he was very worried about Wu Jigang in his heart, because he felt that Yingjiang Country would definitely take action against Wu Jigang. But Wang Wei didn't think so at all. Suddenly, he understood the gap between himself and Wang Wei. If he had Wang Wei's ability, he might not be able to make such strong decisions and judgments as Wang Wei. Ouyang Jifeng didn't say anything more, but returned to his position and studied the communication equipment of those people carefully. The official person in charge had taken the group of people away, and there would be no action against them at present. So Wang Wei bought time for Ouyang Jifeng, allowing Ouyang Jifeng to concentrate on finding out the true origins of this group of people, and even contact the people behind them. At this critical time point, Wang Wei suddenly disappeared. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were a little worried, wondering if Wang Wei would go to trouble the Eagle Sauce Country. Ouyang Jifeng listened to their discussion, shook his head, and let them do their work at ease. Wang Wei is not as reckless as we thought, and he is wearing Xietian armor, so no one can pose a real threat to him. Old Wang and Old Zheng looked at Ouyang Jifeng, who looked calm, and suddenly felt that Ouyang Jifeng was indeed much more powerful than they thought. Wang Wei seemed to disappear from the sight of Ouyang Jifeng, Old Wang and Old Zheng. In fact, he listened to Ouyang Jifeng and used the invisibility ability of Xietian armor to come to Yingjiang Country. Although his relationship with Wu Jigang was not peaceful before, at least they had contact for a period of time. So Wang Wei never thought of letting Wu Jigang fall into the hands of Yingjiang Country, and his life and safety were threatened. Wang Wei's main purpose of coming to Yingjiang Country this time was to bring Wu Jigang back. Wu Jigang didn't know about this yet. Facing the torture of Yingjiang Country, Wu Jigang suddenly had the idea of giving up himself. But at this moment, an invisible force stopped him. After Wu Jigang was stunned for a moment, he immediately realized that it was very likely that Wang Wei had come. The expression on his face suddenly changed from despair to joy. However, Wu Jigang did not make it public, but wrote a passage on a piece of paper and gave it to Wang Wei to read. When the piece of paper disappeared in an instant, Wu Jigang knew that his guess was correct. At this time, The president of the Eagle Country also felt that their people were currently missing. The president of the Eagle Country was still very angry. Does Xia Country have the ability to find our people? Did you tell us the truth? The president of the Eagle Country stared at Wu Jigang fiercely. But Wu Jigang looked calm, which was completely different from before. Faced with this situation, the president of the Eagle Country was furious. But he had no way to deal with Wu Jigang. He simply sent someone to throw Wu Jigang out and let Wu Jigang fend for himself in the Eagle Country. After all, with their instructions, no one would be able to leave Wu Jigang. And the president of the Eagle Country also hoped that Wu Jigang would. After feeling that his safety was not threatened, would he contact the people of Xia Country to rescue him? However, Wu Jigang's reaction surprised the president of the Eagle Country. Wu Jigang boldly accepted the situation of his upcoming wandering life. He wandered the streets every day. If someone gave him food or the front desk, he could have a full meal. If not, he would wander around different places every day, looking through trash cans, just like a homeless person. After receiving the report, the president of Eagle Sauce was very annoyed to see Wu Jigang's condition. They clearly wanted to use Wu Jigang as a breakthrough point. But now there is no effect. At this time, something unexpected happened to the president of Eagle Sauce. The people below sent news that Wu Jigang accidentally angered the leader of the homeless and was beaten by a group of people. Now he is dying. The people below asked the president of Eagle Sauce whether he wanted to treat Wu Jigang, when they thought that they had nothing to gain from Wu Jigang. Their plan to join forces with aliens became silent. The president of Eagle Sauce directly issued an order not to care about Wu Jigang's life or death. After confirming that Wu Jigang was completely dead, their task of monitoring Wu Jigang was considered completed. Soon, Wu Jigang went from being a famous scientist valued by the president of the Eagle Sauce Country to a corpse that died tragically on the street, and no one cared about it. However, when the relevant staff were dealing with the body, they found that the body had disappeared inexplicably. After all, they did not know Wu Jigang's true identity, and thought that Wu Jigang was just a homeless man. So they simply did not take it to heart. The president of the Eagle Sauce Country had no idea that Wang Wei had taken Ouyang Jifeng away under his nose with almost the same method, and was planning to take Wu Jigang away smoothly as well. Chapter 299 planned to deal with the Eagle Sauce Country. After Wu Jigang was taken away, he started talking with Wang Wei. In his way of thinking, Wang Wei shouldn't care so much about his life or death. Why do you plan to rescue me? Did the Xia Country officials ask you to do this? Wang Wei shook his head. It's no different from what you guessed. But the officials don't care much about your life or death. After all, what you did is indeed unacceptable to the officials. Wu Jigang guessed that this would be the result. But Wang Wei said that he didn't understand why Wang Wei would bring him back to Xia. Don't think about things you don't understand. Next, you still need to accept official inquiries. After the inquiry is over, you can resume your normal life. Wu Jigang was very surprised. He never dreamed that he would be able to return to Xia one day and resume his normal life. He even suspected that Wang Wei was joking. Don't make fun of me. I never thought that I could live a normal life. Wang Wei smiled and shook his head. But he didn't say anything afterwards. As for Wu Jigang's disbelief, let the facts speak for themselves. After returning to Xia Country, Wang Wei handed Wu Jigang over to the official person in charge, and returned to the laboratory. He told the three people in the laboratory that Wu Jigang was brought back by him. The expressions on their faces, they all looked very shocked. Except for Ouyang Jifeng, who seemed to be shocked for a short time before he continued to busy himself with his own things. Old Wang and Old Zheng both felt a little worried, wondering if Ouyang Jifeng still had hatred for Wu Jigang. If Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang met, would something bad happen? Wang Wei felt that their worries were completely unfounded. If Ouyang Jifeng had already decided to return to normal life, then even if he and Wu Jigang met, nothing bad would happen between them. However, Ouyang Jifeng's research had also made great progress during this period. He had successfully contacted the other party through the communication equipment of that group of people. At the moment when the behind-the-scenes indicator gave a response, Ouyang Jifeng immediately handed the news agency to Wang Wei. Ouyang Jifeng actually didn't understand why Wang Wei wanted to investigate the mastermind behind the communication equipment. Because once their identities were exposed, they would not be able to get any useful information. Wang Wei did not explain the matter, but took away the communication equipment and asked for the relevant data of several experimental projects that were basically being carried out in the United States. But no research results were obtained. When Wang Wei left with these data and communication equipment, Lao Wang, Lao Zheng and Ouyang Jifeng all felt that they seemed to be looked down upon by Wang Wei. So after a brief discussion, the three decided to find Wang Wei and join Wang Wei's plan. Wang Wei was very surprised by the appearance of the three of them and the request they made. After all, before this, the three of them had no good feelings for his research. Although the three of them still helped him, it felt more like they were helping him to repay him, rather than joining in willingly. So facing the current situation, Wang Wei only hesitated for a moment and agreed to their request to join. Since they joined his plan, Wang Wei also talked to them about the details of the plan. The next thing he had to do was to complete the experimental projects that Eagle Country had not yet completed and had not achieved research results, so that Xia Country could have this research result. But he did not intend to let Xia Country make it public immediately, but to do it step by step. At that time, Eagle Country would definitely be angry and even publicly criticize Xia Country for stealing their research results. At this time, Xia Country could launch a counterattack. No matter what means Xia Country used to fight back, Eagle Country would not get any benefits. After all, their research had not yet achieved research results, and Xia Country had been able to put definite research results in front of them, which was an indelible fact. After hearing Wang Wei's plan, Lao Wang, Lao Zheng and Ouyang Jifeng all seemed very excited. The reason why Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were excited was that they could access more cutting-edge scientific research results. And the reason why Ouyang Jifeng was excited was that he had no good feelings towards Eagle Country. When Eagle Country used him, it showed great importance to him. But after he disappeared for no reason and might even pose a threat to them, they immediately killed him. Ouyang Jifeng found this unacceptable. He had been looking for an opportunity to retaliate against the Eagle Sauce Country. But this opportunity was not easy to find. Fortunately, Wang Wei appeared. Wang Wei's plan was going smoothly. Wu Jigang had already accepted the official inquiries and was released. When he learned that Ouyang Jifeng was working on a scientific research project with Wang Wei, Wu Jigang was a little surprised. He thought that Wang Wei would never show mercy to Ouyang Jifeng after Ouyang Jifeng had betrayed Wang Wei before, and even caused the Earth to be invaded by aliens. But this time he felt that Wang Wei did not seem as ruthless as they imagined. If Wang Wei really hated Ouyang Jifeng, then Ouyang Jifeng would never join Wang Wei's research team. After thinking for a long time, Wu Jigang decided to join Wang Wei's research team. Although he might not be able to continue the experiment he wanted to complete, at least he could make up for the impact he had brought to Xiagua during this period. However, before Wu Jigang met Wang Wei, he met Ouyang Jifeng first. The teacher and student who had always talked about everything were speechless when they met this time. And no one spoke first. It was only when Lao Wang, Lao Zheng and Wang Wei arrived at the laboratory that they found that the teacher and student were sitting silently, and no one spoke, which broke the awkward atmosphere in the laboratory. "Why are you here, Wu Jigang? You didn't suffer any grievances in Eagle Sauce Country before, right?" Lao Wang still looked warm-hearted. Lao Zheng also looked at Wu Jigang with concern. Seeing Wu Jigang's dejected look, he could guess that Wu Jigang's life in Eagle Sauce Country was not easy. However, after such a long time, Lao Zheng could understand Wu Jigang's decision at that time. After all, if they stayed in Xia Country at that time, according to Xia Country's attitude towards the mistakes they made, they would most likely face a ruined ending. When people are desperate, it is inevitable that they will make some extreme actions and wrong decisions in a fit of anger. So they don't really hate Wu Jigang that much. They are just a little helpless. If Wu Jigang and others could see the facts earlier, they would not become puppets used by Eagle Sauce Country. "I want to join your research team." Wu Jigang did not answer Lao Wang and Lao Zheng's questions, but looked straight at Wang Wei. Wang Wei was not surprised. In fact, there was no big problem with this group of people. It was just that sometimes their ideas were a little extreme, which he could understand. Now Wu Jigang took the initiative to ask to join their research team, which was equivalent to joining his plan. So Wang Wei basically agreed to Wu Jigang's request without any hesitation. Ouyang Jifeng said nothing, but turned around to continue his experiment. At this time, Wang Wei, Lao Wang and Lao Zheng began to introduce their experiments and plans to Wu Jigang. After hearing Wang Wei's plan, Wu Jigang immediately applauded. This time, the Eagle Sauce Country can finally pay the price for what they did. Lao Wang and Lao Zheng were very fortunate to see Wu Jigang's transformation. But Wang Wei did not comment on this matter. 3 months later, when Wang Wei found the official person in charge with a series of experimental results, The official person in charge looked at all the data in Wang Wei's hands and widened his eyes in surprise. Is this the result of your research within 3 months? Even if it is a country like Eagle Sauce, whose technology far exceeds that of Xia country and has invested a lot of manpower and material resources in scientific research, it is impossible to come up with so many research results within 3 months. How did you do it? Wang Wei did not hide the facts, but directly explained his plan to the official person in charge. These research results can actually be easily obtained through the ancient civilizations that I have mastered. The reason why I did not intervene in these things before is because I think that if Xia country has the ability, it is more reliable to obtain these results through its own scientific research team and efforts. The official person in charge can understand Wang Wei's thoughts. Some things will be cherished and valued if they are obtained through one's own efforts. But if the way they come is very easy, it is inevitable that people will have a kind of arrogance. The official person in charge also does not want to see that Xia country's scientific researchers will no longer be able to do research and experiments down to earth in the future. So he never mentioned this to Wang Wei. But now the Eagle country hates us to the core. If we let them master some of the research and experimental content and finally get effective results, it will be a great threat to Xia country. So my plan is to obtain the research results of various scientific research projects currently carried out by the Eagle country within 10 years in advance and hand them over to the Xia country officials. You choose a suitable time to announce these research results. Wang Wei did not continue to talk about this, because he believed that with the ability of the official person in charge, some words did not need him to be too clear, and the official person in charge could understand. In fact, when Wang Wei took out this part of the scientific research results, the official person in charge mind emerged with Wang Wei's unfinished plan. The two of them thought of the same thing. So even if Wang Wei did not finish his words later, the official person in charge could understand what he meant. After the two looked at each other, they smiled at the same time. Wang Wei decided to stay for about a month, because some of the research results of the Eagle Sauce country in the past 10 years that Ouyang Jifeng had investigated before had not yet been obtained. After these research results were completely studied by him, he would return to the Economic Federation through the Nanchaman transmission device. But during this period, Wang Wei's main energy was not focused on scientific research projects. Most of the scientific research projects could be safely handed over to the 4 people in the laboratory after his guidance. What Wang Wei is currently doing is to start searching for signals of alien creatures on the Earth. If alien creatures really leave some of their kind on the Earth, it will very likely bring a huge threat to the Earth. However, after Wang Wei's search, it is basically certain that even if the aliens really left their group on the Earth, the number is very small. Because in 3 months, even if the aliens move slowly, they can develop a small group. But now Wang Wei has not found any useful signals, which means that the other party cannot pose a very serious threat to them. A month passed quickly, and all the research projects investigated by Ouyang Jifeng before had achieved very effective research results. After Wang Wei handed these research results to the official person in charge of Xia State, he also disbanded their research team. Ouyang Jifeng and Wu Jigang will return to school to continue to complete the research projects they have been doing before. And Lao Wang and Lao Zheng can finally do their own things. But before Wang Wei left, the 4 of them came to see him off. Watching Wang Wei walk into the Nanchaman transmission device, the 4 people's eyes were red. They knew that after Wang Wei left this time, their chances of seeing Wang Wei again in their lifetime would be very slim. Moreover, from the conversation with Wang Wei, they learned that the subspace planet where Wang Wei was actually facing a more serious threat. They could not help with these things at all. If you need anything, please contact us, and we will definitely help you, Lao Zheng said solemnly. Wang Wei nodded to them and waved to indicate that they could go back. A white light flashed across the Nanchaman teleportation device, and Wang Wei also disappeared in the teleportation device. When returning to the subspace planet, Wang Wei's appearance surprised the Three-Eyed Star King. You really took a long time to go back this time. You don't know that during the time you were away, Lasher and Orwell came every day to ask if you had come back. I was really tortured by them. After hearing the words of the Three-Eyed Star King, Wang Wei laughed and fell backwards. I didn't expect that the Three-Eyed Star King would have such a day. She rolled her eyes at Wang Wei and asked Wang Wei if he planned to hold a negotiation meeting now. After all, the main purpose of Lasher and Orwell coming to the Interstellar Federation was to ask when Wang Wei would come back, and when they could sit down and negotiate on the issue of triangular crystal mining. Let me rest for 2 days, and then hold a negotiation. The Three-Eyed Star King nodded. But at the same time, he also passed the news that Wang Wei had returned to the Economic Federation base to the Insect Army and the Bian race. This news made Lasher and Orwell overjoyed. But after they learned that Wang Wei needed to rest for a few days, they did not go to the Interstellar Federation. Although Wang Wei said that he wanted to rest, the Three-Eyed Star King and others did not give Wang Wei any rest time. Especially the Three-Eyed Star King and Goso. The two of them would go to Wang Wei's room almost every day when they opened their eyes to ask Wang Wei what he had done since returning to Earth during this period. Wang Wei did not hide anything from them, because Wang Wei knew that they would not pose any threat to the situation on Earth. He simply told them everything that happened. After hearing Wang Wei's actions, they all felt that Wang Wei's actions were really too satisfying. Although it seems that Wang Wei may have used the research directions and some data accumulated by the United States over the years. In fact, without these data, Wang Wei can easily come up with the research results they have worked hard for many years. However, Wang Wei did not have a general direction, so it was still very useful for Wang Wei to learn from the Eagle Sauce country. I think we should not provoke him in the future. The king of the Three-Eyed Star sighed after listening to Wang Wei's description. Goso also nodded repeatedly. Fortunately, we have never been hostile to him. If it is really a hostile relationship, I am afraid that the situation we are facing now will become extremely miserable. Wang Wei looked at the two of them and was helpless about their evaluation of him. He did not want to show such a strong attitude, but the other party had already threatened them, and he had no way to sit idly by. However, the most important thing at present is to hold a negotiation meeting to solve the problem of the mining of the 3-prism crystal on the central space planet. Wang Wei only rested for 2 days, and because he could not stand the torture of the king of the Three-Eyed Star in Goso, he chose to hold a negotiation meeting. As long as the two of them have something to do, his situation may not be so difficult. Soon the negotiation meeting was officially held. Lasher and Orwell brought their more trusted confidants to the Interstellar Federation base. At the negotiation meeting, Wang Wei made a suggestion. That is, for the mining of triangular crystals this time, the three parties will form a cooperative relationship. The so-called cooperative relationship is that the Zerg army provides labor. The Interstellar Federation and the Bian race are responsible for exploring the specific location of the triangular crystal mine and providing corresponding tools. The matter of providing tools is left to the Bian race. When the Bian race helped them make weapons before, Wang Wei discovered that the people of the Bian race have a relatively high IQ. So as long as the design drawings can be handed over to them, they can actually complete the production of tools very smoothly. These tools are handed over to the Zerg army for use, which can speed up the mining progress of triangular crystals. After Wang Wei finished speaking, he quietly waited for their response. In fact, Wang Wei thought that they might not agree to his suggestion. After all, for the Zerg army and the Bian race, they did not think about cooperating with others to complete this matter. For more people, their idea is to complete their own mining. The work obtains different amounts of triangular crystals by the amount of mining and the allocation of mining sites. But if this is the case, everyone will act on their own, which will greatly delay the speed of mining triangular crystals. Chapter 300: The Purpose of the Crows. What do you think of this plan? If you have any objections, you can raise them. Wang Wei looked at Rachel and Orwell. As Wang Wei guessed, Rachel and Orwell did not have any favorable impressions on Wang Wei's proposal. Orwell even felt that if their Zerg army was responsible for mining, then the other two forces would be just riding on them and sucking their blood. However, Orwell did not say this directly. He still had some respect for Wang Wei. Otherwise, if they relied on their strength, they might not be able to drive away the alien creatures, and the subspace planet would become a place invaded and colonized by alien creatures. Rachel spoke more tactfully. I think it would be better if we each mine the triangular crystals, and there wouldn't be any disputes. Wang Wei nodded, and continued with what Lasher said. Indeed, according to the inherent thinking mode, we each mine the locations of the triangular crystal mines assigned to us, and it would be better to keep the triangular crystals ourselves after we get them. But have you ever thought that after you mine the triangular crystals, whether it is research and development or use, everyone still has to cooperate? Wang Wei said this not because he was arrogant. He sincerely believed that whether it was the Zerg army or the Bian race, their development and research of triangular crystals would definitely not be faster and more effective than the Interstellar Federation. So if they could cooperate, then the research and development and use of triangular crystals would have better results. Otherwise, if they did not cooperate, then the Interstellar Federation base would have no way to interfere with the research and development and use of triangular crystals by the Zerg army and the Bayan race. When they heard this, Lasher and Orwell were stunned. They really didn't think about how to deal with the triangular crystal after mining. They just made the triangular crystal array, which is part of their property. Since it is their thing, they naturally have to keep it themselves. But it seems that the Zerg army will be very dissatisfied with this matter. After all, they are the ones who really contributed. Lasher looked at Orwell with a worried look. What he was most worried about was that Orwell would lead the Zerg army to suddenly run away during the mining of triangular crystal. Although the status of the Interstellar Federation base in the subspace planet seems to be higher than that of their two races, if the Zerg army really runs away, it will also bring certain troubles to the Interstellar Federation. I believe Orwell will not think so. After all, we will make the same efforts to complete the mining and research and development of triangular crystal. Wang looked at Orwell. Orwell was speechless now. What he wanted to say was said by Lasher first. And then Wang put a hat on their Zerg army. If they don't do it according to Wang method, it is very likely that Wang and the Bayan race will think that they are the ones who just want to take advantage. Orwell's expression became a little depressed when he thought of this. But he soon figured it out. Anyway, they have to cooperate. Since mining the triangular crystal is not a difficult thing for them, let him sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Otherwise, if they really get the triangular crystal, it will be very difficult for them to use the triangular crystal to maximize its power. Since you all have no objection, then our insect army has no objection either. Then when do we plan to start mining the triangular crystal? After hearing Orwell's question, Wang turned his head and looked at Lasher. For the mining of triangular crystals, we still need to determine the distribution of triangular crystals and advance and develop suitable tools. So we have to wait for a while. Orwell suddenly felt that he couldn't get a word in. But when he thought about the mining of triangular crystals, Wang and the Bayan race needed to rely on their insect army to complete it. He was not so worried. Then we will go back first. If your research is completed, please notify us. Orwell did not even say hello to Wang and Lasher. He stood up and left the negotiation site directly. Wang and Lasher did not come back to their senses until a long time after Orwell left. The two looked at each other and smiled helplessly. Since he has left, let's continue to discuss serious matters. Wang and Lasher began to discuss the details of the mining of triangular crystals. The main content is that the Interstellar Federation is responsible for determining the specific distribution location of triangular crystals and drawing blueprints for the tools used in mining triangular crystals. The Bayan race is responsible for completing the production of tools through the blueprints provided by the Interstellar Federation. The Interstellar Federation will be responsible for researching triangular crystals in the future. And the Bayan race will be responsible for completing the production of tools for using triangular crystals through various drawings provided by the Advanced Federation. And the insectoid army is basically equivalent to sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. After hearing Wang explanation, Lasher looked at Wang helplessly. Orwell has left. And we are here to discuss these things. He must think that we are the ones who are taking advantage now. Wang smiled. He smiled and told Lasher not to worry about this kind of thing. In fact, the Zerg army did not have so many ideas. Nor would they have such deep intentions. They would not hate them because of this matter. Lasher could feel that Wang had always been in a reconciling position and role between them and the Zerg army. He suddenly began to wonder why Wang had been committed to making the two races, who had been somewhat hostile to each other from the beginning, live in peace. Wang felt that there was nothing to hide about these things. So he explained the situation directly to Lasher. Just like the alien invasion this time, you also saw that the three of us joined forces to defeat the aliens that invaded the subspace planet in a very short time. But if we don't join forces, the invasion of aliens will probably be difficult for any of us to resist. This is my ultimate goal of hoping that you can live in peace. If it is normal, you can ignore any party and live your own life. But if the subspace planet encounters a real enemy, I still hope that you can unite and fight against foreign enemies together. One aspect that Wang didn't say is that he thinks the Interstellar Federation base is unlikely to stay on the subspace planet for a long time. He also has more things he wants to do. And he also wants to understand the civilizations born on other planets in the universe. But if they leave the subspace planet, then if no one on the subspace planet reconciles the relationship between the two races, they will not only curb their own development, but also affect their cooperation in resisting foreign enemies together. If you really want to see the subspace planets getting better and better, and your own race can also develop better, then I think there is no problem for you to join together. And there is no conflict between the two sides over resources. Because Wang Wei always felt that the Bian race and the Zerg army were two completely different types of existence. It's like there are people on Earth who are proficient in all walks of life. But after everyone cooperates with each other, the whole society will gradually move forward. It becomes more suitable for human survival and can provide more useful value for humans. He always believes that this is the situation that different races on a planet should have. After Wang Wei explained so much, Lasher gradually understood his thoughts and nodded to Wang Wei. In fact, it's not that we have never thought about living in peace with the Zerg army. But before the Interstellar Federation appeared, the Zerg army was difficult to communicate with us. Wang Wei could understand what Lasher meant. The Zerg army did seem difficult to communicate, because their intelligence was not as high as that of the Bian race. And what they wanted would be obtained through violent means. And before that, they had always believed that the Zerg army was stronger than the Bian race, and the Bian race should serve them. So naturally they had no intention of living in peace. But in the current situation, because of the intervention of the Interstellar Federation, the Zerg army did not want to, and dared not to attack the Bian race. So it seemed that they could live in peace with each other. In fact, you don't have to worry at all. Although we will leave later, you can work hard to develop and strengthen your race while we are still on the subspace planet. I will also try my best to give you the opportunity to live in peace. Before, there was no communication between the two races, so they could not realize where the other was strong. Wang Wei hoped that through the future interactions, the two races would realize that if they really combined, they would have a clear division of labor for different things, which would be more beneficial to the development of their planet. However, he did not tell Lasher and Orwell these things now, because he knew that there was still a grudge between the two races. If he explained his thoughts to them now, there would be no benefit at all. Wang Wei decided to let them try to cooperate first. After a certain degree of cooperation, they will definitely find that cooperation is more beneficial to the Zerg on the entire planet. After the cooperative mining plan was confirmed, the king of the three-eyed star looked at Wang Wei with even greater respect. How did you convince them to live in peace with you? Wang Wei shrugged. It's not that simple. Living in peace is actually more beneficial to them. After they have tasted the sweetness of the benefits, they will naturally agree and be willing to live in peace. Although the king of the three-eyed star did understand this truth, based on their understanding of the Zerg-Tide army and its leader Orwell, it was basically impossible to get them to live in peace. So he still admired Wang Wei very much in this matter. I'm afraid that except for you, no one can make them understand that peaceful coexistence can bring them more benefits. Wang Wei took a deep breath and felt that there were still many things to do during this period. But he was always thinking about the scepter. In the matter of mining the triangular crystal, Wang Wei actually did not play a big role. It was not necessary for him to find out the specific location of the triangular crystal. The only thing he needed to do was to assign the task and hand over the relevant tool production blueprint to the Bian race according to the hardness of the soil at the specific location of the triangular crystal. On the day when the triangular crystal began to be mined, the king of the three-eyed star felt a little excited. After all, it was enough to be surprised to see the scene of the Bian race and the insect army living in peace. Until now, I still can't believe that everything I saw was real. Wang Wei felt that the king of the three-eyed star was worried about a lot of things, but none of them were of any specific use. Unexpectedly, just between the two races of the subspace planet, and when leaving the three-wheeled crystal, the king of the plant star also drove a spaceship to the subspace planet. Seeing the plant star king, the three-eyed star king immediately came forward. Why are you here? The recovery speed of the plant planet has been very fast recently, so I want to come and see if there is anything you need our help with. Under the leadership of the three-eyed star king, the plant star king also saw the scene of the Bian race and the insect swarm living in peace, and was very shocked. What kind of means did you use to make them live in peace? The three-eyed star king looked at Wang Wei. Our means is Wang Wei. Although the plant star king was surprised, he did not seem to be surprised by the result. I should have guessed that if someone could do this, then his identity must be Wang Wei. Several people smiled at each other, watching the progress of the mining of the triangular crystal, and felt that their current life was very peaceful, and the peace could bring people a kind of expectation for the future. But the peaceful days could not last too long, because Wang Wei and his people did not live a stable life for too long. The subspace planet ushered in uninvited guests. Goso suddenly appeared in front of Wang Wei. His behavior was very strange, and he looked like he was controlled by someone. Wang Wei immediately asked everyone to stay away from Goso, and frowned and stared at Goso and asked, "Who are you?" Goso suddenly showed a strange smile on her face, and her sister Malka was scared to tears. No one knew what happened, but they could all sense the strangeness of Goso. At this time, Wang Wei suddenly thought of the scene of Soros being controlled before. If he remembered correctly, when Soros was controlled, it was exactly the same as the scene Goso experienced now. Don't get too close to him. I now suspect that Goso has been controlled by some unknown creatures. Malka cried even harder after hearing what Wang Wei said. Why? Why did this happen? Wang Wei had no way to explain anything to Malka now, so he could only determine what was going on with Goso first. At the moment when they were extremely nervous, Goso suddenly said, "You are holding our people from the Krusa tribe here. If you hand over our people, we can still let you go." When Wang Wei heard this, he immediately understood the other party's identity, but he didn't expect that the people from the Krusa tribe would come so quickly. "What are you talking about? We don't know the people from the Krusa tribe at all. But now you have hurt our people, so you will face our revenge on you next." Goso suddenly smiled at Wang Wei very ferociously. "Don't worry. This time it's just controlling the spirit of your people, and it didn't cause any substantial harm to him. But I also understand that you don't intend to let our people go. So let's wait and see." After Goso finished speaking, his body quickly limped and fell to the ground unconscious. Her sister hurried forward to check on Goso's situation, but Wang Wei frowned and recalled what had just happened. After he handed Goso matter to the king of the three-eyed star, he immediately went to see Cruz. He told Cruz that just now someone from the Crush tribe took control of Goso, and he saw a flash of panic on Cruz's face. Wang Wei felt that it was wrong for Cruz to have such an expression. After all, for Cruz, if someone from the Crush tribe wanted to take him away, wouldn't it be a good thing? "I think you are hiding something from me. If you don't intend to tell me the truth, I don't mind handing you over to your people." Cruz immediately looked up at Wang Wei and shook his head at Wang Wei. "You can't hand me over to them. If you hand me over to them, not only will I be in trouble, but you will also be unable to escape." Now Wang Wei is basically sure that Cruz must have some secrets that he has not told him clearly. But he is very curious about what Cruz has concealed. After a long silence, Cruz slowly told Wang Wei why his people came so far. "Want to take him back. You should still remember the holy object I mentioned to you before." Holy object? Could it be that Cruz once mentioned that he predicted the Earth, and it would become Cruz's destined disaster? Wang Wei really didn't think about this. But after Cruz's reminder, he even roughly guessed why the Krusu clan would attach so much importance to him, even declaring war on them to bring him back. It seems that this holy object is very important to the Crush clan. So now they not only want to take Cruz away, but also take the holy object back from Cruz. But they had already searched Cruz at that time, and confirmed that Cruz did not have any so-called holy objects. Where did Cruz hide this holy object? Cruz took out the holy object from his ear like a magic trick. Seeing this scene, Wang Wei couldn't help but think of the Monkey King in the legend of the Earth and the world. There is also a treasure hidden in the ears of the Monkey King, but the function is completely different from the holy object Cruz took out. "Is this the holy object you mentioned?" Wang Wei looked at the square box in Cruz's hand. Cruz nodded to Wang Wei. "Yes. This is the holy object with the power of prophecy. It is also the real reason why the people of the Crush clan want to take me away." Chapter 301 The Prophecy of the Golden Rubik's Cube. Wang Wei was silent, looking at the silent Wang Wei. Cruz suddenly laughed. "What are you planning? Are you going to hand me over to the Crusoe clan, or are you going to take my holy object?" Wang Wei looked up at Cruz, and he had already made up his mind to deal with the Crusoe clan. "I won't hand you over to them, nor will I take away your creatures. But I want to make a deal with you, and it depends on whether you are willing to agree to it." "Deal?" Cruz quickly guessed Wang Wei's idea. "You mean, you want to use the holy object in my hand to deal with them?" Wang Wei nodded slightly at Cruz. "You are right. I think that since the holy object in your hand is so important to the Cruz clan, it can naturally become a weapon to deal with them." Cruz suddenly laughed, very happily and very flamboyantly. "You are worthy of being the person I like. You really have ideas. But how can you be sure that the holy weapon in my hand can definitely help you? Obviously, this creature still made me lose to you." Wang Wei ignored the sarcasm in Cruz's words, but stared at him seriously. You just need to tell me whether you agree to make a deal with me. And you don't have to worry about other things. Cruz was silent for a while, and finally nodded to Wang Wei and agreed to his request. I am willing to discuss this deal with you, but whether it can be negotiated in the end depends on your sincerity. Wang Wei naturally understood Cruz's meaning, and he would never let Cruz suffer any losses. You can make a request. If I can meet your request, I hope you can lend us the holy object. Cruz nodded to Wang Wei, but did not immediately make the request Wang Wei asked. Now I am very interested in your fight with the Culus, so I don't plan to leave here, and I won't use this request for the time being. When I need it, I hope you can fulfill your promise. Wang Wei would certainly not break his promise, but he had already guessed what Cruz was going to ask. Don't worry. If we can solve the Culus this time, I will let you go as you asked. Cruz knew that his thoughts would be seen through by Wang Wei, so even if Wang Wei said such a thing, he didn't feel embarrassed. At this moment, he handed the box in his hand to Wang Wei. Do you need me to teach you how to use it? Wang Wei returned the box to Cruz. I will not touch this sacred object with prophetic power. I just need you to help me predict the weaknesses of the Cruz clan and the people and things that will affect the battle situation. Cruz did not expect Wang Wei to be so cautious. Although he felt that Wang Wei's caution had no effect on their situation, he still nodded and agreed to Wang Wei's request. Then I will help you make this prediction. After opening the box, Cruz found a magical golden Rubik's Cube inside. The golden Rubik's Cube changed its shape in Cruz's hand. Every time it changed, abnormal energy fluctuations flashed, and arcs appeared between each block of the golden Rubik's Cube. When the arcs gradually connected into a ball of light that completely wrapped the golden Rubik's Cube, Cruz suddenly fell to the ground. While twitching all over, he kept rolling his eyes. Wang Wei stepped forward immediately. But just when he was about to touch Cruz, Cruz suddenly said, "Be careful, Cruz. Be careful of the Triassic Planet Scepter." Wang Wei was stunned by Cruz's words. He didn't understand what the Triassic Planet was, but he was familiar with the word scepter. He still remembered that the Planet Star King had mentioned that there were 3 planets with scepters. At present, they know that there are only 2 planets with scepters. The first one is the Plant Planet, and the second one is the Three-Eyed Planet. So where is this Triassic Planet? What kind of harm will it bring to them? Why did it appear in the prophecy of the golden Rubik's Cube? Wang Wei didn't know all this. Soon Cruz returned to normal. He slowly stood up from the ground and put the golden Rubik's Cube back into the box. The prophecy has ended. What useful clues have you obtained? Wang Wei did not hide anything from Cruz, but told Cruz directly. The fable of the golden Rubik's Cube reminds me to be careful of you. Cruz was stunned after hearing Wang Wei's words. He really did not expect that the golden Rubik's Cube would remind Wang Wei like this. So you believe the fable of the golden Rubik's Cube? Wang Wei looked at Cruz puzzledly. According to what you said, if I remember correctly, the prediction of the golden Rubik's Cube should be very accurate. That is to say, in this matter, the golden cube will never lie to me, and everything it says is right. So do you think I should be more cautious with you? Cruz did not respond to Wang Wei's question, but suddenly laughed and hid the box back in his ear. Whether you choose to trust me is not within my consideration. Even if you don't trust me, it won't have any impact on me. But it may not be so good for your confrontation with the Cruz clan. Wang Wei also understood that what Cruz said was right, but he wanted him to bow his head in front of Cruz, and he felt that this was impossible. What's the use of the Cruz clan no matter how powerful it is? Solid Gold still needs to use these shady means to communicate with them. Seeing Wang Wei look, Cruz knew that Wang Wei didn't take the Cruz clan seriously at all. But this is also something he likes to see. After all, as long as this matter exists, Wang Wei will definitely suffer a great loss at the hands of the Cruz clan in the future. If you have asked all the questions you want to know, please leave here. Wang Wei naturally did not stay. He left Guanya Cruz's place with a lot of questions and returned to his laboratory. Sitting in the laboratory, Wang Wei kept thinking about the prophecy given by the golden Rubik's Cube. If the prophecy is correct, then there must be a place called Triassic Planet near them. And this Triassic Planet also has a scepter, which is enough to become an important turning point for them to fight with the Cruz clan. However, he has no clues about this scepter at present. So he still called the King of the Three-Eyed Star and notified the King of the Plant Star. When the King of the Plant Star arrived, Wang Wei explained to the two of them the news he got from the prophecy of the golden Rubik's Cube. When they heard the word scepter of Triassic Planet, the faces of the King of the Three-Eyed Star and the King of the Plant Star were shocked. Wang Wei could see that although they might not know the whole picture of the matter, they should understand that this Triassic planet is very likely related to their planet. Otherwise, this planet, which can be called an important turning point in their war with the Crusoe clan, should not appear in the prophecy of the Golden Rubik's Cube. The king of the three-eyed alien looked at Wang Wei with a solemn expression. What does this prophecy mean? Do we need to find the third-order planet, or avoid the third-order planet appearing around us? Yes, if the Triad planet also has the scepter. We don't actually need to find the whereabouts of the Triad planet. As long as we can ensure that the scepters of the Plant planet and the Three-Eyed planet will not fall into the hands of the Crusoe clan, I'm afraid they will not pose any threat to us, the king of the Plant planet said. Wang Wei felt that their statements made sense. But there were also some loopholes. First of all, if this Triad planet and the scepter on this planet have no effect on us, then these two things will definitely not appear in the prophecy of the Golden Rubik's Cube. The king of the three-eyed alien still felt that Wang Wei was a little too trusting of the prophecy of the Golden Rubik's Cube. At present, they didn't know whether the prophecy of the Golden Rubik's Cube was accurate. If the prediction of the Golden Rubik's Cube is not accurate at all, then there is no need for them to worry about it. I can guarantee that the words of the Golden Rubik's Cube are absolutely true and effective. It's not that I am talking nonsense, but the Golden Rubik's Cube predicted that the Earth and I would become a huge obstacle to Cruz's success in the last prediction. He felt that the reason why Cruz wanted to invade the Earth and turn it into a colony of alien creatures led by him was largely related to the prediction of the Golden Rubik's Cube. If there was no prediction of the Golden Rubik's Cube, he believed that Cruz would never travel thousands of miles to the Earth in the Milky Way to invade and occupy the Earth. After hearing Wang Wei's explanation, the king of the three-eyed alien and the king of the plant alien were silent. Just as they questioned the inaccuracy of the prediction of the Golden Rubik's Cube, they had no evidence to prove that the prediction of the Golden Rubik's Cube was inaccurate. Instead, Wang Wei immediately produced evidence that the prediction of the Golden Rubik's Cube was effective. If that's the case, then according to you, should we go find Triassic planet or protect the scepters of our two planets next? Wang Wei believes that these two things should be done at the same time. Protecting the scepters of the other two planets may seem troublesome, but it is actually not that complicated to accomplish. Although the plant people had said before that the scepter could not leave the plant planet, they had no idea before that the plant planet was actually part of the original planet, and the reason why it had the scepter was because it was split off. According to Wang Wei understanding, the reason why the kings of all generations passed this matter down was probably to prevent the planet that was divided into three parts from merging again. In other words, the statement that the scepter could not be taken out of the plant planet was actually not true at all. As long as they could hide the scepter well, they would not be afraid of the Triassic planet and the scepter of the Triassic planet mentioned in the prophecy of the Golden Rubik's Cube. After the king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant people agreed with Wang Wei's statement, Wang Wei also told them the second part of the Golden Rubik's Cube prophecy. Why did the Golden Rubik's Cube prophecy also tell you to be careful of Cruz? Could Cruz also play a crucial role in the plan of the Crusoe clan? Unlike others, Wang Wei felt that this matter was actually understandable. It seemed that Cruz was indeed suppressed by the Crusoe clan. If it were not for this reason, he would not have escaped from the Crusoe clan. But in fact, Cruz was still a member of the Crusoe clan. Moreover, this time, the Crush tribe has clearly stated that as long as Cruz can bring back the so-called holy object, his fate may not be affected at all. This is very bad news for Wang Wei and others. If Cruz thinks it through one day, I decide to return to the Crush tribe and get the attention of the Crush tribe through the holy object, which is very disadvantageous for them. What do you think about this matter? The three-eyed Star King asked. In addition to keeping a close watch on him, we have no other way to deal with it. Wang Wei answered the three-eyed Star King question truthfully. The Plant Star King knew that the three-eyed Star King was very anxious about this matter. After all, he was famous for protecting his shortcomings. But as Wang Wei said, there was no room for change in this matter, and they could not avoid the appearance of the Crush tribe by being careful. For now, we will keep a close watch on Cruz, and leave the rest to God's will, because there were too many uncertainties in this matter. Wang Wei did not choose to act rashly, since the Crusoe tribe valued the holy object in Crusoe's hand so much. He believed that it would not be long before the Crusoe tribe would take the initiative to attack, and then they would have a chance. As long as they can seize this opportunity, they will be able to fight against the Crusoe tribe later. However, Wang Wei did not know that the Crusoe tribe had found the Triassic planet and successfully obtained the scepter of the Triassic planet. The reason why the Crusoe tribe controlled Soros' body before was because they wanted to get the scepter of the plant planet. On the contrary, the Triassic planet, which seemed to have no one to attack, has now encountered a crisis. And the scepter of the Triassic planet is not currently carried by the Triassic king. So if they cannot find out what the Crusoe tribe did as soon as possible, the Triassic planet may fall completely. The expressions of the three people were very solemn, and they all understood that they might really have encountered a very strong opponent this time. If something went wrong at this critical time point, the impact on them would be fatal. At this critical time point, the Triassic king received a call for help from the Triassic planet. The distress signal indicated that the three-eyed Star King planet had been invaded by alien creatures, and the alien creatures that invaded the three-eyed star were very strong. At present, the three-eyed star, through unremitting efforts, can only prevent the alien creatures from immediately controlling the entire three-eyed star. As for the rest, they can't do it at all. Before this, the three-eyed star had never asked the three-eyed Star King for help. So this time, the three-eyed Star King immediately realized that something very difficult must have happened to the three-eyed star. The three eyes were connected, and he immediately decided to go back to take a look, but was stopped by Wang Wei and the Plant Star King. If it is really as the distress signal said, then the three-eyed star has become very dangerous now. Wouldn't it be a way to kill yourself if you go back at this time? Wang Wei and the Plant Star King stared at the three-eyed Star King, fearing that he would be upset, and immediately planned to go back to help the three-eyed star out of trouble. But the three-eyed alien king, who had already gotten himself into a dead end, was now very excited. Do you want me to watch my own people being threatened and do nothing? Wang Wei and the plant alien king looked at each other, and then sighed helplessly. We cannot ignore the invasion of aliens by two races on the subspace planet. So how can we ignore the dangers encountered by your three-eyed planet? We just want you to understand that the distress signal may be a trap left by the Crusoe clan. If you return to the three-eyed planet now, what should you do if they use control over you to get the scepter of the three-eyed planet? At this moment, the three-eyed Star King was speechless. It was not because he was finally scared now, but because he was very worried. What he was really worried about were the people on the three-eyed planet. After all, he did not live on the three-eyed planet at all. Since you disagree, I will go back to the three-eyed planet now, and you should at least tell me what kind of plan you have prepared. Wang Wei and the Plant Star King both understood the excitement of the three-eyed Star King. The plant-like man could only try to comfort the king of the three-eyed planet. I went through the same thing as you did, but it was my anxiety that caused the plant planet to score goals, and later it fell into the crisis of being invaded, and many people on the plant planet were also harmed. I think what you should do now is to calm down, and then listen to Wang Wei's opinions, and see how he would solve similar problems if he encountered them. When he heard this, the man with glasses immediately looked at Wang Wei. I think if the Crusoe tribe really invaded the three-eyed planet, their purpose must be to get the scepter. But as long as you are not on the three-eyed planet, their desire to get the scepter can only be empty talk. That is to say, as long as you don't go back now, the people on the three-eyed planet are safe. The king of the three-eyed planet couldn't listen at all. He felt that if Crusoe's group couldn't get the scepter at all, they would definitely attack the people on the three-eyed planet. If he threatens me with the people of our three-eyed planet and forces me to hand over the scepter, what should I do? Should I just watch them die in front of me? Wang Wei could understand the feelings of the three-eyed king, but it was not suitable for the three-eyed king to go back now. So Wang Wei decided to go back for the three-eyed king. Chapter 302, Deciding to Take Action. If I go back, I can guarantee that I can come back safely. But if any of you encounter danger, it will have a significant impact on our plan or our people. Even though Wang Wei had said this, the king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant star still refused to agree. Not only us, but you can't leave the subspace planet. If you leave, the plan of the Crusoe family will come true. The king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant star both believe that since the Crusoe family can control the compressed body, they must be able to know the situation of the subspace planet in some way. If Wang Wei chooses to leave the Interstellar Federation base on the subspace planet at this time, it will not be long before the Crusoe family will come immediately. At that time, the Crusoe family will not only be able to take Cruz away smoothly, but may also cause heavy damage to all forces on the subspace planet. At that time, even if they really want to take action against the Crusoe family, they may not have the strength to do so. Wang Wei told them not to worry. Even if the Crusoe really came back when he left the subspace planet, they would still be able to fight. Don't forget that when we dealt with alien creatures before, the weapons we developed were not only effective against alien creatures, but any creature that touched the bullets would turn into a pool of thick water in a short time. As long as you see people from the Crusoe tribe appear, just pick up your weapons and attack them. Wang Wei believed in the Crusoe tribe, and even if he knew about their situation, he would never imagine that such a weapon would have such a great lethality. And according to the results of Wang Wei's previous conversation with Crusoe, the Crusoe tribe was very confident and arrogant. They still believed that force could suppress everything. But in the face of technology, force was not worth mentioning at all. With Wang Wei's explanation, the Plant Star King and the Three-Eyed Star King were relieved a lot. But they still didn't want Wang Wei to take such a risk. How about we go with you to the Three-Eyed Planet? Wang Wei refused their request without even thinking about it. You must not follow me to the Three-Eyed Planet. I still have the Xiantian armor that can help me get close to them without anyone noticing. Learn their plans, and protect the people on the Three-Eyed Planet. But if you insist on following me, the result will be disastrous. Wang Wei couldn't imagine if the King of the Three-Eyed Planet and the King of the Plant Planet followed him to the Three-Eyed Planet and were discovered by the people of the Crusoe clan. Would they be taken away immediately? Shanai Jingren and the King of the Plant Planet knew their methods, and there was no way to convince Wang Wei, so they could only agree to it. Wang Wei didn't hesitate at all and immediately prepared the spaceship to go to the Three-Eyed Planet. Before Wang Wei left, the King of the Three-Eyed Planet told Wang Wei all the secrets of the Three-Eyed Planet. It turned out that there was a secret base on the Three-Eyed Planet, just like the Plant Planet. In that secret base, although there is no fountain of life from the Plant Planet, there is a huge eyeball totem. The ability of this eyeball totem is to help the people of the Three-Eyed Planet observe any scene at any location not too far from the Three-Eyed Planet. This is the secret of the Three-Eyed Planet, and almost no one knows it except the king. The scepter of the Three-Eyed Planet is also hidden in this secret base. The method of taking the scepter is no different from that of the Plant Planet. So the King of the Three-Eyed Star asked Wang Wei to go and see if he had a chance, whether he can successfully bring the scepter back, because they already feel that leaving the scepter on the Three-Eyed Planet is not very safe. If the scepter can really be taken away, then the people on the Three-Eyed Planet will no longer be in any danger. Wang Wei nodded in agreement, and then drove the spaceship away. On the way to the Three-Tier Planet, Wang Wei has been thinking about the Three-Tier Planet and the scepter of the Three-Tier Planet. At present, they have no idea whether the Crusoe family has found the third-level planet, and whether they have obtained the scepter of the third-level planet. If the Crusoe family really gets the scepter of Triad, then their current situation will become very passive. The reason why Wang Wei thought so was that Triad was the only planet whose whereabouts they had not yet known. In other words, if the Crusoe family did not find Triad, let alone get the scepter of Triad, then their main attention should be on Triad. After all, the Plant Planet and the Three-Eyed Planet are the same. As long as they have the scepter of Triad, it will not be so difficult to get the scepters of the Three-Eyed Planet and the Plant Planet. For example, the Crusoe clan has now entrusted the scepter of the Plant Planet and the scepter of the Three-Eyed Planet to them. The only thing they have to do now is to find the Three-Tier Planet, obtain the scepter of the Three-Tier Planet, and then combine the three scepters into one, which should be able to achieve their goals. However, Wang Wei is still very curious about what the Crusoe clan can find after combining the three planets into one, which can make them go to such great lengths to find it. However, Wang Wei cannot analyze the other party's purpose before he has more clues. The only thing he can do now is to protect the scepters of the Three-Eyed Planet and the Plant Planet. What Wang Wei doesn't know is that at the same time he left the Interstellar Federation base, the Plant Star King also decided to return to the Plant Planet. Inspired by Wang Wei, he thought that it was not a very safe thing to put the scepter on the Plant Planet now, and it is also very likely to threaten the safety of the people on the Plant Planet, who are already few in number. Although it might be a bit unethical to do so, the Plant Star King still decided to bring the scepter of the Plant Planet back to the subspace planet. In this way, even if the Crusoe clan really wanted to get the scepter, they would never go to the Plant Planet. The Three-Eyed Star King knew that the Plant Star King did this for the sake of the people on the planet, so he did not interfere. In order to deal with the Crusoe clan, who might appear at any time, the Three-Eyed Star King approached Rashiel again after Wang Wei left. He asked Rashiel to make the weapons that Wang Wei had developed before again, and to stockpile a large amount of ammunition. After hearing what the Three-Eyed Star King said, Rashiel felt very puzzled. Haven't we solved the alien species? Why do we still need to produce this kind of weapon? Rashiel was very uneasy now. He was very worried that the Three-Eyed Star King asked them to make this weapon to deal with him. However, the Three-Eyed Star King did not want to beat around the bush with Rashiel now. He told Rashiel directly that another alien creature might soon invade the subspace planet. When he heard this, Lasher was shocked. They had just dealt with a fleet of spaceships of an alien race. But now he was suddenly told that another alien race was also going to invade the subspace planet, which made him completely unacceptable. What is going on? Why are there alien creatures appearing one after another on the subspace planet? The Three-Eyed Star King did not tell Lasher about it, but just said that they didn't know. But before, some people from the Interstellar Federation were controlled by this kind of alien creature, which made them know that the alien creature seemed to have some kind of hatred for their planet. Lasher did not continue to ask. He could clearly feel that the Three-Eyed Star King did not tell him the truth. If this is really the case, it means that there may be something more unacceptable behind this, which is being concealed by the Three-Eyed Star King. Lasher returned to the Bayan race with the materials provided by the Three-Eyed Star King. He began to instruct the Bayan people to keep apart for their Bayan race when making weapons. Although they are not good at fighting, if they have such weapons, no matter which race wants to attack them, they must consider whether they can deal with the weapons in their hands. At the same time, the Zerg army still knows nothing, and Orwell even began to study the next mining process. However, the news that Wang Wei left the subspace planet was quickly spread, and the mining of the triangular crystal stone was temporarily shelved. On Wang Wei's side, he soon arrived at the Three-Eyed Planet, using the stealth ability of the spacecraft. It stopped the spacecraft in a place where no one paid attention. Turning on the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor, he walked towards the city with the most dense population on the Three-Eyed Planet. Along the way, Wang Wei met a lot of people from the Crusoe clan. Seeing that they were enslaving the people of the Three-Eyed Planet, Wang Wei felt very uncomfortable. But he also understood very well that he could not help the people on the Three-Eyed Planet at all. Once his identity was exposed, not only would he be in danger, but the people of the Three-Eyed Planet, who were also close to here, would also be greatly affected. So Wang Wei came to the most densely populated city on the Three-Eyed Planet at the fastest speed, and found the location mentioned by the king of the Three-Eyed Planet. But at this time, a riot broke out in the city. Some people of the Crusoe tribe believed that the people on the Three-Eyed Planet were very disrespectful to them. So they planned to execute all those who had any relationship with this person. Wang Wei originally wanted to enter the secret base immediately to take away the scepter of the Three-Eyed Planet. But now it seems that he must stop the people of the Crusoe clan from slaughtering the people of the Three-Eyed Planet. He couldn't just watch the people of the Three-Eyed Planet die in the hands of the Crusoe clan. But Wang Wei didn't expect that the moment he was about to take action, all the people around him were controlled. Wang Wei's original idea was to take advantage of the riots on the scene and rescue people by surprise, so that he would not be exposed and the safety of these people could be guaranteed. After all, even if they were people from the Crusoe clan, they couldn't kill people on the Three-Eyed Planet casually. Once the king of the Three-Eyed Star was forced into a corner, they couldn't get the scepter of the Three-Eyed Planet at all. But the moment the Three-Eyed Star fans around Wang Wei were controlled, he had no way to rescue them. He watched a group of people from the Three-Eyed Planet being pushed onto the stage and executed by Yi. And Wang Wei's hatred for the Crusoe clan instantly became deep-rooted. Although she did not reveal her position, Wang Wei, wearing the night, killed the captain who had joined the people of the Three-Eyed Planet during the day. The next morning, all the people of the Three-Eyed Planet saw that the Crusoe people who were so arrogant yesterday were skinned and hung on the city wall. In an instant, all the people of the Three-Eyed Planet were excited. Although they did not know who did it. At least there was someone who could punish the Crusoe people. However, this move also instantly stimulated the Crusoe people. Their sisters began to discuss together to find and execute the Three-Eyed Planet people who killed their people. Wang Wei knew that it was inconsistent. He should immediately send the Three-Eyed Planet's scepter back to the big space planet and lead some warriors from the subspace planet to the Three-Eyed Planet to kill all the Crusoe people here. Although he was not sure about the Crusoe people before, after a fight last night, he was basically sure that the Crusoe people were not as powerful as Cruz said. And although Cruz is tall, not all Crusoe people look like him. Wang Wei believes that the weapons he developed should have the same effect on Crusoe people, as long as they can get close to them without being noticed. Then the Crusoe people who stayed on the Three-Eyed Planet will definitely be solved by them smoothly. Just when Wang Wei returned to the subspace planet, Orwell also came to the door, because he also heard that Wang Wei had left the subspace planet. After all, they are going to mine the triangular crystal next. If Wang Wei is not there, then they will have no way to complete this task. Orwell has tasted the sweetness, so he doesn't want to return to his original state. Unexpectedly, he just arrived at the Interstellar Federation base and met Wang Wei, who came back on the spaceship. Wang Wei didn't even talk to him, and immediately rushed into the Interstellar Federation base and handed the scepter of the three-eyed planet to the king of the three-eyed star. The moment he saw the scepter, the king of the three-eyed star still didn't relax, but immediately asked Wang Wei about the current situation of the three-eyed planet. Wang Wei didn't say too much to the king of the three-eyed star, but he still promised to solve the current crisis on the three-eyed planet. After my investigation, the Crusoe people who are currently staying on the three-eyed planet are not all, but only a small part. If we can now target the small part of the Crusoe people on the three-eyed planet, we should be able to achieve our goal, temporarily solve the crisis of the three-eyed planet, and ensure that the scepter is not taken away. The king of the three-eyed star couldn't wait, and was ready to take his three-eyed planet people to the three-eyed planet to solve those hateful Crusoe people. But Wang Wei didn't agree, because if they really wanted to catch the Crusoe people off guard this time, they must still be careful and make plans. Although Wang Wei has the Xiantian armor that can be invisible, not everyone has the Xiantian armor. But it was this idea that suddenly made Wang Wei think of a very important thing. If they can make more Xiantian armor now, they can use the ability of the Xiantian armor to solve the crisis on the three-eyed planet. So Wang Wei didn't think twice, and asked the three-eyed star king to notify Lasher to come and see him immediately. He had something very important to tell Lasher. The three-eyed star king knew that this matter was of great importance, and didn't dare to delay it at all. After receiving the news, Lasher quickly rushed to the Interstellar Federation base. When he saw that everyone looked solemn, he also became nervous. Wang Wei did not hide the truth from Lasher and Orwell. To be honest, the three-eyed planet and the plant planet are both in crisis. An alien race, the Cruz race, intends to invade the three-eyed planet and the plant planet and take away the scepters of these two planets. Lasher was puzzled after hearing this. What is the use of the scepter for the Cruz people? Why do they work so hard to find three scepters in the universe? Wang Wei still doesn't know why the Cruz people insist on collecting the three scepters and merging the three planets together. But what is certain is that the merger of the three planets will definitely cause a devastating blow to the three planets. Now I need your help. The next thing the Bion race has to do is to make armor according to the blueprint I gave you. If the insect army is willing, they can also join us to help us deal with the Manchus who plan to invade other planets. Hearing that there is a fight to be fought, Orwell immediately became excited. Will it pose a threat to the space planet? If not, we are willing to join you. Wang Wei was not sure whether the help to the three-eyed planet and the plant planet would cause the Crusoe tribe to resent the Interstellar Federation and the entire subspace planet. But they knew very well that if they did not take measures to alleviate the situation now, they would be the only ones to suffer in the future. After a brief hesitation, Orwell agreed to Wang Wei's request. We are very willing to help. After all, the king of the three-eyed star has helped us a lot before. Wang Wei did not expect Orwell to say such a thing. Even the king of the three-eyed star was moved to tears after hearing this. After discussion, they decided to send a team to the three-eyed planet in 3 days to deal with the Crusoe people on the three-eyed planet. However, these 3 days were always a torment for the king of the three-eyed star. During these 3 days, the only good news they got was that the king of the plant star had brought the scepter of the plant planet to the subspace planet. At the same time, Wang Wei also made arrangements for the mining of triangular crystals. Although they will most likely have to deal with Mansi people next, the 3-energy crystal may be their magic weapon to defeat the enemy. Chapter 303 Cruz's Secret. Rochelle will not join the team going to the three-eyed planet. So the people who presided over this matter became the king of the three-eyed planet, the king of the plant planet, and Rachiel. If the three of them presided over this matter, as long as Orwell could give orders to cooperate with the insect army, there would be no accidents. Wang Wei led the team to the three-eyed planet to deal with the Crusoe people on the three-eyed planet. After the matter was explained clearly, Rachiel immediately sent the Xiantian armor that Wang Wei asked them to make. Although the Xiantian armor made by Rachiel and others was not as powerful as Wang Wei, it could at least ensure that they could hide their bodies in a short time and would not be discovered by anyone. This was enough for the mission that Wang Wei and his team were going to perform this time. Wang Wei immediately drove the spaceship and took 10 people to the three-eyed planet. On the way to the three-eyed planet, these 10 people also learned from Wang Wei how difficult the mission they were going to perform this time was. Wang Wei did not force them to complete the task he assigned. If anyone felt scared or Lin Zheng wanted to retreat, Wang Wei would accept it. The purpose of their trip to the Three-Eyed Planet this time was to help the Three-Eyed Planet, not to force the people he brought to contribute to the Three-Eyed Planet. The people sent by the Cordyceps army were extremely excited and had no intention of retreating at all. The soldiers of the Interstellar Federation base looked at the environment of the Three-Eyed Planet and Wang Wei analysis of the current situation of the Three-Eyed Planet. They began to become a little hesitant, not knowing whether to die for the Three-Eyed Planet. Wang Wei still said that if he had no meaning, he could bring it up. Wang Wei would solve it for them on the spot, and would never scold them even if he didn't say it. It was Wang Wei's attitude that made this group of people firm in their confidence, and they must go to the Three-Eyed Planet to win glory for Wang Wei and the entire Interstellar Federation base. Wang Wei and his group arrived at the Three-Eyed Planet smoothly. After Wang Wei turned on the hidden mode of the spaceship, he took his companions off the spaceship. Using the stealth ability of the Xiantian armor, they once again sneaked into the busiest city on the entire Three-Eyed Planet. I don't know if it's because of the death of their companions before, but now, the Crusa people in the city have restrained a lot, and they have not continued to abuse the people of the Three-Eyed Planet. But even so, it is not enough to quell Wang Wei's hatred for them. In the dead of night, Wang Wei led the team to successfully deal with all the Crusa people on the Three-Eyed Planet. Their bodies were all hung on the city wall without exception. At this time, Wang Wei took the token given to him by the king of the Three-Eyed Star and found the existence of the status on the Three-Eyed Planet, second only to the king of the Three-Eyed Star. Although Wang Wei could not take all the people on the Three-Eyed Planet away, Wang Wei had decided that they must transfer the people on the Three-Eyed Planet to a safe place in a short time. Fortunately, most of the people in the Interstellar Federation base are compatriots brought by the king of the Three-Eyed Star. As a result, there are actually no creatures on the real Three-Eyed Planet. Wang Wei and his team almost used one spaceship to successfully take away all the people on the planet. When they brought these people back to the Interstellar Federation base, the king of the Three-Eyed Star was extremely excited when he saw his obstruction. You are all safe and sound. It's really great. The people on the Three-Eyed Planet also had tears in their eyes when they saw their king staying safely in the Interstellar Federation base. You don't know that during the time you left the Three-Eyed Planet, we had planned to protect the Three-Eyed Planet, but we had encountered such a thing. The king of the Three-Eyed Star was heartbroken, but he had no ability to solve this matter, at least from the current point of view. If the Crusa people did not find them, they could not determine the specific location of the Crusa people. While they were discussing countermeasures, news came from the Plant Planet that many people in the tribe were under control. However, these controls were not serious, and they did not control their bodies all the time. So the plant people were relieved. Wang Wei handed the potion made by the immortal insect to the king of the Plant Star and the king of the Three-Eyed Star, and let them use these potions on their people. Although the number of immortal worms is very rare, they have to be nervous in order to deal with what will happen next. The potion made by immortal worms can strengthen the three bodies of all creatures. At the beginning, Wang Wei was able to successfully remove the meat worm from the host's body because of the role played by the immortal worm. Although Wang Wei is still unsure whether the people who take the potion made by the immortal insect can avoid being controlled by the Crusa people, they have no other choice but to try their best. After the potion was developed, the king of the Plant Star became the first person to use it. Originally, Wang Wei wanted to bring the potion back immediately, but the king of the Plant Star was very firm. If this batch of potions could not work on him immediately, then he could not accept that this batch of potions would be used on the people of the Plant Planet. Although Wang Wei felt that such a move was a bit redundant, it was the wish of the Plant Man after all. So Wang Wei did not directly refuse. Everyone was waiting for the results of the Plant Star King's use of the potion. When the Plant Man came out of the relevant laboratory after the examination, he saw that everyone was staring at him, and he suddenly smiled. Now you can safely and boldly use this potion on the people of our Plant Planet. The king of the Plant Star placed the scepter potion at the Star Federation base, and then immediately set off for the Plant Planet with this batch of potions. Although the people of the Plant Planet have suffered different degrees of control, fortunately, this control is basically temporary and has no effect on the hamburger of the Plant Star King. After taking the potion developed by Wang Wei and his team, the Plant Star King did not leave the Plant Planet immediately, but waited for the potion to take effect on the Plant Planet. Although it is unknown when the Crusa people will start to control the people of the Plant Planet, since there is this potion, the Plant Star King is no longer worried about similar things happening. Those people of the plant planet who have been controlled and physically affected were placed in the Fountain of Life in the secret forbidden area by the Plant Star King. With the blessing of the Fountain of Life, their bodies recovered very quickly. Wang Wei mining of triangular crystals has also yielded results. When the first batch of triangular crystals were sent to him by the insect army, Wang Wei was still very excited. Although they already knew that the functionality of triangular crystals was very powerful and contained a lot of energy. But at that time, the triangular crystals they could have were very rare. So after they got a large number of triangular crystals, Wang Wei plunged into the laboratory. If they could get the triangular crystals and use them to make weapons with greater lethality, they would have a very strong confidence even when facing the Crusoe people. No one dared to disturb Wang Wei. Everyone knew. Not only the plant planet and the three-eyed planet, but even the subspace planet was facing a very strong threat. Wang Wei research progress was still very good. The triangular crystal contained huge energy. If this energy was tied together, it would be. The Crusoe people launched an attack on the subspace planet, and Wang Wei was confident that he could directly catch all the Crusoe people in one fell swoop. It's just that the process of making weapons is relatively more complicated. Just when Wang Wei was waiting for the Bian race to make the weapons he developed, the king of the plant star also returned to the subspace planet from the plant planet. The first thing he did when he returned to the subspace planet was to meet Wang Wei and explain to Wang Wei the current situation of the plant planet. The people of the plant planet, who were previously controlled by the Crusoe tribe, had suffered some damage to their bodies, and they recovered after soaking in the Fountain of Life for a day. Wang Wei felt that if the people controlled the people of the plant planet, it would have different degrees of impact on the bodies of the people of the plant planet. So it is very likely that the reason why Soros had corpse spots on his body before was that the Crusoe tribe controlled Soros too many times, causing his body to be unable to withstand such control and thus decline. This is also good news for Wang Wei, although they cannot make all the people of the plant planet uncontrollable. If all the people on the plant planet can show a sickly look, then even the Crusoe tribe will never attack such weak people on the plant planet. After all, what they need is not only to control the entire plant planet. Their ultimate goal is to get the scepter of the plant planet. So if the people of the entire plant planet are affected to varying degrees, they will definitely be discovered by the plant star people. And then, they will most likely not get the scepter. After all, according to their previous investigation, the plant alien king had a close connection with the strange-looking creature on the subspace planet. The creature was able to easily destroy their fire-retardant plan, which proved that this person had great strength. While Wang Wei was afraid of the Crusoe people, the Crusoe people were also very afraid of Wang Wei. They thought that Wang Wei's origins were unclear, so there was no way to determine what kind of abilities Wang Wei had. They were even more uncertain whether Wang Wei would pose a threat to the Crusoe people. At this critical moment, they suddenly found that many of the paper surfaces of the plant planets that were originally under their control began to become uncontrollable, and they could not contact the tribesmen there at all. The leader of the Crusoe tribe suddenly panicked. He began to try to contact their tribesmen on the three-eyed planet. However, it would be better if they did not contact them. After contacting them, they instantly found that even their tribesmen on the three-eyed planet could not be contacted at all. The leader of the Crusoe tribe immediately sent a small team to the three-eyed planet to investigate the situation. After arriving, they found that their master had disappeared without a trace, as if he had never existed. All the people of the three-eyed planet they captured had no idea what happened. Everyone they asked said that their master seemed to have disappeared overnight and never appeared again. The leader of the Crusoe tribe, who received this news, was in a very complicated mood. He could vaguely sense that this matter must be related to the strange creature on the subspace planet, but they had no concrete evidence. Something he didn't expect happened suddenly. Crusoe, who had long been cut off from the Crusoe tribe, suddenly sent a message through brain waves. Although Wang Wei had blocked all the contact methods in the space where Crusoe was imprisoned, but he didn't know that Crusoe had hidden a trick. The contact between the Crusoe tribe did not need to be through any communication method, but only through their bloodline. They could convey important information to their fellow tribesmen. In the information conveyed by Crusoe, it can be basically confirmed that all of this came from Wang Wei. But because Crusoe was imprisoned, he could not give more useful information. Crusoe made a request that he could help the Crusoe tribe provide information. But the premise is that if he can successfully return to the Crusoe tribe, the Crusoe tribe will no longer judge him for what he did before. If the Crusoe tribe leader agrees to his request, then he will find a way to continue to provide information to the Crusoe tribe. If the Crusoe tribe leader does not agree to his request, then he will never contact the Cruza tribe again. And he also told the Cruza tribe leader that he had reached a consensus with Wang Wei, and if he could help Wang Wei would let him leave the subspace planet later. What he meant by saying this was to tell the Cruza tribe leader that as long as he wanted, he could escape from the subspace planet at any time and would not be discovered by the Cruza tribe. But if the Cruza tribe leader does not agree to his request, then the Cruza tribe will not be able to get any movement of the subspace planet and will be in a passive state. And naturally, they will not be able to achieve their goals. Although the Cruza tribe leader gnashed his teeth at Cruz, he also understood that what Cruz said was very reasonable. So he finally decided to join forces with Cruz. As for Cruz's request, although he agreed on the surface, he still felt that as long as he was willing to wait until Cruz returned to the Cruza tribe, then they would have the final say on how to deal with Cruz. Cruz certainly knew this truth. So he asked the Cruza leader to announce the matter immediately. Once this matter became known to everyone, the Cruza leader would have no room for regret. Cruz's contact with the Cruza tribe was not discovered by Wang Wei and others, because Wang Wei and others were either researching the production of Shantian armor and using immortal insects to make potions or researching triangular crystals. They had no intention of paying attention to Cruz's movements. However, the people guarding Cruz found that Cruz had not made much movement recently, and most of the time he lay on the ground with his eyes closed. After they told Wang Wei the news, Wang Wei hesitated for a while and still went to see Cruz once. When Wang Wei saw Cruz, he asked Cruz if he knew what the creatures had predicted. Cruz smiled at Wang Wei and said, "We cannot know the content of the creature's language. Even if the holy object told you the result of the prediction through my mouth, I would not know the content of the fable." Wang Wei observed Cruz's reaction and finally put down his heart after confirming that Cruz was not lying. Back in the laboratory, Wang Wei called the Plant Star King and the Three-Eyed Star King over and told them that he wanted to be wary of Cruz's idea. Wang Wei decided to transfer Cruz to the Plant Planet. The Plant Star King did not particularly agree with this idea. After all, Cruz was still very threatening in their eyes. If you really transfer it to the Plant Planet, won't it affect the people of our Plant Planet? Wang Wei looked at the Plant Star King and explained to him, the place where we are currently holding Cruz is specially built, and it will not allow it to control any creatures. As long as there is no human damage, Cruz will not pose a threat to anyone. The Plant Star King thought about it, and finally agreed to Wang Wei's suggestion. After all, if Cruz stayed in the Interstellar Federation base, if Cruz really knew their plan, it might affect the speed of their completion of the plan. If Cruz told their plan to the Cruza tribe, they would become more passive. When they heard this, the Plant Star King and the Three-Eyed Star King decided to help Wang Wei transfer Cruz to the Plant Planet. When this news reached Cruz's ears, he immediately felt that something was wrong, although he didn't know why Wang Wei had such an idea. If he was really transferred, he would not be able to know Wang Wei's next plan, and would not be able to help the leader of the Cruza tribe know the movements of the subspace planet, although this was something he could not control. If the leader of the Cruza tribe knew about it, he would probably go to the Plant Planet immediately to take him away. So when Wang Wei met Cruz, Cruz immediately told him the truth. But this truth was changed by Cruz. The leader of the Cruza tribe once tried to contact me. You may not know that we can communicate through brain waves. You are involved. The imprisonment. My place is simply unstoppable. After hearing Cruz's words, Wang Wei immediately understood why the prophecy of the Golden Cube told him to be careful of Cruz. Because Cruz could contact the leader of the Cruza tribe, it was very likely that their plan would be leaked. If there was really no little star Cruz, and he wanted to transfer him to the Plant Planet, he would not know that Cruz had contacted the leader of the Cruza tribe. At this point, Wang Wei smiled and said, "Why didn't you tell me this before but chose to tell me now? Is it because you don't want to be transferred to the Plant Planet?" Chapter 304 Send the Scepter Back to Earth. After his plan was exposed by Wang Wei, Cruz smiled. "It seems that I still can't completely hide my true thoughts in front of you." Wang Wei did not respond, but waited for Cruz's next words. He knew that this matter would definitely not be as simple as it seemed on the surface. Cruz told Wang Wei everything he had done during this period, including that he never planned to be trapped here all the time, and even concealed the fact that he could contact the Cruza race from the beginning. Wang Wei was not surprised by these, because he had never completely believed in Cruz from the beginning. What's more, the language of the Golden Rubik's Cube later clearly told him that he must be careful of Cruz. Wang Wei looked at him after Cruz finished speaking. "I haven't told you the content of the prophecy that the Golden Rubik's Cube told me yet. In fact, There is a part that I haven't mentioned to you. Cruz widened his eyes in shock. He really didn't think about the preview of the golden Rubik's Cube. Wang Wei actually concealed a part of it. Let me think about it. The part of the language you concealed should be related to me. Right? Cruz looked at Wang Wei with a look of relief. Otherwise, according to normal thinking, even if Wang Wei did not trust him at all, he would never think of transferring it to the plant planet in such a dangerous situation. After all, the plant planet may not be able to trap him. If he successfully escapes, it will be a very favorable situation for the Crusoe race. You are still very smart. You are right. The first prophecy given to me by the Golden Cube is to let me be careful of you. Cruz was not as surprised as Wang Wei imagined, but accepted everything with pleasure. So how do you plan to deal with my problem now? Cruz did not think that Wang Wei would keep his promise at the beginning, and was willing to let him go after he did such a thing. What you did not have much impact on us. So I never changed my mind. After everything is over, I will naturally let you go. After hearing Wang Wei's explanation, Cruz was very shocked. Are you really willing to let me go? Wang Wei nodded to Cruz. But if you are willing to tell me some useful information, I don't mind. Cruz understood that if he couldn't tell Wang Wei any useful information, he would be useless to Wang Wei. Although he didn't believe what Wang Wei said, that he would let him go after the matter was completely over. But what is certain at present is that if he does anything that is detrimental to Wang Wei and the Interstellar Federation where Wang Wei is, she will never be able to leave here. Although we have been in contact, I know very little. I think it is unlikely that you want to complete your defense against the Crusoe race with the information I have. Of course I know this. But what I want to know is why the Crusoe race needs to get the scepters of 3 planets. I have heard a rumor that if these 3 scepters are collected, a planet that was originally divided into 3 pieces will be reunited. What does this mean to your Crusoe race? This is the key information that Wang Wei wants to get from Cruz the most. If these 3 scepters combined together can have a very important impact on the Crusoe race, then it can understand the significance of the Crusoe race going to such great lengths to find the 3 scepters. If not, then what is the significance of the Crusoe race looking for these 3 scepters? However, Crusoe didn't know the truth about this matter, and could not tell Wang Wei much. If you are willing to wait for a while, I can try to ask and find out some information from the Crusoe leader. But I can't guarantee whether I can get the key information. Wang Wei nodded at Crusoe. He never thought of getting key information from Crusoe. The reason why he wanted to ask was because Crusoe had a strong mental control ability. Although this ability was not valued in the Crusoe race, Wang Wei knew that this ability could bring them great benefits. Of course I am willing to wait for a while. But I hope you should bring good news, not bad news. After saying this, Wang Wei did not stay in front of Crusoe for a long time, but chose to leave as soon as possible to complete what he should do. At present, all the plots of the Crush race have been basically destroyed by them, and there is no great threat to the plant planet, the 3-eyed planet, or even the subspace planet for the time being. Wang Wei is most worried about the large-scale invasion of the subspace planet by the Crush race, and they have not yet made any preparations. If faced with a large-scale invasion, it will be very passive. So the most urgent thing is for Wang Wei to gather together the people who have more say on the subspace planet, and discuss with them how to deal with the Crusoe race next. When Lasher and Orwell heard that the Crusoe race was likely to invade the subspace planet, the attitudes of the 2 sides were completely different. Lasher was very worried that the current strength of the subspace planet was not enough to resist the invasion of the Crusoe race. After all, the things that Wang Wei could take seriously were definitely not as simple as they imagined. Orwell looked excited. Since the Zerd-Tide army and the Bayan race no longer had disputes, the Zerd-Tide army has not had a serious fight. The last time, they used the weapons developed by Wang Wei to deal with the alien biological spacecraft formation led by Russia. They won easily. So are you sure that the Crusoe race you mentioned is really difficult to deal with? Orwell looked at Wang Wei with excitement. According to the information we have learned so far, it looks like this. However, Orwell also raised an objection. Because Wang Wei had previously sent people to attack the invasion and held hostage a part of the Crusoe race of the people of the 3-eyed planet. They came back quickly and completed the mission very smoothly. How could the opponent, who was defeated by you, be as powerful as you said? Orwell looked disdainful. Wang Wei saw Orwell's reaction, and could even guess what Orwell was thinking. Orwell must have thought that if the Crusoe race really invaded the subspace planet Bug, as long as the army was equipped with the weapons they had, they could defeat the opponent as smoothly as they did. However, Although Orwell's attitude was a bit overconfident and conceited, Wang Wei felt that it might not be a bad thing to deal with this matter with such a mentality. If possible, I would also like to deal with this matter as easily as you do. But everyone can learn from Orwell. As long as we have confidence. I believe that with our combined strength, it is not as difficult as imagined to deal with the invasion of the Crusoe race and attack us. The king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant star disagreed with Wang Wei's statement. They clearly knew that there was no benefit in being confident. But facing an unknown race, and a very powerful one, blind confidence is equivalent to arrogance. Arrogance will make them pay a very painful price. At present, the relevant information we can get is simply too little. Before we determine the other party's ability, do we really have the hope of catching the other party in one fell swoop? The king of the plant star looked at Wang Wei with a worried look. Hearing the words of the king of the plant star, Lasher and the king of the three-eyed star also agreed. The information they currently have is indeed too little. They don't even know what kind of ability the Crusoe race has. And there is no news to prove what level of their technological civilization has reached. We can get some information about these things from Cruz. But I want to tell you a very important question. Cruz has a holy object that can predict the difficulties we will encounter in the future. This holy object was brought out by Cruz before he left the Crusoe race. And it seems to be quite effective. The king of the three-eyed alien and the king of the plant alien immediately became excited. And they began to ask Wang Wei if he could use this holy object to predict the dangers they would encounter next. Wang Wei said that the holy object was controlled by Cruz, and they could not use it easily. And even if they killed Cruz and took away the holy object, they might not really use it. But don't worry. I have reached an agreement with Cruz, and with his help, I will use the holy object to predict the dangers we will encounter next. Everyone listened attentively to what Wang Wei said next. In the prophecy of the creatures, the first one is to let us be careful of Cruz. The second one is to let us be careful of Triassic Planet and the scepter of Triassic Planet. The Plant Star King and the Three-Eyed Star King were not unfamiliar with the Triassic Planet and the scepter of Triassic Planet mentioned by Wang Wei. They could also understand why Triassic Planet and the scepter of Triassic Planet were mentioned in the fable. After all, if the Crusoe race could obtain the scepter of Triassic Planet, then the Crusoe race only needed to plunder the Plant Planet and the Three-Eyed Planet, and seize the scepters of these two planets to achieve their goal of restoring the original planet. At that time, the three scepters could also be reassembled to achieve the ultimate goal of the Crusoe race. It's just that they don't know what effect the reassembly of the three scepters will bring. This is the most worrying and stressful issue for Wang Wei and his team. That is why the Plant Star King and the Three-Eyed Star King immediately transferred the scepters to the Warp Planet for storage. Although this method does seem to ensure that the scepters of the Plant Planet and the Three-Eyed Star will not be taken away by the Crusoe race. If the Crusoe race knows that the scepters are kept in the Warp Planet, then they can also get the remaining two scepters by attacking the Warp Planet. It can be said that if they can protect the scepters from being placed in the warp, and the news of the planet will not be spread, then the two scepters will be safe. If the news is leaked, not only the Plant Planet and the Three-Eyed Planet will be affected, but even the Warp Planet will not be spared. At this moment, everyone finally understood why the prophecy of the Holy Relic mentioned that they should be careful of Cruz. I am afraid that Cruz is likely to betray them. He currently has two scepters, and both scepters are placed on the Warp Planet. The Plant Star King and the Three-Eyed Star King immediately looked at Wang Wei and asked Wang Wei whether he wanted to transfer Cruz to other planets according to the original plan. Wang Wei shook his head slightly at the two of them, indicating that he had a new plan. Currently, the attention of the Crusoe race is on us. So I hope that one of you can take the two scepters to Earth through the Nanchaman transmission device, and temporarily leave the two scepters in the hands of the official person in charge of Xia country. The Plant Star King and the Three-Eyed Star King looked at Wang Wei with confusion, not understanding the real intention of Wang Wei arrangement. If the Crusoe race wants to know the whereabouts of the other two scepters, as long as they break through the subspace planet, even if the two scepters are hidden on Earth, they will probably not escape the doom. They currently only think that we will put the scepter in a secret place, but they can never imagine that we can grow the scepter to the Milky Way, which is very far away from here. Even Cruz doesn't know that we can easily travel between the Milky Way through the transmission device. If he betrays us and passes our news to Leader Crusoe through the special ability of their race, they will also think that we have found a hidden place nearby and hid the two scepters. So although the Milky Way is very far away, and there is not too strong defense in the Milky Way, At least no one will suspect it. And you can rest assured that Xia country will not use, and has no ability to use the scepters owned by your 2 planets. So putting the scepter in Xia country is the best way. The Plant Star King and the Three-Eyed Star King were silent for a long time. They also understood that what Wang Wei said made sense. But they still had some concerns about putting the scepter in the Milky Way. You can take your time to think about this matter. And don't rush to give me any answer. If you feel that this plan cannot make you feel at ease, you can also take control of the ownership of the scepter yourself. I will not force you to hand over the scepter to me, and keep it on Earth. In the final analysis, the scepter and the planet have nothing to do with the subspace planet. It is because of the mutual help between them that Wang Wei will give them advice. But if they don't appreciate this, Wang Wei will force the scepter to be sent to Earth, which goes against his original intention. The King of the Three-Eyed Star and the King of the Plant Star knew that Wang Wei had never coveted the scepter in their hands. But they still said that they would think about it before giving Wang Wei an answer, and said that they never doubted that Wang Wei had the idea of occupying the scepter. This meeting basically ended here. The Bayan race will continue to go back to make Xiantian armor and various weapons to deal with the invasion activities that the Crusoe race is likely to carry out. The Insectide army will select special people to begin to familiarize themselves with the weapons made by the Bayan race. After all, they are the main force to deal with the invasion of the Culus race. And their physical fitness and strength are stronger than other races. Orwell didn't care about this matter, and he even showed some excitement. Lasher was also excited because he got the help of Wang Wei, and the Bayan race would be greatly improved. The only ones who were frowning were the Plant Star King and the Three-Eyed Star King. It can be said that they knew better than anyone that they could never deal with the invasion of the Culus race with their own abilities. In this situation, they must get the help of Wang Wei. But they don't want Wang Wei to be able to touch the scepter alone. Party B Wang Wei has the idea of selling the scepter to the Culus race. After many discussions between the two, they finally decided to hand over the scepter to Wang Wei. And Wang Wei would send the scepter to the Earth and give it to the leader of Wang Wei country for safekeeping. Only in this way can they truly believe that even if the army of the Crusoe race attacks the subspace planet, and even when they are completely unable to resist, they can still ensure the safety of the scepters, and will not let the 3 scepters be taken by Crusoe, thus causing them irreparable losses. Wang Wei immediately activated the Nanshanman teleportation device with the 2 scepters and returned to Earth. The first thing he did after arriving on Earth was to find the official person in charge of Xia country, and handed the 2 scepters he brought to the official person in charge of Xia country for safekeeping. In the process of completing this matter, Wang Wei seriously warned the official person in charge of Xia country not to use the 2 scepters. First of all, they cannot use the power of the scepters at all. Secondly, the 2 scepters do not belong to the Interstellar Alliance, let alone him. If there is any problem with these 2 scepters, he will not be able to explain to the Plant Planet and the Three-Eyed Planet. At that time, the Plant Planet and the Three-Eyed Planet really pursue his troubles, and he alone cannot stop the 2 planets from attacking Xia country. The official head of Xia felt that this task was very difficult, and asked Wang Wei if they could refuse. Wang Wei said that a very powerful alien race was eager to find these 2 scepters. If the safety of these 2 scepters could be guaranteed on Earth, not only would the Earth be protected by the Plant Planet and the Three-Eyed Planet in the future, but also some innocent people would not be harmed by the Crusoe race. The official head of Xia, who was hesitant at first, nodded in agreement after hearing Wang Wei's explanation. From now on, these 2 scepters will be kept as the top secrets of Xia. I will take them out of the warehouse when you come to take them away again. Wang Wei was very grateful for the help of the official head of Xia. Before he left, he also told the official head of Xia a good news. That is, they have begun to mine the triangular crystal stone. It won't be long before the research on the triangular crystal stone will have results. At that time, he will try to bring the triangular crystal stone back to Earth to further develop Xia technology. Chapter 305 The Big Pie Drawn by the leader of Crusoe. Although the official person in charge of Xia country did not know what the significance of the triangular crystal stone was for the development of Xia country's science and technology, seeing Wang Wei's solemn promise, the official person in charge also expressed his gratitude to Wang Wei. Without your help, the level of scientific and technological development in Xia country would not have progressed so rapidly. But even so, you must ensure your own safety in outer space, and try not to put yourself in a dangerous situation. Why did the official person in charge of Xia country say this? Wang Wei knew very well. Because during this period of time, The subspace planet faced many threats. If Wang Wei could not turn the tide, then even if the triangular crystal stone was found, many innocent people would be killed. Wang Wei shrugged helplessly. In fact, you should understand that I have no ambition at all in this matter. And I have never thought of taking the technological civilization of other planets for myself. It's just that in outer space, those alien creatures, who have never been bound by rules and etiquette, will do whatever they want. They will do whatever it takes to get it. So we humans who follow the rules and have compassion will become the targets of attack. The official person in charge also understands Wang Wei's feelings very well. After all, such things are unavoidable for anyone. But he still hopes that Wang Wei can try his best to ensure his safety. Although it cannot be said that the technological development of Xiagua has always relied on Wang Wei. Wang Wei has made so many contributions to Xiagua, and they still hope that Wang Wei can have a good ending. After apologizing to the official person in charge of Xiagua, Wang Wei chose to leave the Earth as soon as possible. After all, if he left the Interstellar Federation base for too long, it would indeed arouse Cruz's suspicion. Although he didn't believe that Cruz could know that he had transferred the two scepters to the Earth out of thin air. If Cruz had any suspicion about this matter, or if he passed the news that it had left the Interstellar Federation base for a long time to the leader of the Crystal race, then they would probably face a fierce battle next. Wang Wei quickly returned to the Interstellar Federation base through the Nanchaman teleportation device. At the Interstellar Federation base, Wang Wei continued to be busy with research. After Wang Wei research, the huge energy contained in the triangular crystal can actually be used to make weapons or defensive devices and equipment. The powerful energy that the triangular crystal can develop is enough to make a weapon qualitatively improved in a short period of time. For example, if the triangular crystal is loaded into the weapon developed by Wang Wei before, the weapon will not need any charging for a long time, let alone loading bullets. This is still very beneficial for combat. Secondly, if the triangular crystal is used as kinetic energy to transmit energy to various fortifications and equipment, as long as the main body of the equipment is not destroyed, the equipment can continue to operate normally. Although Wang Wei has not yet actually tested how long the medical prism stone can keep the defense system running. According to the energy that the prism stone can release, one prism stone is enough to keep these devices running for 3 to 5 years. Moreover, during this period, the energy of the prism stone will gradually be released in a stable form, and will never cause any damage to the defense equipment and machines. After Wang Wei made the experimental results public, he immediately received the approval of Lasher and Orwell. They both believed that if these two weapons could be used on a large scale in combat, the defense and force of the entire subspace would be greatly improved. At that time, they no longer have to fear the appearance of Crusoe, who is likely to invade and cause harm to all creatures on the subspace planet. At the same time, the leader of Crusoe was also angry because he had not received a report from Crusoe for a long time. After all, Wang Wei had never met Crusoe, and Crusoe did not have much information at present. Soon the leader of the Crusoe race took the initiative to contact Crusoe and asked Crusoe whether he had changed temporarily during the contact process. The idea is to help the creatures on the subspace planet instead of helping fellows of the same race as Cruz. Cruz was very helpless in front of the leader of the Crusoe race. If possible, I would also like to contribute to the Crusoe race to complete your plan. But it is a pity that I am afraid I can't help you with this effort. The leader of Crusoe was very unclean. Although Cruz was indeed an insignificant identity among the Crusoe race. However, according to the current principle that they cannot easily go to the subspace planet to contact the creatures on the subspace planet, it seems that Cruz's role is still very powerful. However, the leader of Crusoe had never thought that Crusoe would choose to give up the cooperation with him halfway, and even vaguely help the creatures on the subspace planet to deal with the Crusoe race. So at this time, the leader of Crusoe was extremely angry. He warned Crusoe through brain waves, "Don't try to betray the Crusoe race. You know how powerful our race is. The reason why we didn't immediately attack the subspace planet is entirely because we don't want to see any mistakes of the scepter on the subspace planet." Crusoe can certainly understand why the leader of Crusoe said this to him. In fact, on the surface, it seems that Crusoe still has a great advantage in carrying the biological collection on the subspace planet. However, after experiencing the tragic death of his peers on the three-eyed planet, I am afraid that even the leader of Crusoe is not sure whether it is from the subspace planet. The racial alliance is really as weak as they look. If everything is their wrong imagination, then the leader of Crusoe will never let their peers continue to take risks. After all, they think they are the most powerful race in technology and ability among all the biological systems in the universe. So far, they have never encountered an enemy, and it is the first time that their people have been killed by external forces. Cruz knows the thoughts of Chief Crusoe very well, so he comforts Chief Crusoe and says, "I will help you find out the situation as much as possible, but I cannot guarantee that the information I get is accurate. I believe you understand. For the biological groups on the subspace planet, I am not worthy of their trust. Even if they do not doubt me at present, they will never believe what I say." Chief Crusoe knew about this early, but he always believed that even a little bit of information would be good for their current situation. Unfortunately, judging from the current situation, I am afraid that Cruz's hot media flag will become completely useless. But even so, Chief Crusoe will never give up Cruz, because Cruz still holds a holy relic that is very beneficial to the Crusoe race. If they can get the holy relic, even if they have to face the biological groups on the subspace planet that may be more powerful than them, they will have more chances of winning. If you are willing, Cruz, we will immediately send people to rescue you and take you away from the warp planet. But you must return the holy relic to us. Otherwise we will never lend you a helping hand. Cruz did not believe what Chief Crusoe said at all. He knew that the reason why Chief Crusoe said this to him was because he was holding a holy relic that was very important to the Crusoe race. If he did not have this holy relic in his hand, his life and death would become dispensable, and would not attract the attention of the Crusoe race at all. I think I am very grateful for your kindness, but based on the current situation, I will not choose to leave the warp planet. I believe you also understand that if I leave the warp planet, my safety will become even more insecure. After hearing Cruz's words, Chief Crusoe became even more angry, and there was also some anger in his anger. After all, as Chief Crusoe, he had never experienced the taste of being rejected by others. What's more, Cruz has always been despised by Crusoe. What do you mean? Are you planning to help the aliens deal with your actions now? When he heard this, Cruz suddenly laughed. When my own race wanted to target me and kick me out of the race, you didn't seem to think about my feelings. The reason why you seem to attach great importance to me now is entirely because I hold the sacred object with allegorical function that the Crusoe race attaches great importance to. If there is no such sacred object, then I will still be an insignificant existence in your mind. Cruz's ruthless words made the leader Crusoe angrily cut off the contact between the two. He began to gather his happiness to discuss how to attack the subspace planet. But his confidant also opposed the attack on the subspace planet. Chief, it's not that we don't support your idea of suppressing the space planet together, but there are too many uncertain factors if we want to attack the subspace planet now. Have you forgotten that our people who were sent to the three-eyed planet were slaughtered by unknown creatures? When mentioning this matter, Chief Crusoe felt extremely annoyed. Obviously, their race is the most powerful creature among all the nearby planets. Why is it that just a three-eyed planet that is so ordinary that it can't be more ordinary is enough to hurt their people? It's all because of your incompetence. If you didn't educate the warriors who went to the three-eyed planet, why would our attempt to seize the three-eyed planet's scepter end in vain? Faced with the questioning of the leader Crusoe, his confidant was speechless and didn't dare to refute at all. After all, if they were not careful, they would probably end up with their heads and bodies separated. However, they still risked their lives to raise objections to the attack on the subspace planet. Although we are now capable of attacking the subspace planet, we don't know much about the situation on the subspace planet after all. Since Crusoe is still imprisoned on the subspace planet, I believe we can get more useful information through it. As long as we can grasp the basic information on the pressure-controlled planet, then our next plan to attack the subspace planet will also be more beneficial. Although the leader Crusoe did not intend to continue communicating with Crusoe, he had to admit that what his confidant said was still very reasonable. His confidant also saw the hesitation of Chief Crusoe, and after thinking for a while, he reminded him, if you think Crusoe is very unreliable, then we can also put forward corresponding conditions to Crusoe. But after Crusoe returns to our tribe, whether we will choose to fulfill this promise is still unknown. Chief Crusoe suddenly felt his eyes brighten, just as his confidant said, although they can agree to Crusoe's request. After Crusoe returns to the tribe, how to deal with Crusoe is still up to them. So according to this plan, Chief Crusoe contacted Crusoe again, but he didn't expect that when he contacted Crusoe, Wang Wei happened to be sitting opposite Crusoe. Wang Wei originally wanted to come to Crusoe to discuss the specific details of how to get some basic information about Crusoe from Chief Crusoe's mouth, but he didn't expect that Crusoe began to twitch all over his body after the two of them just spoke a few words. And then a sound he had never heard before came out of his mouth. Cruz, we have discussed this. If you are willing to continue to cooperate with us and allow us to obtain all kinds of information about the subspace planet as soon as possible, we can consider bringing you back to our tribe and promise you a high status. After hearing the other party's words, Wang Wei was basically sure that the person who spoke should be the leader of the Cruz race. The reason why he made such a promise to Cruz was because the Cruz people were now imprisoned on the subspace planet and could bring them a lot of useful information. Cruz's eyes fell on Wang Wei's face. Wang Wei nodded to him, indicating that Cruz didn't need to pay attention to his existence and could respond to the remarks of the leader of Cruz at will. Cruz had never concealed these things from Wang Wei, so he was naturally not afraid of Wang Wei knowing. In front of Wang Wei, he responded to the words of the leader of Cruz as if no one was around. I think you don't seem to understand my real meaning. I want to tell you that although I am still trapped on the subspace planet, my personal freedom is not safe. So the information I can get is limited. And what I can provide to you is even more limited. If you can't accept my response, then I think there is no need for our cooperation to continue. The leader of Crusoe was so angry that his teeth itched. But when he thought of what his confidant said, he didn't get angry with Crusoe. He thought that his attitude would make Crusoe understand that they were very sincere. But he didn't know that Crusoe had seen through his intentions from the first sentence he opened his mouth. It doesn't matter. As long as you can continue to provide us with news about the subspace planet, we will fulfill our promise to bring you back to the Crusoe race, and not pursue the various crimes you have committed before. After Crusoe expressed his gratitude to the leader of Crusoe and told him some irrelevant questions, he immediately cut off the contact on the grounds that someone was passing by. After cutting off the connection, Cruz looked at Wang Wei again. Look at this group of arrogant people. They have never imagined that their every move is clearly seen by others. Wang Wei also nodded, thinking that the big cake drawn by the leader Crusoe was very good. If Cruz was not smart, he would probably fall into the big cake drawn by the leader Crusoe. Although I know that you have seen through the real intention of the leader Crusoe, I still want to remind you that you must not be deceived by the conditions he proposed. They have no intention of giving you any benefits, let alone taking you back to the Crusoe race. They use you for two purposes. One is to get the holy object hidden in your hand, and the other is to get key information about the subspace planet. Cruz nodded. Although he also felt that Wang Wei's words made sense, he was still very surprised that Wang Wei could see through the intentions of the leader Crusoe so easily. Why do you seem very familiar with such things? Have you experienced similar things before? Wang Wei smiled helplessly at Cruz. To be honest, such things often happen on the planet where I live, and the probability of occurrence is not low. So the moment the Khan leader opened his mouth, I had guessed his true thoughts and hoped that you would not agree to any of his conditions. I can't say that I did this without any selfish motives, but I believe you can also understand that doing this will not benefit you at all. Cruz certainly believed that what Wang Wei said was right, but he didn't expect Wang Wei to open his heart and say such words to him. I believe you have just seen that I don't have much useful information about the subspace and the planet, so it won't have any impact on you. Therefore, I also hope that you can fulfill your initial promise and not keep me here after the matter is over. Wang Wei nodded and agreed to Cruz's request. You can cooperate with me boldly, although I can't guarantee that I won't be as shameless as your leader Crusoe. At least, I will never affect my own prestige for some trivial things. I also think that if there is a chance in the future, we can also become a cooperative relationship. Wang Wei's words made Cruz look at him with more respect. He really never thought that this seemingly weak creature could have such a broad mind. Chapter 306. Enemies become jealous when they meet. After the contact between Chief Crusoe and Cruz was cut off, Chief Crusoe always felt that Cruz's attitude was a little strange. He immediately called his confidant to analyze whether the real reason why Cruz agreed to them was as simple as it seemed on the surface. I always feel that Cruz may not have really thought about cooperating with us. Maybe he did this just because he wanted to temporarily appease us. The confidant of Chief Crusoe also felt that what he said made a lot of sense. Chief, you are right. Cruz is currently controlled by the biological race on the subspace planet. Maybe even if he can communicate with us through mental contact, it is difficult to guarantee that what he said has nothing to do with the biological race on the subspace planet. But with this, Chief Crusoe had even more headaches. If they could not understand how powerful the biological race on the subspace planet was, would their plan be shelved forever? In the matter of reuniting the three scepters, Chief Crusoe did not want any mistakes. So he sent his people to prepare to go to the subspace planet for secret exploration. The people they arranged also stayed on the subspace planet in stealth mode using a small spacecraft. Although they don't have the abnormal ability of the Xiantian armor that Wang Wei wears. At least, they can still avoid other people's sight and not be easily discovered. But this ability seems to have no effect on the subspace planet. Because it didn't take long for the soldiers of the Zerg army to discover the alien creatures that sneaked into the subspace planet and reported the news to Wang Wei. When Wang Wei learned from Orwell that alien creatures had sneaked into the subspace planet, a smile appeared on Wang Wei's face. Looking at the smile on Wang Wei's face, Yasuo felt a little unsure in his heart. And his back was cold. What are you thinking about? Why is the smile so weird that people feel uncomfortable when they look at it? Seeing Orwell frowning, Wang Wei immediately explained to everyone a plan he had just thought of. If the alien creatures that invaded the subspace planet happened to be sent by the Crusoe race, then it would be a rare benefit for them. After all, they had been troubled by not understanding the biological abilities of the Crush race, and were also worried that their current technological and weapon levels were not enough to deal with the attack of the Crush race. But now that the Crush race has taken the initiative to come to their door, the situation will be completely different. They can use this opportunity to get to know the true strength of the Crush race. Orwell roughly guessed what Wang Wei meant, but he was still a little uncertain, and asked cautiously, "Do you mean that you want to capture the Crush race for research now?" Wang Wei nodded at Orwell. But the words he said were not as scary as Orwell's words sounded. "Don't be so direct. We don't want to capture them for experiments. It sounds like some kind of scientific perversion. What we really want to do is to invite them back. Through their descriptions, we can better understand the capabilities of the biological group of the Crusoe race and the level of scientific research civilization of their race. Only in this way can we know ourselves and the enemy and fight 100 battles without danger." When Orwell thought of this, he still felt that Wang Wei looked a bit perverted, although I think what you said is completely different from what you were about to do. If you really want to invite people back, let me arrange it now. After apologizing to Orwell, Wang Wei asked Orwell to leave immediately to complete everything he had just promised. Orwell did not hesitate at all. Since he was capturing alien creatures, he even felt that he should secretly ambush and wait for the other party to find him. But the moment this idea came to mind, Orwell doubted himself. When did he learn to be so bad from Wang Wei that he could actually do such a sneak attack? In anger, Orwell did not choose to sneak attack, but led his people to openly laugh. And the alien creatures launched an attack. Because there were only 3 alien creatures as a team to come to the subspace planet to explore the situation. So they were no match for the Zerg army. Moreover, this time even the leader of the Zerg army has appeared. And it is even more impossible for them to beat the Zerg army. The people of the Crush race were brought in front of Wang Wei. The moment they saw Wang Wei, the people of the Crush race suddenly laughed. "I thought our enemy was such a powerful existence. But now I know that it is very different from what we expected. It's just a creature that is so ordinary and weak that it can't be any weaker. If it were someone else, they would be furious when they heard the other party evaluate them like this." But Wang Wei was different. Wang Wei listened to what the people of the Q-less race said, but his face was full of smiles. "I think you are right. Our race is indeed a very fragile existence. But compared to the sneaky behavior of the Q-less race, I don't think we are that bad." When they heard this, the Q-less race's face was immediately embarrassed. This was obviously saying that they were incapable and liked to use some shady means. "If it weren't for our people being imprisoned on your planet, we would never be so cautious in getting along with you." Wang Wei looked at the people of the Crusoe race and found that what they said seemed very funny. And he couldn't help laughing. When the other party saw Wang Wei smile, the expression on his face became more and more ferocious. "What are you laughing at? Are what we said so funny?" Wang Wei smiled and waved at the other party. "I'm really sorry. If we didn't really help it, we wouldn't laugh in front of you. But I still hope you can understand that the reason I laughed is not because your behavior makes me feel funny, but because I wonder why you have such naive ideas. Naive enough to think that by invading our planet, you will definitely be able to find out our confidence, which will have a good impact on your next attack." The members of the Crusoe race stared at Wang Wei in confusion, seemingly not understanding Wang Wei's real intention. Wang Wei was not in a hurry about this matter. "Since you have been invited to visit our Interstellar Federation base, why don't you tell us why your people are so interested in the scepters of the Triassic planet, the Plant planet, and the Three-Eyed planet? I heard that the 3 scepters can be combined into one. The day when the 3 scepters merge into one will also reunite the planet that was originally split into 3. Is this your real purpose? The people of the Q-less race were very surprised that Wang Wei could know so much useful information. And he said it so accurately. Even their purpose was not the plant planet and the three-eyed planet at all. It's just that they know the scepters hidden on these two planets. Where did you get this information from? Apart from this, what else do you know? Wang Wei stood opposite the other party, with a very mysterious and weird smile on his face. As for what else I know, you don't have to worry about it. But what I want to tell you is, don't try to lie to me. I believe you. And remember that a member of your Q-less race is imprisoned here. If I find out that you are lying, the result may not be optimistic. According to Wang Wei's personality, he doesn't like to use such threats to force the other party to submit. But it seems that the other party doesn't take them seriously. So appropriate intimidation is also very important for them to get useful information. Just give up on this idea. No matter what you know now, we will never tell you the truth. As for the one of our people who is imprisoned here, he was completely abandoned by the Crusoe race. He is just an abandoned child, and will not have any important use at all. Wang Wei held his chin and thought for a long time before slowly speaking. Abandoned child. I didn't expect you to describe it like this. I guess you don't know that the wife you mentioned actually has a teapot from the last era in her hand. The members of the Crusoe race who heard about this were extremely shocked. Although their races all admire powerful abilities, they also yearn for this kind of holy object that can bring the race back to life. But they didn't expect that this holy object had been taken away from their planet by Lasher. And now both the scepter and crust are in the hands of the creatures on the subspace planet. If their holy objects become objects that can be used by the races on the subspace planet, it seems to have a great impact on the attack that the Crusoe race is about to launch on the subspace planet. Let Crust mark the holy object. Why does he dare to leave our tribe with the holy object? This is simply a betrayal of us. Looking at this group of aliens, the creatures are so arrogant. Wang Wei can't help but laugh, and don't understand why Crust still has a little expectation for such a race, hoping to live the way he wants. I can't tell whether Cruz has betrayed your Crusoe race, but what I know is that Cruz has decided to cooperate with us. So no matter how many people you send, they will never be our opponents. Faced with Wang Wei's provocation, the two people of the Crusoe race couldn't say a word. They simply shut up and said nothing, no matter how Wang Wei asked in a peaceful tone, or use other means to force them to confess. They just refused to say anything. Fortunately, Wang Wei brought these people to Cruz and handed them over to Cruz for processing. Because Wang Wei still remembers that Cruz has the ability to control people's mental thoughts in a short time. However, after the last contact with the leader of Crusoe, Cruz fell into a deep sleep because of the huge mental consumption. This time, Wang Wei took the initiative to inject Cruz with a drug that could quickly restore his physical strength in a short time, so that Cruz could wake up normally and complete the things that Wang Wei needed him to help. However, when Cruz saw his fellow tribesmen, his face did not have any normal expression. On the contrary, he looked very disdainful. I didn't expect to see you here. Wang Wei knew that there must be some connection between Cruz and these two people from the Crusoe race that he didn't know about. And based on his intuition, Cruz was likely bullied by this group of people in the Crusoe race. The fact was just as Wang Wei imagined. During Cruz's conversation with the other party, Wang Wei gradually realized that Cruz had been bullied by the Crusoe race. And the two people who bullied him the most were the two people who were sent to him this time. So what is the real meaning of you bringing them here now? Cruz looked straight at Wang Wei. Because you have been away from the Crush race for many years, you don't know the situation inside the Crush race. We hope to learn more about the situation inside the Crush race through these two people. But they don't seem to be willing to cooperate. So we hope to use your mental control to make them tell us everything they know. Cruz understood Wang Wei's meaning and did not refuse Wang Wei's request, but immediately touched his hands on the two people. Then Cruz began to read with confidence, and Wang Wei immediately asked someone to record what Cruz said. After a short period of time, Cruz's hand was released, and the eyes of the two people began to become dull, just like Cruz before, and began to silently narrate everything they knew. Later, when studying the records, Wang Wei realized that everything Cruz said was a secret hidden deep in their hearts. Cruz could only see it, but it was not enough for them to say it out loud. And what they said in person was the impression they engraved in their minds. With these, Wang Wei did become more confident in dealing with the invasion of the Crush race on the subspace planet. At the same time, Wang Wei also found that Cruz's reaction was a bit strange after the two people appeared. So after finishing everything, Wang Wei found Cruz and tried to communicate with him. Are you here to laugh at me? Cruz's attitude was very unfriendly now. And even Wang Wei approached to him without any malice was within the range of his rejection. Wang Wei immediately expressed his goodwill to him. I just think that after the two people appeared, your condition seems to have become very bad. If you don't mind, you can tell me your experience. After all, you will leave in the future. After the subspace planet, it will be difficult for us to have any intersection again. Cruz was silent for a long time. And just when Wang Wei thought he might reject this proposal, he finally spoke. In Cruz's description, Wang Wei saw a similar thing to what those bully children on Earth encountered. It turned out that at the coming-of-age ceremony of the Crusoe race, everyone would be tested for awakening abilities, to test what kind of abilities they awakened after adulthood. When he was a child, the power system ability was the most favored by others. After all, the Crusoe race often enjoyed plundering other planets. If a race does not have strong military force, it is indeed difficult to perform better when plundering other planets. The mind control ability that Cruz awakened would be looked down upon by others. Although the adults did not say much, the sympathetic eyes still made Cruz feel hurt. When he left the test site and returned home, those companions who had a very good relationship with him gradually began to alienate him because he awakened the mind control ability. He became a loner. Later, Cruz tried to communicate and join forces with his own kind, so that those who awakened spiritual abilities could be treated fairly in the Crusoe race. But at this time, Cruz found that this group of people had long lost their backbone, and they even thought that they were treated unfairly. It was also a very normal thing, and they never even thought about breaking the oppression. In this way, Cruz gradually became completely discouraged about the planet where the Crusoe race lived. When he decided to leave, he took away the holy object that the Crusoe race valued very much. His initial idea was not to take the holy object away, but to use the power of the holy object to save him from being hunted down by the Crusoe race. Because the Crusoe race has a strange rule. That is, if they awaken unnecessary or useless abilities, even if they are bullied, they must never leave the Crusoe race. After they are born, they are part of the tribe and accept the various conditions brought to them by the tribe. After growing up, they must repay the tribe for their upbringing. Therefore, this group of Crusoe who possess seemingly useless special abilities would oppress the tribe. Not to mention that Crusoe was so bold. He not only stole Crusoe's sacred object, but also tried to lead a group of people to overthrow the system that divided the tribe into different levels through decisive ability. And this group of people was once sent to hunt them down. But they were easily escaped by Crusoe. Now when they meet again, Crusoe's hatred for them has not diminished at all. Instead, when you see them, your emotions instantly collapse. I didn't expect your childhood to be so miserable. No wonder you always have fun by invading other planets, and occupying and plundering resources on other planets. Crusoe looked at Wang Wei with confusion in his eyes, not quite understanding what Wang Wei meant by saying this. Chapter 307 Confused Crusoe Leader. Noticing Cruz's eyes, Wang Wei shook his head at him. Don't worry. I didn't mean any harm in what I said just now. I just think your experience is indeed worthy of sympathy. A trace of discomfort flashed across Cruz's face. The reason why he said these to Wang Wei was not to gain Wang Wei's sympathy through these old stories, but he hoped that Wang Wei could believe that what he did was not possible to have a large space planet or an interstellar Federation base. After all, he would continue to stay here. If Wang Wei always doubted him, or if the Crusoe race did something that would harm the interests of all creatures on the subspace planet in the future, then he would most likely become a suspect. Wang Wei didn't say much, but patted Cruz on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work this time. If you have any requests, you can ask me. As long as it's not too much, I can satisfy you. Cruz shook his head. He lived comfortably here and didn't have any requests. But I hope that if the Crusoe race really attacks the space-suppressing planet one day, you can let me see it from afar. Wang Wei can understand why Cruz made such a request. After all, for Cruz, there is an irreconcilable hatred between the Crusoe race and him. It cannot be said that it is truly irreconcilable. But Cruz will subconsciously blame everything he encounters on the strange system of the Crusoe race. If there were no outrageous systems, he would still be able to live in his own tribe and live a stable life. Although Wang Wei does not know whether Cruz has repented, he believes that if they rely on the ability of the Crusoe race, they can find a planet suitable for their lives. Through their efforts, they will definitely be able to make this planet prosperous. And there is absolutely no need to wander outside, or even plunder resources from other planets. It's just that he said that this kind of thing is useless. And the leader of the Crusoe race needs to recognize this lifestyle. Based on the current situation, the leader of the Crusoe race certainly does not agree with this lifestyle, since they were unwilling to stay in a corner. He could only fight back when they provoked the subspace planet. Leaving the place where Cruz was imprisoned, Wang Wei went straight back to the laboratory. The two people of the Crusoe race who were brought back were also imprisoned. According to their observations, these two people did not actually have any special ability to control the minds of people on the subspace planet. So Wang Wei was relieved. What he was most worried about was that these alien creatures had the ability to control minds. After all, their purpose was obvious. If their ability to control minds would be used on the warriors of the Interstellar Federation base, the impact on them would be particularly huge. However, it was obviously unrealistic to avoid these situations by imagination alone. Wang Wei still decided that if possible, he would choose to monitor these people to ensure that they would not affect any creatures on the subspace planet. The three-eyed aliens and the plant aliens all agreed with Wang Wei's approach. If they are not monitored, will they also use the special communication ability of their own race to contact their leader? After the two of them reminded him, Wang Wei also remembered this matter and hurriedly asked Cruz if he could stop them from contacting the leader of Crusoe. Cruz responded to Wang Wei's question calmly, although it cannot be completely stopped. I think I should have a way. If you can trust me, you can try to lock them up with me, so that I can sense when they plan to contact the leader of Crusoe. When they contact the leader of Crusoe, I can stop them, so as to prevent them from contacting the leader of Crusoe and letting the Crusoe race know everything here. Wang Wei was silent for a while, and thought for a long time before finally agreeing to Cruz's request. He did not completely distrust Cruz, but it was indeed risky for him to lock up three people of the Crusoe race together. You don't have to worry that I will join them to leave here. If I really want to leave, I will not have anything to do with the Crusoe race. Hearing Crusoe say this, Wang Wei felt much more relieved. After all, judging from the relationship between Crusoe and the Crusoe race, if Crusoe is not threatened with his life, he will never ask the leader of Crusoe for help. When the two Crusoe people were imprisoned with Crusoe, they woke up and began to clamor for the people of the Interstellar Federation base to release them. We are still willing to give you a chance now. If you don't release us immediately, when the Crusoe race knows about this, everyone on your planet will die without a burial place. Don't think that you can challenge the Crusoe race just by controlling Crusoe. You don't have the ability to do that. Wang Wei was not angry when he heard these words. He just glanced at Crusoe and said, I trouble you this time. After saying that, Wang Wei turned and left. After the men's football team left, the two people from the Crusoe race immediately looked at Crusoe with a wary look in their eyes. What agreement did you reach with them? Even if you have left the Crusoe race for many years, you should remember clearly that you are a member of the Crusoe race. How can you be oriented to outsiders? Crusoe sneered in response to their words. So you finally remember now that I am a member of the Crusoe race. Not a member abandoned by you? The faces of the two people suddenly became very ugly. But facing Crusoe's accusations, they still had reasons to explain. We did that because everyone else did it. Why don't you care about other people's mistakes and hold us accountable? Cruz laughed even more arrogantly. No. You are wrong. I never thought that your violence against me was your fault alone, but that the entire Crusoe race was wrong. Even if my ability may not seem as strong as others, I have not done anything that is against the will of heaven and earth, and I should not be treated unfairly by you. So in my eyes, the entire Crusoe race has no need to continue to survive. The two people became a little panicked after listening to Cruz's words. You are not going to unite the biological groups on the subspace planet to attack the Crusoe race, are you? The other person disagreed. Don't believe him. Even if the people on the subspace planet do have some strength, they are definitely not our opponents. Looking at their inexplicable self-confidence, the smile on Cruz's face has never disappeared. If you feel that you have not become my wife yet, then you might as well wait with me to see whether the leader of the Crusoe you mentioned will immediately lead people to attack the space planet for the sake of your two lives. The two of them naturally believed in what they believed, so they did not take Crusoe's words to heart at all. Just wait. When the leader brings people to the subspace planet, we will tell the leader everything you have done. At that time, even if you want to return to the tribe, the leader will never agree. Cruz stared at them and did not respond to their words. These two people were just like what Wang Wei and others imagined. Not long after Wang Wei left, They began to try to contact the leader of Crusoe. They believed that as long as they could contact the leader of Crusoe, they would be successfully rescued. But they overlooked a key issue. That is, they had no chance to really contact the leader of Crusoe. When they tried to contact the leader of Crusoe, Crusoe would always control their spirits and create an illusion in their minds, making them think that they had contacted the leader of Crusoe. After making contact, they began to wait for the leader of Crusoe to save them. But after waiting for many days, they did not wait for the arrival of the leader of Crusoe and the army of Crusoe. At this time, they finally began to panic and tried to keep in touch with the leader of Crusoe. But their contact was not successful. At this time, their attention finally fell on Cruz, because they all knew that Cruz had a strong mental power and could control other people's thoughts in a short time. And Cruz, who had such a strong mental power, might be able to really get in touch with the Crusoe First Alliance. Cruz did not want to help him, and even showed a mocking expression in front of him. Don't you think you can contact your leader and take you away from here successfully? So why don't you continue to try and choose to ask for my help? The faces of the two people suddenly changed, and they began to ask Cruz for help with a begging attitude. What we said before may be a little offensive to you, but we hope you can forgive me for what I have said. After all, we are of the same race. Cruz stared at their expressions, and the smile on his face became clearer. Although I understand very well, I still want to tell you not to daydream. I will never agree to help you. No matter what your real purpose is in coming to the subspace and the planet, you may have to stay here for the rest of your life. The fact that the two alien creatures were fighting in the exclusive room of Yaklis soon reached Wang Wei's ears. The three-eyed almond and the plant star were worried about something going wrong, so they hoped that Wang Wei would go over and take a look as soon as possible. Whenever this happened, Wang Wei would shake his head slightly. Since we have decided to let Cruz take charge of this matter, then we should believe in his ability. The three-eyed almond and the plant star didn't quite understand why Wang Wei suddenly trusted Cruz so much. After all, in their minds, Cruz once wanted to invade the subspace. The planet even regarded the Earth and the plant planet as the colonies of aliens and creatures led by him. Although this kind of person has been caught now, it is very abnormal that he did not think of revenge on Wang Wei. So how could he help them solve the two people from the Crusoe race? Although you don't believe him, I am still willing to believe Cruz once. This time, it will be our experiment. If Cruz fails our experiment, we will still find an opportunity to send him to the plant planet in the future. Hearing Wang Wei say this, the other women didn't know how to refute anything. After all, Wang Wei never regretted his decision, which made a lot of sense. Then we should also agree on a specific time limit. If Cruz Black has not completed what you asked by the time limit, we must take corresponding measures. Wang Wei nodded in agreement. As for the next matter, he decided not to intervene and leave it all to the plant alien and the three-eyed alien. The 3-year newcomer did not tell Cruz about this matter, but Cruz did not disappoint Wang Wei's expectations. The two people's attempts to contact the leader Crusoe have never been successful. Later, they began to think that all this was done by Wang Wei, but they were not stupid. They soon realized that all this might seem to have a lot to do with Cruz. Otherwise, why did Cruz try to contact their leader even though he had been imprisoned here? But when they were imprisoned here, they could not contact the leader at all. Is everything you're doing? Why do you want to stop us from contacting the leader? Is this a bad thing for you? Cruz looked at their hysterical appearance. Not angry, but just funny. How can you be sure that all this is my doing? Do you have evidence to prove that all this is related to me? Although the two people had no evidence, they believed that only the 3 of them were imprisoned here. If it was not Cruz's doing, then who else could it be? If you have to say that these things are related to Wang Wei, then Wang Wei did not intervene too much in them. Just lock them up here. Even if Wang Wei noticed that they might want to contact the leader, Wang Wei had no way to stop the special ability of their race. Cruz didn't expect you to have betrayed the Crusoe race. How much benefit did they really give you to make you betray the Crusoe race and do such a thing? Cruz just smiled and didn't say anything. He didn't give any response to this matter. Soon, the leader of Crusoe on a distant planet also noticed that the people they sent out suddenly disappeared. He immediately called his confidants to discuss why their people quickly lost contact with them. Several of his confidants raised their doubts. The first person thought that it was very likely because Wang Wei had discovered the people they sent to the subspace planet to obtain intelligence. If their people had been eliminated by Wang Wei, even if they wanted to pass information to the Crusoe race, they would not have the opportunity. The second person thought that it was very likely that the people they sent out had not yet discovered more useful information. So they did not pass the message back. After all, this was taught to them by the leader. If they did not complete it well, they really could not face the leader. The leader of Crusoe was still more willing to believe the second possibility. After all, he really could not accept that the people they sent out were captured by the people on the subspace planet without discovering anything. Send another group of people over immediately. We must find out why the first group we sent out suddenly disappeared. Although the people below did not agree with Chief Crusoe's approach, they had no other choice but to follow Chief Crusoe's instructions. Wang Wei talked with the three-eyed alien and the plant alien about what had happened recently during his research. They all thought that if Chief Crusoe did not receive the news sent back, he would most likely send more people to investigate the situation. Wang Wei did not think that this matter was worth their attention at first. After all, even if Crusoe sent more people over, as long as they did not launch a large-scale attack on the subspace planet, no matter how many people they sent over, the result would be the same. They can catch people again and lock them up. But the three-eyed star and the plant star have different views on this. I think since we have already controlled those two people, we might as well use their special abilities to pass some false information to the leader of Crusoe. In this way, we can not only avoid being exposed, we have discovered their plan, but also confuse the other party, and delay and buy more time for us. Although this method sounds like there is no difficulty, Wang Wei knows that it is not an easy task to deceive the leader of Crusoe. You can try to talk to Cruz about this matter. I believe his opinion on this matter should be more effective than ours. After all, Cruz is a member of the Crusoe race. Although he has left the population for many years, with his understanding of the Crusoe race, he can definitely give them more, better and more effective suggestions and opinions. The three-eyed star and the plant star did not disturb Wang Wei, but went to Guanya Cruz's place as soon as possible to ask Cruz's opinion on this matter. After hearing their plan, Cruz also felt that this method could indeed help the races on the subspace planet to temporarily delay time. However, Chief Crusoe is also suspicious by nature, and whether he can believe this is not something he can control. If you can do it, you can help us try to confuse Chief Crusoe. If you have any other requests, you can put forward them. We will discuss and give you an accurate answer. The implication is that if Crusoe can really help them, they are also willing to meet some of Crusoe's small requests. However, Crusoe obviously did not think of making any requests. Don't worry. I will consider your requests and try my best to meet them. But I don't have any other requests. Chapter 308 Arrogant Captain Lance. The Plant King and the Three-Eyed King did not expect that Cruz would refuse so straightforwardly. After all, in their eyes, this was a great opportunity for Cruz. If Cruz's request was not excessive, at least he could live more comfortably when he was imprisoned in the Interstellar Federation base on the subspace planet. The Three-Eyed King did not seem to believe that Cruz would not have any request. Don't you really want to think about what kind of request you want to make? Cruz looked at the Three-Eyed King with a puzzled look in his eyes. Does it mean that if I don't make any request, it will cause trouble to you? He believed that if he did not make any request, it would be the situation that all creatures on the subspace planet wanted to see. That's not what I meant. I think that if it is within the range we are willing to bear, any request you make is not excessive. Cruz looked at the Three-Eyed King and the Plant King with even more confusion. Obviously, from the perspective of the Three-Eyed Star King and the Plant Star King, it is an enemy and an enemy to all creatures on the subspace planet, and they should be on guard against it at all times. Why are they so worried about their discomfort living on the subspace planet, and even want to take the initiative to ask him to make various requests? The Plant Star King pushed the Three-Eyed Star King and asked him not to continue. Although Cruz seemed to have done something wrong, and was led by Wang Wei, they stopped him in time. But for them, Cruz is still a dangerous existence. They should not get too close to Cruz, and they should not sympathize with Cruz. So under such a situation, the Three-Eyed Star King and the Plant Star King still said goodbye to Cruz, and turned back to Wang Wei Laboratory to report to Wang Wei the results of their communication with Cruz. In fact, Wang Wei was not surprised that they would be rejected by Cruz. After all, the results he got when he communicated with Cruz before were almost the same. Seeing the Three-Eyed Star King and the Plant Star King hesitant to speak, Wang Wei smiled and put down the things at hand. Are you very curious now why Cruz did not agree to your conditions, but helped us unconditionally? The Three-Eyed Star King and the Plant Star King looked at each other and nodded to Wang Wei. This is indeed the most incomprehensible thing in their minds. Do you know the reason? Wang Wei smiled at them, but did not point out the reason directly, but gave them a chance to think about the answer by themselves. What do you think Cruz hates the most? The three-eyed Star King thought about it, and quickly gave an answer. If I am not mistaken, Cruz hates them the most. Not us, but their race and their leader. Wang Wei nodded, but did not say anything else. The Plant Star King saw Wang Wei look and understood that Wang Wei wanted them to join in this thinking. At least they should learn how to distinguish whether Cruz's attitude towards them is kind or malicious. Let me think about it. He paused, then said, I guess why Cruz agreed to help us without asking for anything. The Three-Eyed King seemed very excited, and hurriedly urged the Plant King to stop keeping us in suspense, and quickly tell us the answer. Wang Wei has just reminded us that Cruz hates the Crusoe race, and the current Crusoe leader the most. That is to say, the reason why Cruz is willing to help us without asking for anything is that he just wants to use our hands to deal a heavy blow to the Crusoe race. He should know that he can't defeat the Crusoe race with his own ability. At the same time, he also saw the ability of all creatures on the subspace planet to unite in the process of fighting with us. So he came up with this trick of borrowing a knife to kill. After saying that, the Plant King immediately looked at Wang Wei, trying to judge whether the situation he described was correct by Wang Wei's expression. In fact, Wang Wei did not refute it, because the Plant King analysis was basically the same as his previous analysis of Cruz. The biggest wish of Cruz in this life should be to change the behavior pattern of the Crusoe race, so that the awakening ability is no longer the standard for judging whether a Crusoe race member is useful to the race. This is actually the same as the way humans on our Earth deal with things. No matter whether you are smart or stupid, whether you are poor or rich, you are a living being in this world, and you are basically equal to everyone else. After saying that, Wang Wei smiled, although it's a bit ridiculous to say this. After all, some people are born at a different starting point than most people, but at least in some aspects, everyone can be as equal as possible. I think this is what Cruz really wants to see. The Three-Eyed Alien King and the Plant Alien King looked at each other, never thinking that there were so many deep meanings in Cruz's actions. It seems that it is not reasonable to judge a person's goodness or badness and right or wrong based on what he has done. Wang Wei saw that the two of them looked deeply touched, and couldn't help but smile. In fact, you don't have to think so much. No matter what Cruz has experienced, his wrongdoings are related to him personally, and have nothing to do with others. No matter how pitiful his past experiences are, no matter how sympathetic and regrettable they are not a reason for him to invade other planets, and occupy other planets' resources, or even to kill all the creatures on other planets. If he knew that all this was wrong and still did it on purpose, then what is the difference between him and his race? The doubts in the hearts of the Three-Eyed Star King and the Plant Star King have been completely resolved, and they have no need to stay. The laboratory is returned to Wang Wei, allowing Wang Wei to continue to complete the research on the triangular crystal. Wang Wei's research on the triangular crystal has begun to show results. This day he showed everyone the research results. The triangular crystal contains very powerful energy. If this energy is used well, it can provide them with an endless source of energy, and there is no need to worry about the problem of energy exhaustion. But if it is used in the wrong way, it will cause energy to run away. During the experiment, Wang Wei also experienced the sudden situation of energy runaway. If he had not been wearing Xietian armor at that time, he would have become a name in history by now. So when Wang Wei introduced the characteristics of the Three-Edged Sutra to others, he seriously warned them not to have any fights near the warehouse where the three-edged crystal was stored. Any external force is likely to cause the three-edged crystal to run away. Rochelle and Orwell could not understand why Wang Wei was so cautious. Is this crystal really as terrible as you said? Wang Wei knew that if they had not witnessed the three-edged crystal running away with their own eyes, they might not believe what he said. Therefore, Wang Wei did not choose to explain all the reasons to them directly, but chose to change a way so that they could observe the ending of the three-edged crystal running away more directly. He led a group of people to an open space far away from the Interstellar Federation base. There were no creatures around here, not even plants, which was more suitable for others to see the most intuitive effect of the energy running away in the three-edged crystal with their own eyes. Wang Wei placed a triangular crystal far away from everyone, and then led everyone to retreat to a safe distance and fired a bullet at the triangular crystal with the most common weapon in the Interstellar Federation base. After the bullet hit the triangular crystal, there was no abnormality. After waiting, everyone looked at Wang Wei with surprise. They didn't understand why Wang Wei was so cautious at first, since the triangular crystal didn't go out of control. However, just before they said their thoughts, a roar rang in their ears. Some people with weaker tolerance even covered their ears in pain. Wang Wei didn't suffer much damage, because he was protected by the Xiantian armor. He looked at the painful appearance of the people around him, and suddenly felt that it might be a wrong decision to bring them to witness the result of the energy runaway of the triangular crystal. The king of the three-eyed star and the king of the planet star now had no time to complain about why Wang Wei brought them here on a whim. They tried to contact the result of the triangular crystal runaway. Now, they immediately sent everyone back to the Interstellar Federation base. Under the treatment of the medical team of the Interstellar Federation base, everyone basically returned to normal. However, after experiencing this incident, all creatures on the subspace planet understood that the triangular crystal was not as harmless as it seemed on the surface, but had certain dangers. Even the Zerg army began to be cautious about the mining of triangular crystals, although the process did not seem so ideal. As long as the result was good, Wang Wei felt that it was acceptable. On a distant planet, Chief Crusoe found that the state of the tribesmen who had contacted him recently was very strange. Moreover, the team they had just sent had no response. Chief Crusoe was indeed a little anxious, and hurriedly urged his confidants to contact their newly sent team to ensure that they had arrived at the subspace planet safely. The result was that the newly sent team encountered some troubles on the way, and has not yet arrived at the subspace planet. Their leader assured the confidant of Chief Crusoe, "We will not become weird after arriving at the subspace planet like the previous team. We will definitely be able to complete the task excellently." Although the confidant could not say that it was strange, he could only report this news to Chief Crusoe. Chief Crusoe's heart finally fell. He began to imagine that the subspace planet was being completely solved by the members of the team sent inside and outside. At the same time, the Zerg army is now responsible for patrolling the subspace planet. After all, their perception ability is stronger than that of all members in the Interstellar Federation base and the Bayan race. The people sent by the Zerg army were discovered by the Zerg army. If the Zerg army had not discovered the invasion of this group of people in time, I am afraid that they have already started to develop the triangular crystal stone, which would soon be heard by Chief Crusoe. The Zerg army team that had been patrolling the secluded valley that day disappeared after setting off. At first, Orwell didn't take it seriously. After all, the journey to the canyon was quite long, and it was understandable that they couldn't get back to the Zerg army's habitat within a day. However, until the next day, Orwell found out during routine inquiries that there was still no news from the team, and he immediately had a bad premonition. He felt that on the subspace planet, except for the warriors in the Interstellar Federation base, basically no one would be the opponent of the Zerg army. But their tribesmen disappeared quietly, and he thought carefully that the tribesmen were likely to be in trouble. While arranging the other two teams to investigate along the patrol route of the missing team, he immediately got up and went to the Interstellar Federation base to tell Wang Wei about this. After Orwell rushed to the Interstellar Federation base to explain the situation to Wang Wei also frowned. "You mean to say that it is basically certain that the missing team has encountered trouble, and it is very likely that all the team members have died?" Orwell shook his head. "I should believe that there are creatures on the subspace planet that secretly attack the Zerg army. But what cannot be denied is whether this was done by the people of the Crusoe race." Although Orwell seems to be less intelligent than the Bayan race's Lasher Gao, and even less intelligent than everyone in the Interstellar Federation base, he can still guess that the people of the Crusoe race will definitely not give up after their failure last time. "But you don't have to worry. I have sent 2 teams to investigate. If there are any more problems, we can basically confirm that the person who did this is definitely not any creature on the subspace planet." Although what Orwell said makes sense, Wang Wei still can't rest assured. "I think we should go over together now. If the other party can easily destroy a team, then even if you send 2 more teams, it is very likely that there will be no results." Wang Wei said it in a somewhat euphemistic way. The reason why he said there was no result was actually because he was afraid that Orwell would go berserk on the spot. Orwell attaches great importance to all the warriors in the Zerg army. In common words, he protects his own shortcomings. If Zor knew that their people were harmed by alien creatures or even died because of it, then Orwell would definitely fight the alien creatures regardless of everything. Although they are confident that they can deal with the alien creatures that suddenly appeared on the subspace planet, Wang Wei does not want to make too much noise. They can understand why alien creatures appear on the subspace planet, and why they attack the creatures living on this planet. But it does not mean that ordinary people of other races understand it. Once the Zerg army and ordinary people in the Bayan race are panicked, it will be a big test for Orwell and Lasher. Next, they are likely to face the attack of the Crusoe race. If the ordinary people in the other two races panic, it will be very disadvantageous for them. Then let's go now. After Wang Wei put on the Xiantian armor, he took a weapon and followed Orwell to the area patrolled by the Zerg army team. Just when they arrived, a fierce war broke out here. When the two teams said by Orwell approached here, they found that there were biowaves coming from different creatures. For the tribesmen of the insect army, they could clearly sense the difference between the biowaves of the biological groups that did not belong to the subspace planet. So they immediately approached the two teams in the direction where the other side was hiding, and surrounded the location they locked in with an outflanking posture. But just as they were getting closer, the other side suddenly attacked them. The two soldiers of the insect army who were walking in the front fell to the ground, and the green blood in their bodies flowed all over the ground. The death of their own kind completely angered the soldiers of the insect army. They rushed up in a swarm as if they were almost risking their lives. However, a violent explosion in the next second blew all of them apart. However, in the next second, in another bush not far away, several strange-looking alien creatures came out. They were the new team of the Crusoe race sent by the leader Crusoe. Lance, the captain of the squad, looked at the corpses of the dozen or so Zerg army soldiers in front of him with disdain, and a scornful smile flashed across his face. Are these the creatures on the subspace planet that the leader is very afraid of? I think they are not vulnerable at all. Lance's words were immediately echoed by the team members. Captain Lance, you are right. I don't know why the leader is afraid of such weak creatures. In my opinion, with our team, we can easily flatten the large space planet and help the leader get the scepters of the two planets. The team members' words instantly moved Lance. If he can really help the leader get the scepters belonging to the two planets, then he will definitely be rewarded in front of the leader. He may even become the leader's confidant with this opportunity. Once he has this idea, he can never go back. He began to issue orders, ordering the members of his team to immediately move in the direction where the two Zerg army squads were coming. He thought that as long as he went in the direction the bug team came from, he would be able to find the home of these bugs and catch all these annoying bugs. But Lance didn't think of Wang Wei at all. They had realized the seriousness of the matter early, and had already come here, just as they were on their way. Wang Wei and Orwell blocked their way with the bug team. I didn't expect that the people of the Crusoe race still didn't give up and actually sent another team over. Lance didn't realize Wang Wei's true identity at all, and thought that Wang Wei was as weak as the group of bugs that appeared before. Just now, a few bugs that overestimated their own abilities have been completely solved by us. If you don't want to end up like them, don't come to provoke us. Get out of here immediately. Chapter 309. Only 24 hours left. Wang Wei was very curious about Lance's arrogant attitude. Didn't your leader Crusoe explain the situation of the subspace planet to you when he sent you here? Lance looked at Wang Wei in confusion, thinking that Wang Wei's identity seemed not as simple as it seemed. At least Wang Wei had guessed his true identity. Who are you? Why do you know so clearly? Wang Wei smiled and did not answer Lance's question, but stopped Orwell, who was about to run away. I know you want to avenge your people, but don't rush. They will definitely not think about leaving here now. And it is not difficult to see from their appearance that they regard us as insignificant soldiers. Orwell couldn't listen to Wang Wei's words at all. He felt that no matter what the other party regarded them as long as they dared to touch him, he would never let these alien creatures have an easy time. Lance also saw Orwell at this time. When he saw that Orwell looked no different from the bugs he had dealt with before, a mocking smile immediately appeared on his face. I thought you had some amazing origins, but it seems that you just want to avenge those weak bugs. Lance looked at the team members behind him and said, I leave these people to you. Lance obviously didn't take Wang Wei and Orwell seriously, even though these two people did look a little weird and knew too much. The team members behind Lance had a similar attitude to Lance. They walked up to Wang Wei and Orwell in a swagger, and some even reached out and patted Wang Wei on the cheek. I heard that there is a planet in the distant Milky Way where creatures like you live. They look weak, but they are still smart. The smile on Wang Wei's face was gradually disappearing. He didn't expect that the Crusoe race also knew the existence of the Earth, and knew that there were many humans who looked like him living on the Earth. How did you know that there is such a planet in the Milky Way? Wang Wei narrowed his eyes slightly. Those who are familiar with him will definitely know Wang Wei's state at this moment. This is a sign that he is angry. But the members of the Crusoe race team don't know this. They just think that Wang Wei doesn't seem to pose any threat to them, even if Wang Wei really comes for revenge. Why are you angry now? There are still many things you don't know. In the entire universe, it is not an exaggeration to say that our Crusoe race is the overlord. And our leader is about to complete a great plan. Lance suddenly scolded the team members about the leader's plan. You must never mention it to anyone. Have you forgotten? The team members' faces suddenly turned pale. He immediately looked at the other team members around him and said to them viciously, "You must never tell the leader what you heard today. Otherwise, I will not forgive you." Although Wang Wei still didn't know what the real plan of the Crusoe leader was, he thought that the fact that the Crusoe leader had not told anyone about this plan so far proved that this plan must not be interfered with by anyone. Wang Wei also began to be very curious about the real content of the plan that the Crusoe leader was about to carry out. However, he did not ask these people, because he knew that even if he asked, he could not get any useful information from them. You are right. There are indeed humans exactly like me on a planet in the Milky Way. It is our group of humans that your leader is very afraid of. He dare not send a large army to attack the subspace planet, and only dares to send a small team like you to test it. Wang Wei's words instantly angered Lance. What are you still standing there for? Get rid of them now. Lance was still dreaming of being able to completely eliminate all creatures on the subspace planet, make great contributions in front of the leader, and be promoted smoothly to become the leader's confidant. So he did not allow his plan to be affected by anything, even if it was Wang Wei, who looked harmless, and a bug that showed extreme anger. However, just before the team members were about to take action, Orwell's sharp and barbed claws grabbed forward and instantly tore the team members of the Crusoe race, who were close to him, in half. Blood was everywhere, and the scene was horrifying. Wang Wei had already activated the protection mode of the Xiantian armor when Orwell started, so even though the blood was sprayed in the air like raindrops, it did not cause any impact on Wang Wei, and his body was still clean. Wang Wei stood next to Orwell and said, "Didn't I warn you?" He continued as if answering his own question. "Look at my memory. I was so excited when I met you just now that I forgot to tell you that the people around me are the leaders of the Zerg warriors you killed. He is a very protective person, and his fighting ability is far higher than you think." Wang Wei was not exaggerating. Orwell would not take action normally, and everything would be left to the soldiers of the Zerg army. But as long as he took action personally, his opponents would definitely not get any benefits from him. Just when Lance heard Wang Wei's words, he was stunned for a moment, and Orwell suddenly disappeared from their sight. A big pit suddenly appeared on the ground where Orwell had just stood. Lance immediately warned all the team members, and immediately observed the surroundings vigilantly. They suspected that Orwell was going to launch a sneak attack on them. Wang Wei smiled at them, and thought they were indeed naive. If they had only hurt a few soldiers of the Zerg army, they might not be so angry now. However, the green blood flowing from the insect corpses behind them had almost formed a stream. How could Orwell endure it? Wang Wei hugged his shoulders, and stood not far from Lance and others, waiting to see a good show. The next second, Orwell appeared behind Lance and others. He came out from the ground. The moment Orwell broke out of the ground, Lance and others were frightened and at a loss, and even forgot to make defensive moves. But Lance did have some ability. Otherwise, he would not have been so delusional as to want to clean up all the creatures on the subspace planet with their team. He immediately used the defensive tools he brought to prop up the protective shield in front of him. Orwell grabbed the protective shield with his barbed claws, and the protective shield immediately cracked. "Who are you?" The reason they came to the subspace planet was because of the leader Crusoe's knowledge of the creatures on the subspace planet. The useful information they had was indeed too little. Although they had thought about attacking the subspace planet, they also felt that they must know themselves and the enemy, and win every battle. That's why the previous team and the team led by Lance appeared on the subspace planet. But they didn't expect that they would touch the reverse scales of the only two race leaders on the subspace planet just after they arrived on the subspace planet. Orwell frantically attacked the protective shield held up by Lance. As the cracks on the protective shield became larger and larger, Lance's face instantly turned pale as paper. He immediately turned his head and shouted to Wang Wei behind him, "Let him give up the attack. Otherwise we will definitely not show mercy." Wang Wei ignored Lance's words, but immediately looked at Orwell. "You slowly deal with their problems, but remember to leave me alive. I still have a lot of questions to ask." After saying that, he turned and walked away. There were bursts of wailing behind him. But Wang Wei completely pretended not to hear it. After walking for about 10 minutes, Orwell, carrying a human-like creature on his back, gradually approached him. Hearing the movement behind him, Wang Wei slightly turned his head and saw a bloody figure on Orwell's back. "Didn't I tell you to leave someone alive? Why did you torture him so badly? What can I get out of him?" Orwell snorted coldly and said nothing. Wang Wei certainly wouldn't hold Orwell responsible. What he said just now was just a complaint. He could understand that Orwell's people died at the hands of this group of people. And more than one died. If it were him, he would be as angry as Orwell. When the two returned to the Interstellar Federation base, the bloody humanoid creature on Orwell's back attracted the attention of the Three-Eyed Star King and the Plant Star King. They thought someone was seriously injured while mining the triangular crystal, and quickly arranged for someone to send the bloody humanoid creature to the medical cabin for treatment. But at the moment when they started to act, Wang Wei suddenly said, "There is no need to completely cure the person. After all, it is not our companion who is treating him, and they are wasting medical resources." The king of the three-eyed alien and the king of the plant alien were immediately used in the same place. They seemed to have not understood what Wang Wei said. What did he mean? The two stared at Wang Wei in shock, but did not wait for Wang Wei's answer. Instead, Orwell's cold voice came into their ears. From the tone, it can be heard that Suayo seems to be in a very bad mood. This also made the king of the three-eyed alien and the king of the plant alien even more puzzled. It was only a few hours before Wang Wei and Orwell left the Interstellar Federation base. Why did Orwell look so angry? But before they could ask clearly, Orwell had already told them everything that had just happened in his cold voice. Our Sprint Army's soldiers died in their hands. And this person was sent by the Crusoe race to find out the situation of the subspace planet. The Three-Eyed Star King and the Plant Star King looked at each other with a sudden change of look. Originally, they did think that if any creature was injured on the subspace planet, they would not be able to sit idly by. But now if the other party is a Crusoe race, then they don't have to care about the other party's life or death. How do you want us to deal with their affairs? Wang Wei shrugged. And the answer he gave was no different from the previous one. Just watch and treat him. Don't let him die. Give me a chance to find out the real purpose of their coming here. I don't care about the rest. The Three-Eyed Star King and the Plant Star King looked at each other. Although they felt that it was a bit immoral to give up saving a life, they instantly lost their psychological burden when they thought of the purpose of the Crusoe race, or even the remains of creatures on other planets. After the Three-Eyed Star King and the Plant Star King took the humanoid creature away, Wang Wei looked at Orwell. I was indeed careless this time. I didn't expect them to send people to investigate again. I will inform Lasher to send a batch of weapons to the habitat of the insect army. You will hand these weapons to the patrol members in charge of patrol. Tell them to carry weapons every time they patrol, and not to use weapons to deal with the enemy when they encounter any danger. It was only after experiencing this incident that Orwell realized that not all creatures were vulnerable to their insect army. The real power of the insect army comes from their large number of people, strong physical fitness, and strong enough bodies to withstand most ordinary attacks. If they encounter people like the Crusoe race who are well prepared, then the insect army will not pose any threat to them. So even if it looks very embarrassing this time, Orwell did not refuse Wang Wei's proposal. I understand. I will go to the Bian race to take away the weapons myself. Orwell can accept the insect army equipped with weapons, which is a very good thing for Wang Wei. The Zerg army already has a strong sense of perception. If it is equipped with weapons, then any creature that wants to invade the subspace planet will only be empty talk. They will be discovered by the Zerg army soldiers the moment they invade the subspace planet, and will be quickly eliminated by the weapons equipped by the Zerg army. Wang Wei also believes that the loss of his people this time will indeed make him sad for everyone. But it will not be sad for too long. After sending Orwell away, Wang Wei went to the medical warehouse to see the situation of Lance, the captain of the Crusoe race team they brought back. From Orwell's introduction, Wang Wei learned the name of Lance. He didn't expect that this person's name sounded very good, but his mind was very vicious. Even if they came to the subspace planet to explore the situation, as long as they didn't meet the Zerg army, there was no need to attack the Zerg army. But they still did it. They not only killed a small team of the Zerg army, but also killed all the two small teams sent by Orwell later. This made Wang Wei doubt that the real purpose of this team coming to the subspace planet was not to investigate the situation, but to cause actual harm to them. When Lance's life was hanging by a thread, He finally began to regret it. Now he understood why the leader would send teams of people to the subspace planet to investigate the situation instead of attacking the planet immediately. He lost to this group of people because of his arrogance. And he would not conclude that he was inferior to the creatures on this planet because of this failure. So when he woke up, his first reaction was to run away. At the same time, he did not expect that the people on the subspace planet would actually treat him. Wang Wei walked into the medical cabin just when Lance was about to escape and blocked Lance's way. Seeing that Wang Wei, who was attacked by him, did not suffer any damage at all, Lance was stunned. "Who are you?" Lance had guessed Wang Wei's identity without even waiting for Wang Wei's answer. He once heard the leader mention that on this distant planet, there was a person who looked very smart, and was able to trap a long-abandoned member of their race on this planet. Although the abandoned members of the Crusoe race basically would not be taken seriously. But in Lance's mind, even the abandoned members of their race were definitely stronger than any creatures on other planets. And Wang Wei was able to capture their people, which was enough to prove how clever Wang Wei's methods were. "You are the person that the leader fears the most. It is because of you that the leader asked me to come here to investigate the fundamental situation on this planet." Of course, Wang Wei had no idea what Lance said. But he could guess that the reason why Leader Crusoe sent Lance here was to find out the fundamental situation on the subspace planet. However, he did not expect that he was also valued by Leader Crusoe, and even found out his position on the subspace planet. "I don't know about this. You are the one sent by your leader." "Not me." Wang Wei pulled a chair over and sat opposite Lance. "Captain Lance." "Right. What is your purpose in coming to the subspace?" Wang Wei's expression was very serious, staring at Lance. Lance's face suddenly turned cold. "Don't try to get any news about our tribe from me." Wang Wei shrugged. "I don't care. But you should know that your injuries are very serious. If you don't get good treatment now, you will definitely not be able to complete the task assigned by your leader. And you will also lose your life." Hearing this, Lance was stunned. He didn't think that he would die when he came to the subspace planet. Not long ago, he even thought that he could get the attention of the leader by flattening the entire subspace planet. But now, he is about to die. What should he do? What should he choose? Wang Wei can understand why Lance is so entangled. But he is also willing to give Lance time. He turned his head to look at the person in charge of the medical cabin. "How much time does he have?" The person in charge took a look at Lance's condition. "We have never accepted alien creatures as patients, so we are not sure how long he will have. At least, I think he can survive for about 24 hours. Hearing this, Lance's face became even paler. He didn't expect that he would only have 24 hours left. "You heard it. You still only have 24 hours left." Wang Wei stared at him with a look of regret. "You don't have many chances to choose." After saying this, Wang Wei didn't plan to stay any longer, but sent soldiers to guard the medical cabin so that Lance would not have the chance to hurt anyone. Chapter 310. It turns out that they are brothers. Lance, who was left in the medical cabin, fell into deep entanglement. On the one hand, Lance believed that Wang Wei must have a place to use him at present. In this case, even if he was locked up by Wang Wei here, he would have the opportunity to propose some more favorable conditions to Wang Wei. On the other hand, Lance believed that even if Wang Wei did not look down on his fundamental significance between the two planets or many different races, then why did Wang Wei bring him back here? Besides, he only had the last 24 hours left to live. For a race like them with a longer lifespan, 24 hours was just a blink of an eye. After struggling for a long time, Lance Zhong did not decide whether to explain to Wang Wei everything he knew according to Wang Wei's request. The people in the medical cabin monitored Lance's situation all the time. The environment surrounded by strangers really made Lance feel uneasy for the first time. Not long after, Lance immediately asked the medical workers in the medical cabin to meet with Wang Wei. The medical workers naturally knew Wang Wei's opinion. So basically without any hesitation, they helped Lance contact Wang Wei as soon as possible. When Wang Wei arrived after hearing the news, he saw Lance sitting upright, waiting for him for a long time. "You want to see me?" Wang Wei pulled a chair over and sat opposite Lance waiting for his next words. After hesitating for a while, Lance nodded to Wang Wei. "If I can tell you everything I know, can you guarantee my safety?" Wang Wei also stared at Lance for a while. "If you don't believe me at all, no matter what promise I make now, I'm afraid you won't believe me. And I can guarantee your safety after you tell me the useful information I want. But I think since you let them contact me to show that you want to see me, doesn't that prove that you already have the intention to do what I want?" Wang Wei directly uncovered Lance's fig leaf, which made Lance a little angry and embarrassed. Did I want to do what you asked? You obviously didn't give me any chance at all. If I didn't do what you said, I would not be able to leave here alive. Right? Wang Wei could tell that Lance didn't really think that what he did was wrong, but was angry out of shame. So he didn't bother with Lance, but explained calmly, you don't have to be so angry. For all creatures on the subspace planet, your existence itself is a threat. So I absolutely can't be kind to you after you appear on the subspace planet. I didn't force you to betray your race and the leader you believe in. I just gave you a different way out from what you know. Whether to do what I said depends on your own decision. Wang Wei had made it very clear, so he didn't urge Lance, but quietly waited for Lance to make a decision. Lance also understood that his current situation was indeed desperate. If he really wants to continue living, he must do as Wang Wei said. Answer my question first. If I do what you said, will you guarantee that I will not be in any danger of life? And will you also promise me to let me leave your planet? After thinking carefully for a while, Wang Wei looked at Lance. What I can guarantee now is that after you complete all the information I asked you to explain according to my requirements, you will never encounter any danger of life. As for letting you go, it is absolutely impossible to achieve before the conflict between us and the Crusoe race is resolved. Not to mention you. Even Cruz, who once posed a greater threat to us, does not have this privilege. When it comes to Cruz, Lance immediately thought of another plan that could make merit in front of the leader, and even allow the leader to not be held accountable for his betrayal of the Crusoe race this time. You said Cruz is also under your control? Lance asked tentatively. In this matter, Wang Wei did not need to hide Lance. Otherwise it would appear that they had ulterior motives. You're right. I know Cruz is a member of your Crusoe race, but he once led other alien creatures to invade our planet. We have captured him and imprisoned him. Wang Wei felt that it was indeed a bit strange that Lance suddenly asked about Cruz's situation. But he did not choose to attack directly. Instead, he was ready to find out what Lance was planning without making any noise. As expected, the moment Wang Wei said that Cruz was imprisoned in the Interstellar Federation base, Lance's face immediately showed a hint of joy. Wang Wei could vaguely guess that Lance wanted to use Cruz's whereabouts to seek some benefits from their leader. As for what the benefits are, Wang Wei felt that there were only a few. The first one was to make the leader Cruz and the entire Cruz race forgive what he did now. The second one was probably to get other benefits through him, just like Cruz, hoping to be released from the subspace planet after the matter was resolved. After all, there is no difference between Lance and Cruz in essence. They have both betrayed their race. If they can successfully return to the race, they will inevitably be punished. Instead of betting on an uncertain future, Wang Wei also thought that they wanted to leave the race and escape the sanctions of the race, which was not wrong. But he would never let either Cruz or Lance leave the subspace planet before the two sides had a fight. You are going too far. I have already promised to give you everything you want. Why are you still unwilling to let me go? Wang Wei was not in a hurry to answer Lance's question. Don't dwell on this matter. You have to figure out the answer to one fact. No matter what methods and words you use to stimulate me now, I will never agree to let you leave the subspace planet at this juncture, so that you can get out of our sight and have the opportunity to report the situation of the subspace planet to the Crusoe race. Wang Wei has almost crushed the facts and spread them in front of Lance. If Lance still can't understand what he said, then Wang Wei has no way. If you haven't made up your mind yet, I advise you to think carefully about what I just said. If you can accept the conditions I proposed, then I will also fulfill my promise to ensure your safety, and may let you go after we resolve the conflict with the Crusoe race. If you haven't made up your mind yet, then I can wait for you for a while. But I believe you should know that your current situation is not suitable for you to continue waiting, because you don't have much time left. After saying that, Wang Wei was about to get up and leave Lance. But at this time, he stopped Wang Wei. I agree to your conditions. Lance looked at Wang Wei with a firm look. His reaction also made Wang Wei feel stunned. Are you sure you have thought it through now? We are all very contractual people. So once you decide, you have thought it through and will cooperate with our plan. Then if I find out that you have gone back on your word or acted insincerely, I will make you pay a heavy price. Lance nodded to Wang Wei. Although he didn't quite understand some of what Wang Wei said, he could probably guess the essence of the matter through Wang Wei's tone and context. We, the Crusoe race, are a race that attaches great importance to the spirit of contract. Since I have promised you something, I will never go back on my word. But I hope you can also fulfill your promise to me according to your promise. Wang Wei nodded to Lance, and then stretched out his hand to Lance. Since we have reached a consensus on fulfilling our promise, I wish us a happy cooperation in the next cooperation. Lance returned the gift according to Wang Wei action. Lance naturally couldn't think that he and Wang Wei would have a happy ending in cooperation. So when Wang Wei said this, Lance's face was actually very ugly. However, since the two sides have reached a cooperative relationship, Wang Wei no longer concealed his intentions. The cooperation intention we just reached is that you can provide me with information about the Crusoe race that will be more beneficial to us in the future. I don't think you will cheat on this matter. Right? Wang Wei stared at Lance, with a warning in his eyes. Of course, he couldn't confirm what Lance said to him, which one was true and which one was false. But if Lance deliberately concealed it and was discovered by him, then the cooperation between them would no longer count. Of course I understand. If I know it, I will definitely tell you. But if you ask about things I don't know, I can't guarantee that you can get the information you want from me. Lance's calculations have always been like this. He believes that Wang Wei's understanding of the Crusoe race is not deep enough. So if he can tell Wang Wei some information that is not so important to the Crusoe race through his own compilation, Wang Wei will think that they have completed the relevant transaction. Then he could do it without betraying the interests of the Crusoe race, and at the same time ensure his own safety. Wang Wei certainly thought that Lance would do such a thing. So before Lance spoke, Wang Wei had someone stabilize Lance's condition and brought him directly to Crusoe. While Wang Wei was taking the person over, the king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant star were also a little puzzled by Wang Wei's behavior. This captain named Lance is from the same race as Cruz. What information can you get from them together that is beneficial to us? Facing the doubts of the king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant star, Wang Wei suddenly laughed. This is going back to what we discussed before. You should all understand that Cruz has hatred for the Crusoe race. So when facing the people of the Crusoe race, Cruz will not be as friendly to them as we imagined. So we bring people to Cruz. Through Cruz's understanding of the Crusoe race and Cruz's special mental control ability, we can ensure that the information we get from Lance is true and will be of great use to us. Neither the king of the three-eyed star nor the king of the plant star thought that Wang Wei had thought of all these things in such a short time. Since you have planned everything, let's see if Lance can provide us with more favorable information. When he came to the place where Cruz was imprisoned and saw Lance, Cruz's reaction was a little strange. Wang Wei immediately noticed Cruz's abnormal state. Asked Cruz why his attitude was completely different when he met Lance. Didn't you ask him what his relationship with me was? Although both of them had the same character in their names, Wang Wei and others had never thought that there was some unknown relationship between Cruz and Lance. So what is your relationship? Wang Wei did not guess randomly, but waited for Cruz's response. He is the brother who ignored me and allowed others to humiliate me. Cruz's eyes were fixed on Lance. Lance did not expect to meet Cruz in this way. Even when he was brought here by Wang Wei, he did not know that Wang Wei was going to bring him to Cruz. Seeing the harmonious picture of Wang Wei and Cruz getting along, Lance's defense was instantly broken. I didn't expect that you, as a Crusoe, would betray your race. You are simply a shame to our family. In the face of Lance's accusation, Cruz never took it to heart. To him, the Crusoe race was insignificant and not more important than his own interests. I think that you are so spineless and incompetent that you work for the Crush race without any position. But you are easily caught, Cruz retorted mercilessly. Although Lance was not as Cruz said, Nanyang had no ability at all. It was a fact that he was caught by Wang Wei and others. So Lance was blushing and could not refute Cruz's words at all. At the moment when the two of them were about to quarrel, Wang Wei stopped them. I don't think there is any need for you to continue quarreling. This time we brought Lance here because we reached an agreement with Lance. Cruz looked at Wang Wei in confusion, as if he didn't understand what agreement Wang Wei and Lance could reach. The agreement between us and Lance is that he provides us with more useful information about the Crush race, so that we can take precautions in advance, and we will ensure Lance's safety. And after the matter is completely over, we may let him go. When he heard this, Cruz laughed out loud. Is this what you keep saying? I betrayed the Crush race, and I became a disgrace to our family? Aren't you betraying the race for your own benefit now, so you won't become a disgrace to the family? If Cruz wasn't here, Lance could tell his peers with confidence that he absolutely had no intention of betraying the Crush race. But he was unwilling to bow his head in front of Cruz, and even more unwilling to admit his plan. This matter has nothing to do with you. You should think carefully about your situation. When he heard this, Cruz laughed again. For him, it didn't matter what Lance did. I don't care if you think I'm a traitor to the Crush race. And I don't care what the leader thinks of me. But I'm curious. If the leader you admire very much knows what you're doing now, what attitude will he have? Lance was getting more and more anxious. And Wang Wei stepped out to stop their bickering. He also told Cruz why he wanted to take Lance to the place where Cruz was imprisoned. And the real meaning of this action. After listening to Wang Wei's explanation, Cruz also felt that Wang Wei's proposal was very good. Since we were born, he has always been a very good liar. And also very good at grabbing credit. After a simple analysis of Cruz's words, Wang Wei roughly guessed what kind of person Lance was. Even though Cruz is Lance's younger brother, the two should still have great differences in how they deal with people. First of all, Lance once turned a blind eye to the difficulties others had with his younger brother, which caused Cruz to hate him. This behavior shows that Lance always puts his own interests first. Even his brother who is related to him by blood is definitely not within his consideration. Secondly, according to Cruz, Lance should admire Chief Crusoe very much. So he would never betray Chief Crusoe. Wang Wei also believed that the reason why it seemed that Lance had betrayed the Crusoe race was just a delaying tactic by Lance. He hoped to use some insignificant news that was not enough to touch the real interests of the Crusoe race in exchange for his temporary stability. All this was consistent with Wang Wei's original intention of bringing Lance to meet Crusoe. After a brief discussion with Wang Wei, Crusoe began to listen to Wang Wei's questions about Lance. Wang Wei asked some relatively basic questions, which could also better help him judge whether Lance had the idea of lying to them. Wang Wei's questions included, but were not limited to: how many large spaceships did the Crusoe race have? How many warriors were there? What types of weapons did the warriors use? These series of questions made Lance have no time to think carefully, and he could only make up and respond to Wang Wei's questions. Chapter 311: Lance's Identity. What Lance didn't expect was that his first answer was doubted by Cruz. You said that the Cruz race currently has 280 large ships and 300 small ships. Right? Although Lance believed that Cruz had not returned to the Cruz race for a long time, and was definitely not clear about the current situation of the Cruz race, Lance still panicked when Cruz asked this question. That's right. There will be absolutely no problem with the data I gave. Don't try to sow discord here just because we have a conflict. Cruz didn't respond to Lance's doubts, but looked at Wang Wei at this time. Do you believe what he said? Wang Wei looked at Lance, then shook his head at Cruz. I don't believe that the Crusoe race is really so powerful. Because if everything is really as Lance said, the Crusoe race has a huge fleet of spaceships, super high technology and strength. They don't need to send people to explore the situation of the subspace planet. Cruz looked at Wang Wei with a touch of appreciation. You are right. If the Crusoe race really has such a strong strength, they will immediately launch an attack on the subspace planet, just like we did to the subspace planet. Lance didn't understand why Wang Wei believed Cruz's words so much. Even if we have a very large fleet of spaceships, and a more advanced level of technological civilization than you, what reason do we have to come and die? The Crusoe race is different from you low-level creatures. We must be responsible for our own people, and will never let them sacrifice in vain. When Wang Wei heard this, he couldn't help laughing. Will not let your people sacrifice in vain? But if I remember correctly, the people you sent to the three-eyed planet have been wiped out. And you haven't found the real murderer. And you can't even hold them accountable. Lance looked at Wang Wei in shock. Although he knew that the death of their people on the three-eyed planet would definitely be heard by Wang Wei. Why did Wang Wei know clearly that they didn't hold them accountable, or even find the murderer? Soon, Lance finally reacted. He pointed at Wang Wei with trembling hands. It's you. You murdered the people we sent to the three-eyed planet. It is precisely because you are the one who killed our people that we did not find any clues on the three-eyed planet, let alone the real murderer. Wang Wei smiled and shrugged, with a mocking look on his face. You are quite smart. But what's the use of knowing this now? You should know better than me whether you can contact your leader in front of your brother. So of course, I am not afraid, and tell you the truth. Lance did not expect that Wang Wei had already prepared for this move. And he did not even have any chance to take advantage of it. At this moment, Lance could not help but start to doubt whether he could really get out of Wang Wei's control, successfully escape from the subspace planet, or return to his race. But it is obvious that neither Wang Wei nor Cruz will give him an answer to this question. On the contrary, Wang Wei asked a second question. Since you are unwilling to answer the first question directly, I will not continue to ask. But there is one thing I think you should know. That is why you want to collect the scepters owned by the 3 planets. And after the scepters owned by the 3 planets are combined, the 3 planets will be reunited. What use is this to you? If Wang Wei asked the question before. Although Wang Wei could use reasoning and Cruz's words to distinguish whether he said it was true or false. At this moment, Lance really felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Except for the leader and some members who participated in the whole process. It is impossible for others to know these things so clearly. But Wang Wei knew. Could someone else leak their plan? Lance couldn't help but think of the several tribesmen who suddenly disappeared before, and suspected that Wang Wei controlled these people and learned the details of the matter through their mouths. Wang Wei did not explain, but continued to ask Lance if he was willing to tell him all this. If you don't want to say anything, then our cooperation will end here. Just as Wang Wei's voice fell, the medical staff walked behind Wang Wei, holding boxes in their hands. No one knew what was in the boxes. But Lance really felt the coming of panic. No matter what Wang Wei was going to do, he could believe that the result would definitely not be good for him. Cruz glanced at Lance's anxious and tangled look, and shook his head at Lance. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly and incompetent. If the leader of Crusoe really placed his hopes on you, hoping that you could strengthen the Crusoe race with your abilities, then I think he is just wishful thinking. Although Lance also understood. There is a reason why Cruz said this. But if he admitted everything now, it would be equivalent to personally teaching his identity in front of Cruz. He is not only Cruz's brother, but also a small captain of the Crusoe race. If he can successfully escape from the subspace planet, he may be reused in the future. All of this made Lance start to feel uneasy. He began to fear that if he really told Wang Wei everything he knew, if the leader knew about this in the future, I am afraid that his fate would not be much better than Cruz. Of course, Wang Wei would never care about Lance's life or death. After all, for all the creatures on the subspace planet, only Lance could not return. It is the most beneficial for them to go to the Crusoe race. You still have a chance to choose now. If you choose not to tell us any news that is not good for the Crusoe race, I can understand. After hearing Wang Wei's words, Lance stared at Wang Wei angrily. You and him didn't give me any chance to regret at all. What's the point of saying these words now? Seeing Lance's angry look, Crusoe suddenly laughed out loud. It's not that others didn't give you any choice, but that you didn't give yourself any choice. Lance suddenly became hysterical. The medical staff stepped forward at this time and gave Lance a shot of sedative directly. Under the effect of the strong sedative, Lance instantly lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. It seems that you are not very sober, so we will give you time to continue thinking. But we won't let you throw a tantrum here. After that, Wang Wei asked the medical staff to take Lance away and keep him under strict guard. But Wang Wei did not leave the room where Crusoe was imprisoned. Can you tell me about your brother? Wang Wei sat opposite Cruz, like a good friend of Cruz, trying to chat with Cruz about family matters. But Cruz didn't seem to intend to respond to Wang Wei's words. He sat there and closed his eyes. Of course, Wang Wei didn't force it, although he wanted to know more about Lance through Cruz's description, so that they could judge whether the news they got from Lance was true or false. But since it was a past that Cruz didn't want to mention, Wang Wei wouldn't force it. Just when Wang Wei got up and was about to leave, Cruz suddenly spoke. He told Wang Wei a story that happened when he was a child. On a distant planet, a couple gave birth to a child, and this child was Lance. Lance awakened a very good fighting talent and soon became the focus of the family. However, the couple had another child later, and this child was Cruz. When the child was born, the couple was also full of expectations, thinking that their second child would have and awaken the fighting ability that could be valued by the tribe like the first child. However, when their child grew up, he did not awaken the enviable fighting ability as they expected. Instead, he awakened the mental control ability that was not popular in the tribe. So the couple began to lose face in the tribe. Some people even laughed at them for not being able to give birth to a child with strong awakening ability, and even suspected that their first child was taken from someone else. Because of this incident, the couple's attitude towards the second child became very bad. Even when treating the second child, they would not behave like a pair of parents at all. Even the second child's elder brother, the couple's first child, did not care about his younger brother at all. He would even join other children to humiliate and bully his younger brother. In such an environment, the child gradually acquired the ability to live independently. Not long after, the child secretly left the tribe and took away a very important sacred object of the tribe. Is it because of these things that you start to hate your parents and even the tribe you were born in? Cruz nodded, but said that it was not just because of these. Over the years since I was born, I have gradually discovered that the most terrifying thing about our group is not their emphasis on awakening abilities or their exclusion of them, but there are many people like me who have awakened abilities that are considered useless in the eyes of others, and have gradually accepted the management model of this race. They assume that their awakened abilities are useless, and people who have awakened such useless abilities should be excluded and insulted by others, or even become the lowest existence in the entire race. Wang Wei can understand Cruz's feelings, but he does not understand Cruz's approach. If Cruz really thinks that there are problems with the race management methods, then what he should do most is to use his own abilities to change these current situations after he has the ability, instead of running away and leaving, never asking about the race again, or even using his abilities to oppress other weaker biological races. So Wang Wei does not agree with his approach. Don't you have anything to say to your brother when you meet him this time? Cruz shook his head and denied, if they can change their minds, or even treat me better, I might consider speaking for them. But you saw after he spoke that they didn't realize where their mistakes were. In this case, there is no need for me to excuse them. After briefly understanding the grievances between Cruz and Lance, Wang Wei did not ask any more questions, but hoped that Cruz could help him. In the process of asking Lance later, they could help them confirm whether what Lance said was true or false. Cruz agreed without saying anything. When Wang Wei returned to the laboratory, the King of the Three-Eyed Star and the King of the Plant Star were still discussing the relationship between Lance and Cruz. Seeing Wang Wei coming back, the King of the Three-Eyed Star and the King of the Plant Star hurriedly stepped forward to ask Wang Wei what he said to Cruz after he stayed. Wang Wei never thought of hiding anything from them, so he explained the conflict between Lance and Cruz and their family. After hearing Wang Wei's explanation, the King of the Three-Eyed Star and the King of the Plant Star were also very surprised. It's just a kind of ability. Since the awakened ability cannot be controlled by humans, how can we judge whether the awakened ability is useful based on the type of this ability? The King of the Plant Star also agreed with the King of the Three-Eyed Star. I think since their awakened abilities seem to be very powerful, the only one who can really decide whether the awakened ability is useful is the person who controls this ability. Wang Wei can understand what the King of the Plant Star means. He knows that the King of the Plant Star wants to tell him that Cruz or others, the abilities they have are not important. What is important is whether the person has a kind heart and a good brain. You are right. Cruz also knows that he has awakened the ability of mind control. He is not wrong. What is really wrong is the management system of the Cruiser race and the views of all the tribesmen. It's just that he doesn't seem to have thought about improving this situation, but is resentful and hateful of his tribesmen. The Three-Eyed Star King shook his head after hearing this. This is not advisable. Since you think there is a problem, then go to the source of the problem. He did not choose to solve the problem, but chose to escape the problem, and even did something similar to his own race. How can this be a desire to resist? This is clearly playing the role of a victim, but it is also the author of the abuser. Listening to the heated discussion between the two of them, Wang Wei felt very helpless. Is it time for us to sympathize with others now? Obviously. Our own situation is also very difficult. The Three-Eyed Star King and the Plant Star King immediately stopped the discussion and looked at Wang Wei. What do you mean by this? Although they also followed Wang Wei to the room where Cruz was imprisoned, they always felt that the information they received seemed to be delayed. Although the information Lance said cannot be completely confirmed to be correct, the strength of the Crush race cannot be underestimated. Although they cannot have nearly 1,000 ships, but they definitely have hundreds of ships. Now we have to consider how to deal with so many ships and launch attacks on the subspace planets. And we must understand why they are so obsessed with the scepters owned by your 3 planets. As long as we find out the real reason why the Crush race wants to obtain the scepter, they can use the 2 scepters they have as a threat to the Crush race. The reason why Wang Wei thought so was because he had always believed that since the Crush race valued these 3 scepters so much, it means that these 3 scepters have a vital impact on the survival of the Crush race. Although it is not certain how bad this impact will be, they can be sure that such a thing will definitely bring them benefits. The King of the Three-Eyed Star and the King of the Plant Star felt that what Wang Wei said made sense. But if they wanted to know what kind of impact these 3 scepters had on the Crusoe race, they could only know it all through Lance's mouth. But they have also confirmed that Lance still attaches great importance to this matter, and did not tell Wang Wei the truth as easily as other questions Wang Wei asked. This also means that this matter is likely to become a taboo even in the Crusoe race. If Lance has been unwilling to tell us this matter clearly, what are your plans? The king of the three-eyed star looked at Wang Wei. It's actually very simple. Since we can't get the truth from him, then we might as well go and see it ourselves. Wang Wei's idea was quite bold, and was immediately opposed by the king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant star. The three-eyed star king even guessed Wang Wei's thoughts. Don't tell me you want to use the invisibility ability of the Xiantian armor to go to the planet where the Crusoe race gathers to find out the truth about their obsession with the three scepters? The plant star king immediately continued, although we all know that the Xiantian armor has a very powerful ability to ensure your safety. It is after all the gathering place of the Crusoe race. If you are discovered, we will not be able to rescue you immediately. So I never thought of using this trick until it is absolutely necessary. Just as the three-eyed star king and the plant star king said, no one can guarantee that he will not be discovered when he goes to the gathering place of the Crusoe race. But once he is discovered, it is still unknown whether he can come back alive. So Wang Wei told the three-eyed star king and the plant star king to rest assured that he would never go there rashly before finding out the situation. Originally, the matter basically came to an end here. But after Lance woke up, he hysterically asked others to help him notify Wang Wei immediately. And he wanted to see Wang Wei immediately. After receiving the news, Wang Wei had to put down the experiment at hand and immediately went to the medical cabin to meet Lance. When he met Lance, Wang Wei found that Lance seemed very nervous. I can agree to all your conditions, but the premise is that you must not reveal my identity. Chapter 312, Launching an Attack on the Subspace Planet. If it were in the past, Wang Wei would indeed not intend to attack Lance because of his identity. If you are in a hurry to call me here just to say these insignificant words, then I don't have time to stay here to accompany you to go crazy. After saying that, Wang Wei was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Lance, who had a somewhat crazy attitude. I have already said that I can provide you with any information you want, but the premise is that you must let me go after the matter is over. Wang Wei was not surprised by Lance's request. After all, if Lance can really produce some strong evidence, then the probability of Lance accepting punishment is also very high. So after confirming their cooperation with Cruz, Lance immediately changed his attitude and decided to join hands with them to tell them useful information in order to gain his freedom. Wang Wei had no opinion on Lance's approach, but he still believed that Lance could not tell them 100% the truth. Although we really need the information you provide, we are not fools. We can't believe everything you say after hearing your nonsense. Do you understand what I mean? Lance didn't dare to hesitate anymore. He said that even if Wang Wei wanted Cruz to monitor him, there would be no problem with what he said. So Wang Wei brought Lance to Cruz's room again. The questions Wang Wei asked this time were basically the same as the last time. When Wang Wei asked about the combat effectiveness of the Crusoe race, Lance immediately responded, the number of spaceships I mentioned before was indeed exaggerated, but the lethality of all the spaceships that can be driven is not high. Wang Wei showed a puzzled look, and Cruz chose to answer Wang Wei questions at this time. The fundamental problem that really caused this is that everyone in the Crush race is very concerned about their awakening ability. They never think that any creature on any planet in the universe can be their opponent. So naturally, they won't spend too much thought on this matter. Although Wang Wei had thought of this, he finally put his mind at ease after hearing Lance's words and Cruz's answer. As long as the Crush race's spaceship formation cannot cause any substantial damage to the subspace, then everything that happens next will become easier to deal with. As for the so-called ease, naturally they don't have to think of ways to deal with the Crush race's spaceship formation. Before dealing with Crush's people, Wang Wei found Orwell and reported to Orwell all of Crush's abilities and the points that worried him. Orwell acted very indifferent. It seemed that in the eyes of him, the leader of the insect army, such a thing was not worth mentioning at all. Wang Wei also asked about the soul dual attack. How confident are the warriors of the Crush race? Orwell just looked at Wang Wei slightly. Ishiu said that with the weapons developed by Wang Wei, let alone the Crusoe race, even if the Crusoe race drove all the spaceships in the race to the subspace planet, they would not have to be afraid at all. Although Wang Wei was not sure whether Orwell's confidence was a good thing or a bad thing. But what was certain was that Orwell's attitude did make him feel relieved. At least even if the Crusoe race would attack them inadvertently, they had the ability to deal with it. When Wang Wei asked Orwell to go back and lead the soldiers of the Zerg army to prepare, he also continued to conduct research and development on the triangular crystal. although they do have explosive weapons that can use triangular crystals to form energy runaway. It is still a bit too extravagant for their current progress in mining triangular crystals. While Wang Wei was busy, the leader of Crusoe also discovered a key problem. That is, the team they sent this time suddenly lost contact. The team they sent before soon lost contact with them after arriving at the subspace planet. At that time, they always thought that the situation in the space search was very tense. So their people had no choice. Keep in touch with the tribe at all times. However, they sent a lot of people this time. And Lance, who was very capable, lost contact with them in the same situation, which made the leader of Crusoe nervous. He began to send people to contact Lance frequently. Lance certainly felt the contact request from the tribe, but under the surveillance of the people sent by Wang Wei and Crusoe, he did not dare to respond at all. Crusoe could actually detect the actions of Crusoe's race to communicate with Lance. But Lance did not respond. So he did not tell anyone. Lance realized that Cruz still had a very important position in Wang Wei's heart. So he began to try to play the emotional card with Cruz. He began to talk to Cruz about his childhood. Although they were not very good memories, they were indeed an unforgettable experience for Cruz. And Lance also talked about their parents at this time. Lance said that their parents missed Cruz very much. Although Cruz's departure without saying goodbye made their parents sad for a long time, he was still their child after all. And there was no parent who didn't want to see their child. Cruz didn't believe what Lance said. But seeing Lance's convincing words, he knew that Lance had been planning for a long time and must have a purpose he wanted to achieve. So Cruz didn't make it public, but was willing to continue to pretend with Lance to find out Lance's real purpose. Lance thought Cruz was very stupid and was fooled so easily, and began to tell Cruz about his parents' worries and longing for Cruz during the time when Cruz left the tribe. When he was excited, Cruz even shed 2 tears. I know that what I did to you back then might make you feel very sad, but I also hope that you can understand me. In that situation, if I don't behave like them, I will be the one who is abused and insulted. You also know that our parents still love their children very much. If I have the same experience as you, they will definitely feel very worried. At first, Lance's attitude did make Cruz feel a little relieved. But after hearing what Lance said, Cruz's attitude towards Lance returned to the previous indifference. It was as if even if they were blood relatives, they were just strangers to us. No matter how Lance took the initiative to talk to Cruz, Cruz never responded to what Lance said. At this time, the leader of Crusoe, who had not been able to contact Lance for a long time, finally made up his mind to launch an attack on the subspace planet. When the spacecraft approached the subspace planet, Wang Wei immediately discovered this situation with the drone formation patrolling outside. However, Wang Wei secretly called Lasher and Orwell, as well as the King of the Three-Eyed Star and the King of the Plant Star, together to discuss how to deal with the invasion of the Crusoe race. The King of the Three-Eyed Star and the King of the Plant Star were very angry. After all, their people were directly or indirectly affected by the Crusoe race, and even many innocent people died. We must teach them a lesson. Otherwise they will come and go as they please. Do they really regard the subspace planet as part of them? Wang Wei could understand the feelings of the King of the Three-Eyed Star. After all, the Three-Eyed Planet was the place that suffered the most damage in this struggle. Although the Plant Planet was also invaded by alien creatures before, the people who did this had nothing to do with the Crusoe race. So the King of the Plant Star could still accept this. What really made him feel unacceptable was that the Crusoe race decided to invade the subspace planet on a large scale. It is not yet certain when the Crusoe race will arrive at the subspace planet. But the King of the Plant Star is basically sure that he and the King of the Three-Eyed Star will have a fierce battle next. The Plant Star King even took the initiative to ask Wang Wei to go back to their plant planet to ask for help. The Plant Star King thought that although the soldiers on the plant planet were not as obedient and capable of execution as the insect army, they could still play a certain role. However, Wang Wei rejected the Plant Star King proposal, although it seemed that they had no advantage in terms of number of people or the number of spacecraft. Wang Wei wanted to tell others that they really had no advantage. The current recovery of the plant planet is not optimistic. So if a large number of plant planet people come to the subspace planet to help, once they get into trouble, how will you deal with it as a king? The Plant Star King did not speak. In fact, he, like the Three-Eyed Star King, still attached great importance to his master. But now they have also seen the situation clearly. No matter how much they value their own people, they have not maintained it at all. The integrity of the Interstellar Federation base is more important. After all, with the help of the Interstellar Federation, they can smoothly ensure their own safety. If there is no Interstellar Federation, then they are likely to become slaves of the Crusoe race. By then, not only their people will be affected, but even the planet they depend on for survival will probably fall into the hands of the Crusoe race. The Crusoe race's fleet of spaceships will soon arrive at the subspace planet. The King of the Three-Eyed Star and the King of the Plant Star are very worried. If they don't have time to respond, will they become captives of the Crusoe race? But at this time, Wang Wei told the King of the Three-Eyed Star and the King of the Plant Star not to forget that they still had the treasure of the three-prism crystal in their hands. Although the three-prism crystal did not seem to have much effect, Wang Wei and others understood that once the energy contained in the prism room went out of control, the explosion would be very powerful. And even if the Crusoe race's spaceship, no matter how strong and powerful it was, it would never be able to survive and be completely preserved after the energy of the three-prism crystal went out of control and exploded. That is to say, they didn't need to fight in the next battle. They only needed to control the three-prism crystal and let it explode in the Crusoe race's spaceship. And they would be able to accomplish what they had always wanted to do, but could not achieve. At the same time, Crusoe and Lance also learned that the Crusoe race's spaceship formation was about to arrive at the subspace planet. Because Wang Wei personally brought the guards to the place where Crusoe was imprisoned. He hoped that Crusoe could take good care of Lance, and not let Lance leave secretly. At present, Lance has the most contact time with all the races on the large space planet. Although he cannot say that he knows anything about the Interstellar Federation base, he at least knows the situation on the subspace planet better than the people of the Crusoe race. So Wang Wei only request to Crusoe is to let Crusoe keep Lance close, and never give him the opportunity to escape from here. Crusoe also understands that if Lance decides to escape, then there is only one way to die waiting for Lance. So after Wang Wei left, Crusoe still symbolically advised Lance. Even if you now know that the Crusoe race's spaceship formation will soon come to attack the space planet, I also hope that you can be honest and obedient. After all, if you leave this Federation base on the subspace planet, you will most likely be solved by them immediately, and you will not be able to return to your master at all. Lance did not believe Crusoe's words at all. Until now, he thought that Crusoe was exaggerating. If the people on the subspace planet really have such powerful abilities, then why do they, like the leader of Crusoe, always want to find out the situation in the Crusoe tribe? Lance believes that this is the fear of the biological tribe on the subspace planet led by Wang Wei and others for the Crusoe race. So after listening to Crusoe's words, a flash of disdain flashed across Lance's face. Even if you think this race is very powerful, you also recognize it and fall into their hands. But you can't guarantee that they really have such powerful strength as you said. Crusoe didn't expose Lance at all. He could guess that the main idea in Lance's mind was to make great contributions when the Crusoe race attacked Wang Wei and his people this time. In this way, he can successfully obtain the leader's understanding and no longer have to worry about being criticized by the tribe after returning to the tribe. Crusoe didn't expose Lance's true thoughts, but chose to stand by and watch. But Lance thought that Crusoe's attitude had tacitly agreed with what he said. So he still treated Crusoe with a pleasant face. He hoped to persuade Cruz not to continue to help the biological groups on the subspace planet to fight back. If you can do this, maybe I can ask the leader to save your life. Cruz laughed very sarcastically. But he did not make it public, but silently recorded his negotiation. At the moment when the spaceship formation of the Crusoe race appeared above the subspace planet, Lance and Cruz simultaneously sensed the communication signal initiated by the Crusoe race to the two of them. However, under Cruz's surveillance, Lance had no chance to communicate with the leader Crusoe. The only person who could really communicate with the leader Crusoe was Crusoe. After trying to contact Lance to no avail, the leader Crusoe also contacted Crusoe at the same time. He began to ask Crusoe if he had seen Lance. Crusoe said he had never seen anything in front of Lance. And now the races on the large space planet have also begun to guard against him. So he doesn't know any useful clues at all. He also cried to the leader Crusoe that the races on the Tooth Hole planet were for. He was very unfriendly, and even tried to end his life because he made a mistake. He was imprisoned, which was a good result. The worst result would be that his creatures would be taken away by the creatures on the subspace planet, and his own life would remain on this planet forever. Leader Crusoe certainly didn't want to see his treasure leaked. So he planned to organize a rescue for Crusoe and Lance as soon as possible. Although the leader of Crusoe didn't know that Lance lived next to Crusoe. He had never thought of giving up Lance. Lance was very excited at the first reaction. Look, at any time, only your tribe will pay the most attention to your safety. And what others say is completely unreliable. Crusoe ignored Lance's complaints, but quietly waited for Wang Wei to appear. Although he didn't know how Wang Wei did it. Every time he led aliens to invade, he would be discovered by Wang Wei immediately. And he believed that the Crusoe race would not be spared. The fact was just as Crusoe expected. As soon as the leader of Crusoe sent people to rescue Crusoe and others, the insect army led by Wang Wei immediately discovered the traces of this group of people. Using the weapons developed by Wang Wei, this group of people was quickly brought back. The first reaction of Lance to seeing his compatriots was that he didn't believe that their people became prisoners on the subspace planet so easily. Then Lance asked the Crusoe race how confident they were about the attack on the subspace planet. No one could give a definite answer. This made Lance completely panic. It is still unknown whether their spaceship formation can win. But the people they sent out have been captured by Wang Wei and his men one after another and imprisoned here, which is naturally very disadvantageous for them. Just as Lance was trying hard to find an opportunity to take away the people from the Crusoe race. Crusoe also passed this news to Wang Wei. Wang Wei did not make it public, but let them think that they had a chance to escape, and let Crusoe give up monitoring Lance, so that Lance could contact the leader of Crusoe. Although Crusoe did not understand why Wang Wei had to do this, he believed that Wang Wei must have his reasons for doing so. The moment Lance successfully contacted the leader of Crusoe, Lance was so excited that he almost cried. Chief Crusoe asked Lance impatiently what was going on. Lance told Chief Crusoe everything that had happened during this period. He could not get Chief Crusoe's forgiveness, but instead was resented by Chief Crusoe. Chapter 313 The Only Solution. Why didn't you contact us earlier with such important news? Crusoe Chief questioned Lance in an angry tone. Lance certainly didn't dare to tell Crusoe Chief that he had reached some kind of agreement with Wang Wei. So he had not contacted Crusoe Chief for a long time. Because Lance also knew that if he could contact Crusoe Chief, then Crusoe could also contact Crusoe Chief. If Crusoe told the Chief everything he had done, it would be basically impossible for him to return to the tribe. I don't know the specific reason, but after being caught by Wang Wei and others, I found that I couldn't contact you. I think all this was done by Wang Wei and others. Maybe they have figured out how to block our contact with the tribe during the time they detained Crusoe. Although Lance's explanation would definitely not stand up to scrutiny if Crusoe Chief insisted on investigating it. But because time was tight, Chief Crusoe didn't care too much, thinking that this matter might be just as Lance said. So he didn't ask any more questions. Since you have been captured by Wang Wei and others, have you ever seen Crusoe? Have you ever seen the holy object from him? Lance really hadn't seen the so-called holy object from Crusoe, although he also knew what the holy object meant to the Crusoe race. And he didn't want Crusoe to have a chance to return to the tribe. So he still concealed the fact that he and Crusoe were imprisoned together from Chief Crusoe. He even kept making eyes at Crusoe, asking Crusoe not to make a sound. Crusoe just smiled and didn't say a word. But at the moment when Lance thought that Chief Crusoe would definitely send some people to rescue him, he learned a result that he couldn't accept. That is, Chief Crusoe told him that he must find an opportunity now to find Crusoe's whereabouts from Wang Wei aliens and successfully threaten Crusoe to hand over the holy object of the Crusoe race. This was simply impossible for Lance. He thought for a while and finally found a reasonable reason to refuse. Chief, if I don't take this opportunity to leave now, and Wang Wei and his men find out that I can communicate with you, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave here. And even if Crusoe sees me, he may not be willing to hand over the holy object in his hand. If you are willing, I think it's better to take Crusoe away directly. As long as you can lead people to break through the defense system here, then I can guarantee that I can take Crusoe away smoothly. At that time, it will be easy to ask him to hand over the holy object. Chief Crusoe also felt that Lance's words made sense. But it was probably not so easy for their people to break through the defense system set up by Wang Wei and his men and take two people away smoothly. We need to discuss this matter before we can give you an answer. You should first find Crusoe's whereabouts and see if you can trick the creature out of his hands first. After saying this, Chief Crusoe immediately cut off their contact. It was precisely for this reason that Lance didn't have time to explain a little more. Seeing Lance's frustrated look, Crusoe couldn't help but laugh out loud. You want them to rescue you from here first. But they just want to use you to live in such a tribe. Do you think it's interesting? Although Lance also felt that Chief Crusoe was indeed a little unreasonable. Obviously, his plan was the most perfect. Why did he have to let him get the holy object first? But in front of Cruz, he was still unwilling to give in. And even more unwilling to bow his head. Even if the leader's decision may be problematic. It's not your turn to say anything. You have betrayed our race. But now you are here to criticize others shamelessly. What qualifications do you have? Truss nodded and didn't talk to Lance again. Although they didn't hear clearly. What agreement did Lance and Chief Crusoe reach just now? But seeing Lance's nervous face, constantly persuading Chief Crusoe to send someone over, he knew that Lance definitely didn't want Chief Crusoe to know anything. And Chief Crusoe probably asked him to get the holy object in his hand before considering rescuing him. For the leader of Crusoe, since Lance had been captured by Wang Wei, he was basically useless. At this time, if Lance could get the holy relic of Crusoe in his hand, the leader of Crusoe would be willing to take him away. It was a pity that Lance had never seen the holy relic in his hand. So naturally there was no chance for him to help the leader of Crusoe get the holy relic. He actually didn't need to do anything now. Just wait patiently, waiting for Chief Crusoe to discover. Lance couldn't take the token from him at all. At that time, Chief Crusoe would completely abandon Lance. He really wanted to see what kind of reaction Lance would have if he found out that he was abandoned by the most respected and admired leader. Lance didn't know that Crusoe had guessed the whole story through his own calculations. He was still looking at Crusoe while thinking about how to convince Crusoe to hand over the holy object first. Of course, Lance never thought of taking Crusoe back. In his mind, Crusoe should be left here. Although Crusoe had betrayed their race, let Crusoe and other creatures on this planet fend for themselves. But Crusoe seemed very tired and cut off contact with Chief Crusoe after Lance. After that, he never looked at Lance again, nor said a word to him. Lance looked at Crusoe lying down to rest, and was anxious. At the same time, Wang Wei and his companions were also fully prepared. At present, their main means of attacking the army of the Crush race is through the triangular crystal. If the triangular crystal is affected by external forces, the triangular crystal will produce energy runaway, and then form a powerful explosion. If the triangular crystal carrying flammable and explosive things is thrown into the spaceship formation of the Crush race, as long as the spaceship formation of the Crush race attacks the things they threw in, then their goal has been achieved. When Wang Wei told this plan to the king of the three-eyed starmen and the king of the plant starmen, as well as Orwell and Lasher, they also opposed it. They believe that the triangular crystal is very important to the subspace planet. If it is thrown into the spaceship of the Crush race so easily, it is very likely that the energy in the triangular crystal will not run away. If the triangular crystal fails to run away, they will lose countless triangular crystals, which will be a huge loss for them. If the Crush race really studies the use of triangular crystals, then they will become passive. Wang Wei felt that their concerns were justified. So he added insurance to the plan to cause an explosion caused by energy runaway when the prism was detonated. The so-called insurance is a simple time bomb. Regardless of whether the other party detonates the prism or not, they can use the time bomb to cause the energy of the prism to run away. At that time, the spaceship formation of the Crusoe race will still be affected, and it will not change the original intention of their plan. Wang Wei has already said this, so they naturally have no reason to refuse. Fortunately, everyone began to work nervously according to Wang Wei arrangement. On the other side, Yasuo, who had been controlled by the leader of the Crusoe race before, also recovered at this time. Knowing that the spaceship formation of the Crusoe race was about to attack the subspace planet, he immediately found Wang Wei. He stared at Wang Wei's hand and grabbed Wang Wei's arm. Although I was almost controlled by them before, I must not participate this time. I must avenge myself with my own hands. Although Wang Wei did not quite understand why Yasuo was in a hurry to take revenge. If he was controlled by the people of the Crusoe race and became their message machine, he would probably feel extremely angry and want to avenge himself with his own hands. But considering that Yasuo's body had just recovered, Wang Wei did not agree. My body has recovered a long time ago. Now even if I face the warriors reorganized in the dark, I will never be afraid. Wang Wei wanted to tell Yasuo that whether Yasuo was afraid or not was one thing, and whether Yasuo's body was fully recovered, and whether he could beat the warriors of the Crusoe race was another matter. It was a pity that Yasuo could not listen to anything now. He just stared at Wang Wei, waiting for Wang Wei to give orders. Wang Wei, who couldn't stand being stared at, could only compromise helplessly. You can go to the battlefield, but you must not participate in the battle. This is my final compromise. You can transport soldiers to the battlefield, but you must not participate in the battle. Yasuo was obviously very dissatisfied when he heard it. Why can't I participate in the battle? My body has obviously recovered completely. And even if I participate in the battle, it will not cause any bad effects on the battle. Although he said so, Wang Wei had learned about Yasuo's situation before. According to the medical staff in the medical cabin, Yasuo is now suffering from mental and brain trauma. He cannot be stimulated in a short period of time. Otherwise it will have a great impact on his health. If you don't want your sister to cry in front of me every day, then I advise you to listen to me, and don't get involved in anything on the battlefield. Wang Wei said mercilessly. He really couldn't stand Yasuo's sister Malka. The girl cried endlessly, and once she was sure that her brother was in trouble, she would definitely not let him go. Yasuo was not as angry as before when his sister was mentioned. After hesitating for a long time, he nodded to Wang Wei. Since you have already brought Malka out, I can't refute your words. But now you must not break your promise. At least give me a chance to go to the battlefield to see the end of the Crusoe race. Wang Wei nodded repeatedly and asked Yasuo to prepare immediately. Their people must prepare an ambush in advance. Otherwise it would be too late for them to go there when the Crusoe race has invaded the subspace planet. Yasuo walked out of Wang Wei's laboratory without saying a word. Looking at his back, Wang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know why Yasuo was so persistent and wanted to see the people of the Crush race suffer a setback on the battlefield. However, if everyone could have the same idea as Yasuo, he wouldn't have to worry about how to deal with the Crush race. Facts have proved that the Crush race didn't notice their preparations in advance at all. Even if 2 of them were locked up in the base of the Interstellar Federation, they still didn't know that Wang Wei and his team had already thought of a way to deal with the invasion of the Crush race. The Crush race's spaceship formation gradually broke through the atmosphere of the subspace and successfully appeared above the sky of the subspace planet. Countless large and small spaceships were arranged in the sky, making the world seem to be completely shrouded in darkness. The people of the Bian race basically lived underground, so they didn't notice it. This abnormality made the Zerg Tide army look very frightened when they saw the dense spaceships in the sky. Wang Wei guessed that the Zerg Tide army living on the ground might be concerned about the large-scale invasion of the subspace planet by the Crush race's spaceship formation. Feeling panic, he immediately asked the King of the Three-Eyed Star and the King of the Planet Star to take people to transfer the people of the Zerg army to the secret base of the Bian race. Although they could not guarantee that the secret base owner was definitely safe, they could at least believe that as long as the Bian race was there, even the warriors of the Crusoe race would never be able to break through easily. Facts have proved that Wang Wei's idea was still right. Under the detection of the spacecraft formation, they only found traces of biological activities in the Interstellar Federation base, but did not find the Zerg army that had been transferred to the Bian race. Therefore, the spacecraft formation of the Crusoe race began to approach the direction of the Interstellar Federation base. As early as when they approached the Interstellar Federation base, Yasuo had already found a good place with the troops of the Zerg army and the warriors of the Interstellar Federation to ambush. Because there are many winged warriors in the Zerg army, they are responsible for dropping the already made triangular crystal bombs on all the Crusoe race spacecraft. The spaceships of the Crush race naturally also sensed the approach of the insect swarm army, but they did not find a large-scale insect swarm army. So they did not take this group of insect swarm army units that did not seem to pose any threat to them seriously. But what the leader of Crush did not expect was that the moment those winged insects threw an inconspicuous stone into their spaceship, the spaceship suffered huge damage. Explosions sounded one after another, and the leader of Crush immediately asked people to check the situation of other spaceships. The reply received was that other spaceships were also damaged to varying degrees, and many spaceships had even crashed. The leader of Crush did not expect that Wang Wei and his men, who seemed to be not many in number, could cause such a powerful killing power. So at this time, the leader of Crush immediately instructed their warriors of the Crush race to attack the insect swarm army outside. However, something they did not expect still happened, because Wang Wei had long ago instructed Orwell not to let these warriors, who threw bombs with triangular crystals as the main body at the spaceship formation of the Crush race, come into contact with the spaceships of the Crush race too much. So those soldiers of the insect army who threw bombs disappeared without a trace immediately after throwing the bombs. After the warriors of the Crusoe race were dispatched, They did not detect any trace of insects near the damaged spacecraft. In other words, they lost their target. When the leader of Crusoe learned of this result, he was instantly furious. How dare they play tricks on us? Send the army to attack their ground buildings immediately, and don't give them any way out. The confidant of the Crusoe race wanted to persuade the leader of Crusoe, Master, we can't rush to launch an attack now. I believe you have seen that they do have the ability to fight against us. If we launch an attack now, we may fall into their trap. The leader of Crusoe did know that what his confidant said made sense. But should they watch their spaceship being blown up, or even seriously damaged without being able to fight back? Then give me a reasonable way to solve the dilemma we are facing now. You can't let us passively take the beating without any response. For this matter, the confidants of the leader of Crusoe also felt a headache. Before attacking the subspace planet, they had tried many times to understand the subspace planet, so that they could not lose the battle only if they knew themselves and the enemy. But what they didn't expect was that things did not develop in the direction they expected. The teams they sent out many times were discovered by people on the subspace planet, and no useful information was transmitted back. Even Cruz, who was captured by Wang Wei early in the morning, seemed to be persuaded by Wang Wei and never passed on any news that would be beneficial to their subsequent attack on the subspace planet. Now they are completely passive. If they don't want to be seriously attacked, then they have only one way to go. That is to immediately force their damaged spacecraft to land near the only ground building on the large space planet, where traces of biological life can be detected. Even if Wang Wei was alone and really prepared in advance, he would not attack their own base at all. Moreover, Lance and Cruz are both in the base. If they can successfully find these two people, they may be able to launch an effective counterattack. When the confidant told these plans to the leader Crusoe, the leader Crusoe was instantly moved. The method you said is very good. Just do as you said. After the order of the leader Crusoe was passed down, Crusoe's spacecraft formation began to approach the direction of the Interstellar Federation base immediately. Wang Weiren was in charge of everything in the Interstellar Federation base, so he also immediately received the news sent back by Yasuo. Chapter 314 Ambush in Advance. Yasuo anxiously asked Wang Wei how to solve this situation on the communicator. After all, the Interstellar Federation was very important to them. If the Interstellar Federation base was threatened, then many of their previous research might be in vain. Don't worry. Since they took the initiative to come to our door, why don't we treat them well? Hearing Wang Wei's words, Yasuo knew that the Crusoe race might have made a wrong decision this time, and they would definitely pay a heavy price for their actions in the future. So what should we do now? Yasuo felt that they could not attack the Crusoe race's spaceship formation now. Otherwise it would definitely affect innocent people. According to the original plan, you continue to pursue the Crusoe race's spaceship formation without giving them any breathing space, so that they must be forced to land near the Interstellar Federation base. Although he didn't understand why Wang Wei made such a decision, Yasuo still trusted Wang Wei very much. After he answered, he immediately followed Wang Wei's instructions. At the Interstellar Federation base, the king of the three-eyed alien and the king of the plant alien also heard the entire content of Yasuo's report beside Wang Wei. They also acted very nervous and asked Wang Wei how to deal with it next. Didn't I just make it very clear? Since they took the initiative to come to our door, let's give them a little gift. The king of the three-eyed alien and the king of the plant alien looked at each other and felt that the gift Wang Wei mentioned must be different from what they understood. Wang Wei changed into the Xiantian armor in front of them, and then walked to the dormitory where the soldiers in the Interstellar Federation base were. He immediately assembled a group of soldiers from the Interstellar Federation and asked them to be ready at any time, and wait until the spaceship formation of the Crusoe race landed and began to invade the Interstellar Federation base to prepare for a big fight. They never thought of provoking anyone. It was the Crusoe race who took the initiative to come to their door, so they couldn't blame them. All the soldiers in the Interstellar Federation base were immediately excited by what Wang Wei said, and they immediately prepared. The king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant star were a little worried. At present, we don't know the strength of the Crusoe race at all. Do we really have to fight them? Wang Wei certainly understood the worries of the king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant star. It is indeed as you said. Maybe we don't know the true strength of the Crusoe race, and we may be hit hard because of arrogance. But at the same time, this is the only chance in front of us. Wang Wei thought that since the Crusoe race felt that they were vulnerable, what they should do now is to catch the other party by surprise. Since the other party felt that they would not pose any threat to the Crusoe race, They chose to land the spacecraft formation near the Interstellar Federation base, which was really a great opportunity for them. As soon as the Crusoe Race's spacecraft formation landed, their people would quickly launch an attack on the Crusoe Race's spacecraft formation. Every Crusoe who walked down from the spacecraft would be hit by an unknown blow, and Wang Wei never thought of giving them a way out when dealing with the Crusoe Race. First of all, Wang Wei felt that this was unnecessary. After all, for the Crusoe Race, the reason why they want to attack the space pressure planet is to catch them all in one fell swoop and take away the 2 scepters they hold. So the Crusoe Race will definitely want to make a quick decision and use everyone, even Lance and Cruz, who were abandoned by them. But if they focus on the Interstellar Federation base and are surrounded by their people outside, then even if the Crusoe Race reacts quickly, they will definitely be hit hard. This is the complete appearance of Wang Wei's plan. But Wang Wei went to see Cruz and Lance when others started to prepare. Seeing Lance anxiously circling back and forth in the room of Guaya, Wang Wei knew that the Crusoe Race suddenly launched an attack on the planet between the paths, which must be closely related to one person between Lance and Cruz. Wang Wei is most suspicious of Lance. After all, Cruz's hatred for the Crusoe Race has already reached its limit. Wang Wei does not believe that Cruz will do anything that is beneficial to the Crusoe Race, but not to the Interstellar Federation. The fact was exactly as he expected. When he came in front of Cruz and Lance, Cruz looked at Wang Wei calmly and told Wang Wei that Lance had contacted the leader of Crusoe. Lance looked at Wang Wei excitedly. "You didn't expect that even if you caught me, the army of Crusoe will still trample every inch of land on your planet. If you still have good eyesight, hand over the scepters of the plant planet and the three-eyed planet immediately, so that our leader may be willing to let you go." Hearing his words, Wang Wei and Cruz looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Cruz was the first to speak to Wang Wei. He thinks that the Crusoe Race can easily break through the interstellar and federal bases and successfully capture all of you and then get the scepters owned by the 2 planets to achieve their goals. Speaking of the scepters, Wang Wei couldn't help but look at Cruz. "Since you also know that their goal is the 2 scepters, can you tell me what the meaning of these 2 scepters is to the Crusoe Race?" Cruz has been away from the Crusoe Race for many years, and he really doesn't know what the meaning of these 2 scepters is to the Crusoe Race as a whole. So Cruz suggested to Wang Wei that he might as well ask Lance about this matter to see if he knows anything. After all, the fact that Lance was sent to the subspace planet is enough to prove that the leader of Crusoe still trusts him very much. Wang Wei also looked at Lance. He had just talked with Cruz without Lance's knowledge, so he should know what to say to them now. Lance was very arrogant. Although with his identity, it was impossible for him to know what the 3 scepters meant to the Crusoe Race. But in front of Wang Wei and Cruz, he was still unwilling to give in. "Don't say I don't know anything. Even if I really know something, I will never tell you. Don't waste your thoughts. Wait for our people to attack the interior of your base. All of you will die." Seeing that no useful information could be obtained from Lance, Wang Wei simply gave up the plan. "There may be some turbulence in the Interstellar Federation base, but you don't have to worry. At least we will guarantee your safety." While speaking, Wang Wei's eyes fell on Lance. "But we will only guarantee Cruz's safety. As for you, we are not within our consideration." Lance immediately became angry and loudly questioned Wang Wei. "Why? Is it because he provided more useful information than me? You clearly promised me before that you would let me go after the matter was resolved. And you would also guarantee my safety. Why do you suddenly break your promise now?" Wang Wei ignored Lance's words. It was true that he had reached an agreement with Lance, but Lance did not provide them with any useful information during this period. Naturally, they had no reason to guarantee Lance's safety. Cruz nodded to Wang Wei, with a strange smile on his face. "I will wait here for your good news." Wang Wei nodded to Cruz, then turned and walked out of the place where they were imprisoned. After Wang Wei left, Lance screamed hysterically at Cruz. "Why do they only guarantee your safety but not my life or death? What did you talk to them about?" Cruz looked calm and not worried about any danger. "What does it have to do with you what I talked to him about? Obviously, for your own safety, you have reached an agreement with him that if you provide him with useful information, they will guarantee your safety. But you didn't do it. Who can you blame?" Lance was still unwilling to bow in front of Cruz, but he had to admit that Cruz was right. "So what? They are not from the same ethnic group as us. Why should I listen to them? If they didn't threaten my safety, how could I agree to cooperate with them?" Cruz didn't feel much about Lance's sophistry, but just thought it was a bit ridiculous. If you really want to be loyal to your race, then you should choose to commit suicide the moment you are caught by Wang Wei, instead of staying here to argue with me. You know, I have no interest in whether you will betray the Crusoe race. Lance was furious that Crusoe had ruthlessly exposed Lance's fig leaf. But he could not find a reasonable reason to defend himself. But at the same time, the leader of Crusoe also began to contact Lance. We will soon arrive at the Interstellar Federation base on the large space planet. You should be locked up here. Now find a way to cooperate with us from inside and outside to completely occupy this base on the entire subspace planet. At the moment he learned the news, Lance was excited. But after thinking carefully about his own situation, Lance could not laugh anymore. How could he help the leader to complete the occupation of this base? Now he could only imagine leaving the place where they were imprisoned. Not to mention wanting to help the leader completely occupy this base. And he guessed that Wang Wei must have made precautionary preparations long ago, and would not let the leader have any chance at all. Just when Lance was tangled up, Cruz suddenly laughed. I think your leader never thought of letting you come to the space pressure planet to explore the basic information of this planet. But you can't help it all. Facing Cruz's accusation, Lance was angry. Don't say it so high-soundingly. Even if you have many dissatisfactions with me, you are not more useful than me. And you think you are very powerful, and can get rid of the control of race. But you are still caught here by Wang Wei? In this matter, Lance thought he had the upper hand. So when facing Cruz, the expression on his face was very proud. Maybe you are right. I was brought to this planet just like you, and was even imprisoned here by Wang Wei and his men without any freedom. But there is a big difference between us. I failed when I led my people to attack this planet, and you completely offered yourself to be caught. There is a clear difference between us. How could Lance listen to such words? He was so angry that he wanted to attack Cruz immediately. However, Cruz is no longer the brother who allowed his brother to bully him. He knocked Lance to the ground with a slap. Staring at Lance condescendingly, I haven't settled accounts with you for what you did to me back then. Now you dare to attack me. Do you think that after so many years, I am still the child who allowed you to bully me? Lance looked at Cruz with a horrified face. He didn't expect Cruz to become so powerful in just a few years. Since you have such great power, why did they catch you? Since I am your brother, can you take me away from here? We will not return to our race, nor stay on the subspace planet. This is just a delaying tactic of Lance. He believes that the blood relationship between him and Cruz is indelible. So as long as he surrenders to Cruz, Cruz will definitely show leniency to him, and even have the ability to break through the defense here and take him away. Even if he can't return to the tribe now, as long as he can get the holy object from Cruz and successfully bring the holy object back to their tribe, he can complete the idea of returning to the tribe. Although Cruz doesn't know what Lance is thinking, he can know from his expression that what Lance just said is definitely not from the heart, but just to make his emotions a little calmer. So you are trying to use this method to make me think that you still have so-called brotherly love for me? Cruz kicked Lance over. If you really think so, it's a bit too naive. Since the moment I left the tribe, there is no longer any brotherly love between you and me. If you hinder me, then you are the one I should eliminate. After hearing what Cruz said, Lance's eyes widened instantly. He could understand why Cruz said that, because at this moment he had become a thorn in Cruz's eyes and flesh. The one who should be eliminated. You can't do anything to me. If your parents know that you did this, they will definitely not forgive you, Lance said in panic, still trying to use this method to curb Cruz's behavior. But he didn't know that Cruz was no longer the same person as before. Now he didn't care how his so-called parents would look at his behavior. Those are not my parents, but yours. So what they think has nothing to do with me. When Lance heard this, he was completely desperate. He knew that the reason why Cruz said that was because he didn't take his parents seriously at all. At least Cruz would never think that his parents could prevent the existing conflicts between them. Just when Lance and Cruz were confronting each other, a violent explosion suddenly sounded in the base. Cruz's eyes changed slightly, and he looked in the direction of the explosion with a slightly solemn expression. However, Lance laughed very loudly at this time. Did you hear that? Even if Wang Wei, whom you believe in, can really capture you alive and bring me here, they have no chance of winning over our tribe. When the leader leads people to find us, that is when you must return to the tribe. I want to see what methods you have to escape the control of the group at that time. Cruz ignored Lance's words. In his mind, no matter what Lance said, it would not affect him. And he also believed that Wang Wei would never get hurt by the Crusoe race. If that was the case, Then he had really trusted Wang Wei wrongly. The two did not continue to fight, but quietly listened to the sounds outside. However, just after the explosion, the outside suddenly became unusually quiet, as if nothing had happened just now. It was just their illusion. Lance suddenly became nervous. He could not accept that the Crusoe race suffered a loss at the hands of Wang Wei and his people. After all, in his mind, the Crusoe race was an extremely powerful existence. If it really suffered a loss at the hands of Wang Wei, then his only belief would completely collapse. Cruz gradually relaxed. He knew that Wang Wei would never suffer a loss at the hands of the Crusoe race. And the explosion that just came might have been deliberately created by Wang Wei when he was dealing with the Crusoe race. Things were almost the same as Cruz thought. When the spaceship formation of the Crush race landed near the Interstellar Federation base, Wang Wei had already prepared an ambush for the Crush race with his men. The people of the Crush race did not dare to stay on the spaceship any longer. Although they did not know whether the Zerg army would come back again, they would be safer if they entered the Interstellar Federation base. What they did not expect was that Wang Wei, who had received the news a long time ago, had already ambushed in the dark with his men. The moment they entered the Interstellar Federation base, Wang Wei threw out a triangular crystal and then fired a bullet, hitting the thrown triangular crystal. The huge impact force made the triangular crystal unstable and trembled wildly on the ground. Wang Wei knew that this was a precursor to the energy in the triangular crystal going out of control. So he immediately took the soldiers in the Interstellar Federation base to dodge. Chapter 315 Ask Everything. An explosion caused the warriors of the race of Crusoe, who were walking in the front, to be seriously injured instantly. When the leader of Crusoe, who was walking behind, saw this scene, he was furious and scared at the same time. It's not that they haven't seen explosions of this power before, but they didn't suffer too serious damage before. The only thing that was really damaged was their spaceship. But as long as there are enough materials, the spaceship can definitely be repaired. But the situation they are facing now is that the spaceship cannot be repaired, and they have no place to live. So now the leader of Crusoe must make a decision. If they want to escape from here, they must immediately drive the intact spaceship and quickly leave the subspace planet. If they really decide to stay and fight to the death with the creatures on this planet, then even if they know that the other party is likely to set an ambush in this base, they must risk their lives to go. For a while, the leader of Crusoe was in a dilemma. But there is no way to leave here with his people immediately. And at the same time, they can't retreat. At present, they have almost no intact spaceships left. Even if they really want to leave, they can't take so many people with them. If he leaves people here, it will have a huge impact on his prestige, and no one will believe what he has done. The confidant of the leader of the Crusoe immediately stepped forward and persuaded, "We have no way out now, so we might as well fight to the death." The leader of the Crusoe also understood this truth. So he simply nodded and asked the new fathers to lead their warriors to the interior of the Interstellar Federation base to clean up the remaining forces inside. However, when the warriors they led entered the Interstellar Federation base again, they were instantly suppressed by the firepower of the warriors of the Interstellar Federation base occupied by Wang Wei. The warriors of the Crusoe race, who were walking in the front, were instantly turned into a pool of pus by the bullets shot by Wang Wei and his men, seeing their own kind die tragically in front of them. The other people of the Crusoe race also became extremely panicked, but they had no way out. If they really choose to leave at this time, I am afraid that the leader will never let them go, and will never give them a chance to escape. So all the warriors felt that no matter what the situation was, they could not escape death, so they might as well rush in directly. Their fellows kept turning into a pool of thick water around them, while they tried their best to avoid it. They also passed the news to the leader of Crusoe, who had not yet entered the base. After hearing the situation in the base, the leader of Crusoe immediately frowned. "We must not give up like this." The confidant of the leader of Crusoe persuaded him not to insist. "Leader, if you can drive the intact spaceship now and leave this planet, we still have a chance of survival." This time, the leader of Crusoe also witnessed the tragic death of their people with his own eyes. So when he was hesitant, his confidant pushed him out of the base. "Leader, we still need you to avenge us, so you must not be in trouble." The leader of Crusoe thought about it, and finally looked at it solemnly. After the bride and the others arrived at the county, they turned around and boarded the spaceship, ready to leave without looking back. But they could not leave here easily, because Wang Wei had already made preparations to let Yasuo drive the spaceship that transported the warriors to gradually approach and get close to the spaceship driven by the leader of Crusoe. When he was sure that the spaceship did not attack them, Yasuo immediately asked the warriors in the spaceship he was driving to capture the spaceship. If this spaceship was successfully captured by them, then the leader of Crusoe would have no chance to escape. Although they seemed to have some strength, and the size of the spaceship formation was not small, their leader's repeated wrong decisions completely ruined their chances of survival. Yasuo quickly completely applied to the leader of Crusoe, and dealt with other people who tried to resist. When Yasuo brought the leader of Crusoe to see Wang Wei was also very surprised. How did you catch him? At present, many of Crusoe's warriors have also been captured by them. But Crusoe's warriors seem to have discussed it in advance, and no one is willing to disclose the whereabouts of their leader. When they saw someone with their leader appear beside Wang Wei, the soldiers were stunned. Master Leader, how could you? Looking at those soldiers who were willing to sacrifice their lives to open up an escape route for him, and buy him time to escape. Leader Crusoe also felt ashamed. But he would never think about it. Wang Wei lowered his head, and planned to transfer all the conflicts to Wang Wei. Why did you bring me here? Chief Crusoe looked at Wang Wei with a serious expression. Wang Wei took off the helmet of Shintian armor and looked at Chief Crusoe with an indifferent face. Why were you brought here? Don't you know it yourself? If your Crusoe race did not launch an attack on the subspace planet, even if I wanted to bring you here, there would be no chance at all. And your appearance has caused panic to the creatures on the subspace planet. Shouldn't I bring you here to ask your purpose clearly? Chief Crusoe could not refute Wang Wei's words at all. From the moment they invaded the subspace planet, they should have thought that this would be the outcome. If you have anything to say, say it now. But I hope you can release those innocent warriors. They have nothing to do with this matter. I support them in doing so. After hearing this, Wang Wei couldn't help but applaud the leader of Crusoe. If I didn't know how many wrong decisions you made before, which led to your tribe ending up in this situation, I really want to applaud you now. The leader of Crusoe was a little embarrassed by Wang Wei's words, but he still had a tough attitude. We have never thought about living on the planet Qin. We just think that the civilization on this planet is very advanced. So we want to come and see it. The leader of Crusoe said this, and Wang Wei really couldn't find any fault. After all, if they had no malicious intentions, then it would be unreasonable for them to take the lead in attacking the spaceship formation of the Crusoe race. You have never thought of invading our subspace planet? Then I would like to ask you, why did you just come here to find out the power contained in this planet? The power that Wang Wei mentioned refers to the 3 scepters. One of the 3 scepters has been taken by the Crusoe race, and the remaining 2 are believed by everyone to be stored in the Interstellar Federation base on this planet. Wang Wei naturally would not explain to them that Xianzhang is not in the Interstellar Federation base at all, but has been sent to Earth for safekeeping. I am very curious. Why does the leader need to collect all 3 scepters? Although Wang Wei knew that he might not get the answer he wanted from the mouth of the Crusoe leader, he still asked this question. As expected, the face of the Crusoe leader became extremely ugly, but he did not directly answer Wang Wei's question. We never knew that there were dragons hidden in the subspace planet. We only know that the tribesmen who died on the 3-eyed planet before were related to your planet. Hearing this, Wang Wei felt that there was no way to continue communicating with Chief Crusoe. So he simply imprisoned Chief Crusoe in the place where Cruz was imprisoned. When he saw Cruz and Lance being imprisoned together, a look of surprise flashed across Chief Crusoe's face. Why were you imprisoned together? Lance was also extremely surprised the moment he saw the leader. After all, he never thought that the seemingly powerful Crusoe race was so easily captured by Wang Wei and others. Chief, how could you? Chief Crusoe did not want to expose their conflict to Wang Wei, so he simply did not say a word and found a corner to lie down. His eyes were always on Crusoe, who was also imprisoned here not far away. Crusoe was carrying the sacred object of their tribe, and Chief Crusoe had been thinking, if they could get the sacred object, would they be able to escape from here smoothly? It was a pity that Crusoe never wanted to talk to Chief Crusoe, and it was absolutely impossible for him to take the initiative to bow to Crusoe and seek a way to leave here. The atmosphere began to become stalemate, and Wang Wei did not stay for long, but immediately set out to solve it. Other Crusoe people in the Crusoe race spaceship formation. These people seemed to pose no threat to him, and they were not a burden to the subspace planet and the Interstellar Federation base. But their people had been arranged early. Those Crusoe people who were willing to surrender had been imprisoned by them, and those who were unwilling to help were also being executed. Wang Wei appeared in front of the Crusoe leader with this news, This leader should not have thought that you originally planned to appear in our subspace planet and complete the invasion of all creatures on this planet. But in turn, you became a victim in our hands. The Crusoe leader is now completely desperate. He never thought that there are still people willing to surrender. And those who are unwilling to surrender have now been killed. What do you want to do? Don't think that this is all our strength. We still have a lot of people on our planet, waiting to fight back against you. Hearing this, Wang Wei suddenly laughed. It doesn't matter. No matter what form of invasion and attack, we will find a way to solve it. However, you, the leader, how do you face your people's doubts about you? If you are willing to talk about it, maybe I can help you say a few good words in front of your people. Wang Wei just wanted to know the real purpose of this tribe collecting the 3 scepters. As long as they can avoid the impact of the 3 scepters being collected on them. Can they avoid the tragedy? However, he didn't expect that the leader of Crusoe was so tight-lipped. No matter what he said, the other party refused to say anything. In desperation, Wang Wei could only change another way. Cruz has the ability to control others. Although the other party is the leader of Crusoe, it doesn't mean that he can get rid of the possibility of being controlled by Crusoe. Cruz, you come and try. I just want to know the significance of the 3 scepters to the Crush tribe, and want to avoid the influence of the owner. Cruz did not speak, but stood up silently and walked to the Crush leader on the side. Crush leader was still desperate, and did not intend to pay attention to Wang Wei questions at all. Anyway, Wang Wei could not get any answers that were not favorable to the Crush race from him. He did not expect that Cruz actually obeyed Wang Wei's words. He was no different from the angry Lance before. What are you going to do? Do you know that you are betraying our entire tribe by doing this? Don't you feel guilty about doing this? Cruz suddenly smiled. Don't you feel guilty? When you treated those tribesmen who awakened non-combat abilities as inferiors, didn't your conscience hurt? Now, everything I do is forced. Cruz had a strange smile on his face, and gradually approached the Crush leader. Chief Crusoe is now completely afraid of Crusoe. And he even pushed Lance out. You go stop him. You can't let me control me. Lance obviously hasn't come back to his senses. But he has been pushed in front of Crusoe by Chief Crusoe. You can't do this. The chief can't be controlled. Although I don't know the meaning of the 3 scepters to our tribe. The fact that the chief is unwilling to say proves that it is very important to our tribe. Although you hate the oppression of the weak in our tribe, you also understand that if there is a big problem in the tribe, those people will definitely not end well. Cross. Russ stopped. But he did not give up. After a moment of silence, he showed a more weird smile. You are right. It is very likely to affect other people and put their lives in danger. But what does all this have to do with me? They chose to immerse themselves in such an environment. While not resisting, they also regarded other people who resisted as aliens, fearing that they would be implicated. Such people should not have the opportunity to continue living in this world. So I will not sympathize with them. And I don't care about their life or death. After saying that, Cruz pushed Lance away with a slap and walked straight to the leader of Crusoe. The leader of Crusoe still wanted to resist. But the moment Cruz's big hand pinched his head, his eyes instantly lost their spirit. Wang Wei did not care about the previous farce, but immediately activated the recording function of the communicator and recorded everything that the leader of Crusoe said next. During the period when Cruz controlled the leader of Crusoe, the leader of Crusoe explained the real reason why the Crusoe race must get 3 scepters. It turned out that their people were a member of the complete planet that had not been split into 3 planets. At the beginning, a huge fight took place on that complete planet. 3 powerful races had always wanted to dominate that country. But the 3 races fought each other, but could not decide the winner. So, they began to try to split the planet. Finally, relying on their familiarity with the planet, they found a huge scepter in the center of the earth. This scepter had the totems of 3 races. And in the process of fighting for the scepter, something strange happened. I don't know what they touched, but the scepter suddenly disintegrated. It turned into 3 different scepters, which were taken away by each of them. And that planet also fell apart in an instant and split into 3 small planets. Because it happened too suddenly, no one had time to react. So their ancestors fled there to survive. Later, their tribe mutated, and after reaching adulthood, their tribe members would awaken a special ability, gradually making their tribe a relatively powerful tribe in the universe. In this case, what they wanted to do most was to restore the original planet as much as possible and occupy the abilities of the other 3 races. Therefore, Chief Crusoe has been looking for the scepters of the other 3 planets. As soon as he finished speaking, Crusoe's control over him ended. Wang Wei ignored the person who had fainted, and immediately went to see Crusoe's reaction. Crusoe's reaction was normal, and he did not feel any discomfort. He just sneered and stopped talking. The leader of Crusoe, who had reacted, stared at Cruz angrily at this time. How dare you attack me? Cruz ignored him and just looked at Wang Wei. Now that you have determined the real purpose of their need for the scepter, the matter is almost resolved. Do you have anything else to ask? Wang Wei thought about it and felt that there was one more thing to ask. There is one more thing. We must know where the Triad planet is, and where the Triad scepter is. Since the 3 planets have been separated, and have been separated for who knows how many years. According to his idea, there is no need to restore them. If there is only one race on a planet, there will still be chaos. If there are 3 races, I am afraid that the situation that happened before will happen again. So, Wang Wei never thought about restoring the original planet to its original state. Even if it really needs to be restored, the actual person in charge of the 3 planets needs to agree. Cruz walked in front of the leader of Crusoe again. The leader of Crusoe was already scared and wanted to hide, but he failed. It also allowed Wang Wei to successfully know the location of the Triad planet and the Triad scepter. However, 2 consecutive mental controls have completely affected the brain of the leader of the Crusoe, and he has begun to lose his mind. Seeing his appearance, Crusoe laughed even louder. From today on, the Crusoe race will no longer have the opportunity to reappear. Chapter 316 Departure to Triassic Planet. Wang Wei could barely understand Cruz's feelings, but now they had more important things to do. So whether to let Cruz go or make other arrangements for his resettlement would have to wait until they solved the most important thing. During this period, please take care of the 2 of them. We are going to Triassic Planet now to determine the basic situation of Triassic Planet. Cruz of course also expressed his understanding of this matter. But in this case, Cruz still hoped that Wang Wei would not have too high expectations for the situation on Triassic Planet. After the Crusoe race plundered Triassic Planet, the current situation on Triassic Planet should not be very good. It is very likely that the biological population living on Triassic Planet has been basically completely wiped out. Wang Wei of course also understood. But since they already knew what happened on Triassic Planet, they naturally could not sit idly by. The things here are left to you. When we come back from Triassic Planet, we can decide whether to let you go or make other arrangements for you. After the 2 finished talking, Wang Wei immediately prepared to leave. But what he didn't expect was that Lance rushed to Wang Wei at this time, intending to hold Wang Wei hostage and give him a chance to escape from the Interstellar Federation base. However, he still underestimated Wang Wei. Although Wang Wei's body size, as a human, was indeed much smaller than that of the Crusoe race, Lance was no match for Wang Wei, who had the Xiantian battle armor. Almost in an instant, Lance was immediately controlled by Wang Wei. If you say nothing and do nothing, I will consider letting you go when I let Cruz go. After all, we have never thought of harming anyone who has not harmed us. Although you have. You didn't succeed. When Lance heard this, his face suddenly turned very pale. Why are you pretending to be a good person here? You didn't intend to let us go at all. Otherwise, why did you say that to Crusoe? Wang Wei shrugged helplessly. What I said is my problem. But if you hit me, don't blame me. Wang Wei immediately knocked Lance unconscious and asked someone to take Lance away and put him in solitary confinement. Wang Wei already had experience with the people who imprisoned the Crusoe race. Now the leader of the Crusoe race was also completely controlled by them. So there was no need to worry about whether there would be other situations next. After leaving Guanya Crusoe, Wang Wei immediately found the king of the 3-eyed star and the king of the plant star. Now we have learned the whereabouts of Triad from the leader of Crusoe, and we have figured out the specific location of the scepter of Triad. Now I plan to go and see the situation of Triad, and take the scepter of Triad back from the hands of the Crusoe race. If there are still people left on Triad, then he will give the scepter of Triad to someone who can keep the scepter. If there are no creatures left on Triad, and there is no ability and place to properly store the scepter of Triad, then he will choose to bring the scepter of Triad back to the Interstellar Federation base. The king of the 3-eyed star and the king of the plant star are also very curious about Triad. After all, their planet and Triad were once part of the same planet. So if they could see Triassic Planet again, they might be able to understand what happened in the past. The 3 of them drove a spaceship together and immediately set off for Triassic Planet. On the way, the king of the 3-eyed star and the king of the plant star talked to Wang Wei about the scepter. Has the leader of Crusoe explained the real purpose of restoring that planet? Is it just to return to the planet that was once suitable for them to live on? The king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant star both felt that this reason was not very tenable. After all, they did seem to have strong strength. If they had not met the smart Wang Wei, the Crusoe race might not have suffered a big loss in this matter. However, Wang Wei was not very clear about what they said. What we know now is that the leader of the Crusoe race just wants to restore the original planet where they once lived. Although I have not seen the special ability of the three-eyed planet scepter, I have seen that there is a fountain of life where the plant planet scepter is stored, which can be said to have extraordinary abilities. Now it is not ruled out that the leader of Crusoe wants to restore the original planet. It is very likely that he wants to gather these three abilities to further enhance the strength of their race. The king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant star both think that what Wang Wei said makes sense. Because apart from this reason, they can't think of what the real purpose of the Crusoe race is to restore the original huge planet. It seems that the Crush race has very strong strength. They don't need to restore a planet that originally existed but was divided. They can find a suitable environment for or change a planet anytime and anywhere to make the planet suitable for their population. The only possibility is that after the three planets are reunited, they will gather together the special abilities of different races on these three planets. And this ability can make the Crush race more prosperous. At this moment, Wang Wei's eyes fell on the king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant star. If the three planets are reunited, you can have stronger strength to ensure your own safety. Will you choose to restore the original planet? This question completely stopped the king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant star. They have never thought about this matter, and they don't know whether the restoration of the planet will bring them other troubles. After all, on the original planet, they are all of the same race. Although there are differences in interests between races, the contradictions will definitely not be particularly large. Just like the subspace planet, the two different branches of the Zerg will fight among themselves. But once they face the enemy, they will still unite to resist the enemy. If this planet suddenly becomes a situation where multiple races coexist, they are not sure whether everyone can still live in peace, and whether there will be friction between races. Wang Wei saw their concerns and smiled and explained, "Don't worry. I'm just joking. I just think that if the three races can live in peace on the same planet, it will be more conducive to your joint resistance to foreign enemies. After all, the ability of the three races to unite is still very powerful. Isn't the subspace planet also gathering various forces?" When hearing this, the king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant star could not help but be moved. Just as Wang Wei said, they each occupy a planet, which is indeed a good thing for them. Because if there is no major interest dispute between races, there will be no large-scale battles, which will cause too much damage to the tribesmen. But even if we take a step back, they have not yet been able to ensure that they can coexist peacefully with other races. So naturally there is no way to guarantee that everyone can live in harmony when the three planets merge into one planet. After all, for the two of them, not wanting to see a war is their common wish. In this matter, Wang Wei naturally did not force it. "You can consider my proposal." Of course, I just said it casually. The people who make the specific decision are still you. The king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant star glanced at Wang Wei and nodded at him. Triassic planet. When Wang Wei and his spacecraft turned on the stealth mode and landed smoothly on Triassic planet, the three of them were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. Triassic planet was devastated, and the various traces left by the war were still very obvious, which made people feel nervous. These were all done by the people of the Crusoe race? The three of them understood that this was definitely beyond doubt. If it weren't for the invasion of the Crusoe race, there wouldn't be such a major war on Triassic planet. After all, there is only one race, and the conflicts between races are for interests. But they all understand that Triassic planet is their only place of survival, and will not cause too much damage to the entire planet. Wang Wei feels that they don't have time to be sad now. What we should do most now is to immediately find out whether there are any living species on Triassic planet, find the remaining members of their tribe, and help them resume their normal lives. The three of them immediately started to act separately. Wang Wei was wearing Xiatian armor, and his movement speed was faster than that of the king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant star. So the area he was responsible for searching was also larger. Soon, Wang Wei found traces of biological activities underground in an area. He did not explore immediately, but chose to stay on the ground and send signals to the underground to prove that he had no ill will towards the creatures here. In just half an hour, someone drilled out from underground. They looked very embarrassed. But they were still very wary of Wang Wei. They stood far away from Wang Wei and silently observed his movements. Wang Wei did not make any unexpected movements, but just looked at the other party quietly. When the other party relaxed a little, he spoke, "I don't know if you can understand, but we came here after defeating the Crusoe race. We want to help you rebuild your homeland." Without any ill intentions, Wang Wei's words made the expression on the face of the man who had just emerged from the ground change slightly. However, when the other party spoke, Wang Wei was stunned. He could not understand what the other party said, so he could only take out the communicator and try to use it to analyze the other party's language to see if he could decipher it. Fortunately, because Wang Wei's communicator had already included many language systems of alien races, after half an hour of analysis, Wang Wei successfully analyzed the other party's language system with the communicator and translated it into Chinese. "Who are you and why are you here?" Wang Wei told the other party through the communicator, "Don't worry. We have no ill intentions. The reason we are here is entirely because we solved the Crusoe race and learned from them that your planet had been invaded. Moreover, we came here this time to return something very important to your planet. Can I see your leader?" The Triassic people frowned immediately, and seemed to still refuse to believe Wang Wei. Wang Wei was not in a hurry. He could understand the people on this planet. They had just experienced a war, and it was understandable that no one of them was willing to believe it now. But what he really wanted to do was to make the people on this planet believe that he would definitely not harm this planet, and the people living on it. Fortunately, although Wang Wei's words were not completely believed, at least they were not completely doubted. "I need to discuss with the leader. You just wait here and don't go anywhere. Otherwise we will definitely not believe you." Wang Wei knew that if the other party was willing to tell the other party's leader about his appearance, it would be a good thing for him. So he simply agreed. The man went back into the ground and disappeared. After the Triassic left, Wang Wei immediately used the communicator to contact the king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant star. After receiving the news, the two rushed over immediately. Just as Wang Wei expected, their exploration did not make any progress at all, and no life forms were detected in other places. "Are you sure that they are the people living on the Triassic planet?" The king of the plant star was a little puzzled. "I think there shouldn't be any problem. By the way, you guys drive the spaceship over first, and we wait here. Otherwise, if we leave, they show up and respond, which will be very bad for our future relationship." The Plant Star King and the Three-Eyed Star King nodded repeatedly, and immediately drove their small spaceships to drive the large spaceship they drove when they came here. Just as they drove the large spaceship over, something unusual happened on the ground, and more than a dozen tribes of the Triassic planet came out from underground. One of them looked older, and after seeing Wang Wei, he immediately showed great vigilance, and didn't dare to approach Wang Wei at all, and only dared to hide from a distance. The Triassic star that Wang Wei had seen before looked at their leader. While they were talking, Wang Wei took out the communicator. The Triad star looked at the leader and explained, "Chief, this man claims to be the one who defeated the Crusoe race. He heard about us from the Crusoe race, so he hopes to help us rebuild Triad Planet. I don't think he is a bad guy." The king of Triad Planet looked at Wang Wei, looked at him carefully for a while, and then slowly walked towards Wang Wei. "You said you defeated the Crusoe race. Do you have any evidence?" Wang Wei frowned. He really didn't bring any so-called evidence. However, he did bring the Triad Star's scepter, and took it out directly, but didn't give it to Xiao San. "This is what we seized from the Crusoe race. I don't know if it's something from your Triad planet." Xiao San's eyes lit up when he saw the scepter in Wang Wei's hand. Wang Wei saw Xiao San's reaction, but felt that things didn't seem so simple. If it was really a Triad Star, he shouldn't have such a big reaction when he saw the scepter in his hand. After all, this planet has become what it is now, largely because of this scepter. What they need most now is someone to help them rebuild the planet and restore the normal life of all the Triassic people on the planet, to ensure that their people will not be completely extinct on this planet because of the invasion of the Crusoe race. So, at the moment when Xiao San wanted to take the scepter from him, Wang Wei put the scepter away again. "It's useless to return the scepter to you now. It's better to keep it with me. It's safer." With that, Wang Wei walked to the Triassic person he met at the beginning. "I want to ask about the current situation of your Triassic planet. Can you tell me?" The Triad Star looked at Wang Wei for a long time, then looked at Xiao San, and finally nodded and agreed, "No problem. I can tell you. But why don't you return the scepter to our king?" Wang Wei did not answer this question, because he believed that this question had no conflict with the fact that they came to Triad Planet and wanted to help the creatures on this planet rebuild their homes. As he said at the beginning, their main purpose of coming to this planet was not to return the scepter. In fact, they can choose to leave the scepter at the Interstellar Federation base on the subspace planet. After all, this can better ensure that the scepter will not be coveted by any external forces. Even if an alien force invades Triad Planet at that time, they can directly tell the other party that the scepter is not on Triad Planet and has been taken away or robbed by him. At that time, the attention of the alien forces will be completely shifted to the subspace planet. At this time, the King of the Three-Eyed Star and the King of the Planet Star drove a spaceship to land beside Wang Wei. Seeing a giant spaceship landing, all the Triad Stars looked panicked. Some Triadians even went back underground. But the Triadians around Wang Wei did not have any special reaction, but looked at Wang Wei with a little puzzlement. "Is this your spaceship?" Wang Wei nodded to the Triadians. "If you want, you can follow me to the spaceship. We will talk about the current situation of Triad in detail and discuss how to help you Triadians return to normal life." The Triadians looked puzzled. He didn't understand why Wang Wei came to him to talk about this matter. Shouldn't this matter be discussed with their king? So the Triadians' eyes fell on their king. Wang Wei could see what he meant. So he immediately explained to the Triadians' king, "I just want to ask him about the specific situation of Triad. I will not make any decision without your permission. You can rest assured." It seems that the other party did not expect Wang Wei to express so strongly. After a brief hesitation, he also agreed to Wang Wei's request. The Triadians followed Wang Wei and went to the spaceship to discuss. The moment the door of the spaceship was completely closed, Wang Wei's expression suddenly became solemn. "Don't rush to understand the current situation of Triassic Planet. I want to tell you a story first." The confused look on the Triassic Planet's face did not stop Wang Wei from wanting to tell the story. Chapter 317. The Triassic King is controlled by someone. After listening to the story I told you, you will understand why I brought you here and told you this story alone. The Triassic had no reason to refuse, so he stayed beside Wang Wei and prepared to listen to Wang Wei's story. Wang Wei told the Triassic how Soros was controlled by someone and how the plant planet was affected in the end. After listening to this story, the Triassic seemed to suddenly understand the real reason why Wang Wei told him this story. "You mean to tell me that our king may also be controlled?" Since the other party has guessed the truth, Wang Wei did not continue to hide it. "You are right. I think your king looks a little strange. Although I can't guarantee that my guess is correct. I want to ask you a few questions." The Triassic can also understand that since Wang Wei is willing to take the initiative to explain this matter, there must be something that makes him suspicious. Wang Wei only remembered that he had not asked the Triassic man's name until here. "By the way, can you tell me your name?" The Triassic man told Wang Wei that his name was Pachaji, and asked Wang Wei to call him Pachaji in the future. "Pachaji, since you already know my purpose, I might as well tell you directly why I suspect that your king is likely to be controlled by someone." Wang Wei told Pachaji directly that most of the people of the Crusoe race have been completely dealt with. Those who surrendered have been imprisoned, and those who are unwilling to surrender have basically been executed. So the Crusoe race currently poses absolutely no threat to Triassic Planet and other planets. But among the people of the Crusoe race, some people will awaken the ability of mind control, which means that it is not impossible for the Crusoe race to control the Triassic people. The reason why Soros was controlled before was because the people of the Crusoe race took action. Pachaji nodded, indicating that he understood the fundamental reason why Wang Wei suspected this matter. "But didn't you just say you wanted to confirm some questions with me? What are the questions you mentioned?" he asked hurriedly. "First of all, the first question is when you contacted your king. Did you find that he was a little different from before in some things?" The reason why Wang Wei suspected that the current Triassic king was controlled by someone was because he had contacted Soros before. So he had a certain understanding of this aspect. The reason why they could see the difference of Soros before was because of the plant people's understanding of Soros. Now they don't know the Triassic king, so they can only determine whether the Triassic king is controlled by someone through Pachaji. Wang Wei told Pachaji not to rush to answer his questions and think about it carefully. After all, this matter concerns the entire Triassic planet. I think you should think carefully before making a decision. Pachaji frowned and sat opposite Wang Wei in deep thought for a long time, then looked up at Wang Wei with a firm face. I can basically confirm that since our planet was invaded by the Crusoe race, and the scepter was taken away by them, the king seems to have become a little different from before. Wang Wei did not rush to make a conclusion. He carefully asked Pachaji what he thought was different about their king. Our king used to be a very responsible person. But now, he has begun to enjoy the care of his people, and does not think about how the entire Triassic planet should be restored to its original state in the future. Through Pachaji's description, Wang Wei can basically be sure that the current Triassic king is indeed different from before. In addition, are there other places that make you feel that the king behavior has become weird? Wang Wei wanted to further prove it. So he continued to ask, if there must be some other place? I don't think there is any. Android can also understand this. After all, since the Crusoe race completed the invasion of Triassic planet and successfully took the scepter from the Triassic people, Triassic planet basically does not need too much attention. He believes that at that time, the leader of the Crusoe race must have felt that the biological population on Triassic planet would not stir up any more waves. The most important thing is that the three planets will be reunited in the future, and then it will be easy for them to control the creatures on the three planets. After listening to Pachaji's description, Wang Wei did not continue to hide it, but prepared to explain to Pachaji. What do you think about the whole thing? Just now, when your king saw me take out the scepter of Triassic planet, his first reaction was that he was very concerned about this scepter. Of course, I can understand that. After all, this scepter has always been. Keep it in the hands of your king. If it weren't for the scepter, Triassic would not have suffered this disaster. But now, for Triassic, the most important thing is not how to deal with the scepter, but how to let the surviving people of Triassic return to normal life. Although Pachaji and Wang Wei had not met for a long time, Wang Wei's words instantly made Pachaji believe that Wang Wei's suspicion was correct. He knew the king's temper well enough, so he thought that the king would think the same as Wang Wei. But why did the Crusoe race choose to control our king? Pachaji looked at Wang Wei with a puzzled look. Although the Crusoe race has completed the plunder of your Triassic planet and successfully obtained the scepter of Triassic planet, they will definitely deal with the Triassic people in the future. If they control your king, it will become easier to control your race in the future. This is the only reasonable reason Wang Wei can think of. Of course, he has other inferences. For example, the people of the Crusoe race, who control the Triassic king, have already known the current situation of the Crusoe race. If they still want their tribe to continue to reproduce, then they must find a place where they can control it, or even stay to regroup. And in the current invasion, the Triassic planet, which has been most severely damaged, should be their best choice. After a short silence, Pachaji suddenly became nervous. If our king has really been controlled, then what should we do to change this situation? Although Wang Wei and Pachaji met for the first time, this time Pachaji placed all his hopes on Wang Wei. I know what you think, but don't worry now. Wang Wei tried to calm Pachaji's emotions. The most important thing we should do now is to prevent your king from finding out that we have noticed that he is being controlled. Only if he has no doubts about us can we collect more evidence and find the whereabouts of the Crusoe tribe that controls your king. Although Pachaji understood what Wang Wei meant, it was not easy for him to think about how to complete the task Wang Wei asked him to do. They only suspected that the king was controlled by someone, and there was no actual evidence to prove that this was true. At the same time, it was impossible to make other Triassic people believe and support them to complete this task. If you need my help in any way, just ask, Pachaji said to Wang Wei with a serious face. Wang Wei certainly believed that Pachaji would never hide anything in this matter, and would even help them find out the truth. But what they have to do now is not to let Pachaji help them, but to let Pachaji go back to stabilize the emotions of the new king of Triad, who was controlled. This matter cannot be accomplished by Wang Wei or other Triad people. Only Pachaji, who knows the truth and is deeply trusted by the Triad king, can accomplish it. Although Pachaji was a little frustrated that he could not help Wang Wei and the others, but at least he can stay by the king's side and ensure that the king will not do anything that is not good for Triad because of being manipulated by others. Pachaji is still very satisfied. In that case, I will go back first. Pachaji looked at Wang Wei. If I stay on your spaceship for a long time, even if we do nothing, I am afraid that the king will doubt me. Wang Wei could certainly understand Pachaji's idea, so Wang Wei did not stop Pachaji in this matter, but just hoped that Pachaji could ensure his own safety when approaching their king. Pachaji was taken off the spaceship by Wang Wei. As expected by Wang Wei, the Triassic king frowned the moment he saw Pachaji, although they did not say anything on the surface. Wang Wei found that the other party seemed very dissatisfied with his behavior. It's too late today. Why don't we take a rest first? And then discuss how to help the entire Triassic planet return to its original state. Wang Wei took the initiative to propose. The Triassic King seemed to be very satisfied with this arrangement. So he agreed to Wang Wei's request at the first time. The Triassic took the Triassic King back to the ground. And the entire Triassic planet returned to peace in an instant. The Three-Eyed King and the Plant King looked at Wang Wei. And the three of them immediately returned to the interior of the spaceship. The Three-Eyed King and the Plant King heard clearly the entire conversation between Wang Wei and Pachaji just now. At this time, they had returned to the spaceship to ensure that no one could hear their conversation. The Plant King also raised his question at this time. Why are you sure that the Triassic King must be controlled by someone? The Plant King has a lot of say in this matter. So before Wang Wei could speak, the Plant King responded on his behalf. When the predictor Soros on our planet was controlled before, I had the same suspicion as you. Because at that time I didn't believe that there were alien creatures who would covet our planet that didn't seem to have any advantages. It turns out that their main goal is the scepter. And they don't even care about the fountain of life. Hua still felt that this statement was a bit too far-fetched, although we all know that some people in the Crusoe race will awaken mind control abilities. But even you can't completely confirm whether the Triassic King is really controlled. Right? Seeing that he couldn't reason with the Three-Eyed King, Wang Wei waved his hand at the somewhat angry Plant King. Now all our suspicions are based on reasoning. And there is no actual evidence to prove that what we suspect is true. So if you want to prove that everything we said is right, you must find relevant evidence. After saying that, Wang Wei looked at the Three-Eyed King again. Similarly, if you want to prove that everything we said is wrong, you also need to provide evidence to prove it. Wang Wei's statement was recognized by the Three-Eyed King and the Plant King. However, the two also had a question. How can we find evidence to prove whether all this is true or false? In fact, it is very simple. The first way is that if we can find the members of the Crusoe race hiding on the Triassic planet, we can learn from them whether the Triassic King has been controlled. So the second way may be difficult to implement. That is, we need to use strategies or other methods to make the Triassic King reveal his flaws. If he is really controlled, then his behavior must be different from other Triassic people. After hearing Wang Wei's words, I thought for a long time, I am not good at intrigue with others. So I think I should be responsible for finding the members of the Crusoe race. The reason why the Triassic King said this is that even if there is no such thing, they must investigate the entire Triassic planet completely to make sure that there is no harm to the Triassic people on the Triassic planet. The Plant King had no opinion on this matter. He also wanted to follow Wang Wei to see if the Triassic King was really controlled by the Crusoe race, as Wang Wei said. If they could avoid such a thing from happening at the source, it would be good for them to face the same problem later. After the three of them confirmed the plan, they went back to the rest cabin to rest. Yesterday morning, the Three-Eyed King left the spaceship early. He drove a small spaceship to patrol the entire Triassic planet, scanning for traces of biological existence while searching for the whereabouts of the Crusoe race. Wang Wei and the Plant King walked out of the spaceship after the Triassic people came out to move. After Wang Wei and the Plant King saw Pachaji, they exchanged glances. Wang Wei saw that Pachaji looked worried. So he knew that Pachaji must have discovered something yesterday. But now in the public eye, they had no way to confirm with Pachaji what Pachaji had found from the Triassic King after they parted yesterday. Wang Wei walked to the Triassic King and explained to him the purpose of their coming here. We learned from the leader of the Crusoe that they had launched an attack on the Triassic planet. So our idea is that if we can help you return to normal life, then we can also help you get rid of the psychological shadow caused by the invasion of the planet you rely on for survival. Through the translation of the communicator, the Triassic King immediately understood what Wang Wei said. A smile appeared on his face, and he immediately held Wang Wei's hand. Thank you so much. If you hadn't defeated the Crusoe race, I'm afraid the Triassic planet would have lived in their shadow forever. Now you not only help us solve such a big threat, but also are willing to help us rebuild our home. I really don't know how to thank you to express our gratitude. These are all polite words, and Wang Wei didn't take them to heart. As a race that has also been hurt by the Crusoe race, I think we should help each other. But the power of just the three of us is limited. So if you are willing, we will gather more companions to help you rebuild your home. The decision-making power fell on the Triassic King. He did not agree immediately, but frowned and thought for a long time. We may have to discuss this matter carefully with the tribesmen. He looked at Xiao Wang Wei with a hint of apology. It's not that we can't understand your kindness. But this matter concerns the entire Triassic planet. If there is no consent from others, I can't make a decision without authorization. Of course, we must understand and support this idea. After all, they are now standing on the land of Triassic planet. If they decide other people's affairs, it will. I am afraid that it will make them look too strong. Of course, Wang Wei did not dwell on this topic, but immediately shifted the topic to other things. Although whether our companions can come here to help you rebuild your homeland still needs to be discussed with your other tribesmen. I think there is one thing you will definitely be willing to help. The Triassic King immediately nodded to Wang Wei and the others. If you say that we can help, we will do our best to help. Although most of the main forces of the Crusoe race have been completely eradicated by us, we are not sure whether there are still remnants of the Crusoe race in the 3-Point Planet and other places. So we need someone who is very familiar with the Triassic planet to assist. After yesterday's communication, I found that Pachaji seemed to be very familiar with and understood your Triassic planet. I wonder if he can be a guide for us. Wang Wei tried to be sincere, but he also understood that even if his words and actions would let the Triassic King find out, it didn't matter. If the Triassic King didn't want to arouse the suspicion of other Triassic people, then he had to agree to this matter. In the future, Pachaji would have a legitimate reason to meet and talk with him. Just as Wang Wei expected, the Triassic King was stunned for a moment, and then agreed to Wang Wei's request. He turned around and waved to Pachaji. You should have heard what they said just now. Next, you have to help them learn that the entire Triassic planet must not miss any possibility, and all the people of the Crusoe race must be driven away from the Triassic planet. Chapter 318 Go back and get help. Pachaji naturally didn't dare to refuse him, and solemnly assured the Triassic King, don't worry. I will definitely help them complete the inspection of the entire Triassic planet. I will never let any Crusoe take advantage of the opportunity to continue to stay on Triassic planet and make trouble. The Plant King saw that the time was right and immediately drove a small spaceship out of the spaceship. They were docked near the Triassic habitat. I'm ready. Can we set off now? The Plant King looked at Wang Wei. Wang Wei nodded to the Plant King. The Triassic King has agreed to our request, so Pachaji will be our guide next. The Plant King also thanked the Triassic King. Without your cooperation, it may be very difficult for us to confirm whether there are still people of the Crusoe race on Triassic. Although the Triassic King expression was a little ugly, he still responded to the Plant King words. In fact, it should be us who thank you. After all, the main purpose of your coming to Triassic is to help us. It's just that because we suffered too much casualties in the previous battle with the Crusoe race, we may not be able to help you too much now. So we can only send the people who are most familiar with Triassic to be your guide. Another round of greetings. After the greetings, Wang Wei and the Plant King drove the small spaceship at the same time and took Pachaji away from the vicinity of the spaceship. After their small spaceship left the current habitat of the Triassic people, Wang Wei found a hidden place to stop the spaceship and turned on the stealth mode of the spaceship. Pachaji was surprised to see the small spaceship driven by Wang Wei and his companions disappear in an instant. How did you manage to hide the spaceship? Wang Wei deliberately wanted to tease Pachaji, so he turned on the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor. In the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor, Wang Wei instantly disappeared from Pachaji's sight. Pachaji was frightened and looked around, but he couldn't find Wang Wei. In desperation, Pachaji could only look at the Plant Star King in a hurry. Where did Wang Wei go? Why did he suddenly disappear in front of me? The Plant Star King spent more time with Wang Wei, so he knew Wang Wei's character better. He knew that Wang Wei did this not to do anything, but to scare Pachaji. Don't worry. He just wanted to scare you. Pachaji still didn't believe it, and still looked around for Wang Wei's whereabouts. Wang Wei turned off the stealth mode, and his figure immediately appeared in front of Wang Wei. The Plant King is right. I just wanted to scare you. Pachaji sat on the ground helplessly, raising a cloud of dust. Wang Wei also sat next to Pachaji and began to ask about the past of Triassic planet. Was Triassic planet like this before? Pachaji looked at Wang Wei angrily. How is it possible? Although I don't know what other planets are like. Since I can remember, Triassic planet is a very beautiful place with green trees and various animals. We Triassic people live happily in it. Wang Wei felt that Pachaji's description unexpectedly reminded him of the Earth. To be honest, my home planet is almost the same as what you described. It is also a planet with very diverse species. Hearing Wang Wei mention his home planet, Pachaji seemed very excited and immediately began to ask, Where is your mother? Is it the same as our Triassic planet? Recalling the situation on Earth, Wang Wei nodded first, and then felt that it might make Pichaji feel uncomfortable. So he shook his head again. The planet where I was born looks similar to Triassic. The only difference may be that the planet I live on has not experienced any alien invasion. And even if there were such signs, I prevented them in advance. At this moment, Pichaji looked at Wang Wei with admiration and respect. I really should learn from you and strengthen myself so that when Triassic faces alien invasion in the future, I can also stand up to protect the safety of all compatriots on the planet. Don't impose all the responsibilities on yourself. You have no reason and no need to be responsible for all compatriots on Triassic. He could understand that Pichaji was a person with a heroic plot. But if he really encountered an invasion by a strong creature like the Crusoe race, it would be most important to ensure his own safety first. However, Pichaji did not seem to have the idea of arguing with Wang Wei, but began to tell the situation of Triassic before the invasion of the Crusoe race. The Plant King also sat next to Pichaji, and both of them were listening to Pichaji's description of Triad. It turned out that the environment of Triad was indeed very good, and the Triad people were not as strong as other alien races. As a result, the entire Triad looked very harmonious. Wang Wei had a deep understanding of this, and the Plant Planet and the Three-Eyed Planet were basically like this. Suddenly one day, a large group of alien spaceships landed on Triad. The first thing they did was not to attack Triad immediately, but to meet with the Triad King and ask for the scepter from the Triad King. Just like the Plant King at the beginning, the Triad King was not willing to hand over the scepter. After repeated communication failed, the Crusoe race immediately launched an attack on Triad. Although the Triad people had made preparations early, they were still defeated on Triad, where the technological civilization was not as good as that of the Crusoe race. Fortunately, the Triad King hid underground under the protection of his people. The Triassic people have pangolin-like scales on their skin, and they have sharp and retractable nails on their hands. These special features ensure that they can dig very quickly and keep themselves safe. They don't know when the Crusoe race left. Even if the entire planet is calmed down, they dare not return to the surface to live, and have been hiding deep underground. It was not until Wang Wei and his team appeared that the Triassic people knew that most of the Crusoe race had been completely eliminated and no longer posed a threat to the Triassic planet. At the same time, after Wang Wei's reminder, Pichaji also carefully observed their Triassic king after returning yesterday and found the king. He found that in some subtle places, the current king is very different from the former king, although they are all small differences in habits. Pichaji thought carefully about Wang Wei's words. Since it is a person's habit, it will not change too much in a short time. After yesterday's observation, Pichaji also believed Wang Wei's words more. If our king is really controlled by the people of the Crusoe race, what should we do to ensure the king's safety and get rid of their control? When Wang Wei heard Pichaji's question, he shook his head at him. To be honest, we have indeed encountered creatures controlled by people through mental control before. But when we found out and started to think of ways to save them, their bodies were completely dead, and there was no need to save them at all. After hearing this, Pichaji widened his eyes in shock and stared at Wang Wei. Wang Wei knew that even if he could believe that their king had been controlled by others, he might not be able to accept the fact that their king had died in a short time. At present, we are not sure whether your king has encountered the same situation as we have encountered before. So don't worry. If possible, we will do our best to help your king return to normal. Even though he knew that Wang Wei said these words to comfort him, Pichaji still looked a little depressed. At this time, Wang Wei and the Plant King communicator rang at the same time, and the voice of the Three-Eyed King came from the communicator. I seem to have found a gathering place where a small number of Crusoe people gather. Do you want to come and see it together? After hearing this news, Wang Wei did not care about comforting Pichaji, and hurriedly notified the Three-Eyed King through the communicator not to alarm the enemy. At present, we don't know how the Crusoe race controls the king of the golden butterfly. If the ability they use is the same as that used by Crusoe, then if the king of the Triassic is controlled for a long time, it will definitely have some effect on his body. We must control this group of Crusoe people while minimizing the damage to the king of the Triassic. The Three-Eyed King said that he understood, but still hoped that Wang Wei and others could come immediately. He always felt that this group of Crusoe people seemed to have noticed something, and seemed to have become much more cautious than when he first discovered it. Wang Wei and the other two did not waste any more time and started to act immediately. When they arrived at the location provided by the Three-Eyed Alien King, They found that there was nothing unusual on the ground. On the contrary, the three-eyed alien king looked a little excited. The three-eyed alien king immediately handed the biological detector in his hand to Wang Wei, the plant alien king, and Pachaji for observation. You see, the detector shows obvious traces of biological activity, and it is not far from here. I suspect that they seem to have imitated the ability of the three-eyed alien and want to hide underground and wait until we leave before reappearing. The biological detector was taken from the Bian race by Wang Wei when he left the Interstellar Federation base. Although the Bian race had detected its location many times before, they had not been able to find it. Wang Wei also admitted that the ability of this biological detector was still very strong. After all, even with the protection of the Xiantian armor, he was still discovered. So when Wang Wei saw the content displayed on the biological detector, he did not doubt that the king of the three-eyed star was lying, or that his biological detector had an abnormality. That's right. We should try not to alert the enemy, as we are not sure whether they can affect the Triassic king through their mental control ability. What we need to do now is to protect the remaining Triassic people and ambush the people of the Crusoe race here. After doing all this, Wang Wei gave the most important task to the Plant King. Now I need you to drive our largest spaceship and immediately return to the subspace planet to tell Lasher and others about our situation here, and ask them to prepare manpower immediately and rush to the Triassic planet to help. The Plant King knew that it would be useless for him to stay here, so it would be better to help Wang Wei directly to get reinforcements. Leave this to us. But judging from the life detector, so many people are gathered here. Are you really sure that they will not discover our existence and make irreversible actions? Wang Wei said that he would stay here next, and then let the three-eyed king ensure the safety of the Triassic king. They only need to hold on for a while, and when the Plant King brings reinforcements, they will be able to catch all the Crusoe people hiding here. Although the Plant King and the Sand King did not agree with Wang Wei's approach, they seemed to have no more effective way to prevent various possible situations except this method. In the end, the 14 of them split into 3 groups. Wang Wei stayed where he was and monitored the actions of the Crusoe race. The three-eyed king took the rest back to the spaceship. Next, he had to stay near the spaceship to ensure the safety of the Triassic king. The Plant King spaceship immediately returned to the subspace planet to seek help and brought people back to the Triassic planet. Pachaji had to continue to lurk beside the Triassic king to pass on messages to them, and also ensure the safety of the Triassic king body. Deep underground, in the cave where some members of the Crusoe race hid, they noticed the small spaceship passing above, and they couldn't help but wonder, it's been a long time since we received any advice from the leader. Do we have to stay here and wait for the leader's order? The Crusoe race has the ability to communicate with other members of their own race. So even if they don't leave Triassic, they can communicate with the Crusoe leader who is far away from them and has reached other planets to complete their goals. But since the Crusoe leader transmitted information to them, indicating that the Crusoe race's army is about to go to the subspace planet to seize the remaining 2 scepters, there has been no news. This made the Crusoe people on Triassic start to get nervous. They were very worried that the race had completely ignored and forgotten them, but they had no way to change this situation. However, it was precisely because of their uneasiness that they became more nervous when the king of Triassic, who was controlled by them, discovered Wang Wei's 3-person biological team from outer space. Just like today, when their people discovered the small spaceship above their heads, they didn't dare to let this team from other planets notice the connection between them and the army of the Crush race, and tried their best to divert the attention of Wang Wei. But why did they try their best to divert the attention of that group of people, but still let this group of people suddenly appear above their heads? They began to try to contact the army of the Crush race again, but the contact was still like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no response at all. Just when they were about to give up, the person who controlled the king of the Triassic suddenly made a sharp explosion. It turned out that the person who controlled the king of the Triassic suddenly found that Wang Wei and his spaceship had disappeared, and someone was talking about Wang Wei and his people driving the spaceship away from the Triassic planet. The people of the Crush race believed that since Wang Wei and his people had left the Triassic planet, there were only 2 possibilities for them to leave so hastily. The first possibility, the Crush army had already invaded, and the suddenly appearing Crush army completely surrounded them, so they had to go back to save their planet and their kind. The second possibility, their whereabouts have been discovered by Wang Wei and others, so the purpose of the spacecraft leaving the Triassic planet is to go back for help. The people of the Crush race tend to believe the first possibility. They do not believe that Wang Wei and others will easily discover their existence. and they all think that what they have done is flawless. However, they soon discovered that the alien creatures that suddenly appeared did not all leave. And there was still a person left in the place where the Triassic people lived. They had seen this person before through the Triassic King. But this person was taciturn. And they could not tell what kind of status this person had. However, the people of the Crush race still manipulated the Triassic King to test it. The first question the Triassic King asked was why Wang Wei and the Plant King left. The three-eyed king looked at the person in front of him carefully and smiled. They must have their reasons for leaving. But don't worry. I stay to ensure your safety. The words of the person in front of him made the people of the Crush race feel extremely strange. But he did not dare to continue to test, for fear that the other party would find out something. On the other side, the plant man drove the spaceship back to the subspace planet smoothly, and summoned Rachel Orwell and Goso, who was currently in charge of the Interstellar Federation base. After explaining the situation of the Triassic planet to everyone, he told them the purpose of Wang Wei asking him to drive the spaceship back first. Wang Wei hopes that our people can rush over as soon as possible and catch all the people of the Crusoe race without alerting the enemy. Goso, who had not been able to fight to his heart's content on the battlefield before, raised his hand and asked to participate in this battle at the first time. I must go. This time Wang Wei did not clearly state who can go with him, or whether someone must stay. So you don't have to worry about him blaming you. I must participate. The plant man understood Goso's character, so he gave Goso a blow. Now Wang Wei has handed over the entire Interstellar Federation base to you. If you leave suddenly, what will you do with the entire Interstellar Federation base? Chapter 319: The Willingness to Merge Planets. Goso did not take the words of the Plant Star King to heart. There are no enemies on the space planet now. So what does it matter if I leave the Interstellar Federation base? The Plant Star King was helpless. If he had known earlier, he would have asked Wang Wei to bring back a message to warn Goso not to leave the Interstellar Federation base. Now he had no way to stop Goso, so he could only take Goso to Triad Planet. The premise is that when you arrive at Triad Planet, you must obey our command and never act recklessly. Goso raised his hands and assured the Plant Star King, don't worry. I will never do anything to stop your plan. But you must also promise me that the people of the Crusoe race must be handed over to me for disposal. The Plant Star King was helpless, and could only tell Goso that this matter must be decided by Wang Wei, and his words would not count. Goso did not seem to worry about being stopped by Wang Wei. Then let's set off now. Without further ado, a group of people drove the spaceship and set off in a mighty manner, according to the route they had recorded before. They soon arrived at Triad Planet. After landing on Triad, the Plant King asked them to wait there while he contacted Wang Wei and the Three-Eyed King. While waiting, Goso was not idle. He drove a small spaceship and started to wander around Triad. After he arrived at Triad, he was also very surprised by the situation on Triad. After all, even if it was a subspace planet, it would not be so embarrassing. Unexpectedly, when Goso was wandering outside, he happened to meet the Crusoe, who was trying to escape secretly. Where are you going? Goso's voice came from behind them without warning. The Crusoe was so scared that he trembled all over and began to attack Goso uncontrollably. Goso did not expect their reaction to be so intense, and he was stunned for a moment. You started it first. Even if Wang Wei investigates, you can't blame me. Goso didn't know who he was talking to, and the Crusoe was stunned. Don't talk nonsense. If you delay our business, you will die here. No one paid attention to their words. Goso immediately took out weapons from the small spaceship and fought with the Crusoe. The Plant King was still contacting Wang Wei when he heard the sound of fighting not far away. He immediately gave up contacting Wang Wei and took Rachel and Orwell to the direction of the sound. When they arrived, Goso had already dealt with several Crusoe. However, he did not kill all the Crusoe, but only injured them. How can you fight without authorization? The Plant King was angry. At this moment, he remembered the tragic death of Soros. If the Triassic King was really controlled by the Crusoe, then they would not know what the Triassic King was like now. Goso shrugged indifferently. I really didn't want to touch them. They took the initiative to provoke me first. And they also said they wanted to kill me. I can't just watch them beat me without fighting back. There was nothing wrong with Goso's words. But the Plant Star King knew that even if Goso's small spaceship was allowed to be attacked by this group of Crusoe people, it would definitely not cause any damage to the spaceship. Go find Wang Wei now. I don't know if this will affect the Triad King. Goso didn't know that the Crusoe people controlled the Triad King. He only knew that they came to Triad to help Wang Wei deal with the Crusoe people who remained here. Seeing that the Plant Star King was so nervous, Goso didn't say much and immediately waited for the Plant Star King to contact Wang Wei. Wang Wei quickly arrived at the scene and saw that the Crusoe people were all subdued by Goso and tied up tightly. And his heart was immediately relieved. Just now, the Plant King was in a hurry to contact him. He thought something big had happened. But when he came here, he didn't find it that worrying. The Plant King was very angry. Isn't this a big deal? If something really happened to the Triassic King, how can we tell the Triassic people? Wang Wei could understand the Plant King feelings. After all, the Plant King had experienced similar things before. And the person who died was the one he trusted the most. You don't have to worry so much. They dare to leave here easily now, because they are sure that we will never find out. So the Triassic King will definitely be fine. Although he didn't know why Wang Wei was so sure. The Plant King heart was indeed a little relieved. If this is really the case, it would be great. The group immediately rushed back to the place where the Triassic people gathered with the tied-up Crusoe. At this moment, Pachaji was guarding the Triassic King. Seeing Wang Wei and his men returning in a spaceship, he immediately rushed forward to ask what happened. Why did our king suddenly faint? And no matter how we called him, he couldn't wake up. At this moment, Wang Wei was embarrassed. He could only explain to Pachaji that the people they brought didn't understand the situation, and happened to meet the Crusoe who wanted to escape. So they attacked the Crusoe. Pachaji was even more nervous at this moment. He hurriedly looked at Wang Wei and asked if their king would have any problems. I'm not sure, but according to my analysis, they shouldn't let the new king of the three heroes get into trouble, because they may have noticed our presence and vaguely guessed our purpose. So they want to sneak away. Since they want to leave secretly, they will definitely not let the Triassic King get into trouble. Otherwise we will definitely find out at the first time. Pachaji didn't know if what Wang Wei said was really reasonable. But seeing Wang Wei's solemn look, he subconsciously chose to believe Wang Wei. Then we wait for the king to wake up. The group began to set up camp. They did not live in the spaceship, but repaired part of the ground, and moved into the repaired building with the king of level 3 repair. Originally, they mistakenly thought that there would be a war on the planet when they came to Triassic. But they didn't expect that the Crusoe had been solved without them even taking action. Goso looked at Wang Wei with a proud look on his face. They also said that if you knew about this, I would definitely be punished. Now, will I not be punished? Wang Wei shook his head helplessly. At present, they did not know the situation of the Triassic King. If there was really something wrong with the Triassic King, then Goso must be the culprit. Don't be happy too soon. If there is any problem with the King of Triassic, you will not be able to escape the responsibility. Goso's face, which was just full of pride, suddenly became depressed. I have said it many times. I really didn't think of taking action against the Crusoe. They took the initiative to come to my door and wanted to escape. Not only did they threaten me to pay the price. Do you want me to swallow my anger in the face of their provocation? Wang Wei didn't want to argue with Goso. He didn't mean that at all. No matter what the Crusoe did, they couldn't do such a heavy hand to the Crusoe. It was because the Triassic was once controlled by the Crusoe. So they would not think of taking action against the Crusoe. At least they would not injure or kill them. Now that things have happened, they have no other way to say. They can only wait for the King of Triassic to wake up. Fortunately, the King of Triassic was fine and woke up soon, seeing a group of strangers around. Although the Lianqing King felt scared, he still stood in front of his people at the first time. No matter what your purpose is, just come at me. Don't hurt my people. They are innocent. They know nothing. Seeing the nervous look of the third-level Star King, Wang Wei couldn't help but sigh. You can rest assured. We have no ill will towards you. Wang Wei looked at Pachaji and tried to ask Pachaji to help them explain. Pachaji understood what Wang Wei meant and quickly explained to the king. They are not from the Crusoe race, but they are really here to help us. Pachaji immediately asked someone to bring up the Crusoe people who were tied up. King, look, this is the Crusoe people they caught. The Triassic King finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the Crusoe people tied up, and believed that Wang Wei and his people were definitely not bad people. Which planet are you from? The Triassic King asked tentatively. We are from the subspace planet. Wang Wei looked at the King of the Three-Eyed Star and the King of the Plant Star next to him. They are from the Plant Planet and the Three-Eyed Star respectively. These two planets will become a huge planet when combined with the Triassic planet. Do you know this? The king of the Triassic star is obviously older than the king of the three-eyed star, and the king of the plant star. So after hearing what Wang Wei said, a look of shock flashed across his face. Are you one of them? Otherwise, how would you know this? After hearing the answer from the king of the Triassic star, Wang Wei knew that what he said should be right. And the king of the Triassic star also knew this. I am not one of them. We are currently staying on the subspace planet. As for what I know, we learned it from the people of Crusoe and the leaders of other planets. The Triassic king glanced at the three-eyed king and the plant king with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. What is the purpose of your visit this time? Do you also want to get the scepter? The scepter is no longer in our hands. Pachaji immediately stepped forward to interrupt the Triassic king. They came to help us rebuild our home this time. And they have defeated Crusoe's large army. Now we don't have to be threatened at all. And Wang Wei also brought back the scepter of Triassic planet. Hearing that Wang Wei brought back the scepter, the Triassic king expression was not obviously relaxed, but frowned. If possible, I hope that the scepter will never be placed on Triassic planet again in my life. The scepter has brought us no benefits, only disasters. This is what Wang Wei said, that different people will show different attitudes when dealing with the scepter. Pachaji also looked at Wang Wei at this time. I didn't expect that what you said was true. Our king didn't seem very happy after hearing that the scepter was sent back. Hearing Pachaji's words, Wang Wei smiled helplessly. This is a very normal thing. And there is nothing to praise. But Pachaji and the others are too concerned. The current situation of Triassic planet is indeed not optimistic. After hearing their conversation, the tied-up Crusoe people looked incredulous. What did you say? Our large army of Crusoe has been dealt with by you guys. Impossible. Wang Wei ignored their voices and asked people to take them away. This group of people should have been left here after the leader of Crusoe got the scepter. In other words, they could not know the true situation of the leader of Crusoe at all. And naturally they did not pose any threat to them. You can deal with these people when the time comes. Don't worry about them at all. After Wang Wei explained to Goso, he planned to discuss with the Triassic king how to help them rebuild their homes. The Triassic king had just woken up and his body had not recovered. So he was still very weak. Wang Wei also chose to wait for a while before discussing this matter. At present, the plan to find out the situation of Triassic planet has not stopped. But the person in charge of this matter has changed from the three-eyed king to Goso, who made him so restless that he almost got into trouble. Goso drove a small spaceship with a sad face and wandered around the planet of Triad. After his exploration, there were no traces of other creatures on the planet of Triad. However, the traces of Triad people were also very rare. As if there were only Triad people left. The group around the king. When they returned to their camp, Goso was hesitant. He didn't know how to explain this to Wang Wei. He always felt that it was not good to tell them about this when the new king of Triad had just woken up. Wang Wei happened to see Goso, who was doing nothing. So he asked Goso how the inspection of Triad went. It's good. I didn't notice anything. Hearing Goso's concise answer, Wang Wei subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Tell me, what happened? Wang Wei hugged his shoulders and stared at Goso, waiting for his answer. Goso felt that he couldn't hide it, so he could only tell the truth to Wang Wei. I don't want to hide the truth, but I always feel that telling the three-level star king this cruel reality now is a bit too cruel to him. Wang Wei nodded to Goso, and for the first time took responsibility for Goso's behavior of making decisions without authorization. You are quite thoughtful, but I already know about this matter. I will find a suitable opportunity to tell the truth of this matter to the Triassic king. When he heard this, Goso breathed a sigh of relief. Since Wang Wei would take the initiative to tell the Triassic king the truth, he didn't have to worry about it. The Triassic king body recovered very quickly under the care of Wang Wei and others. So when the Triassic king physical condition stabilized, Wang Wei explained to him the results of Goso's investigation. According to our investigation, you are the only group of people left among the Triassic people. If you don't need any help, tell us immediately, and we will do our best to help you rebuild your home. Although the Triassic people had already anticipated that this situation was likely to happen. But when he heard about it, he couldn't help but be stunned. Not long after, the king of the 3 points looked at Wang Wei with red eyes. You said that all the people of the Crusoe race have been solved by you. Is it true or false? Wang Wei never disdained to lie. So he immediately nodded to the king of the Triassic people. What I said is true. Leader Crush is still imprisoned in our Interstellar Federation base. If you want to verify it, we welcome you at any time. But what we should pay most attention to now is restoring the environment of Triassic planet. After hearing Wang Wei's words, the Triassic king nodded to Wang Wei with satisfaction. You are right. It is more important than anything else to let my people have a place to settle down. But what should we do to let them have a place to live in peace? Wang Wei knew that the Triassic king was most worried that the Crush race would make a comeback. Even if the next person who appeared on Triassic planet was not the Crush race, but other alien creatures, it would cause them great trouble. You don't have to worry about this at all. If you want, we can continue to merge planets and let the plant people and the three-eyed people live together on the same Earth with you. In this way, you can ensure that you will not be affected in any way and ensure that if there are any alien creatures invading in the future, you will have companions to help. Although the Triassic king was somewhat moved by this statement, he did not agree immediately. The Triassic king had heard his ancestors mention how the gorilla they originally lived on was split apart. He did not want the incident to happen again, so he did not immediately agree to Wang Wei's request. But what he did not expect was that this matter seemed to exceed his expectations. Because after discussing that night, the three-eyed king and the plant king approached the Triassic king. They began to discuss with the Triassic king about merging the three planets into one. Although they could roughly know why the original huge planet was completely separated, what lay before them now were three tribes on three planets, and their strength was not strong enough. Even if the next creature that invaded any of the planets was not as strong as the Crusoe race, and knew the secrets of the three planets, any of their races would be very difficult to deal with foreign creatures. So under this trend, the king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant star decided to discuss with the king of the tri-eyed star to see if the three planets could be merged into one. After listening to the analysis of the king of the three-eyed star and the king of the plant star, the king of the three-session newcomer also felt that what they said made sense. Chapter 320 Curiosity about Xiaogua culture. If none of their three planets had been severely damaged, they would have been independent, and there was really no need to merge into one planet. But now the plant planet and the third-level planet have been severely damaged, and countless people have been killed and injured. If alien creatures invade again at this time, it will be very disadvantageous to them. According to the Triassic king understanding of the three-eyed king and the plant king, they are not unreasonable people. So the Triassic king believes that their chief must be very kind. In this case, they don't have to worry about how serious things will become. After the three people confirmed each other's opinions, they immediately found Wang Wei. Although this matter seems to have nothing to do with Wang Wei, they just want to discuss it with Wang Wei. After hearing their decision, Wang Wei also agreed. I think you may have been misunderstood by one thing. Although the original planet was completely divided, it was because of the huge differences between races, and they wanted to compete for the right to decide on the planet. Everyone wants to be the overlord of this planet. But I think that after so many years, the way races get along with each other is no longer just you rule me, I rule you. You are all your own people. And you are all the kind of people who don't care much about fame, wealth and desire. So I think you can live in peace. Everyone uses your own abilities, or what you have. You can exchange the things you are good at with other tribes for the things you need. For example, people on the plant planet are good at growing plants, so they can use the plants or crops they grow to exchange with other planets. In this way, everyone is equal in the exchange process. And there is absolutely no such thing as who takes advantage of whom or who needs to monopolize whose achievements. This way of getting along can make your life easier after the planets merge. Do you think I am right? The three kings really didn't think about this in their minds. Even if they didn't merge together, there was a king ruling a planet before. If they really merge the three planets together, it means that there will be three kings. This idea is very novel, and I have never heard of it. I think no matter which planet it is, different tribes can live together harmoniously in this way. Because for everyone, the ultimate goal is to live a better life, not to become a hegemon on this planet. This is the difference between the past and the present. Although this is the mode of getting along between different races that Wang Wei learned on Earth, Wang Wei thinks it is applicable to any planet in the universe. After listening to Wang Wei's suggestion, the three kings became more determined to merge the planets into a huge planet. They also hoped to ask Wang Wei to be a witness and draft an agreement. After the three planets merged into one planet, they would continue to maintain their peaceful life according to this agreement. Although Wang Wei had never done such a thing, he still agreed. According to his impression of the peace treaty, he agreed on some terms, and showed them to the three kings for review. After seeing Wang Wei list everything in detail, the three kings were relieved. Why have we never thought of this way of getting along before? Wang Wei smiled, to be honest. This way of getting along is not the first one I came up with. But it is the way everyone gets along on the planet where I live. In the country where I was born. We have more than 50 ethnic groups in one country. And on the planet where I live, there are countless different races. If every race wants to become the overlord of this planet, then everyone may have to live in war every day, although they have never been to Earth. After Wang Wei introduction, they also have some yearning for Earth. It is for this reason that they also return to their respective planets immediately after simply dealing with the mess on the 3 planets, and notified their people of this matter. At first, the Plant Star King was a little worried when he found Wang Wei. He explained to Wang Wei the reason for his worry. I'm worried that our people will become nervous because of the planet merger. Wang Wei smiled. Why are you nervous? Although everyone is not familiar with each other now. After a period of contact, the people of the plant planet will find that other races are not as scary as they imagined. And don't forget that you are 3 planets and become 1 planet. But you don't gather all the races on the 3 planets on 1 planet. That is to say, after these 3 planets merge into 1, the land area will only become more vast. And you won't collide with each other all the time. How embarrassing would that be? The Plant Star King didn't expect Wang Wei to dispel his doubts with just a few words. After all, for the Plant Star King, merging planets is such a big thing that he can't help but feel worried. There's nothing to worry about. There will always be a way when the car reaches the mountain. This sentence comes from the country where I was born. The Plant Star King suddenly laughed and felt that the country where Wang Wei was born had wisdom that surpassed all creatures. Wang Wei didn't think so. Although the country where he was born did seem to have a long history. And even on Earth, it would be called one of the ancient civilizations. But the level of technological development in Xia country is still far behind other countries. Even if he helped Xia country a lot with ancient civilization, they still have room for improvement. Every race on every planet has its strengths and weaknesses. My dream is to walk among all the races in the universe. Find out the civilization of each race and the reasons for their advanced technology. And learn from them their strengths and make up for my own shortcomings. The King of Plant Stars only then knew why Wang Wei became the head of the Interstellar Federation. According to Wang Wei character, Wang Wei would never covet things that did not belong to them like the Crusoe race. Even if he came to the subspace planet, Wang Wei never thought of occupying all the triangular crystals on the subspace planet. Although if the warriors of the subspace planet really get serious, they do have this ability. The King of Plant Star set off to return to the plant planet with peace of mind. And Wang Wei met the King of the Three-Eyed Star at this time. The King of the Three-Eyed Star expressed his deep gratitude to Wang Wei. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. So even if I know that we may not meet forever, I still want to thank you solemnly now. Wang Wei felt that the King of the Three-Eyed Star was a little too sentimental today, and pushed him quickly. Don't say these sentimental words. I think you should return to the Three-Eyed Planet as soon as possible and explain to your people that the 3 planets are about to merge. The Three-Eyed Star was not worried about this. My people have always been easygoing. Even if the 3 planets are integrated, there will not be any friction with other races. Wang Wei felt that this was true, because compared to the seemingly indifferent attitude of the Plant Star people, the 3-year newcomers were indeed very enthusiastic and hospitable. He didn't understand why the planet was not divided into 3 independent planets back then, which caused such a big conflict between the 3 races. But maybe it was because the 3 planets were completely separated that they became easygoing. After chatting with Wang Wei for a few words, the King of the Three-Eyed Star immediately set off to return to the Three-Eyed Planet and let his people know about this. After the others left, Wang Wei also decided to leave by spaceship. After all, if he wanted the 3 planets to merge smoothly, the scepter of the Bird Triad planet alone was not enough. He had previously deposited the scepter on Earth. So if he really wanted to see the 3 planets merge into 1, he had to return to Earth and bring back the 2 scepters on Earth. Just before he left, the King of the Three-Eyed Star found him with Pachachi. Are you leaving now? Wang Wei nodded to the King of the Three-Eyed Star. The other 2 scepters were temporarily stored by me in the distant Milky Way. So if you want to merge the 3 planets into 1, I still need to go back and bring these 2 scepters back. The King of the Three-Eyed Star did not expect that Wang Wei had already hidden the other 2 scepters far away. In other words, even if the Crusoe race won the battle with Wang Wei, they would never get the other 2 scepters. I didn't expect you to have such foresight. You don't look very old. Wang Wei smiled. It's not a software. The same thing has happened countless times in the country where I live. And all historical data has been preserved intact. Even if I want to know it, it's difficult. The Triassic King began to wonder what kind of place Wang Wei was born in. If possible, can I go back with you to see it? Hearing the words of the Triassic King, Wang Wei was surprised. He never thought that the Triassic King would make such a request. But doesn't Triassic need you? The Triassic King imitated Wang Wei and shrugged indifferently. You can see that I am old. If there is no accident when the three planets merge, I will pass the position of king to Pichaji. Pass it to Pichaji? Wang Wei immediately glanced at Pichaji. But he didn't expect that Pichaji's reaction was ordinary. The Triassic King couldn't help laughing when he saw Wang Wei's reaction. Maybe you don't know yet. Pichaji is actually my grandson. Wang Wei really didn't think that Pichaji was the grandson of the Triassic King. After all, the two of them don't look similar at all. And it may be because he doesn't know much about alien creatures. I didn't expect him to keep it so secret. Pichaji shook his head helplessly at Wang Wei. Actually, this can't be blamed on me. When you first appeared, we couldn't be sure of your identity. Later you told me about my grandfather. I was also worried about our relationship. If it was exposed, it would likely become the key for the Crusoe to use. I thought about telling you, but you seem to be very busy recently, so I didn't find a suitable opportunity to explain it to you. Wang Wei didn't mean to blame Pichaji, but just felt a little incredible. Since your Three Realms planet no longer needs the Triassic King to stay here, you can come with me to my country. After saying this, Wang Wei suddenly remembered that although the Triassic people did not look very scary, they did look different from humans on Earth. Do you have a way to change your appearance? Little Sally looked at Wang Wei with a shocked face. How do you know that we Triassic people have the ability to change our appearance? This time it was Wang Wei's turn to be even more shocked. You actually have the ability to change your appearance? The Triassic King nodded to Wang Wei. And then he waved his hand. And he immediately changed into the same appearance as Wang Wei. This is the ability we Triassic people have. But the time that ordinary people can transform is shorter. No matter whether it is long or short. As long as they have the ability to change their appearance, it will be easier for Wang Wei to bring them to Earth. It's amazing. Is this ability of yours innate? Wang Wei asked curiously. The Triassic King nodded to Wang Wei. Yes. Triassic people have this ability since birth. But the length of time they can transform, and the degree of similarity after transformation will vary according to the strength of their abilities. Pichaji also turned into Wang Wei's appearance, like his grandfather. It's just that their appearances don't look that similar. But if you look from a distance, you can't see any difference. So that's it. It seems that your abilities seem to improve with age. Is that right? The Triassic King suddenly laughed. He didn't expect Wang Wei to be so powerful. He could guess the key to their race's abilities in just a few words. Almost everyone can turn into your appearance when they are my age. For a whole day. When our transformation ability ends, we have to recover for a while before we can continue to transform. Wang Wei felt that this ability was very strange, and wanted to study it. But he was afraid of offending the Triassic King. The Triassic King saw through Wang Wei's thoughts, and shook his head at Wang Wei. Don't worry. I will find it strange. If you have any questions, you can ask me first. Wang Wei did not ask the Triassic King about their transformation ability at this time, but immediately asked Pichaji to prepare. He must set off as soon as possible. Taking the spaceship, Wang Wei and the Triassic King immediately rushed back to the Interstellar Federation base. When Wang Wei appeared at the Interstellar Federation base with a stranger, no one was surprised. This also shocked the Triassic King. Wouldn't they be worried when they saw me that I had joined hands with you, and you were going to attack this planet? Wang Wei smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. If it was someone I brought back personally, they wouldn't be surprised. Because I can bring people back to the Interstellar Federation base. It proves that I trust this person very much. The Triassic King immediately understood what Wang Wei meant. What Wang Wei really wanted to tell him was that everyone here trusts him very much. But looking at their appearance, it should be more than just trust. The Triassic King thought that if they had no strength, they would not be so naive to believe that the people Wang Wei brought back would not pose any threat to him. Perhaps this is the difference between those who have experienced great storms and those who live a comfortable life. At first, the Triassic King thought that Wang Wei wanted to take back the two scepters stored in the Milky Way. So he had to return to the Interstellar Federation base to prepare. But he looked again and found that Wang Wei had not made any preparations at all. The only preparation might be to find some pictures of humans for him to remember the images of these humans, so that he could use them when he changed his appearance. Just when the Triassic King was about to ask Wang Wei when he would set off for the Milky Way, Wang Wei took him to a secret room in the base. This room was very large, and there was a strange machine there, which looked like some kind of device. Wang Wei put the things he had prepared in advance into a backpack made of special materials, and put on the armor that he almost never took off. Then, he took him into the center of the machine. As the machine started to operate, a series of light circles appeared at their feet, and the light circles gradually rose, covering them completely. To the surprise of the Triassic King, they had come to another place they had never seen before. There was a similar device here, and outside the device was a group of creatures that looked exactly like Wang Wei staring at them. This is the country where I was born, and it is also a planet in the Milky Way. The senior leaders of the Xia Kingdom also saw Wang Wei bring people back for the first time, and greeted him with a puzzled look. Who is this Wang Wei? Wang Wei immediately introduced the identity of the Triassic King to the official leaders of the Xia Kingdom. The moment he heard that the Triassic King was a foreigner, the official's face suddenly became very ugly. However, since it was Wang Wei who brought the person, the official still believed Wang Wei, and did not ask Wang Wei in front of the Triassic King why he brought aliens to the Earth. The official first arranged a place for the Triassic King to live, and then handed Wang Wei out alone. In front of Wang Wei, the official finally asked the question in his heart, why do you want to bring aliens to the Earth? If other countries know about this, do you know that it will bring huge trouble to Xiagua? In fact, long before agreeing to bring the Triassic King to Xiagua, Wang Wei had already thought of such a situation. So facing the questioning of the official person in charge, Wang Wei still did not show any panic, but looked at the person in charge very calmly. The other party is indeed an alien, but aliens are also different. I brought the King of Triassic Planet, which is equivalent to the Supreme Ruler of Triassic Planet. All people on this planet have no hostility towards creatures on other planets. The reason why they came to Earth, and I brought them personally, is because they are curious about the culture of Xia country. Chapter 321. 3 planets merge smoothly. Curious about Xia culture? The official looked at Wang Wei with a puzzled look, seemingly not believing what Wang Wei said. Wang Wei could understand. After all, it would take more than a day or two to have a deep understanding of Xia culture. The reason why they learned about Xia culture is because I once made a suggestion to them. It's a long story. In summary, they can't live in peace with other races. And they absolutely can't live in peace. But because their planet was invaded by alien creatures, now their planet is very weak. So they need to unite with other races so that they can have a stronger ability to protect their people and tribesmen when they may face invasions from foreign creatures in the future. So I suggested that they can actually live in peace with other races. During this period, I mentioned that Xia has more than 50 ethnic groups living together in one country. They are really interested in ours. So they proposed to come to Earth with me. Hearing this, the official basically understood what Wang Wei meant. But even if he knew it well, people from other countries would not think so. When the official person in charge expressed his concerns, Wang Wei also responded with a smile. I understand your concerns, but I don't know if you have thought about one thing carefully. The reason why I brought him to the Earth proves that I have thought about it. His identity will not be discovered by anyone. Maybe you don't know that the ability of this race is to change their appearance and become what they want to become. But in order to show sincerity, he did not choose to deceive us. Nor did he choose to deceive you, but appeared in front of you with his true purpose. If I want to take him to the street to face the people of Xia country in the future, I will make him look like a Xia countryman, and it will not arouse anyone's suspicion. It can be said that Wang Wei has thought of all the problems that should be thought of. Even if the official person in charge wanted to say something, he had no chance at all. It's good that you can control this degree yourself. I just think that you suddenly brought an alien here without any prior notice. I really can't accept it for a while. Wang Wei certainly understands the feelings of the official person in charge, and he did not blame the official person in charge, but just tried his best to explain the matter. I'm relieved if you think this matter won't be a burden to Xiagua. To be honest, when I brought people back, I was most worried that you wouldn't be able to accept it. The official smiled awkwardly. He just couldn't accept the fact that Wang Wei brought back an alien. It's just that Wang Wei explained all the things that might happen and what he was worried about. Now he doesn't need to worry at all. You came back this time to take away the 2 scepters. Right? Wang Wei did not deny. These 2 scepters are currently returning to their owners. So I have to go there in person. Among the owners of the scepters you mentioned is the King of Triassic Planet you brought this time? Wang Wei nodded. There are 3 similar scepters in total. And the king of Triassic planet also has a similar scepter in his hand. In order to continue the future of their own race, they decided to merge the 3 planets together. So I came here to take the scepter. The official said that the scepter was well protected, and they would arrange someone to bring the scepter to the Triassic king as soon as possible. But it will take some time, during which Wang Wei can take the Triassic king to move freely. Then I trouble you. After Wang Wei parted with the official person in charge, he went to the Triassic king room. Seeing that the Triassic king was very curious about everything in the room, Wang Wei smiled helplessly. What do you want to know? I can help you. He looked about the same age as Pachaji, and he was Pachaji's grandfather. So when Wang Wei treated the Triassic king, he basically had the same attitude as he treated his grandfather. Is everything in this room controlled by electricity? Wang Wei didn't expect that the Triassic king actually knew about electricity, and nodded immediately. There are various sources of energy that cannot be lacking in daily life on Earth. Is it an energy source that humans on Earth today cannot live without? The Triassic king nodded slightly, seemingly understanding what Wang Wei meant. We also have a tradition of using electricity on our Triassic planet, but our electricity comes from lightning instead of other methods. I see that the current here is very sufficient. Do you have any special way to save electricity? Taking out his mobile phone, Wang Wei searched for encyclopedia knowledge about the generation and use of electricity, and taught it to the Triassic king. Through the translator, the Triassic king quickly understood the content. After confirming that electricity is converted through various energies, the Triassic king was even more surprised. If this technology is also applied to our needs, can it also greatly improve the quality of life of our children? Although Wang Wei has never thought about this, if he follows what the Triassic king said, it can indeed greatly improve the quality of life of the races on their planet. I don't think it is necessary to copy it completely. You can choose a more environmentally friendly way. After all, we have also seen that the environment on Earth is not as good as you think. For what Wang Wei said, the Triassic king did not deny that the air on Earth made him feel a little dull. It was not as fresh as on the 3 Realms planet, even the Triassic planet that had experienced war. In fact, there are many environmentally friendly ways to transmit electricity on Earth, such as hydropower and wind power. These power generation methods are relatively simple and more environmentally friendly. If you are willing, you can try it. At that time, I will ask the official person in charge of Xia to send you the relevant information. After hearing this, the Triassic king thanked Wang Wei repeatedly. If you were not willing to bring me to Earth, I might not know so many interesting things. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Wang Wei didn't think it was a big deal. In fact, I think you are the most powerful person, because not everyone can accept their own backwardness, and at the same time are willing to learn from the strengths of others to make themselves stronger. The Triassic king shook his head. I don't know whether others can accept their own shortcomings, but our Triassic planet can accept it. If it weren't for our own shortcomings, we wouldn't be able to do even the simplest thing of protecting ourselves. We don't have any ambitions, and have never thought about invading any planet or race. But we want to protect our own safety, and let our people live a good life. After hearing the Triassic king's speech, Wang Wei also strengthened his previous thoughts. It is really rare to have such an awareness as the Triassic king. What's more, the Triassic king has never been a person who only talks but does not do. Everything he said was truly done, and it really made his people taste the sweetness. On the first day on Earth, the Triassic king basically did not leave the door. He began to hunt frantically in the room, and learned all kinds of knowledge about the Earth. Wang Wei hadn't had a good rest for a long time, so he didn't disturb the Triassic king. Instead, he found a room to rest for a whole day. He thought that the Triassic king would not be so quick to accept the knowledge of the Earth. So Wang Wei decided to eat takeout in the room. But what he didn't expect was that the Triassic king came when he smelled the fragrance, and didn't let Wang Wei eat takeout in the room, but dragged Wang Wei to the street. The moment he left the hotel, the Triassic king became no different from a normal person. They walked on the street, looking at the dazzling array of shops and the goods in the windows. The Triassic king looked around excitedly like a child. The Triassic king took Wang Wei to a restaurant. He imitated the way humans did, and ordered dishes with the menu. Wang Wei was stunned watching from the side. He didn't expect the Triassic king's ability to accept was so fast, and even spoke the language of Xia so fluently. The Triassic king also taught Wang Wei not to eat takeout casually. According to the information he learned, takeout is not good for human health. Wang Wei smiled helplessly, and listened to the teachings of the Triassic King like a child. They did not stay on Earth for too long because they had to go back to prepare to complete the merger of the 3 planets. When they left, they came empty-handed, but they brought large and small packages. And even the official person in charge gave the Triassic King some of the technical documents he wanted most. I heard from Wang Wei that you really want this part of the technology, so we will give it to you for free. I hope your planet can be restored to its original state as soon as possible, and your people will no longer be harassed by aliens. The Triassic King looked at the official person in charge of Xia country with gratitude. Thank you very much. Teacher, I also have a gift for you. Before coming to Earth, the Triassic King had considered whether to give something to Wang Wei, but it seemed that Wang Wei did not need his gift. The Triassic King changed the gift to the country where Wang Wei was born. Since Wang Wei attached so much importance to it, and placed the scepters of the other 2 planets in the country where he was born, the Triassic King understood that Wang Wei should attach great importance to his country. Although the development of Triassic planet may not be as good as that of the country on this planet in the distant Milky Way in some aspects, they also have their own advantages. Because the Triassic people are good at changing their appearance. Their people attach great importance to appearance. They have a lot of experience in treating skin diseases and protecting the skin. So, the Triassic King taught all the Triassic skin treatment techniques and various methods of protecting the skin to the official person in charge of Xia. In order to enable them to realize and use this technology, the Triassic King even handed over some of the plant samples that were only available on Triassic planet to the official person in charge of Xia. These plant samples are not particularly important to Triassic planet, but because he was afraid that these plants would be destroyed by the people of the Crusoe race, the Triassic King had been hiding some plant samples on his body. When seeing these plant samples, data and various related technologies, the official head of Xia country widened his eyes in shock. Are all these for us? The Triassic King nodded to the official head of Xia country. After these few days of understanding Xia country, we found that the countries on Earth are ahead of our Triassic planet in other aspects. Therefore, we have nothing to give you as a gift in return. But the Triassic people are indeed outstanding in skin care and treatment. And there are some plants on our planet that are more effective for skin treatment and protection. I have given them all to you. I hope these things are useful to you. The official head of Xia country did not expect that the Triassic King actually attached so much importance to Xia country that he was even willing to give them such important technology and plant samples as gifts. The official head of Xia country had originally been completely dispelled from all kinds of fears about the Triassic King at this moment. He extended his hand to the Triassic King with a smile on his face. Thank you very much for your attention to our Xia country. I hope that if there is a chance in the future, you will come to our Xia country as a guest. Watching the Triassic King and the official person in charge of Xia country talking happily, Wang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. He hoped that creatures on Earth and other planets could live in peace in this way. Although this was just a good wish of his, and he could not impose his own ideas on others, he would definitely work hard for this idea. After the Triassic King and the official person in charge of Xia country exchanged greetings for a while, he waved goodbye reluctantly. As the Nanchunman transmission device was activated, the white light gradually enveloped the Triassic King and Wang Wei. A burst of white light flashed, and Wang Wei and the Triassic King appeared in the Nanchunman transmission device in the Interstellar Federation base. Sensing the energy fluctuations of the Nanchunman transmission device, others came to greet Wang Wei. Seeing that they were holding various things in their hands, everyone came over curiously to check. The Triassic King happily distributed the gifts he brought back to the people at the Interstellar Federation base, and also kept some of them to be taken back to Triassic planet. Wang Wei also followed the Triassic King to Triassic planet. After all, he had to escort 2 scepters. When they returned to Triassic planet, the Plant King and the Three-Eyed King had prepared everything and were waiting for them. Before merging the 3 scepters, Wang Wei discussed the corresponding process with the Three-Eyed King, the Plant King and the Triassic King. After all, after merging the scepters, the 3 planets will be reorganized into one. So Wang Wei felt it necessary to transfer all the people on the 3 planets to the spacecraft at this time. Although the population of the Three-Eyed Planet is the largest at present, the technology of the Three-Eyed Planet is more advanced, and they can provide spacecraft that can accommodate all of them. As for the Plant Planet and the Triassic Planet, although the 2 planets are large in area, there are few people left now because of the invasion of new foreign creatures. Wang Wei and his team can help in this regard. The 3 kings all thought that what Wang Wei said made a lot of sense. So they immediately notified the news and prepared to let the people on the planet immediately transfer to the spacecraft for refuge. After Wang Wei and his team put on the Xiantian armor, they completed the merger of the scepters on the Triad planet. Like other planets, there is also a so-called secret realm on the Triad planet, and only the king knows how to enter it. The king of the Triassic people took Wang Wei, and the other two people walked into the secret realm. He handed all 3 scepters to Wang Wei, who combined them. After receiving the 3 scepters, Wang Wei carefully observed them, and found that the 3 scepters were originally one and divided into 3 sections. So it was very simple for them to combine them together. Wang Wei completed the fusion of the 3 scepters without any effort. When the 3 scepters were combined again, a strong shock wave knocked them all away. Fortunately, they were all wearing Xiantian armor, and their injuries were not serious. When Wang Wei helped others stand up, he felt the ground under his feet vibrating constantly. After 2 violent noises came, Gozo voice came from Wang Wei communicator. The 3 planets have been successfully merged. Do we want to let the spaceships of the people of other planets land on the Triassic planet now? Wang Wei did not agree immediately, but asked Gozo to lead the other spaceships to wait for a while. They had to check the situation of the planet after the remerger. After the 3 of them left the secret realm, they drove a small spaceship to the sky above the planet that had been successfully merged to make sure that the other planets had really merged together without any accidents. Only then did Gozo lead the spaceship to land on the ground. After the 3 planets merged into one, the area was indeed much larger. But some buildings on other planets were also destroyed because they were squeezed in the middle during the fusion process. Wang Wei asked them not to worry and live in the spaceship for the time being. After the entire planet was repaired, they would leave and would not disturb the lives of everyone on this planet. Others found it very novel, and some even began to actively communicate with races on other planets. Originally, their languages were not interoperable, but with the translation of the communicator developed by Wang Wei, they could easily understand what the other party said. Maybe the translation of the translator was not accurate enough, but the general meaning would not be biased. That night, all the people from the 3 planets gathered together and held a large bonfire party. This was proposed by Wang Wei. Wang Wei hoped that the 3 races on the 3 planets could untie all their knots on the first night after meeting to avoid any accidents in the process of getting along later. The first part of the bonfire party was for the public to ask questions to the 3 kings. The most frequently asked question was why they wanted to merge the 3 planets together. Chapter 322 ending. The 3 kings gave different answers to this question. Although their answers did satisfy their people, Wang Wei still summarized the question. When he stood up, applause broke out. I know you may think that you are living well on your own planet. Why do you suddenly want to combine the 3 planets together? You can think about it. When the Crusoe race invaded your planet, did your counterattack seem to have no effect? Suddenly, the surroundings became very quiet. Wang Wei understood that they were not resisting the merger of the 3 planets. But suddenly, there were some races around them that they did not know, which did make them feel a little difficult to accept. I understand your feelings, but I also hope that you can recognize one thing. That is, the merger of the 3 planets does not mean that your rights will be affected. You can still live your original life. If you don't want to contact people of other races, you don't have to contact them. If you are willing and able to accept people of other races, then you will have some more friends you have never seen and never known. The most important thing is that if you face the invasion of alien creatures in the future, you don't have to panic at that time. You can fight back with the help of other races. Moreover, I personally believe that after the merger of the 3 planets, your technology and civilization level will be unprecedentedly improved. I have also drafted a peace agreement, and the 3 kings have agreed. This agreement can guarantee your safety to the greatest extent and will not let any of your races be oppressed by other races. If someone ignores the facts and refuses to recognize this agreement in the future, no matter where the Interstellar Federation is, you can find me, and I will help you resolve the conflict. This is Wang Wei's original intention for compiling the agreement, and it is also the responsibility he is willing to shoulder. Although the Interstellar Federation is not recognized by most planets, Wang Wei is still willing to see other creatures on other planets live happier. As he finished speaking, there was a burst of cheers and applause. If you have no other questions, then the bonfire party will officially begin. Everyone can eat and drink as much as they want and talk to people of other races you want to meet. After Wang Wei sat down, the 3 kings all looked at him with gratitude. They really thanked Wang Wei. After all, If there was no Wang Wei, their planets would definitely not be able to merge. Even the plant planet and the three-eyed planet would be completely destroyed by the invasion of the Crusoe race. Their civilization would be completely submerged in the long river of history. It won't be long before no one will remember their existence. Therefore, their gratitude to Wang Wei cannot be described in words. You don't have to have too much psychological burden. If it's something I can't help with, I might be more inclined not to get involved too much. After all, I have no way. But if it's something I can provide a solution or even guidance, I will never watch it happen and let things go to an unsolvable situation. The three kings all admired Wang Wei very much. After all, the invasion of the three planets by the Crusoe race actually had nothing to do with Wang Wei. As long as Wang Wei stayed out of it, the subspace planet where the Interstellar Federation was currently located would never be affected. And even the Crusoe race would not be aware of Wang Wei's existence. Whether before or now, Wang Wei took great risks in the process of helping them. Fortunately, Wang Wei's own strength was strong, so he was not completely defeated by the Crusoe race, and even successfully defeated the Crusoe race, allowing them to live together on a planet in a peaceful way. Just as Wang Wei said, they also understood that after the fusion of civilizations and technologies of three different races, this planet would be much stronger than before. Even if they encountered alien invasion again, they would not be as fragile as before. That night, the bonfire party lasted for a long time. The three kings were too excited and drank a lot of wine. Only Wang Wei stood soberly on the high ground of the fused planet and looked up at the sky above. Hearing footsteps, Wang Wei turned around and saw Rashiel. Rashiel walked to Wang Wei's side and looked up at the sky like, Wang Wei, I find that you are really a very nosy person. When you were on the subspace planet, you were like this. Now you are on this planet. It is still the same. Wang Wei was amused by Lasher's words. In your eyes, am I just meddling in other people's business? Lasher shook his head. This is just a joke. I see that people in your Interstellar Federation base all joke like this. Don't they? Wang Wei was extremely helpless. I didn't expect that Lasher didn't learn anything useful from the people in the Interstellar Federation base, but instead learned the skill of joking so thoroughly. You're right. I do like to meddle in other people's business. It may be because the education I received since childhood made me understand the importance of peaceful coexistence. In fact, if you look closely, the conflicts between the appearance races are not that big. For example, there is no actual conflict of interest between you and the Zerg army. It's just that your two Zerg branches have different development directions and don't like each other. When the subspace planet was invaded, you were able to stand up and cooperate with each other at the first time to protect the subspace planet from being invaded. I think since you can do this, why can't you live in peace? Learn from each other's strengths and make up for each other's weaknesses, so that all Zerg can live a better life. Rochelle understood Wang Wei's meaning. The reason why he always supported Wang Wei's various requests was that he felt that Wang Wei's idea was indeed more conducive to the relationship between races on any planet. But he did not continue the topic. Instead, he turned to look at Wang Wei at this time, at present. Whether it is the subspace planet or the other three planets, it has basically come to an end. So I am very curious. What will you do next? Next? Wang Wei was also stunned by Lasher's question. He really didn't think about what to do next. But he always has a goal, and wants to achieve this goal. My ultimate goal is to travel all the planets, witness the civilization and technological development on all the planets, and share these technologies with the races that need them more. Of course, I am also selfish. If I can get these civilizations and technologies in a way that is not hated by others, then the strength of the country where I was born will be enhanced. After hearing this, Lasher looked at Wang Wei with a shocked face. After all, according to what he knew, Wang Wei was not a very ambitious person. At least when facing disputes between races, Wang Wei has always been able to be impartial, ensuring that the weak will not be bullied and will not exploit the strong. However, Wang Wei actually traveled the universe for his own race, wanting to apply the current scientific and technological civilization technology to his own country. Does Wang Wei have any ideas? After noticing Rachel's reaction, Wang Wei suddenly laughed. I know what you were thinking, but I really don't have such an idea. Although the country where I was born and other countries seem to be in a peaceful environment on the surface, there are a lot of people on our planet, so the competition for resources is relatively fierce. Although we don't have the idea of harming others, we still have to ensure our own safety after all. Rochelle can understand Wang Wei's statement. People like Wang Wei should never have the idea of murdering others. But if they don't have strong abilities, they really can't guarantee their own safety. Just like the Bian race that appeared at the beginning. They have more advanced abilities and higher IQs than the insect army. But because they are not as strong as the insect army in terms of military strength, they have been in an environment harassed by the insect army. It was because of Wang Wei's appearance that changed their situation. So you have been traveling between the stars with this idea. It seems that the responsibilities you shoulder are not as easy as we think. Everyone has his own difficulties. Wang Wei turned his head to look at Rashiel in surprise. He didn't know who Rashiel learned this sentence from. But it was indeed the truth. Let's not talk about my business. Let's talk about your Bian race. Have you had any problems getting along with the insect army recently? When it came to this, Rashiel was also very grateful to Wang Wei. If it weren't for your appearance, the insect army might still be eyeing us covetously, thinking about occupying our Bian race all the time and making all the Bian race members bow down to them. But now they have seen the ability of the Bian race. So we have reached a cooperation agreement. What cooperation agreement? Wang Wei looked at Rashiel in surprise. Although he had always been the one to mediate the harmony between the Bian race and the insect army, he did not expect Rashiel to take the initiative to propose cooperation with the insect army. The cooperation agreement is that we provide them with weapons. But they must guarantee that they will never attack the Bian race. And we also guarantee that the weapons provided to them will not harm themselves. This matter was indeed beyond Wang Wei's expectations. He has been very busy recently. So busy that he has almost no time to think about how the Bian race and the insect army can live in peace. This is a good start. Although I don't know why you have such a long-standing hatred. I can be sure that as long as you can ensure your own safety, living in peace with each other under this premise will definitely be more beneficial than harmful to you. Rochelle also agreed with Wang Wei's point of view. And they also obtained the consent of the vast majority of the Bian race in reaching a cooperation agreement with the insect war army. It was not a decision made by him alone. I think the democratic approach you taught me before is very effective. This cooperation agreement was produced by everyone's vote. Wang Wei felt very relieved. Not because he wanted to see the Bian race and the insect army completely move towards a peaceful coexistence, but because he hoped that both the strong and the weak could protect their own interests and make their people live better. All kinds of things on Earth made him deeply realize that in fact, the disputes between countries and even between races did not come from the vast majority of ordinary people, but from the superiors. Whether it is the ambition of the superiors or the difficult situation faced by the country, it will become the cause of disputes between countries and races. But ordinary people don't have so many ideas. They just want to live their own lives. Whoever fights with whom will bring them benefits that they cannot foresee. The only thing they can perceive is that during the war, everyone will become extremely panicked, fearing that they will be sent to the battlefield or their homes will be affected by the war. What Wang Wei least wants to see is a similar situation happening on other planets. So he will try his best to mediate the conflicts between races and ensure that they can live in peace. Being able to see you live in peace may be the most exciting news I have received recently. I hope that in the future, you can still ensure that both sides live in peace and there will be no more disputes. Rashiel nodded to Wang Wei. In fact, their Bian race does not like fighting. The biggest difference between the Bian race and the insect army is that the Bian race has not evolved strong limbs and hard insect armor. So in essence, they are not good at fighting. If they insist on fighting, it will only bring them trouble. Although he does not know whether the insect army can always abide by the agreement, Rashiel is still willing to work hard for peace. After finishing the communication with Rashiel, when Wang Wei returned to the spacecraft to rest, he unexpectedly heard the conversation between Goso and his sister Malka. I've told you many times that you can't just act arrogantly. Why don't you listen to me? If you really become disabled, how can I explain to my parents? Parents? Wang Wei has known Goso and Malka for so long, and he rarely hears them mention their parents. But Wang Wei didn't want to eavesdrop on other people's family affairs, so he just went back to his room. Unexpectedly, he just closed the door and prepared to rest when he heard someone knocking on the door. The person knocking on the door was Goso, who had just had an argument with Malka. Goso walked past Wang Wei with an angry and familiar look on his face and sat on Wang Wei's chair. Why can't Malaka listen to me? He always thinks I will put himself in danger. Wang Wei can understand Malaka's feelings very well. It is because he is your sister that he cares about you so much. If he has nothing to do with you, do you think he will still care about this kind of thing? After listening to Wang Wei's words, Goso was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "Of course I know that he is worried about me for a good thing. But I am also an adult. I have to be nagged by my sister every day. Even you can't accept it." Wang Wei shrugged helplessly, indicating that he had no choice. "Maybe this is the so-called sweet burden. I will find a way to communicate with Malacca, and let the Bayan race make a set of Xiantian armor for you, with the protection of Xiantian armor. As long as you don't encounter too strong aliens, you should not be in any danger." Hearing Wang Wei's words, Goso's eyes widened immediately. "What did you say? You want to give me a set of Xiantian armor? The materials for making Xiantian armor are very scarce. Before, they used a lot of materials from immortal insects to solve the problem of meatworm parasitism. Now Wang Wei actually wants to give him a set of Xiantian armor, which makes Gosuo feel shocked. "You are right. I will give you a set of Xiantian armor, because after the 3 planets merge into one planet, whether it is the king of the 3-eyed star or the king of the plant star, they should return to the planet first to resolve. There may be various conflicts between races, and the team of the Interstellar Federation may need you to lead it next." For Gosuo, this is even more shocking than giving him a set of Xiantian armor. After all, he was only responsible for transportation tasks before, and had never been in contact with the team of the Interstellar Federation. Now he has jumped up to become the head of the Interstellar Federation team. How can he not be surprised? Don't show such surprise. I think you have performed very well in these few battles against alien invasions, and I believe you can be competent for the position of team leader. Gosuo even forgot how he left Wang Wei's room. He only remembered 2 sentences Wang Wei said. The first sentence was to let him get the same Xiantian armor as Wang Wei. The second sentence was to let him be in charge of the Interstellar Federation team and become the leader of the team. These 2 sentences made Goso no longer have any thoughts about the argument with Malca, and even made him return to his room immediately. Lying on the bed and shouting excitedly, the person in the next room knocked on Goso's door and said angrily, "What time is it now? Do you still let people rest?" Facing the questioning of his companions, Goso was not angry, and even excitedly hugged the person who knocked on the door and scolded him and kissed him twice on the face. The other party originally came to question Goso, but when he saw Goso so happy, he was immediately shocked and froze in place. Wang Wei and his group stayed on this planet for about a month. After confirming that the reconstruction work on the planet did not require their intervention at all, they took the spacecraft to leave. After returning to the subspace planet, Wang Wei immediately put the mining of triangular crystals back on the agenda. Chapter 323 Cruz joins the Interstellar Federation. Before, they had been trying to solve the invasion of the Crusoe race, so they had no time to mine the triangular crystal. Now Wang Wei decided to continue his research on the triangular crystal. But before the research, Wang Wei did something more important. Wang Wei went to the room where Cruz and the leader of Crusoe were imprisoned without anyone. After entering, Wang Wei found that there was one less person in the room. Lance was not in this room. Wang Wei frowned and looked at Cruz. Cruz greeted Wang Wei calmly. "You have been away for a long time this time. I wonder what trouble you have encountered." Wang Wei did not ask about Lance's whereabouts. He did not have a good impression of Lance. This kind of person would choose to sell out his own race when he was in danger, although it seemed that it was just to protect his own safety. But if such a person appeared next to him, he might not accept such a person to continue to stay in the tribe. "I have accomplished what Chief Crusoe has always wanted to do, but he may never have the chance to use the merged planet to fulfill his dream." Crusoe was very surprised. After all, Wang Wei was particularly opposed to Crusoe's plan to combine the 3 planets at the beginning. But now Wang Wei has made such a move himself. "Let me guess why you support them to merge the planets together. I think it is because you think the other planets were severely damaged when they were invaded before. If they can merge together, they may recover faster and have a stronger ability to prevent other alien creatures from invading in the future." Wang Wei smiled and nodded to Crusoe. "You are right. It is a happy thing for everyone. But it still depends on the attitude of the biological populations on the 3 planets towards the merger of the planets." Wang Wei believes that the reason why the 3 planets can be merged together is largely because all the biological populations on the 3 planets do not have much ambition, and they will not conflict because of the competition for territory or materials. In addition, he has already formulated relevant agreements in advance. Even if they gather together, there is a high possibility that there will be some disagreements. But with the treaty, they should not do anything too extreme. But Wang Wei didn't come here to discuss this matter with Cruz. I'm here to fulfill my promise to you. Now you can choose to leave or not. But if you don't plan to leave the Interstellar Federation base, then you must promise that you will not use mental control methods on anyone in the Interstellar Federation base. And we need to observe you for a period of time. Wang Wei thought that Cruz would not choose to stay if he put forward such harsh conditions. Unexpectedly, Cruz did not give him an answer, but asked Wang Wei a question that seemed to have nothing to do with what he was going to do today. At present, the disputes between several nearby planets have basically been completely resolved. What is your next plan? More than one person asked him such a question, and Wang Wei was also curious why they were so concerned about this matter. Based on the question you asked, can I think that you don't seem to want to leave the Advanced Federation base, and even want to cooperate with us? Cruz smiled at Wang Wei, but did not answer Wang Wei's question. Instead, he stared at Wang Wei with his tongue hooked, waiting for his answer. It doesn't matter if you don't want to answer my question. My next plan should be to study the Prism Room. We will not leave the subspace planet before the research on the Prism Room yields results. As for what we will do after the research on the Prism Crystal is completed, I don't have a definite plan. But generally I should continue to travel between various planets to understand their civilization and scientific and technological achievements. After listening to Wang Wei's words, Helis was silent for a while, and finally gave Wang Wei a response. If you think I am trustworthy, then I choose to stay in the Interstellar Federation base. With my ability, it should be easy to help you communicate with other alien creatures. So I think if you are willing to let me stay, you will not suffer. When Wang Wei heard this, he was not surprised. In fact, as early as when Cruz asked the question that made him feel strange, he had already guessed that Cruz did not seem to mean to leave. If Cruz really intends to leave the Interstellar Federation, they will not stop him. But it is undeniable that Cruz does have strong abilities, and it will be a huge improvement for the Interstellar Federation if he can stay in the Interstellar Federation. So after a brief silence, Wang Wei extended his hand to Cruz. You are very welcome to join our Interstellar Federation. Cruz did not immediately shake Wang Wei's hand, but looked up at Wang Wei with a puzzled look on his face. Are you really not worried that I will use my mental control ability to do something in the Interstellar Federation base that may cause you trouble? You mean you want to use your mental control ability to control the people in the Interstellar Federation base? Let them resist me and overthrow me, and make the Interstellar Federation an organization controlled by you? Cruz did not nod, but did not deny it. Wang Wei knocked on the Xiantian armor on his body. Don't forget that you tried to control my mind at the beginning, but failed because of him. If Wang Wei hadn't taken the initiative to bring up this matter, Cruz would have forgotten it long ago. After your reminder, I did remember this matter, but I am still very curious about how your armor can prevent you from being controlled by my mental control ability. After thinking for a while, Wang Wei still shook his head at Cruz. Although the Xiantian armor was made by me, if you insist on asking me why your mental control ability is ineffective against me wearing the Xiantian armor, I still can't tell you an accurate answer. But your reminder is very reasonable. Later, I will conduct a study on the true ability of the full-day battle point based on this incident to see if I can draw other more interesting conclusions. After Wang Wei finished speaking, he and Cruz looked at the leader Crusoe on the side. Crusoe, who was controlled by Crusoe many times in a short period of time, is still in a state of confusion. Wang Wei walked over to check the physical condition of the leader Crusoe and found that his body was not actually affected at all, but he looked a little mentally abnormal. Can he recover? After all, they had seen other people being controlled before, such as Soros, the predictor of the plant planet, and the king of the Triassic planet. But the endings of the two of them, after being controlled, were completely different. Soros didn't know whether it was because of the control. His body had actually died a long time ago, but he was still able to act like a normal person through the control ability. Although the Triassic king was controlled, it did not cause any impact on his body. Otherwise he might become the same as the leader of Crusoe after being controlled for so long. Why do you Crusoe people control others through mental control to produce completely different effects? Cruz didn't expect Wang Wei to ask such a question, so he simply asked Wang Wei if something happened that made him ask such a question. Then he explained, you should know that I left the planet where the Crusoe race lived after I became an adult, so I don't actually know about other people's mental control ability. He could roughly know what means the other party used, but he didn't know much about what consequences would be caused by the other party using these means. Wang Wei certainly understood that if Cruz really knew all this, he would not hide anything from him. So he immediately told Cruz that Soros on the plant planet and the Triassic king had been controlled by the Crusoe. You should understand that they have all been controlled to varying degrees. But their reactions are completely different. I'm just surprised that the same mental control ability can bring different results. Cruz thought for a while before answering Wang Wei, because I haven't had any specific contact with them. I can't give you a definite answer. But according to my guess, it may be that the strength of mental control ability is different. If it is a person with strong fitness ability and specializing in mental control ability, it will cause the same ending as Soros, the predictor of the plant planet you mentioned, which will cause the other party's body to gradually die and become a controlled puppet. And my mental control ability actually exists in a state of neither strong nor weak. I will affect the spirit of the leader Crusoe, but it will not endanger his life. And the situation you mentioned that the Triassic King encountered should be the last one. Although he has mental control ability, this ability is not enough to cause harm to the Triassic King body. Although Wang Wei has no evidence to prove that what Cruz said is right, he also cannot prove that Cruz is lying to him. After all, Cruz said at the beginning that he didn't know much about these things, and he was just making inferences based on what he heard. Wang Wei took Cruz away from the place where he was imprisoned. Seeing Wang Wei and Cruz walking around the Interstellar Federation base, everyone's face flashed with shock. Wang Wei, what are you doing? After seeing Wang Wei, Goso wanted to ask Wang Wei why he was walking around the base with Cruz. Didn't he know that Cruz was a threat to other people in the base? Wang Wei brought all the main people in the base to the conference room and announced to them that Cruz would become a member of the Interstellar Federation base in the future. Goso was the first to stand up and object. Why should he be included in our Interstellar Federation base? You know that he is likely to have a grudge against us. If he is allowed to join the Interstellar Federation base, what should we do if he retaliates against us? Wang Wei did not answer Goso's question immediately, but immediately looked at others. How many of you have the same idea? Can you raise your hands and let me see? Immediately, many people raised their hands under Goso's gaze. Almost all of them, like Goso, were skeptical about Wang Wei's desire to let Cruz join the limited Federation base. We don't object to other creatures joining the Interstellar Federation base. But Cruz is different. He once launched an attack on the Interstellar Federation base and the entire subspace planet. If such a person joins us, I'm afraid it will be a big threat to others. Wang Wei did not respond to this question, but threw the question to Cruz. Since their suspicion is based on you, I hope you should respond to this question. Cruz did not refuse. He stood up and explained to everyone present through the communicator that could translate. I understand your concerns. You think that my intention to invade the space planets, and even the Earth where Wang Wei was born may be an unstable factor. And I have the ability to control the mind. If I join the Interstellar Federation base, it is indeed very likely to cause harm to you. But what do you think is the reason for me to do this? Retaliate against the Interstellar Federation base? Or do I want to prove my ability in this way? Or use the Interstellar Federation base to make a comeback? No one objected to what Cruz said. After all, they couldn't imagine why Cruz, who was now alone, would do something that was detrimental to the Interstellar Federation base. After waiting for a while, Cruz continued to speak. Before, we invaded other planets and plundered their resources because the alien race I led did not have a suitable living space. And most of the people needed strong material resources as a basis for their lives. That's why I led them to travel between various planets to complete the invasion and plunder of resources on various planets. But now you can see that our race has basically been completely destroyed. And I have no reason to invade other planets and complete the plunder of resources on other planets. Because I have plundered the resources of other stars and have nowhere to use them. And the reason why I agreed to stay in the Interstellar Federation base is not because I want to make a comeback, but because I feel that I am very yearning for Wang Wei's plan. Others looked at Wang Wei, wondering what Wang Wei had done to make Cruz change his mind. Don't look at me like that. My plan is just to see the technological civilization level of various countries on various planets in the universe, and learn from them, their more advanced parts. I don't want to invade other planets, or plunder other planets' resources. Wang Wei knew that Cruz didn't mean that, but he had to explain it clearly. After all, as the person in charge of the Interstellar Federation base, if he couldn't explain this matter clearly, it would be difficult to convince the public in the future. Others probably understood what Cruz meant. That is to say, the reason why Cruz chose to stay in the Interstellar Federation base was not to get any benefits, but to follow Wang Wei to explore the technological civilization of other planets in the universe and learn from their advantages. Even if they already understood Cruz's idea, Goso still had some doubts. Even if we can now be sure that Cruz stayed in the Interstellar Federation base, not to make a comeback, let alone to retaliate against us, then how can we be sure that after we take him to other planets, he will not make mental control actions on creatures on other planets, and will not hurt everyone in our Interstellar Federation base? Wang Wei thought about it, but he didn't think of any particularly good solution. However, Cruz had some ideas at this time. I don't know if you believe it or not, but I believe you should know that I have tried to control it through mental control, but it didn't work. According to Wang Wei, it was because the Xiantian armor on his body took effect. I think if the Xiantian armor can prevent me from controlling others through mental control, then if I were the Xiantian armor, it should also be able to prevent my mental control ability from spreading out and achieve the effect of controlling other people. Cruz's words gave some inspiration to others. Others also agreed with Cruz's statement at this time, hoping that Wang Wei could develop a set of Xiantian armor for Cruz. Wang Wei frowned and turned around to look at Cruz. After seeing his huge body, Wang Wei felt a pain in his flesh. Is there no other way? Look carefully at Cruz's body shape. If you want to build him a set of Xiantian armor, how much material will it take? Can't people have more trust in each other? He believed that Cruz would never do anything to control the soldiers of the Jingi Federation base, and he didn't want to use the few materials he had left to build another set of Xiantian armor for Cruz. Cruz understood Wang Wei's thoughts and smiled helplessly. If you are talking about the materials you use, I believe I should be able to get the relevant materials for you. When Wang Wei heard this, his eyes widened instantly, and he didn't remember what he had just said. What? He kept asking Cruz whether he could really find the materials used to make the Xiantian armor. The number of undead insects he found was not large, and he had consumed a lot before. After building a set of all-day armor for Goso, there would be very little left. Chapter 324, the first stop after leaving the subspace planet. If he can get supplements, then no matter what problems he encounters next, he will no longer have to worry. It should be possible. I have also traveled to many planets. If you are willing to tell me the materials for making the Xiantian armor, I may be able to help you. Goso touched his nose awkwardly. He didn't expect Wang Wei and Cruz to. They had such a good chat. Since he had found a way to solve the problem of Cruz controlling the soldiers in the Interstellar Federation base, he didn't continue to stop Cruz from joining the Interstellar Federation. Although I will no longer stop Cruz from joining the Interstellar Federation, I must remind you, before the Xiantian armor is completed, Cruz must not be allowed to have any influence on anyone in the Federation base. Otherwise I will never agree. Wang Wei smiled bitterly, and suddenly regretted giving the management rights of the Interstellar Federation team to Goso. However, this meeting went relatively smoothly. When Lasher and Orwell learned that Cruz had joined the Interstellar Federation, and could move freely in the Interstellar Federation base, they were very surprised. Are you really not worried that Cruz will have any impact on other people in the Interstellar Federation base? Wang Wei can't say that he is not worried at all. But at least at this stage, he is not afraid that Cruz will mentally control other people in the Interstellar Federation base. There were reasons for what Cruz did before. But what reason does he have to affect people like those in the Interstellar Federation base now? If you think he might want to avenge his people, then we have helped him solve the huge shadow brought to him by the Chrysa race. So the conflict between us can be regarded as offsetting the merits and demerits. And there will no longer be any place worth fighting each other. Although that's what they said. Lasher and Orwell were really worried. If Cruz really attacked the people in the Interstellar Federation base one day, they wouldn't even have a chance to react. Wang Wei understood that they had good intentions, but he still patted their shoulders to reassure them. You can continue to mine triangular crystals with confidence. After all, I am still in the Interstellar Federation base. Even if Cruz really wants to harm people in the Interstellar Federation base, he must get my consent. With Wang Wei's words, Lasher and Orwell were relieved. They all knew that Lasher had the Xiantian armor on him, and Wang Wei, who had the Xiantian armor, was not controlled by Cruz last time. In other words, if someone who can resist Cruz is found in the Interstellar Federation base, then this person must be Wang Wei. Since you trust Cruz so much, there is nothing to say, but the mining of triangular crystals should not continue for the time being. Lasher immediately took the drawings to Wang Wei to see. At present, the triangular crystals on the shallow surface have been mined by them, and stored reasonably. In a short period of time, they do not need to mine the triangular crystals deep on the surface. This coincides with Wang Wei's idea. because Wang Wei never thought of completely mining all the triangular crystals on the subspace planet. Although they didn't know whether the triangular crystals could be regenerated. If a large number of triangular crystals were piled together, the energy runaway of one triangular crystal would affect other triangular crystals. If the runaway of triangular crystals formed a chain, the entire subspace planet might be affected. In this case, then do as you said, and study and use the triangular crystals in the next period of time. Cruz walked into Wang Wei's laboratory and found that Orwell and Rachel also greeted them immediately. During this period, Cruz was not imprisoned in the place where he was imprisoned before, but it was changed into his room. Moreover, Wang Wei also researched a microphone clip for Cruz to try translation. On his collar, no matter what he said, he could immediately translate it into a language familiar to others. When he saw Rachel and Orwell, Cruz greeted them generously. I didn't expect to meet you here. I'm really happy. The two people were still a little uncomfortable with Cruz's calm and friendly attitude. They left in a hurry after a simple conversation with Wang Wei. It seems that they still don't like me. Cruz smiled helplessly. The last time Wang Wei complained that if he wanted to make a Xiantian armor for Cruz, the consumables might be very huge. Cruz used a special drug to shrink his body to the same size as Wang Wei. So now Cruz doesn't look strange. They don't doubt you. Nor do they dislike you. But they just can't accept your change of heart in a short time. Cruz certainly understood that Wang Wei meant that they didn't have any grudges against the Bian race and the insect army. So he didn't say much. I heard that your research on the 3-prism crystal is at a critical moment. Is there anything I can help you with? Wang Wei had never thought of letting Cruz participate in the research and development of the 3-order spirit before. But when he thought of Cruz's leadership of that race that didn't seem to have a high IQ to occupy other people's planets and plunder the resources on the planets, Wang Wei thought that Cruz might have a better way. He simply shared and introduced the current research progress and research direction of the 3-prism crystal to Cruz. So what direction do you think we need to study if we want to apply the 3-dragon crystal to the daily life of the insect army and the Bian race? Cruz simply understood the energy wavelength of the 3-prism crystal and the energy reserve of a 3-prism crystal. So he was silent for a long time before giving Wang Wei a plan. I think we can use the triangular crystal to protect the entire subspace planet. After all, if the insect army combines the invention technology of the Bian race, they will have no problem in combat. The only problem is that their defense is too weak. Cura still remembers that Wang Wei used a simple protective shield to trick them in and catch them all. Although this incident doesn't sound very glorious, it also inspired Kurusiasu. No matter what race, they should not only think about strengthening their own abilities when facing danger and ignore the problem of defense. Sometimes, if they can hold on for a while longer, they may be able to wait for reinforcements to help, or even not give the other side a chance to break through their defense. Wang Wei also felt that his eyes were bright. After all, the energy of the triangular crystal was too powerful. If it was used on any machine, it might cause the energy of the triangular crystal to run away and cause a violent explosion. Wang Wei set up a small protective shield on the ground of the subspace planet. A triangular crystal is stored inside the protective shield. If their attack can break through the protective shield, the triangular crystal will explode, causing the internal energy of the triangular crystal to run away and explode. Of course, Wang Wei has basically cleaned it up, and all the creatures and life forms around him will never let the explosion affect any creatures on the subspace planet. They took a spaceship to space, simulating the invasion of alien creatures, and launched an attack on the protective shield on the ground from space, or from the high altitude of the subspace planet. The weapons made by Wang Wei using triangular crystals are very powerful, so they can only be tested by him and Cruz wearing Xiantian armor. When two weapons attacked the protective shield on the ground at the same time, the protective shield still lasted for an hour before cracks began to appear, and the function of the weapons they used was to attack through triangular crystals, which can be said to have a constant supply of energy. If you change to the attack method of other planets, you may not be able to sustain a continuous attack for an hour. Seeing such a scene, both Orwell and Lasher seemed very excited. Does it mean that as long as we have this kind of protective shield, no matter what kind of alien creature attacks us, we can ensure our own safety in a short time and then make combat deployment? Rochelle looked at Wang Wei, eager to verify his own guess. Wang Wei nodded to Rachiel. You are right. According to the current situation, you do have time and opportunity to defend against this matter. This is also the fundamental reason why we are studying protective shields instead of weapons. If you study weapons made of tri-energy crystals, you are likely to be attacked by alien creatures when you are unable to react. And Cruz and I both believe that if you rely on your abilities, attacking should not be a problem. The only thing you should worry about is that you may not be able to respond and be attacked by the opponent. Rochelle can only say that after Wang Wei and Cruz got together, they really have a very unique view on this matter. Not only the protective shield they studied, but also the weapons they made are indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. Thank you very much for your consideration in this regard. But we do think that the shield is more beneficial to us than the weapon. Wang Wei could understand what Lasher was worried about. After all, if they really developed a weapon, the people who actually used it would definitely not be the Bian race. If these weapons were handed over to the insect army, it would become a threat to the Bian race. Although they seem to get along very well at present, no one can guarantee that after Lasher and Cruz pass away, there will still be no friction between the two races led by their descendants. If the friction escalates into an inevitable war between the two races, then using the triangular crystal as an energy attack weapon will bring a fatal blow to one of the races. This is not the result Wang Wei wants to see. Nor is it the result that Lasher and others do not want to see. After they returned to the remote control planet, Wang Wei immediately handed over the method of making this protective shield to Lasher, and asked Lasher to guide the insect army to maintain and patrol the protective shield. Although it seems that the safety factor of the protective shield is very high, if it is quietly destroyed from a certain point, someone still needs to be able to detect it in time. The people who are more suitable for patrolling are the insect army. So Wang Wei decided to hand this matter over to the insect army. Orwell didn't think this matter made any sense. After all, their insect army had made great contributions to protecting the Toothhole planet during many patrols, and they were not at ease to hand over the patrol task to the Bian race. If the Bian people were stopped or killed, they could not easily find out. The time spent on the subspace planet was too long. So Wang Wei began to go to other planets. When Rachel and Orwell learned that Wang Wei was going to leave with the Interstellar Alliance, they were a little reluctant. Why do you have to leave the subspace? What's the benefit of drifting outside the planet? Doesn't the feeling of being homeless make you miss home? Hearing Orwell's words, Wang Wei smiled helplessly. Even if I go home, I may not think of the subspace planet. Shouldn't I think of the Earth and the country where I was born? Rachel rolled his eyes at Orwell helplessly. Don't pay attention to his words. He never thinks before speaking. We can understand you and your dreams, but the races on our space planet always welcome you back as a guest. Wang Wei nodded to Lasher. Don't worry. I will definitely come back to see you if I have the chance. After all, you started to live in peace with me as a peacemaker. If I don't come back, you will have the opportunity to break your promise. Lasher and Orwell smiled at each other. In fact, during this period of cooperation, they have already noticed the convenience brought to themselves by cooperating with the other race. If the other party did not deliberately find fault, they did not want to have any conflicts with the other party in the future. After all, after this period of cooperation, they began to gradually discover that what they encountered when they did not cooperate before was not very beneficial to them. However, the current mode of getting along can make their lives easier and happier. In such a situation, they naturally would not have any idea of dissolving the cooperative relationship with the other party. However, Wang Wei still cannot believe that they can maintain the cooperation mode. They also hope that Wang Wei can return to the subspace planet when he has time. After all, Wang Wei can be said to be a benefactor to them. Wang Wei did not think too much, but agreed to their request at the first time, and decided to return to the subspace planet when he has time. After a period of intense preparation, Wang Wei and his team decided to leave the subspace planet. The preparations were almost done. During this period, Wang Wei took away some triangular crystals as energy for the spacecraft. Orwell and Lasher were ready to send Wang Wei away in person, but were rejected by Wang Wei. We are not parting forever. As long as there is a chance, we can still come back to see it. At the moment when the giant spacecraft of the Interstellar Federation base left the subspace planet, Wang Wei suddenly felt reluctant. Cruz walked to Wang Wei and patted Wang Wei on the shoulder. As you said, we will come back as long as there is a chance. During this period, Wang Wei had found a material that could replace the immortal insect with the help of Cruz, and successfully made a Xiantian armor for Cruz. After they left the subspace planet, the first destination was the huge planet formed by the merger of 3 planets. When the plot spaceship landed on the surface of the planet, Wang Wei immediately saw the 3-eyed Star King, the Plant Star King, and the Triassic Star King. Behind the Triassic Star King was a curious Pachaji. When he saw Pachaji, Wang Wei immediately smiled. Pachaji hurriedly stepped forward to ask Wang Wei why he suddenly appeared on their planet and was driving such a huge spaceship. We are going to leave the subspace planet and continue to go to other planets to explore the civilization and technology of other planets. But before leaving, we decided to come to this planet first to see what state your life has recovered to. After Wang Wei and his friends left the spaceship, they were taken to the gathering place of the royal cities of the 3 planets. The 3 kings gathered the royal cities together. So the current royal city is very huge. Seeing the dazzling array of goods and various biological populations in the city, Wang Wei felt very happy. After all, this is what he wants to see most. Congratulations. You are now able to live in peace and have established trade relations between different races. Wang Weijia's peaceful trade relations are the basic factors for maintaining peaceful coexistence between different races. Because they need what other races have. They can live in peace. No need to worry about strong conflicts with other races because of some interests. After all, as long as they can exchange peacefully, who wants to obtain it through war? Chapter 325 Weird Planet. After the 3 planets were reassembled, Wang Wei gave this planet a more appropriate name, called the United Planet. They stayed on the United Planet for about 3 days in total, except for the first day when Wang Wei and his team rested and replenished supplies. Wang Wei spent the rest of the time meeting with the 3 kings to discuss the reconstruction and communication of the United Planet. The 3 kings still attached great importance to Wang Wei opinions, and the opinions put forward by Wang Wei also played a very important role for them. Under such circumstances, Wang Wei helped them formulate a series of reconstruction and communication methods between races. After doing all this, Wang Wei and his team drove the spacecraft away from the United Planet. However, when they left, the king of the 3-eyed alien insisted on leaving with them. Wang Wei looked at the 3-eyed Star King in confusion. Are you going to leave with us? It will take many years to return to the United Planet. Are you sure you are ready? The 3-eyed Star King nodded to Wang Wei. You should be able to see that I am not very interested in being a king. I also want to experience the customs and culture of various planets in the universe, as well as their technological civilization. Just like you. As for the 3-eyed star, you don't have to worry. I have already arranged it. The other 2 kings can exercise the power on my behalf, and I have handed over the throne to someone who can shoulder the responsibility. The 3-eyed Star King has said so much, so Wang Wei naturally has no reason to stop him. In that case, let's go! When Wang Wei and his group set off, almost all the people on the United Planet came out to see him off. I didn't expect you to be so popular on the United Planet. I am a little jealous. The 3-eyed Star King kept complaining on the side. Wang Wei shrugged helplessly. No way. Who made me so good? If he didn't know Wang Wei very well, and knew that what Wang Wei said was indeed true, the 3-eyed Star King really wanted to beat him up now. It's just that not long after they left the United Planet, they met a planet that looked a little weird. This planet looks a light purple from the outside, which makes people feel pleasing to the eye. But in Wang Wei's eyes, purple is often related to toxicity. Should we land on this planet and see if we can replenish some supplies? Although they all flew out with the 3-prism crystal as the power, there is no need to replenish energy at all. But necessities such as food and water still need to be replenished on time. Wang Wei was still a little cautious. He first drove a small spaceship with the 3-eyed Star King and Goso to this purple-looking planet. When they landed on this planet, they found that the sky was still very blue from this planet. This means that there should be a large area of water on this planet, and there is also an atmosphere to protect this planet. However, they have not seen any traces of animals or humanoid creatures, but some unknown plants. However, Wang Wei has never seen these plants before, and he dare not get close to them. He also warned Goso and the 3-eyed Star King not to approach these plants easily. If these plants are poisonous, we don't know how to detoxify them. The 3-eyed Star King and Goso nodded to Wang Wei. They walked around but did not find any useful clues. But they did find a water source. However, finding a water source does not mean that they can use it immediately. They must ensure the safety of the water source. Fortunately, Wang Wei and his team made preparations in advance and brought instruments to detect the safety of the water source. When Wang Wei took the 3-eyed Star King to test the safety of the water source, Goso suddenly disappeared. After Wang Wei and the 3-eyed Star King confirmed that the water source here was drinkable, at least there was no toxin, they discovered the fact that Goso was missing. The two began to look around. But no matter how they called Goso name, they could not find Goso trace. Wang Wei activated the Xiantian armor and used its tracking function to scan the traces on the ground. They saw Goso footprints, but they were cut off in front of a giant plant. Wang Wei immediately used a laser to cut off the lower half of the giant plant and found that Goso was wrapped in mucus in the giant plant. The rescued Goso was unconscious, and his skin began to crack, revealing bright red blood. This was the situation Wang Wei was most worried about, because they don't know much about the plants on this planet. If the plants on this planet will bring them danger, then they can't even react accordingly. However, Wang Wei felt that Goso would not be desperate, because they had used potions containing immortal insect ingredients before, so their physical strength was stronger than that of ordinary people. Immediately using the communicator to call the spaceship in the space near this planet, Wang Wei asked the spaceship to land at their designated location as soon as possible. At this time, the people on the spaceship received the signal and slowly landed beside Wang Wei and his group. After rushing down the spaceship, they saw Goso, who was dying. In particular, Goso's sister Malka rushed up immediately after seeing her brother become like this, and wanted to throw herself on her brother and cry, but was stopped by the three-eyed Star King. We all understand that you are very worried when you see your brother become like this. But please calm down. We don't know what the physical condition of your brother is now. So if you cause secondary damage to your brother, it will be a fatal blow to your brother. Malka was still crying uncontrollably, but did not continue to approach Goso. At this time, the medical staff in the medical cabin came down, and they used the unit price to carry Goso back to the medical cabin for treatment. Wang Wei immediately announced to everyone that they must not get close to any plants on this planet. Goso became like this because he was too close to the giant plants. Others began to put on Xiantian armor and clear the surrounding plants. At this time, Cruz also got off the spaceship and saw the plants around him. He immediately locked onto a plant that looked inconspicuous, dug it up, and handed it to Wang Wei. If I'm not mistaken, this plant can save your companions. Wang Wei looked at Cruz and did not doubt Cruz's intentions, but immediately handed the plant to the staff of the medical cabin. Then they began to replenish the water source. After Wang Wei and his team's testing, there was no problem with the water source, but it still had to go through a series of treatments before drinking to ensure that there were no parasites in the water that would cause harm to them. When staying on this planet, Wang Wei found that this planet was actually very vast, the kind that could not be seen at a glance. As for why the planet was light purple, Wang Wei suspected that it was because the plants here were all this color, and even the ground was emitting a light purple. However, Wang Wei did not figure out why the land here was purple, nor did he understand why the plants here did not need to produce chlorophyll for photosynthesis, like the plants on Earth, to obtain nutrients and grow very lushly. While they were dealing with water sources and rescuing Goso, Wang Wei drove a small spacecraft and began to wander around this planet. He was wearing Xiantian armor, so he was not worried that the creatures on this planet would have any impact on him. But other people were different. Even if some of them already had Xiantian armor, they still could not fully exert the true ability of Xiantian armor. When Wang Wei came to a canyon, he heard bursts of roars coming from the canyon. He suspected that there should be other creatures on this planet, not just those plants that looked more dangerous. But he did not approach the canyon, but chose to watch from above the canyon. Through the glasses on the Xiantian armor helmet, he found that there were many winged creatures growing under the canyon. Wang Wei felt that these creatures did not stay under the canyon all the time, so he did not delay or check the abilities of these creatures, but immediately drove the small spaceship back to where the spaceship landed. After he arrived at the landing site of the spaceship, he immediately ordered everyone to return to the spaceship and leave the planet immediately. The three-eyed Star King and others looked at Wang Wei in confusion. Why leave now? What happened? When he heard this, Wang Wei did not have time to explain to them, but immediately urged them to get on the spaceship quickly and drive the spaceship away from the planet immediately. Just as they hesitated, a deafening howl came from a distance. Hearing this howl, Wang Wei's heart immediately rose to his throat and urged others to get on the spaceship as soon as possible and drive the spaceship away from the planet more anxiously. At the same time, other people beside the spaceship also saw the huge creature that suddenly appeared from the direction of the sound. This creature is very large, with 4 pairs of wings and many legs, making it look like a centipede on Earth. However, their bodies were extremely large, and they were only half the size of a spaceship. If these creatures discovered their location, It would be difficult for them to leave here. Others dared not delay any longer, and immediately rushed onto the spaceship. Wang Wei and the King of the Three-Eyed Star also drove the spaceship and prepared to leave the planet. However, the planet was originally very quiet. The sound of the spaceship leaving instantly attracted the attention of the giant creature. And the giant creature swung its huge body and immediately rushed towards Wang Wei and his spaceship. Fortunately, Wang Wei and his team reacted quickly enough. At the moment when the giant creature flew over, they had successfully driven the spaceship into the atmosphere. Although the giant creature looked very scary, it did not seem to be overwhelmed, and they did not follow the spaceship into outer space. However, from Wang Wei and his perspective, the giant creatures on this planet could be clearly seen in outer space. Wang Wei and his team did not leave the planet immediately, but stayed in outer space to observe for a long time. After their observation, they found that not long after the giant creature rushed towards them, it instantly shattered into pieces of flesh and blood. This scene stunned the knowledgeable Wang Wei. He had never thought that such a thing would happen. But this seemingly natural thing was still beyond his expectations. The Three-Eyed Star King was even more curious, and he walked to Wang Wei's side and asked him why such a thing happened. Even if you ask me, I can't give you an accurate answer. I have never experienced such a thing. Have you ever heard of similar things? Such as some creatures that will explode after reaching a certain lifespan and die? The Three-Eyed Star King shook his head and told Wang Wei that if this was the case, Wang Wei would be more appropriate to ask the Planet Star King. Wang Wei didn't think much about it and immediately drove the spaceship away from the planet. Everything on this planet seemed very strange. It was not that he didn't want to explore, but that they didn't have the ability to explore at present. Wang Wei silently wrote down the coordinates of this planet in his mind, and prepared to come and see it again if he had time in the future. After leaving this star field, Wang Wei's spaceship moved forward aimlessly in space, because they didn't need any other extra energy as a power source to build a spaceship. So as long as they could ensure sufficient food and water, they didn't need to stop in any way to replenish supplies. Just when they didn't know how long they had been wandering in space, a battle between spaceships suddenly broke out in front of them, attracting the attention of Wang Wei and others. Wang Wei immediately turned on the stealth mode of the spaceship and hid in the dark to observe every move outside. At this time, Wang Wei finally discovered that there should be two groups of people fighting outside, and the spaceships of both sides didn't look big. It should be a spaceship specially used for fighting. However, Wang Wei looked around carefully and didn't find any planet suitable for biological survival. Wang Wei began to think, could it be that these alien creatures don't need a planet like the Earth for them to live in to survive? This will play a crucial role in Wang Wei research. After all, the Earth is limited, but the human beings on the Earth are growing all the time. If one day the Earth really cannot accommodate more humans, then even the humans on Earth will need to find a planet more suitable for their survival. If they can find a planet more suitable for their survival, it will only benefit them and not harm them. In this situation, Wang Wei did not leave immediately, but decided to see what would happen before leaving. After Wang Wei's observation, he gradually found that the two sides did not seem to kill each other, and they seemed to deliberately leave a way out for each other. It seems that they should not want to fight to the death, but may be engaged in some kind of confrontation. Wang Wei drove a small spaceship with the King of the Three-Eyed Alien, and immediately left the spaceship, ready to stop the battle between them. When Wang Wei arrived, both sides immediately discovered the existence of Wang Wei and his people, and pointed their spearheads at Wang Wei and his people. Wang Wei immediately used the translation function on the communicator to tell the people present that they were just passing by here. They found that the two sides were exchanging fire, so they wanted to come and see what was going on. Unexpectedly, the other party looked at him viciously and asked Wang Wei not to meddle in other people's business and delay their serious business. Wang Wei liked people who talked like this, so he immediately asked what had happened between the two parties and why they had to use such a drastic approach to solve the problem. Why couldn't they sit down and talk calmly? Perhaps Wang Wei's appearance gave them a way out. So after listening to what Wang Wei said, they immediately decided to sit down and talk calmly. However, Wang Wei and the King of the Three-Eyed Star were left there, and no one cared about them at all. In this situation, Wang Wei and the King of the Three-Eyed Star looked at each other and followed quietly. When they arrived at the planet where they lived, Wang Wei found that the environment of the subspace planet was 10,000 times better than the planet where they lived. The yellow sand here covered all the buildings. If you were not very close, you would not be able to find out what happened. Wang Wei and his small spaceship almost hit the building. Fortunately, Wang Wei was alert enough and changed direction in time. Otherwise they would be discovered immediately. Wang Wei followed the king of the three-eyed star and sneaked into the place where they met, and found that the group seemed to be talking about the issue of energy distribution on this planet. Wang Wei felt that there might not be a lot of energy on this planet, so he let the two sides compete with each other as little as possible without hurting each other. But this is not a solution at all. Instead of staying on this planet, it is better to live on another planet. Perhaps their living environment will be greatly improved. For some reason, Wang Wei suddenly thought of the lavender planet they encountered before. He immediately appeared in front of them, opened a protective shield, and described the purple planet to them. If you want, you can go to live on this purple planet. This is a rare good thing for you. You will no longer have to worry about the problem of energy distribution. And the environment of that planet is much better than yours. Others stared at Wang Wei with a wary look. Although no one wanted Wang Wei to take action, they obviously did not believe what Wang Wei said. Who are you? Wang Wei translator finally heard a voice. But the voice was a bit harsh. He turned on the translator and told these people his thoughts. I have no hostility towards you. I just hope that you can live in peace instead of fighting for the remaining energy. Chapter 326 Weird Creatures. They had already begun to doubt Wang Wei's words. And most of them were even more shaken. If they could go to a planet that was more suitable for their survival, then no one would be willing to stay on this planet with poor resources and nearly exhausted resources and waste time. Where exactly is the planet you are talking about? One of the people who seemed to be the leader asked Wang Wei. Wang Wei certainly knew that they were suspecting that he had ulterior motives. So Wang Wei immediately revealed the coordinates of the purple planet. Don't worry. I have absolutely no idea about you. The reason why I want you to stop fighting is because I don't want to see anyone die for competing for resources. Although the other party was skeptical, Wang Wei was able to reveal the coordinates of the planet immediately. So they had to believe what Wang Wei said. But they did not immediately bring a large number of tribesmen with them, but only sent 2 or 3 people to follow Wang Wei to the purple planet to take a look. If they could be sure that the purple planet could really meet their living conditions, they would immediately move to that planet. Wang Wei did not stop their thoughts, but led them to the purple planet openly. If these people can really adapt to the environment on the purple planet, Wang Wei leading them there this time will also be of great help to Wang Wei's next investigation of the strange habits of plants and creatures on the purple planet. At least when they land on the purple planet, they don't have to worry about being affected by the strange creatures on the purple planet. They soon arrived at the purple planet. After the spaceship landed, Wang Wei did not unlock the stealth state on the spaceship, and did not even let the other people on the spaceship leave the spaceship. From the perspective of alien creatures, Wang Wei brought the three-eyed Star King and them to this planet. When they saw the environment of this planet, the light of hope suddenly ignited in their eyes. One of them took the spaceship back immediately without thinking, ready to inform their companions to settle on this planet. However, there are some smarter people among those who stayed, and they began to ask Wang Wei how he discovered this planet. At the same time, whether he had seen other creatures on this planet. Although Wang Wei did want to use the fact that these alien creatures landed on this planet to complete his goal of studying the special habits of plants and creatures on this planet. But Wang Wei never thought of letting these alien creatures die on this planet. So Wang Wei still told them all the strange situations on this planet. After all, they have really experienced the weirdness on this planet. And these alien creatures don't seem to believe that the plants and creatures here have such strange biological habits. In their eyes, although these plants look very strange in appearance, they are just plants and will never cause any harm to their race. Fortunately, they started to cut down the creatures here directly, and first opened up a flat land for their people to land the spacecraft smoothly. Wang Wei and his people hid aside and didn't get close at all. Anyway, their spacecraft had already landed smoothly, but it was not exposed to these alien creatures. The alien creatures were also affected in the process of cutting down plants. One of their companions had been completely devoured by the creature that devoured Goso last time. But they were concentrating on cleaning up the surrounding plants, and didn't notice the fact that their companion was missing. Wang Wei kindly reminded them, but they thought he was meddling in other people's business. Do you think our people are as vulnerable as yours? Although Wang Wei could feel their disdain. There is an old saying in Xia country that good words can't persuade a damn ghost. Since the other party didn't believe what he said at all, Wang Wei didn't continue. At this time, another person was swallowed up instantly. And this time, they all witnessed the process with their own eyes. So they were scared and ran behind Wang Wei to hide. Wang Wei looked at the several alien creatures behind him, and the expression on his face was a bit hard to describe. They looked at each other with the three-eyed Star King, and the embarrassment on their faces flashed, but returned to normal. We were not afraid just now, but we were not sure how strong these creatures' attack power was, so we wanted to let you test it out. After all, you have been to this planet before. It was because they had been to this planet before that Wang Wei could tell these people very confidently that the plants here were very dangerous. But it was obvious that these alien creatures did not believe what he said. Now they had lost 2 companions in succession. Wang Wei wanted to see what his companions would think if they found out that they had all died at the hands of the plants after bringing their people to this planet. Before Wang Wei had time to think deeply, the giant plants pulled another person in right in front of him, knowing that the creature pulled in would most likely be decomposed instantly. So Wang Wei didn't care whether the juice of the plants or the plants themselves would attack and affect it, and simply made an amazing move at the first time. He slowly walked to the side of the giant plants, cut them in half, and revealed the people swallowed by the giant plants. However, it was not only the alien creatures on this planet that were swallowed by the giant plants, but also some other unknown animal bones that made Wang Wei shudder. Obviously, these plants are like the man-eating plants on Earth. They have very strong digestive ability. They can use the acid in their gastric juice to corrode the food they swallowed into a state that is easier to eat. Wang Wei had guessed that this would be the outcome, so he had to rescue these people. Fortunately, after these people were swallowed, probably because of their physical problems, they were not as miserable as Goso, and their skin only felt a little bit about to break. Wang Wei was curious about why they could withstand the devouring of strange plants and the corrosion of plant mucus. Those alien creatures woke up quickly, and they looked at Wang Wei with a confused look. However, when they saw the plants that had been chopped up by Wang Wei, they still realized what had happened. In this situation, they had to thank Wang Wei, because if there was no Wang Wei, they would be in danger. What's going on? Why do you have such hard skin? The three-eyed Star King seemed to realize the truth of the matter. I think the reason why they have such hard skin is probably related to the environment they live in. Wang Wei also felt that what the three-eyed Star King said made sense. After all, if it weren't for the impact of the environment they lived in, they would probably not be able to survive on this purple planet. But this time, they made such a big noise. But they didn't see that giant creature, which surprised Wang Wei. Could it be that the giant creature would appear after a long time after death? Just as they were thinking, the alien spaceship formation also appeared on this planet. Wang Wei was surprised at their speed, and also found that these alien creatures really liked this planet. However, there was a dense and sunless forest deep in the planet, and many fruits that looked like humans had grown in the forest. These fruits were wrapped in a thin film, just like clones soaked in nutrient fluid. If you look closely, you can find that these people look no different from Wang Wei and his team. However, Wang Wei and his team had not found anything unusual at this moment. After the alien creatures decided to settle on this planet, Wang Wei and his team drove a small spaceship to start patrolling on this planet. After all, the alien creatures that came here are very strong, so there is no need to worry about them encountering any danger. Wang Wei and his team quickly turned around, and the small spaceship also stopped at the entrance of the dense forest. Looking at the dark entrance, the three-eyed Star King subconsciously resisted and pushed Wang Wei. Now that you have done what you want to do, there is no need for us to go in again. The three-eyed Star King now believes that Wang Wei's purpose of coming to this planet is to bring alien creatures to live on this planet, so that the alien creatures will not fight to the death for almost exhausted resources. Wang Wei shook his head at the three-eyed Star King, and asked the three-eyed Star King to go back first. At the same time, he got off the small spaceship, turned on the stealth mode of the all-day battle armor, and walked into the depths of the dense forest. The school beauty took a look, and Wang Wei looked at the spaceship again, and even looked at the direction of the large spaceship they were hiding. In the end, he gritted his teeth and followed Wang Wei into the dense forest. In the depths of the dense forest, they saw fruit similar to cloned creatures under one big tree after another. The three-eyed Star King was very shocked and came forward to observe carefully. When he observed, he was surprised to find that there were creatures that looked like him and Wang Wei in those fruits that looked like clones. What is going on? Why does something like this exist? Wang Wei also carefully observed those seemingly strange biological fruits. He was surprised to find that the life forms inside these fruits looked the same as theirs. and they could even twitch. This means that these plants not only look similar in appearance, but may also have some kind of attack ability. Wang Wei was at a loss for a moment, but they decided to destroy some of the fruits. Only a small part of the fruits were left to wait for the fruits here to mature and grow new fruits. However, just when Wang Wei was about to destroy all the fruits, a fruit suddenly exploded, and a creature that looked like a human inside slowly came towards Wang Wei and the Three-Eyed Star King. This time, the Three-Eyed Star King thought Wang Wei was deliberately scaring him until he saw the creature behind Wang Wei. Behind Wang Wei was always a strange creature that looked and was about the same height as them. But this creature seemed to have no wisdom and only used sound to identify the direction. Just when he was about to pounce on Wang Wei back, Wang Wei dodged it. The Three-Eyed Star King immediately pulled Wang Wei and ran towards the exit of the forest. And the strange creature that looked like them was chasing them closely behind. Wang Wei knew that if they couldn't leave here, it would be dangerous. Fortunately, they were not far from the exit before the strange creatures caught up with them. They had already rushed out of the entrance of the forest. At this moment, those strange creatures had no intention of leaving the dense forest, but just standing at the junction of sunlight and darkness, staring at him. Wang Wei now roughly sorted out some clues. This kind of creature should be able to clone their appearance through the connection between plants. But this kind of plant cannot live under the sun and can only move in the shadow. Does that mean that if it is night, this group of creatures that look like neither human nor ghost can move unscrupulously? When thinking of this, Wang Wei and the King of the Three-Eyed Star looked at each other, and both of them showed a sense of tension on their faces. Let's go back now and tell the alien creatures about this, and then we will leave immediately. There is weirdness everywhere here, and Wang Wei doesn't think he should stay here, although he is very yearning for unknown things. It is obvious that the danger here is greater than the fun of exploring the unknown. As before, Wang Wei returned to the place where the spacecraft landed. When they told the aliens everything they saw, they smiled contemptuously at Wang Wei. If you are scared, leave here immediately. The Three-Eyed King wanted to argue with them. After all, although these people were not very friendly to them, they were brought to this planet after all, and the Three-Eyed King could not bear to see them encounter any danger. At this time, Wang Wei stopped the King of the Three-Eyed Star, since they have made up their minds. Let's not meddle in other people's business, and leave here as soon as possible. The King of the Three-Eyed Star looked at Wang Wei in confusion, not understanding why Wang Wei's attitude changed so quickly. Wang Wei explained to the King of the Three-Eyed Star after getting on the small spaceship, "Have you forgotten that they were able to fight each other desperately for such scarce resources before? If we insist on asking them to give up this place that is more suitable for living than the planet they lived on before, do you think they will agree?" The King of the Three-Eyed Star felt that what Wang Wei said made sense, and did not persuade the men to have sex outside the group, but chose to get on the small spaceship and leave here immediately. After Wang Wei and his men got on the small spaceship, they immediately sent a message to their large spaceship, asking the large spaceship to unlock the stealth mode and leave the planet with the small spaceship. When the alien creatures saw Wang Wei's small spaceship take off and a huge spaceship appeared on the planet, they all showed shocked expressions. At this moment, they finally began to try to believe what Wang Wei had just said, because they suddenly thought that Wang Wei should have no ill intentions towards them. If Wang Wei really had ill intentions, he would never bring them to this planet, and he would also explain the situation on this planet to them truthfully. They believed that the reason why Wang Wei explained everything to them was because Wang Wei felt that there was danger here and did not want them to have any casualties. It was not because Wang Wei also had a fancy for this place, so he hoped that they would retreat. After all, if Wang Wei really had a fancy for this place, then Wang Wei would never bring them to this planet. Only if Wang Wei had no idea about this planet at all would he be willing to tell them the address of this planet. But now they could not escape from this planet immediately. After all, after their preliminary observation, this planet was indeed very suitable for them to live. As for the problems on this planet, they could only deal with them slowly by themselves. It's just that they didn't think that what Wang Wei said was true, and the matter was indeed much more serious than they thought. That night, when it was getting dark, they were too tired to rest in their spaceship. Unexpectedly, after everyone fell asleep, they were awakened by a knocking sound. At first, only a few light sleepers were awakened, and the others didn't notice anything. Later, as more and more people were awakened, they gradually found that the knocking sound was getting worse. Then they went outside the spaceship to check. However, after their inspection, they made a surprising discovery. Outside their spaceship, there was actually a group of creatures that looked almost the same as them. And these creatures were frantically beating their spaceship. Everyone was alert and approached these creatures of similar size to them carefully. After all, when Wang Wei informed them that they came to this planet, he did not tell them that there were other tribes on this planet. If Wang Wei had told them about this, they would not have relaxed their guard so much when they rested at night. These creatures that looked similar to them behaved very strangely. They moved forward by twisting their joints. And these creatures would spit mucus at them after approaching them. The mucus was the same as the mucus in the plants, which would cause their skin to sting. At this moment, they finally understood why Wang Wei and his people left the planet immediately. The existence of these creatures was too weird. However, in order to stay here, they still fought back. Fortunately, the bodies of these strange creatures that looked similar to them were not that strong. After being attacked, they were like plants, and they would be easily destroyed and ooze sticky juice instead of blood. But what they didn't expect was that the moment they approached, those creatures that looked almost the same as them rushed towards them frantically. Chapter 327 Strange Black Creatures. At the same time, in the distant interstellar space, Wang Wei also returned from the small spaceship to the inside of the large spaceship. The three-eyed Star King still followed Wang Wei, looking at Wang Wei anxiously. He hesitated for a long time, and still said to Wang Wei, "I think we should go back. Some plants on that planet must not have such strong attack power. And we have weapons that can destroy organisms from the genetic aspect. If we take them there, but cannot be responsible for them, then what is the difference between us and killing people?" Wang Wei paused and turned to look at the three-eyed Star King. "Do you really think we should go back and help them solve the plant problem on that planet?" The three-eyed Star King nodded at Wang Wei. He thought that since they brought the people there, they should help the people there solve the fundamental problem. "I know you have a lot of concerns, but it is because we don't know him that we have to find out. Why do the plants on that planet have such a strong attack power on creatures, and how do they copy our appearance and allow creatures to have the ability to walk after leaving the plant system? I think this is the purpose of our interstellar travel. Aren't you also traveling between the stars because you want to find out about the creatures and civilization technology on other planets that we have never seen?" The words of the three-eyed Star King touched Wang Wei's heart. "You are right. But the large fleet of spacecraft must not approach the southern planet. We cannot guarantee that all the people in the Interstellar Federation can withstand the attacks of the strange creatures on that planet. After all, you have seen that our skin is not as hard and corrosion resistant as the creatures we brought over before." The three-eyed Star King agreed with Wang Wei's opinion. He hoped that they could lead a small team wearing Xiantian armor to the purple planet. Wang Wei went to see Goso's situation. After confirming that Goso was out of danger, he selected 10 people from the Interstellar Federation team, and let them wear Xiantian armor and drive a small spaceship to follow them to the purple planet. This time they went to the purple planet. They were fully prepared and wore weapons that could completely destroy organisms from the genes. The large spaceship stayed where they were and waited for them to come back. Before leaving, Wang Wei told the staff of the medical cabin to do their best to ensure Goso's safety. But if Goso had any accidents, he would be sent back to the United Planet immediately. There are Triassic people with more advanced medical technology on the United Planet, and plant people who are more familiar with and strong in medicine. They can help Goso recover as soon as possible. After explaining everything, Wang Wei led the Interstellar Federation team to the purple planet immediately. When they landed on the surface of the purple planet, they found that the ground beside the spaceship of the alien creatures they brought before was full of sticky juice. And there were already formed broken limbs that looked like plants, but had the appearance of organisms. Wang Wei and his team immediately became nervous, and hurried to check the situation along the traces left on the ground. When Wang Wei heard a shout, he knew they had caught up. He immediately told the soldiers to pick up their weapons, but not to attack at will. He rushed to the front, and after encountering a familiar alien creature, he immediately shouted to them with a communicator, "If you are alien creatures we have seen before, then please return to the spaceship immediately, and we will deal with the strange creatures here." This time, after hearing Wang Wei's voice, the alien creatures did not hesitate at all. They quickly broke free from the strange creatures in front of them, and ran towards their own spaceship. After seeing that no one continued to run, Wang Wei shouted again, "If you are alien creatures that we have brought to this purple planet, please return to the spaceship immediately. The strange creatures here will be dealt with by us. If you do not leave in time and are implicated, we will not bear any responsibility." When hearing this, there were still a few people who seemed to have just come to their senses and immediately stood up and ran towards the direction of the spaceship. After their spaceship was completely shut down, Wang Wei shouted to the spaceship, "Count the number of people now, and make sure that all your people have returned to the spaceship. If you have finished counting the number of people, notify us immediately, and we will immediately deal with these strange creatures." Because the weapons carried by Wang Wei and his team can completely destroy creatures at the genetic level, if they are not sure that all the alien creatures they brought have returned to the spaceship. Wang Wei does not want to attack the strange creatures, as he is afraid of hurting innocent people. Soon, a response came from the spaceship. After counting the number of people, the leader of the alien creatures confirmed that except for the injured and sacrificed, all of their people had returned to the spaceship. At the same time, they also understood that Wang Wei and his team were about to face alien creatures, which might have a very serious impact on them. So they were unwilling to affect Wang Wei because their people did not return to the spaceship. Please attack those strange creatures immediately and solve the threat they bring to us. This time, Wang Wei did not hesitate and immediately attacked the strange creatures. The strange creatures would soon be hit by their weapons and turned into a pool of sticky juice. These strange creatures would not approach them at all, but they were soon solved by them. At this moment, the leader of the alien creatures walked down from the spaceship. He began to introduce himself to Wang Wei and expressed his gratitude to Wang Wei. The red iron planet where we live is very short of resources. So even if this planet is full of dangers, we may have to stay here. Wang Wei can understand the current situation of the red iron planet and why they are unwilling to leave the purple planet. But Wang Wei still believes that before they decide to live on the purple planet, they need to solve all potential crises on the purple planet. Otherwise, if their people stay on the main science planet, they will bring great trouble to themselves. Because we brought you and your people to this planet, we will stay to help you deal with those creatures that may pose a potential threat to you. But I have a small request. The leader of the Red Iron Star nodded to Wang Wei. You can say that I will consider whether I can agree to your request. Wang Wei thought for a while before speaking, that is, you Red Iron Star people must obey my command and arrangement, and deal with those plants and creatures that are threatening to you according to the methods I teach you. At present, we are the only ones who can deal with the plants and creatures that are dangerous to you on this planet. And our starting point is that we don't want you to encounter any danger. So I hope you can understand. The King of the Red Iron Star nodded immediately. Don't worry. I will explain this even if you don't say it. After all, the strange creatures here have indeed caused a relatively large impact on us. Hearing the promise of the King of the Red Iron Star, Wang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. We have roughly patrolled most areas of this planet before. The creature that attacked you this time is a strange creature we saw in the depths of a dense forest. This creature will produce a fruit like a cocoon, but it is transparent. The thing there is the strange creature you just saw. It can imitate our appearance, but I am not sure how it imitates our appearance. But judging from their aggressiveness, I think it is more appropriate to remove all of these plants as soon as possible. Hearing Wang Wei words, the King of the Red Iron Star also felt that it made sense. But at this time, the King of the Three-Eyed Star raised a question. This plant can simulate our appearance, but it also takes a process. How did they find us? Our people have never been close to there before. If he can clone the appearance of the two of us, I don't think it's strange. But the Red Iron Almond has never been close to that dense forest. How can they copy the appearance of the Red Iron Star? At this time, Wang Wei made a bold guess. This is just my personal opinion. I think they are very likely to know our specific appearance through the connection between all plants, and simulate our activities to launch a sneak attack on the Red Iron Almond. The King of the Red Iron Star and the King of the Three-Eyed Star looked at each other. Do you mean that all the plants on this planet are actually connected? Because we and the Red Iron Star have contacted the plants on this planet. The key information has been transmitted to the depths of the jungle, allowing the strange plants in the depths of the jungle to copy our appearance and simulate our movement patterns? Wang Wei nodded at them. Based on the information we have currently obtained, I think this is the only possibility. As for other possibilities, I can't imagine them for the time being. The King of the Red Iron Star and the King of the Three-Eyed Star did not relax their guard, but became more nervous. The King of the Red Iron Star even put forward a point of view at this time, which made Wang Wei and the King of the Three-Eyed Star feel that this matter should not be underestimated. The Red Iron King looked at Wang Wei and the Three-Eyed King and asked, if, as you said, all the plants on this planet are connected, then if we destroy most of them, will it have some impact on the plant system on this planet? Wang Wei also suddenly fell silent after being reminded by the Red Iron Star King. He said that the reason why there were no large biological groups on this planet was probably because the dominant species on this planet were plants, not animals. Although the dominant species on this planet were plants, they were still fundamentally different from the people on the plant planet. The people on the plant planet looked similar to humans, but they were a kind of creature derived from plants. As for the strange plants on the purple planet, their essence should be pure plants, but their hunting methods were strange and covered a wide area, so they could become the dominant species on the purple planet. This involved a very critical question. Should Wang Wei and his team catch all the plants on the purple planet? And after they took action on these plants, would it affect the ecological environment of the purple planet? Wang Wei felt that he didn't need to worry too much about this issue for the time being. What they had to make sure of was to investigate the biological habits of all the plants on this planet and their aggressiveness against foreign income. So Wang Wei told the Red Iron Star King to be optimistic about the Red Dot Star, and never let the Red Iron newcomers go out and leave the safe area they had divided at will. Only in this way can they ensure the safety of the Red Iron almonds and explore the entire purple planet with confidence. After Wang Wei arranged everything, he and the Three-Eyed Star King led 5 members of the Interstellar Federation team to explore all the plants on the planet in different directions. Their main task this time was not to find and eliminate plants with strong aggressiveness, but to simply record and sample the various characteristics of all plants. Wang Wei decided to bring these plant samples back to the spacecraft for analysis and research. But according to the number of plants here, they can also eliminate some of them and open up a safe area for the Red Iron Star people to survive and move. After all, there are not many Red Iron Star people. Only a small area needs to be opened up on this planet, which is enough for them to complete their daily life and work. The progress of the Three-Eyed Star King was very smooth, although some aggressive plants were encountered. It did not have much impact on the mission of their team. The situation on Wang Wei's side became a little different. They walked into a forest with very tall trees. Every tree here looks bare, but there are red fruits on it, and each tree is about as tall as dozens of floors, so they can hardly see any light. Looking at these towering trees, Wang Wei couldn't help but feel very surprised. He didn't know how much nutrients there were in the purple planet, and how these plants relied on to obtain these nutrients. But it was really surprising that they could grow so tall. Suddenly, a team member behind him looked at him. "Look, leader, there seems to be something flashing on the tree trunk behind you, and it doesn't look big." Wang Wei immediately turned around and looked behind him. He found that there was indeed something moving back and forth on the tree trunk not far behind him. But because of the lack of light, they couldn't see the other party's appearance clearly, only that it was a black shadow that was not very large. Wang Wei immediately asked everyone to be on guard, and they should not get too close to each other, so as not to be affected by their companions when the other party launched an attack. Wang Wei climbed up the tree trunk with the Xiantian armor and approached the direction of the black shadow just seen. He asked the others to stay where they were, and he gradually stood up on the tree. The moment he stood up, a black shadow immediately rushed towards him and knocked him off the tree trunk. Although Wang Wei was protected by the all-weather armor and did not suffer much damage, Wang Wei felt that this creature was very strong and very flexible. Although he had not seen the other party's appearance clearly, Wang Wei felt that the behavior pattern of this creature was very similar to that of a monkey. The next second, Wang Wei saw a black creature with 2 big eyes, but its hands and feet were like frogs, with something similar to webbed feet. On Earth, all animals with such webbed feet are basically because their living habitats are related to water, and in order to facilitate moving in water, they will evolve such biological characteristics. But the creature he saw would move back and forth on the tree trunk, and it didn't look like something that would live in water. At this time, Wang Wei discovered that the strange creature in front of him had a small ball of light on his forehead, and this ball of light was constantly wriggling, which looked a bit weird. The next second, the ball of light flew towards him. Wang Wei dodged subconsciously and dodged easily. "What on earth is going on?" The Interstellar Federation warrior under the tree shouted in surprise. The creature in front of Wang Wei seemed to have noticed their reaction immediately and responded. The strange creature immediately looked at the Interstellar Federation warrior who made the sound, and jumped in the direction of the warrior. Wang Wei thought it was not good, and immediately followed the creatures and jumped in front of the warrior. I saw 2 strange black creatures, and a ball of light appeared on their foreheads again. The ball of light almost touched Wang Wei, but fortunately the Xiantian armor blocked the ball of light at this time, and did not let the strange creature succeed. Wang Wei immediately scolded the others to separate and not let this thing get close to them. Although he didn't know what the light ball was for, he always felt that this thing might bring them danger. In this case, they completely distanced themselves from the black creatures. The black creatures turned around and looked at each of them. At this time, Wang Wei found that many strange black creatures suddenly appeared around them. Faced with such a situation, Wang Wei could not help but frown. Although he did not want to do this, it seemed that if they wanted to move forward, they had to get rid of these black creatures in front of them. Launch an attack. It is enough to leave one alive and accept our research and investigation. Wang Wei finally gave the order to attack. As the soldiers kept firing bullets at the group of black creatures, the black creatures that were originally moving between branches quickly turned into a pool of sticky juice. Wang Wei and the soldiers were a little exhausted, and they also sat together to rest after relaxing. Not far away from them, there was a black creature tied up and struggling hard. The soldiers looked at Wang Wei with some worry on their faces. Leader, what should we do next? Are these black creatures the natives of this planet? Wang Wei felt that it was very likely, but they were not sure how many similar natives there were. Chapter 328 Humanoid aliens living in the wreckage of the spacecraft. We cannot confirm their identities yet. But even so, we must be careful and cautious. And we must not be attacked by them in a passive situation. Wang Wei reminded everyone seriously. The others nodded one after another, no longer daring to be careless, and staring at the surroundings with vigilance. After a good rest, several people continued to walk deep into the woods. The trees here look very strange. Although they are very tall, there is no trace of leaves on the branches. However, trees without leaves can bear fruits. Those fruits look delicate and delicious, and they really give people a feeling that can open their appetite. But Wang Wei and the team members understand that this kind of fruit must not be tried casually. The woods seemed to have no end. Wang Wei and his team had been moving forward for about 2 or 3 hours, but they did not see the end of the woods. Their physical strength began to decline, and their movement speed became slow. Wang Wei had to issue an order to rest on the spot, asking everyone to rest on the spot for 30 minutes and eat something to restore their physical strength. Just as they were resting in place, there was a rustling sound around them. Wang Wei gestured to everyone to keep quiet, and packed up their luggage to prepare for battle. He began to observe the surroundings, but did not see any trace of any creatures. When Wang Wei looked up inadvertently, he found a group of monkey-like creatures on a branch very high above them, jumping back and forth between branches, as if they wanted to step on the fruits on the branches. Seeing that this group of monkey-like creatures did not notice their presence, Wang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. He signaled the team members to leave here quickly and record everything they had just seen. In Wang Wei's mind, any creature has a very sensitive intuition about other creatures invading the territory, and this group of monkey-like creatures did not attack them. It seems that they have no malice towards them, and can even be said to have no aggression. When Wang Wei and his team left quietly, the group of monkey-like creatures immediately looked in the direction of Wang Wei and his team. During the time when Wang Wei and his companions were away, the Red Iron Star leader Zhe Shui led his people to find a more open place that was not easily attacked to stay temporarily. Because they were driving a spaceship, they were not worried about accidents. In this way, they came to a relatively open and flat ground, where many white cylinders stood. It looked like some giant trees, the remaining branches left after decay. The terrain here was open on the spaceship, allowing them to see everything happening in the distance. So the Red Iron Star King parked the spaceship on a white giant tree that was halfway up. The spaceships of other Red Iron Star people also parked one by one on the surrounding trees. After their spaceship stopped, a group of white bird-like creatures suddenly flew up from the seemingly bare white tree trunks. This scene really scared the Red Iron Star King and the Red Iron Star people. Fortunately, these white giant tree trunks are relatively tall, and if there are any creatures on the ground protesting, it is not easy to touch their spaceships. They began to set up camp here and let the Red Iron Star people prepare food for everyone. However, the Red Iron Star King soon discovered that after their spaceship landed, a group of white creatures appeared from the distant horizon. These creatures were on all fours and were huge. There were 2 tentacles on their tails, which seemed to be quite aggressive. The Red Iron Star King did not dare to act rashly, and also warned all the Red Iron Star people to be careful. His words were still very useful. The Red Iron Star people who were originally talking and laughing began to become quiet at this moment. Wang Wei and his group finally arrived at the border of the mysterious forest. However, It was here that they witnessed a foraging behavior they had never seen before. The black creature they had seen before was lying on the lower tree trunk. There were dots of light on the forehead of the black creature, and a group of small green creatures emerged from the tree trunk. The size of these small creatures was about the same as that of squirrels. They seemed to be attracted by the light on the forehead of the black creature, and they staggered towards the black creature. After they approached the black creature, it slowly opened its mouth, and a tentacle-like thing stretched out from its mouth and reached into the mouth of the small green creature. Then the small green creature began to jump between the trees as if it was drunk, and took the red fruits from the trees and placed them in front of the black creature. The black creature moved slowly and walked to the pile of red fruits, and tasted the red fruits leisurely. Wang Wei finally understood what the light ball on the forehead of the black creature was for. It seemed that these light balls could be used to control other creatures, and let other creatures help them complete their foraging activities. Wang Wei had never seen such a creature before. Even animals living in groups on Earth had clear hierarchical divisions, so there were different divisions of labor. But now there was only one black creature, but it could easily control many small green creatures to pick food for them, which made Wang Wei feel a little scared. However, they did not make any sound, so they did not attract the attention of the black creature. But Wang Wei soon discovered that after the black creature ate all the red fruits, its size had obviously increased a lot. At the same time, another black creature fell from the sky and landed directly in front of the black creature they saw first. They watched this black creature with their eyes, staring at his kind, as if they were protecting their territory. Soon, the black creature that Wang Wei and his team first encountered, which was also the smaller one, turned around and ran away after a short stay. Judging from the behavior of the fleeing black creature, Wang Wei suspected that it should have been intimidated. This should prove that the larger black creature should have some advantages among the black creatures. Wang Wei would not leave any existence that could bring them danger, so he decided to get rid of the black creature immediately. They acted quickly, and did not give the black creature any chance to react. However, something Wang Wei did not expect still happened. At the moment when their bullets shot at the black creature, a ball of light appeared on the forehead of the black creature again, and the bullets they fired were suspended in midair. When seeing this scene, not only Wang Wei, but also the soldiers of the Star Wars were stunned. They have experienced so many battles, but they only felt fear in this battle. "Leader, what should we do now?" a soldier asked with a trembling voice. "Don't worry," because they did not want to cause a commotion in the woods. Although some black creatures had been dealt with before, the black creatures did not react in this way at that time, so they were caught off guard. It is not yet clear why they can control the bullets fired at them, but we can be sure that they will still be injured. What they have to figure out now is how many bullets the halo on the black creature's forehead can control. If they fire collectively, will it have an impact on the black creature? Wang Wei felt that if they waited too long, it might be disadvantageous to them. So he immediately gave orders for the soldiers to fire collectively at the black creature. The black creature seemed to have never seen such a battle before. The light balls on its forehead began to increase, and the bullets were also controlled by it. But even so, there were still bullets hitting it, and blood slowly flowed from its body. Just when Wang Wei breathed a sigh of relief, the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation immediately reminded him to look in the direction of the black creature. "Leader, look at why the body of that ghost thing can heal automatically." "Automatic healing?" Wang Wei immediately looked in the direction of the soldier's fingers. It was found that it was indeed as the soldier said. The place where the black creature's body was hit by the bullet was slowly healing. Wang Wei immediately ordered the soldiers to continue shooting at the black creature. The bullets they used had a devastating impact on the genes of the creatures. So even if the black creatures had the ability to heal wounds automatically, it would be impossible for them to heal their wounds and escape successfully after being hit by their bullets many times. Soon the wound healing ability of the black creatures became indistinguishable to the naked eye, and Wang Wei ordered the soldiers to stop shooting. When the black creature fell from the branch, it fell right in front of them. Looking at the black creature's dark eyes without pupils, Wang Wei felt that everything on this planet still surprised him. After all, there were too many things they had never seen on this planet. For example, they could clone humanoid plants that looked similar to them, and could even move freely. There were also strange creatures that could heal wounds automatically, control other creatures through the light ball that appeared on their foreheads, and even resist their bullets. Wang Wei felt that he had listened to the words of the three-eyed Star King and stayed on this planet, which did bring them a lot of new discoveries. Keep going deeper. Don't stop. Wang Wei did not give up the opportunity to go deeper and explore the mysteries of this planet. After another hour, they still couldn't get out of the woods. So Wang Wei simply changed the direction. Since it was not clear from the ground which direction they should go, he simply gave an order to let all the soldiers climb up the tree trunk to the top to see. After an hour, they could basically not see the ground clearly, but they could clearly see the treetops. It turned out that it was not that these towering trees had no treetops, but that the treetops were too high and they could not see them at all from the ground. The soldiers on the side were already exhausted, and Wang Wei ordered them to rest on the spot. While others were resting, Wang Wei put on the helmet of Xiantian armor and began to check the situation of the treetops. Strangely, the treetops here were not green, but lavender, and some of the leaves that looked older were even purple-red. On Earth and plant planets, Wang Wei had never seen plants of this color. After a short rest, he continued to climb up with the soldiers. This time, they climbed up to the treetops in one breath. They found that the treetops were very dense. If they hadn't used the weapons they carried with them to open a hole, they would probably have no way to see the full view of the treetops. Standing on the treetops, they seemed to be stepping on a platform woven from branches and leaves. They walked very steadily, and didn't have to worry about falling down. Standing on the treetops, they could also see the surrounding scenery clearly. Looking from where they were, there was a plain in front of them, and behind them was an endless dense forest. There was a wide water area in the distance on the left, and a little further to the right was the location of the canyon that Wang Wei and his team had seen before. In general, the dense forest is in the center of this planet. Leader, which direction should we go next? Wang Wei pointed to the direction of the forest behind him. He decided to investigate the forest clearly. Such a large forest, if the situation inside was not investigated clearly, would bring great threats to the Red Iron Star people to settle down on this planet. Check your equipment to make sure we won't be in any other danger. Once we're ready, we set off immediately. They set off again and didn't stay on the treetops. Before, Wang Wei and his team hoped to get information about the area of the forest from the treetops. Now that they've confirmed that the forest is not big, they don't have to worry about it. It didn't take much time to get down from the treetops. They didn't encounter any abnormalities along the way. However, they all found that the deeper they went into the forest, the brighter it became, as if the sun began to gradually penetrate the treetops and illuminate the situation inside the forest, until they found that the size of the trees was similar to the size of the trees they had seen. The sun could penetrate the treetops and shine into the depths of the forest. This time, they found that the size of the surrounding vegetation changed, and they realized that this might be the middle of the forest. The vegetation here could be exposed to the sun, which made Wang Wei and his team relax a lot. However, as they walked, Wang Wei and his team found something unusual. In front of them, the wreckage of a small spaceship appeared. The wreckage was about to be swallowed by plants, and Wang Wei frowned. Leader, why is there a spaceship wreckage here? This is not the style of spaceship they have seen. But it cannot be ruled out that there are alien creatures in this spaceship. So they all entered a state of alert. Everyone wore Xiantian armor and approached the wreckage of the spaceship carefully. When they walked to the wreckage of the spaceship, they suddenly heard footsteps from behind. They immediately turned around and saw a human-shaped alien creature that could walk upright. Staring at them, Wang Wei knew that this alien creature should be the owner of this place if nothing unexpected happened. They broke into someone else's home without permission, and it was reasonable for the other party to be angry. However, the human-shaped alien creature just glanced at them twice and passed by them directly. The real reason why Wang Wei and others did not take it seriously after discovering the wreckage of the spaceship here was because the only entrance to the wreckage had been blocked by something like vines. So, Wang Wei determined that there should be no alien creatures in the wreckage of the spaceship. But he had never thought that those creatures that looked like vines were not naturally grown, but were deliberately placed at the entrance of the spacecraft wreckage, forming a door-like existence. When the humanoid alien creature approached, he placed his hand on a special vine at the door, and the vine began to shrink instantly. The humanoid alien creature walked straight into the interior of the spacecraft wreckage through the gap created by the shrinking vine. The vines did not close. Wang Wei glanced at the Interstellar Federation warriors around him and gestured for them to follow him in, although he was not sure whether this humanoid alien creature was hostile to them. If they did not continue to explore closer, they might not be able to determine where the humanoid alien creature came from and why it lived in the wreckage of the spacecraft. Their bodies were wrapped in Xiantian armor. So as long as they kept a distance from each other, the humanoid alien creature would not necessarily cause any actual harm to them. In this way, Wang Wei led the warriors to follow the humanoid alien creature and walked into the wreckage of the spacecraft. After entering, they found that the wreckage of the spacecraft was cleaned very cleanly. And there were some plants they had never seen hanging everywhere. Although it looked a bit messy, it was tidy everywhere. Wang Wei immediately took out the communicator and used the translation function of the communicator to introduce himself to the humanoid alien creature. Sorry to bother you. We are Nike from a distant planet. Can I ask you? Why do you live in the wreckage of the spaceship? Aren't you from this planet? After Wang Wei finished speaking, the humanoid alien creature looked up at him, but didn't say a word. The other party just brought a chair and placed it in front of Wang Wei. This chair looks heavy, but in the hands of the humanoid model creature, it seems to have no weight, and he lifted it lightly. Wang Wei did not hesitate, and repeated the question just now after sitting on the chair. But the alien creature did not answer any of Wang Wei's questions, but just did what he had in his hand step by step. After he dealt with the things at hand, he looked at Wang Wei and the others again, as if to confirm whether Wang Wei and the others had left their residence. But Wang Wei had never thought of leaving here before he found out the truth. He began to look around inside the wreckage of the spaceship where the alien creature lived. He found that although it was not clean and tidy here, at least he could see that someone was cleaning it. The other party's intention of not wanting to talk to him was very obvious, so Wang Wei did not force it. But he knew that there must be something fishy about the wreckage of the spacecraft. And it must not be something from this planet. Chapter 329 appearing at the critical moment. Just as Wang Wei racked his brains, thinking about how to pry open the mouth of the humanoid alien creature, find out the origin of the humanoid alien creature, and why he lived in the wreckage of the spacecraft. Seeing that the humanoid alien creature seemed to treat them as air and ignored them at all, they directly lifted the curtain on the side and walked into a door. Immediately, a soldier of the Interstellar Federation was ready to follow in, but was stopped by Wang Wei. You wait outside. If there is any abnormality, I will notify you as soon as possible. As he said, Wang Wei put on the helmet of the Xiantian armor and walked into the room where the humanoid alien creature entered. After entering, Wang Wei found that this room was completely different from the outside. It was pitch black here, and there seemed to be deep water on the ground. He turned on the lighting function of the Xiantian armor to see the situation here roughly. It seemed that the place was swallowed by darkness. Even the light emitted by the Xiantian armor was very small, and it could not allow him to see the situation in the distance clearly. Moreover, this seemingly small room was very empty, and the end of it seemed impossible to see. Wang Wei suspected that the wreckage of the spacecraft seemed to be connected to something when it crashed to form such an environment. He began to explore forward, and the accumulated water gradually submerged his knees. At this moment, Wang Wei vaguely saw something moving not far in front of him. He immediately stared at the thing that seemed to be moving with vigilance, frowning, and stepping back. There are many unknown creatures on this planet. Without being sure that he is 100% safe, Wang Wei will not make any rash actions. However, in the next second, the humanoid alien creature suddenly rushed towards him quickly. Such a speed is completely beyond the reach of creatures. Wang Wei retreated quickly with the help of Xiantian armor, so he was not approached by the humanoid alien creature. However, Wang Wei also discovered at this moment that the humanoid alien creature did not approach him by its own ability. On the back of the humanoid alien creature, there was a very thick tentacle that was controlling him and making him swing back and forth constantly. If he guessed correctly, this tentacle should be the thing that he just saw moving. Just as Wang Wei was thinking, the humanoid alien rushed towards him again. This time, Wang Wei didn't think twice and immediately used the gene gun in his hand to shoot. At the moment of shooting, Wang Wei turned and rushed out of the room. Seeing the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation, he immediately issued an order to evacuate the wreckage of the spacecraft. After they left the wreckage of the spacecraft, the soldiers remembered to ask Wang Wei what he saw and why he was so excited. Wang Wei did not explain the situation to the soldiers. The bullets he had just shot into the tentacles and the humanoid aliens were enough to completely destroy them. If the soldiers were told the truth, it would probably cause them to panic. So Wang Wei did not tell the truth to anyone, but just said that there was something weird in the room, and it was impossible to tell whether the humanoid aliens were good or bad. So it was the wisest decision for them to leave the wreckage of the spacecraft. Others did not doubt what Wang Wei said, and they immediately continued to move in the original direction. Not long after they walked, Wang Wei saw a stone on their way. This stone looked ordinary, but there was a strange symbol engraved in the center of the stone. When he saw this symbol, Wang Wei was basically sure that other alien creatures should have come to this planet, just like the wreckage of the spacecraft they had seen before. But he personally believed that other alien creatures did not successfully settle on this planet. But there must be a reason why other alien creatures did not successfully stay on this planet. He was not sure why the other party failed to settle on this planet, but it should be related to the creatures on this planet. As they continued to move forward, they found that the trees in front of them began to become denser, and it seemed as if they were isolated from two different worlds. The ground where they walked began to turn into sand, and walking on it was like walking on the beach, and no other animal sounds could be heard in the huge space. But it made people feel very quiet. This silence began to make everyone feel uneasy. "Leader, do we still need to go deeper?" a soldier asked nervously. Wang Wei knew that being too quiet was not a good thing. Quiet meant that no other creatures lived here, since other creatures were unwilling to live in such a place. There must be a reason. Keep going deeper for a day to see if we can find anything useful. If not, return immediately. It was not that Wang Wei decided to give up the in-depth exploration of this planet, but that they had to ensure their own safety. At the same time, they also need to go back to replenish supplies and continue to explore here next time. The other soldiers nodded, probably because they knew that they could return to the safe area in one day, and everyone's pace became much easier. As they walked, they found a deep pit in front of them, and there were some strange-shaped plants growing in the deep space. These plants looked very strange, but Wang Wei was no longer particularly concerned about the appearance of these plants. After all, this planet was full of plants they had never seen before. They observed this plant closely. The bare trunks of the plant grew yellow fruits, which were crystal clear and looked like jelly. Wang Wei picked a fruit and heard a strange sound of footsteps before he had time to record the relevant data. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and Wang Wei immediately gave an order to all soldiers to stay away from the plants in the deep pit. Then, they saw a bird-like creature, which walked quickly in front of them, and ate the yellow fruits grown on the strange plants without paying attention to others. Some yellow fruits burst open under the mouth of the bird-like creature, and yellow juice splashed everywhere, and the bird was also covered with this juice. But the bird seemed to be indifferent to this situation and continued to eat attentively. But the way the bird ate seemed a little strange. According to the common saying on Earth, the way the bird eats is like a starving ghost who has never eaten food. Wang Weijia's situation is very strange. If the yellow fruits produced by this plant are not common in this forest, they would not be so excited to eat. If this kind of fruit is common, then the behavior of the bird becomes even stranger. However, in the blink of an eye, the yellow fruits produced on the strange plant have been eaten clean by the bird-like creature. Just as Wang Wei was about to approach this bird-like creature and prepare to record its characteristics and appearance, there was another burst of hurried footsteps. Wang Wei immediately gave orders to other soldiers to find shelter nearby. But what Wang Wei didn't expect was that the creature that suddenly appeared looked like an ostrich. After this creature appeared, it went straight to where they were and bit the bird-like creature that was enjoying it. Just when Wang Weijia thought that this creature that looked like an ostrich would swallow the bird-like creature in front of him, unexpectedly, this ostrich-like creature returned with the bitten creature as soon as possible. And before leaving, this ostrich-like creature looked at Wang Wei. It made a sharp cry, and the yellow fruit in Wang Wei's hand broke. At this moment, Wang Wei finally understood that the ostrich-like creature accurately determined the location of the creature that had eaten the yellow fruit based on the smell emitted by the yellow fruit juice, and came to capture it. Wang Wei immediately ordered all the soldiers to be on guard. They had not seen what attack method the ostrich-like creature used just now. Maybe the yellow fruit itself has some kind of toxin that can lure other creatures to eat it, and can also cause mental paralysis. Therefore, the combat effectiveness of the creatures that look like ostriches is still uncertain. And there is no guarantee that they will not hide some unknown means, like the black creatures they encountered before. So what they can do now is to avoid the attacks and approach of the creatures that look like ostriches as soon as possible. However, Wang Wei also developed a great curiosity about this creature. While he asked the other warriors to dodge, he turned on the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor and stayed where he was. The juice of the yellow fruit on his body has been cleaned up by him, which means that even if the creatures that look like ostriches appear now, they will not notice his existence. In this situation, Wang Wei finally decided to follow the creatures that look like ostriches to see where they took the prey. Find out why this creature does not kill and eat the prey on the spot? The other warriors also turned on the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor, followed Wang Wei, and waited quietly. But for some reason, the creatures that looked like ostriches have not appeared again. This situation further confirmed Wang Wei's guess. As long as there was no smell of yellow juice, the ostrich-like creature would not approach them. This time, Wang Wei went out to explore the creatures and plants on the purple planet, which made him gain a lot. So Wang Wei planned to return to the base immediately with these images and information. He felt that the Red Iron Star people might not be able to hold on for such a long time. And he was also worried about accidents. Just when Wang Wei ordered the return trip, the ostrich-like creature appeared again. And when he turned on the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor, he was able to accurately find his position and hold it in his huge mouth. Wang Wei was taken away by the ostrich-like creature. He immediately lifted the stealth mode of the Xiantian armor and ordered the soldiers to attack the ostrich-like creature. Under their attack, the ostrich-like creature was quickly melted into a pool of sticky juice by the bullets. Wang Wei escaped death, but he was a little regretful. The soldiers rushed forward and asked him about his situation. "Leader, are you okay?" Wang Wei shook his head. The shooting level of the soldiers in the Interstellar Federation base was still very high, and he was not affected. But if he could be taken away by the ostrich-like creature, maybe he could give more information and data about these creatures. At this moment, they finally made up their minds to return. The return process was still very smooth, and they did not encounter any unknown creatures during this period. Wang Wei successfully returned to the place where the Red Iron Star people had settled before, but did not find any traces of the Red Iron Star people. This time it was Wang Wei's turn to panic. He was worried that the reason why the Red Iron Star people left was because they were in danger. At this moment, the King of the Three-Eyed Star had not returned with the warriors. Wang Wei decided to contact the King of the Three-Eyed Star first, and let him return with the warriors. He took the remaining people to find the whereabouts of the Red Iron Star. At this moment, the King of the Red Iron Star was leading the Red Iron Star to move their foothold. Those white creatures seemed to be able to detect their movement trajectory, and never gave up tracking them along the way. The King of the Red Iron Star was a little overwhelmed. But before they contacted Wang Wei took the initiative to come to them. They had no way to communicate with Wang Wei, so they could only passively drive the spacecraft and look for a suitable place to stay. At this time, they saw Wang Wei and others who came in a small spacecraft. When Wang Wei saw that the King of the Red Iron Star was leading the Red Iron Star, hovering in the sky, as if looking for something, he felt very puzzled. He immediately led the spacecraft of the Red Iron planet to land on an open flat ground. After getting off the spaceship, the King of the Red Iron Star asked Wang Wei why he'd brought them to land. Didn't Wang Wei see the white creatures following them closely? Wang Wei then turned around and looked at the white creatures behind him. He had not noticed these creatures on the ground before. Now it seems that the reason why the King of the Red Iron Star led the Red Iron Star to transfer was probably because of these white creatures. Wang Wei didn't know how much danger these white creatures would cause to them, but he never worried. "Leave these creatures to us. You just stay here with peace of mind." After saying that, Wang Wei ignored the reaction of the King of the Red Iron Star and turned to look at the Interstellar Federation warriors behind him. "Everyone follow me. We will set off immediately to help the new Red Iron people solve the crisis." Others had no objections. They also knew what kind of threat the creatures on this planet posed to alien visitors like them, including Wang Wei. There were only 6 people in total, but their momentum was not weak at all. The first bullet successfully hit the white creature, and the speed of the white creature began to slow down, and soon bursts of white smoke came out, melted into a pool of blood. The other white creatures saw their companions in trouble and stopped moving forward, but surrounded Wang Wei and his group. Seeing this, Wang Wei told the other warriors not to act rashly. "What we have to do now is to see what kind of reaction they will have. If they intend to attack us, we can fight back immediately. If they leave on their own, there is no need for us to kill all these creatures." This has always been his code of conduct. If he is facing a creature or tribe that threatens them, he will never show mercy. After all, if they don't strike first, they will suffer greater harm because of their soft heart. But if the other party is not hostile to them, Wang Wei also feels that there is no need to go too far. There is an old saying in Xia State that when doing things, leave a line of defense so that you can meet again in the future. He thinks this sentence makes sense, and he has never thought of causing a catastrophe to unknown creatures like other biological groups. Wang Wei's plan is still very effective. After staring at them for a long time, the white creature did not approach them again. but turned and left. Seeing this, the Red Iron Star King hurriedly walked to Wang Wei and asked what method Wang Wei used to make these white creatures that were chasing them choose to stay away from them so quickly. Before Wang Wei could explain, a group of warriors behind him pointed to a pool of blood on the ground not far away. When you didn't resist, they might have regarded you as prey and thought you were easy to bully. Or they might have regarded you as intruders invading their territory. So they planned to drive you out. Now, after they were attacked, they understood that we were not people they could provoke. So they would not think of getting close to us. The King of the Red Iron Star nodded thoughtfully, and then began to ask Wang Wei if he had gained anything from this trip to explore the relevant information and data of plants and animals on this planet. Wang Wei nodded. There are indeed gains, but not much. We are still moving too slowly. I think we should let our spacecraft temporarily stop here. After figuring out the situation here, we will leave. You can rest assured that we have never thought of competing with you for the ownership of this planet, and we will never do so. Hearing this, the King of the Red Iron Star patted Wang Wei on the shoulder, indicating that he still believed in Wang Wei, and would not doubt that Wang Wei might occupy this planet because of this incident. Wang Wei was a little surprised, not knowing why the King of the Red Iron Star suddenly showed great trust in him. What made you change your mind? If the King of the Red Iron Star could figure it out at the beginning, he would not doubt the whole thing. But now, he still felt that it seemed a bit strange that the Red Iron Star King would say this. It's actually very simple. We know that if you really want to occupy this planet, you won't tell us the specific coordinates of this planet. Otherwise, you can settle on this planet quietly. Why tell us about this place when we just need to fight for resources because of the planet's scarce resources? Wang Wei didn't expect that the Red Iron Star King had figured out everything during this period of time. But he still nodded to the Red Iron Star King. You are indeed right. But haven't you ever thought that I might want you to help us explore the way? Chapter 330 Short-Term Stay on the Purple Planet. The King of the Red Iron Star people did think of this possibility. But this idea was completely dispelled after they found out that Wang Wei personally brought people to help them explore the situation on this planet. He is not a kind person. Nor is he not vigilant against Wang Wei and his people. It's just that he thinks that if Wang Wei's main purpose is really to occupy this planet, rather than to help them find a planet suitable for their survival, then Wang Wei has no need to help them do these things. He only needs to bring them here and use their people to clear the plants or animals on this planet that are aggressive to other alien creatures. And Wang Wei's goal has been achieved. There is no need to risk his life to help them explore the situation on this planet. After the King of the Red Iron Star people finished this sentence, Wang Wei also showed an appreciative expression on his face. For him, he did not pray that the people of the Red Iron Planet would thank them. After all, they did not do anything good. They would not settle on the Purple Planet, and giving it to the people of the Red Iron Planet was just a piece of cake. As for what they seem to have done to help the Red Iron Planet, it is not as great as imagined, because he originally wanted to explore the creatures and technological civilizations on all planets. So even if there are no Red Iron people, he will still do what he should do, without any difference. We are very pleased that you can think so. We just want to tell you that we have never thought of occupying this planet or enslaving this planet. For us, this planet is a place suitable for other alien races to live. It happens that you need it, and there is no owner here. Helping you is just a matter of convenience. The King of the Red Iron Star is very grateful to Wang Wei. If Wang Wei is like other alien creatures, without any sympathy at all, turning a blind eye to the plight of the Red Iron Star people, and even stepping on them, then with Wang Wei and his abilities, the situation of the Red Iron Star people will be very miserable. Thank you. However, we have discovered that there are still many species of creatures here these 2 days, and most of them are very hostile to outsiders like us. Do you have any ideas about this? Wang Wei told the King of Red Iron Star his plan. We decided to first find out how many species of creatures there are on this planet, because we are not sure whether these creatures are all aggressive to outsiders. I understand that you want to live on this planet, but before we and you came to this planet, their lives were not disturbed by anyone. In other words, you can live here, but if there are non-aggressive creatures, there is no need to kill them all. After all, they have never provoked you. Your desire to settle on this planet is not a reason for them to be killed all. Hearing this, the King of Red Iron Star was a little resistant, but he did not completely refuse. Wang Wei saw his resistance and patiently explained, "What I mean is that if we had killed you all because we thought you were easy to bully, we might have gained something and achieved our goal. But we didn't do that. So you can come to this planet. Since you are the beneficiaries of this idea, I don't force you to accept all the creatures on this planet, but at least some of them that are harmless to you. I hope you can give them space to survive." When he heard this, the Red Iron Star King nodded, and his resistance was completely swept away. "I understand what you mean. Just like you said, if you really think the same as me, we may also have no living space. So, I can understand your request, and I am willing to comply." Wang Wei nodded and began to contact the people of the Interstellar Federation through the communicator. Goso seemed to have recovered. His voice came through the communicator. "Wang Wei, is that you? How is the situation over there?" Hearing this, Wang Wei smiled helplessly. "Have you recovered?" Goso laughed. "I heard that it was Cruz who found the medicine that can help me recover. Thank him for me. If it weren't for him, I might not be able to recover so quickly." Goso recovered, and Wang Wei was relieved. "Let the spacecraft land on the purple planet. I have a task for you." When he heard this, Goso seemed very excited. "We are going back to fight the giant creatures again? Don't think about fighting the creatures on this planet. The creatures here are far beyond your imagination. And land the spacecraft as soon as possible. The situation here is indeed a bit tricky." As soon as he hung up the communication, the King of the Three-Eyed Star rushed back with his men. Seeing their miserable appearance, Wang Wei knew that their situation was definitely not much better than theirs. "Go and rest first. When you have rested, I have something to talk to you about." Wang Wei immediately stopped the King of the Three-Eyed Star from speaking. The King of the Three-Eyed Star nodded to Wang Wei gratefully, and took the rest of the soldiers to rest. The King of the Red Iron Star saw that Wang Wei seemed a little nervous and serious, and asked, "What happened? Let's talk about it when everyone is here." Wang Wei also knew that telling him everything now would be useless, and it might also cause the King of the Red Iron Star to panic. If he wanted to really solve the problem, he had to wait until everyone was here before he told everyone his plan. However, Wang Wei didn't know at this time that because their spaceship was about to land, a cargo spaceship passing nearby discovered this place, and also saw their spaceship. After the spaceship landed, only Goso and some people got off the spaceship, and most people stayed on the spaceship. They had their own tasks, and the spaceship needed maintenance and protection, and they couldn't leave people for a moment. Goso and Cruz were very surprised to see Wang Wei but not the Three-Eyed Star King. "What's going on? Where is the Three-Eyed Star King?" Wang Wei said that the Three-Eyed Star King was resting, and introduced Cruz and Goso identities to the Red Iron Star King. When it got dark, the Three-Eyed Star King woke up, and Wang Wei asked them to check their bodies and then come to the meeting. In the Red Iron Star camp, Wang Wei held a meeting. The main content of the meeting was the results of Wang Wei and the Red Iron Star King exploration of the Purple Planet in the past few days. After Wang Wei exploration results, the Three-Eyed Star King lamented why Wang Wei encountered such a dangerous situation. But he didn't look as embarrassed as them. The warriors who followed the Three-Eyed Star King and Wang Wei all laughed. They really didn't think that they followed different leaders to explore the situation on this planet. But the results were completely different. Everyone laughed. And then Wang Wei began to explain his plan to everyone. "Based on the recent situation we have encountered, we can basically confirm one thing now. There are still many unknown creatures on this planet. And we have also discovered the wreckage of alien creatures and alien spacecraft, which proves that alien creatures have come to this planet. Now we can't be sure whether they have other companions on this planet. So we must conduct a carpet search of the entire planet before we can clearly guarantee that this planet is safe and habitable. At the same time, our other task is to record the conditions of all creatures on this planet. Because on this planet, we have never found plants and animals that have been seen on other planets. The data of these plants and animals will bring us unexpected benefits. The ghost vine and the immortal worm are the alien creatures they discovered. These creatures have brought them many benefits. So Wang Wei believes that other creatures encountered on this planet will also bring them endless benefits." When he said this, others also felt that it made sense. Especially Goso, who seemed to be impatient. "Then let's start now." Wang Wei asked him to be patient. "This kind of thing can't be rushed. After I go back today, I will make a detailed plan. And then all of you can follow this plan." Hearing this, Goso nodded. "Okay. My body has fully recovered and I can set off at any time." After the meeting, Cruz followed Wang Wei and asked Wang Wei if he could take him to see the wreckage of the alien spaceship. "Are you interested in aliens?" Wang Wei stared at Cruz and asked. "Not really interested. I think there must be a reason why their spaceship crashed on this planet. As for what the reason is, we don't know it yet. Right? Wang Wei frowned and obviously did not immediately agree to Cruz's request. Do you have any unspeakable secrets? Hearing this, Wang Wei took Cruz to a deserted place and told the truth. When Cruz heard about this kind of life form with tentacles and the ability to control aliens, he was also shocked. He finally understood why Wang Wei had to explore the situation of the entire planet before he was willing to leave with peace of mind. If there is only one life form of this kind that can control other creatures, we can rest assured once it is dealt with. However, if it is not a single individual but a group, then the people of Red Iron Planet are likely to be in danger later. I still say the same thing. Can we go and see what's going on over there? Cruz still insisted on going to the wreckage of the alien spacecraft. After hesitating for a while, Wang Wei finally agreed. But you must make sure that you must obey my command. Cruz assured Wang Wei that the reason he wanted to go and see was to help. If he could go and see, maybe he could help, because he could still control the existence of creatures through mental control. Wang Wei brought Cruz to the wreckage of the spacecraft. Cruz also found the vines at the door of the spacecraft. He frowned and was startled by Wang Wei's action when he was about to cut off these vines. Wang Wei walked straight forward and put his hand on the door of the spacecraft. The vines on the door retreated instantly, which shocked Cruz. Did you find this when you came? Cruz looked at Wang Wei. Yes. When we came, the alien creature seemed to be preparing to come back. And it walked in like this. After the two walked into the wreckage of the spacecraft, they saw a room that was already a little dirty. And there was a pool of mucus on the ground. Did you use genetic destruction weapons on them? Wang Wei did not deny. When I discovered the existence of that kind of life form, he controlled the alien creature to rush towards me. So I used genetic destruction weapons. Cruz pointed to a dark room on the side. Are you talking about this room? Wang Wei nodded and walked in front of Cruz. Turn on the lighting system. It's dark inside, and there is water on the ground. After experiencing the last incident, I guess the creatures here should have begun to resist the approach of other creatures. So you have to be careful. Cruz nodded. No problem. After the two walked in, they found that the accumulated water inside began to emit a strange smell. The moment they came in, they could hear a rustling sound. Cruz immediately became alert, and even Wang Wei looked at the direction not far in front of him with deep affection and solemnity. The proof system on them was not enough to illuminate all the scenery in front of them. Just like when Wang Wei came here before, the space here was extremely wide and deep. They could not use the lighting system on them to illuminate all the scenery inside. So they were extremely cautious when they moved forward. Wang Wei walked in front, and Cruz followed closely behind. They moved forward for about 10 minutes, and finally saw a group of strange creatures curled up together. The reason why this creature is so strange is that it looks like a piece of rotten meat, with an uneven surface and a nutrient wound similar to an ulcer. Are you sure that this boat of rotten meat-like creatures is what you saw before? Cruz looked at Wang Wei puzzled. If everything is as Wang Wei said, then the creature in front of him should have been severely damaged. As for what caused the severe damage, Cruz was not completely sure. After Wang Wei pondered for a while, he nodded to Cruz. I can basically confirm that this creature is the one I saw at the beginning. But the only thing I can't be sure of is whether this creature is different from what I saw before. What Wang Wei really wanted to say was that he didn't know whether this creature was still alive. But based on what they saw, this creature should be the only one still alive and coexisting with them in this space. So if it wasn't for the sound made by this creature, they couldn't find the source of the sound when they just walked in here. When he heard this, Cruz gave Wang Wei a calm look, and then walked towards the strange creature in front of him. He gently touched the strange creature, and the strange creature began to twitch, but did not fight back. It should have been severely damaged by the gene-destroying weapon, but it didn't die completely. Cruz paused, and then said, Now I need your help. I want to find out its origin. This time, Wang Wei did not refuse, but listened to Cruz's words, and was only responsible for Cruz's safety around him, and did not affect what Cruz was going to do. Cruz touched the body of the strange creature again and closed his eyes. Soon, Cruz frowned and opened his eyes. At present, we can only confirm that this creature has been seriously injured, causing its mind to be confused. There is really no way to confirm other things. Confused mind? In other words, this thing originally had thoughts. According to what he saw at the time, this creature may have the same or even higher intelligence as humans. When he heard this, Wang Wei felt that the idea of thoroughly investigating the entire planet was absolutely correct. Otherwise, as long as there is still one such creature, it will bring them endless troubles. When thinking of this, Wang Wei was sweating all over. Fortunately, he did not stay to fight with this creature. Otherwise, with the creature's super intelligence and its huge body, even if he was not injured, it would definitely implicate other fighters. Let's go. We should go back too. He is the backbone of the Interstellar Federation. If the Interstellar Federation finds out that he has not returned, I am afraid it will really panic. Wang Wei took a deep breath at this time, and then began to walk towards the base with Cruz, because they were going to stay here for a while. Wang Wei had already told Goso during the meeting and asked Goso to take people to deal with the stationing of the Interstellar Federation base. When they went back, they saw that the Interstellar Federation base was basically ready, and even the people of Red Iron Planet were arranged by Goso to live in it. Having a place that can shelter from the wind and rain did make the people of Red Iron Planet feel a lot more at ease. When the Red Iron Star King saw him, he pulled him and thanked him. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we might have been chased and driven away by the creatures on this planet. Wang Wei waved his hand. Don't take this kind of trivial matter to heart. You can be temporarily settled here. Our purpose is to make ourselves feel at ease. After all, if the people of the Red Iron Planet got into trouble, the responsibility mainly lies with them. He absolutely couldn't sit and watch the Red Iron Star get into trouble. We still have some things to discuss. You should rest early. The Red Iron Star King knew that Wang Wei and his friends had a lot of things to do, so he didn't continue to disturb Wang Wei and his friends, but left immediately. Wang Wei discussed the specific details of the next exploration of the Purple Planet with Cruz and the Three-Eyed Star King before going to rest. The next morning, Wang Wei divided the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation into two parts according to their plan.